In this world, talent is law. Power is absolute. If you are born weak, you die weak. That is the rule of nature. Tang Gao was trash. A nobody. Destined to rot at the bottom of the food chain while the elites looked down on him. But destiny made a mistake. It gave the save and load button to a madman. Death is no longer the end. It is a lesson. Failed? Reset. Killed? Reset. Humiliated? Reset and destroy them. Chapter 1, Activate the Shadow, Autoplay. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, in his bedroom, Tang Gao sat at his computer desk, resting his chin on his hands, looking at the report card in front of him with a melancholy expression. In this world of spiritual revival, coupled with the current economic crisis, ordinary people simply don't have any good career options unless they defy fate and get into a particularly prestigious university, or become a cultivator that everyone aspires to be. If you don't want life to choose you, you have to find ways to choose your life. Tang Gao sighed, these grades are just outrageous. However, the reality is that society is incredibly competitive, and schools are even more so. Tang Gao's diligent efforts can only barely keep him from being swept up in the chaos. The problem is this: the college entrance exam is in a month. Unless a miracle happens, I can only get into a decent university, go through career planning, graduate, and do a job with a predictable future, and lose the possibility of changing my life. School is the easiest place to change one's destiny. After entering society, in the current environment of unemployment, it is almost impossible to change one's destiny. Are you unwilling to accept your fate? Tang Gao stared at the dialog box that popped up on the computer screen, his heart deeply moved, and he subconsciously clenched his fist. Damn it, who wants to live a miserable life? As a man, who doesn't want to earn more money through their own efforts and wisdom so that their family can live a happy life? Then, are you willing to embark on a very dangerous path? Without thinking, Tang Gao pulled up the Huarong software, deleted the chat window, and cursed under his breath. I'm already living such a miserable life, and someone still managed to put a virus on my crappy computer. No matter how hard, difficult, or poor I am, I would never risk my life to do anything outrageous. I must at least be responsible for myself and for my parents. If something happens to me, my parents will be devastated. Only a complete idiot would accept this kind of consent for no reason. Do you think I haven't downloaded an anti-fraud app? A light blue skill panel floated in front of Tang Gao's eyes. Test passed, installing the super autoplay system on the user. Installation complete. Please check your skill panel and install the new player guide. Step 1. Use your mind to summon the skill panel, click to expand video tutorial. Tang Gao was dumbfounded and tried to sway left and right. However, it turned out that the light blue system frame moved with the user's viewpoint, floating fixedly in front of them. Is this for real? Am I hallucinating? Tang Gao tentatively called out, skill panel? A light blue skill panel appeared in front of Tang Gao, with only one line of text on it. Skill points, 1. Use with mind control, or manually click to use, click to expand video introduction. Tang Gao tentatively clicked on the skill point on the skill panel. Activate shadow, shadow type, tier 1, level 1. Active effect, quantity 1, creates a living shadow to act in place of the original body, with 3 modes, automatic idle, observation blessing, and consciousness projection. Passive effect, slightly enhances mana regeneration. In a shadow environment, the amplification effect will vary depending on the concentration. Tang Gao felt a flow of knowledge enter his mind, and naturally learned to use the activated shadow, and even had the opportunity to become a cultivator because of it. However, there is now a small problem. Tang Gao's face paled. Aren't the dark faction wanted globally? The shadow element is a branch of the dark element. Historically, the dark side has repeatedly unleashed waves of terror, to the point that any civilized society harbors a natural hostility towards it, the kind that would launch a blast at the mere sight of it. It's not wrong to awaken this ability, but it would be wrong if others found out about it. Tang Gao's lips twitched. If he didn't want others to notice this, he had to become stronger as soon as possible, improving his strength and ability to conceal himself, otherwise he would surely suffer a terrible fate. Unless there are special circumstances, no cultivator will be required to display their strength or attributes. It would be best to find a second skill to cover up this ability as soon as possible. Within a month, he must become a first-level cultivator to escape his ordinary identity, while also concealing the fact that he is a shadow-type cultivator. It's not so much that it's difficult, but rather that its difficulty is unprecedented and unparalleled. Depend on. For an ordinary person with natural talent for cultivation, it takes at least 3 years to become a cultivator. Even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep, I still can't achieve the same results as someone who has studied hard for 3 years in just 1 month. No, I'm a man with cheat codes. Tang Gao quickly opened the skill and began to check the automatic AFK mode, observing the blessing in consciousness projection. Tang Gao looked at the activated shadow skill and pondered, so, I can keep summoning shadow figures to cultivate or fight and become stronger? Cultivation is naturally the worst option. The Shadow Man is a summon creature that perfectly replicates the original body. It knows its own aptitude and, no matter how hard it tries, it can't become a formal first-tier cultivator within a month. The best strategy is to use your own consciousness projection skill to empower your shadow puppet to fight. Fortune favors the bold, so go all the way and try to turn the tide. Ding dong, the task system is now open. Users can accept tasks and earn rewards by completing them. Tang Gao's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, overjoyed. That's so thoughtful, so incredibly thoughtful. This greatly ensures my growth efficiency. Accept the task, and you'll receive a reward upon completion. Isn't this safer than going off and messing around on your own and taking risks? Tang excitedly opened the task list according to the newbie guide, but the smile on his face instantly froze. What the hell is this? Close the task list. Close the task list. Introduction. The difficulty rating is based on the user's skill level, allowing users to accept tasks according to their own abilities. 10-star mission. Infiltrate the core area of the college entrance examination's internal materials and modify your own information and scores. 9-star mission. Extort or bribe those involved in the college entrance examination to change your chances of getting into a good university. 8-star mission. Rob or steal college entrance exam materials to prepare for the exam in advance. Who exactly is capable of performing such a model citizen act? Trying to complete a 5-star or higher mission is practically suicide. Tang Gao started looking at the lower level stars and indeed found some tasks that he could complete. New player quest. Have the shadow character enter a low-level dungeon once. New player quest. The Shadow Man's first battle. Bonus task, control a shadow person once. Tang Gao's expression improved considerably, and his eyes shone as he looked at the god-level lottery. The newbie quests are really awesome, I definitely have to try them out. I don't know what kind of god-level reward I will get when the time comes. The only thing worth thinking about is how to maximize the benefits of this. Low-level dungeon. Tang Gao casually glanced at the 3 low-level dungeons connected to it. 1-star dungeon. Beat up ordinary criminals. 2-star dungeon, defeat the evil monsters and follow the instructions to deal with the contamination. 3-star dungeon, kill or defeat a tier 1 mid-stage cultivator with a serious crime record. Friendly reminder, you can try repeatedly before submitting your final score. Looking at the 3-star dungeon, Tang Gao felt that this was the limit of his current capacity. A cultivator at the mid-stage of the first rank is someone who has just undergone a transformation but has not yet fully transformed. If a miracle can be created, there is a small chance of killing them. Of course, if the opponent is a cultivator at the late stage of the first tier, then for ordinary people, even the strongest among ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a crushing defeat. The gap between ordinary people and cultivators is greater than the gap between a dog and a person, so great that it is insurmountable. Shadows come to life. Shouting it out makes you feel more powerful, just like you have to shout it out when you get a royal flush to feel good. It was a shadow that was completely black, yet it was 3-dimensional like a person, with a vague shape, just like the little black man who was the culprit in Detective Conan. Tang Gao understood. It seems that it is indeed a perfect copy of everything about myself. This guy's physical fitness is just trash. With my own consciousness projected and my own blessing, I should be able to try to kill this enemy. Tang Gao read the dungeon guide and learned that the Shadow Man would be teleported into the dungeon to fight, so he began to prepare equipment for the Shadow Man. A cultivator at the mid-stage of the first tier is very strong, but still has obvious weaknesses of an ordinary person. They are not yet powerful enough to transcend the ordinary and ignore this level of attack. Thanks to the Technological Society, I had the opportunity to turn my life around. Alright, grab your gear and let's enter the dungeon. Samsung Dungeon, Death Row Inmate. Mission requirements, kill, or defeat. Tang Gao blinked. Are the character designs of the NPCs in the dungeon all this well done? However, the requirements for this task are quite peculiar. What difference would it make to a mere Karami like him between defeating and killing a mid-stage first-tier cultivator? If once doesn't work, then try twice. If it doesn't work twice, then try 3, 4, 5, or 100 times. Thinking of this, Tang Gao looked at the middle-aged man in a black leather jacket who was eating garlic noodles in front of him and smiled. Zhao Chang was squatting on the kitchen threshold, slurping noodles. In front of him was a phone stand playing a short video of a beautiful woman dancing, which he watched with great interest. Zhao Chang was shocked and hurriedly stood up, knocking over the phone stand on the ground. Dark cultivator. Dark cultivators are recognized by all civilizations as the most evil, most terrifying, and most powerful cultivation system. An enemy that is extremely difficult to defeat within the same level. I've already hidden here, so why am I being targeted? No, to be precise, why was I targeted by the dark cultivators? Tang Gao was immersed in the scene, his consciousness descending into the Shadow Man's body. He felt his power perfectly superimposed on the Shadow Man's power, and subconsciously dodged the opponent's throw. Whoosh! A gust of wind grazed past the Shadow Man's face, even slightly scratching it and leaving a thin, long wound. Tang Gao was stunned. He hadn't expected that a cultivator in the mid-stage of the first rank could have such terrifying force just by throwing an object. If that object hit the Shadow Man's head, it would definitely seriously injure him. No, I can't afford to make any mistakes. I have to fight with all my might to kill the enemy. We must find out exactly what kind of cultivation system the other party is practicing. I am a mid-stage first-tier battle chi cultivator. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Kid, I'll take your dog's life. Zhao Cheng gathered his battle aura, and a white blade light condensed on his battle blade. He slashed at the shadowy figure with lightning speed. The blade wind was fierce and quite powerful. Tang Gao felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time, he felt the pressure that cultivators exerted on ordinary people, and he had the illusion that he would die if he couldn't handle it. Put! The Shadow Man's head fell to the ground, staring blankly at Zhao Cheng's ferocious expression. As Zhao Cheng watched the shadow figure in front of him being killed, his ferocious expression gradually softened, and he burst into laughter. Damn it, you brat, you dare to challenge me with such little skill. Tang Gao looked at the arrogant Zhao Cheng in front of him and calmly selected the function key in front of him. A new challenge. Zhao Cheng squatted on the kitchen threshold, holding a bowl of garlic noodles, staring blankly at the dancing girl on the phone stand in front of him. Was everything that just happened a hallucination? Zhao Cheng's face turned pale instantly. I'm finished. High-level illusion. This must be a high-level illusion. The shadow figure stood in front of the great trellis, a murderous smile spreading across his dark face. 30 seconds later. This time, the Shadow Man withstood 2 more moves, though it was only 2 moves. However, they managed to hold out for 2 more moves. The scene before me returned to a familiar point. I held a bowl of fragrant garlic noodles in my hand, and on the phone screen on the phone stand in front of me, a familiar dancing girl was swaying to familiar moves. Zhao Cheng threw down his bowl and chopsticks like a madman, scrambling towards the window, unleashing his battle chi to smash it open and rush inside. If he could get his hands on the battle sword, he could survive. As long as you get in that direction, you will be able to. Whoosh! Zhao Cheng's eyes were bloodshot and red. He struggled to grip the battle knife with his left hand, turned around, and his face was crazed and ferocious. What do you want? What do you want? I have money, let me go, and I'll give you money. I'm willing to pay any price to escape from here. The Shadow Man looked at him calmly, his voice completely flat. No. Seriously, these NPC characters are so vivid, they perfectly embody the character designs of the dungeon storyline. Zhao Cheng's face turned completely pale. No. Killing me is illegal. I'll call the police. I'll call the police to arrest you. Let me go, and I won't tell anyone about what you did. With each challenge, Tang Gaoning could clearly feel his progress. The value of the copy must be fully extracted. This time, he did not resist. The bowl of garlic noodles in Zhao Cheng's hand shattered on the ground. He knelt on the ground, crying and kowtowing repeatedly, kowtowing until a small dent appeared in the ground. Please, let me go. I'm willing to accept any price. Put. Blood splattered all over his body, the ground, and the wall, flowing and spreading along his body, the walls, and the ground. The headless corpse fell at Tang Gao's feet. Damn, they didn't even fight back. You are not qualified to question me. Zhao Cheng's face trembled, and he only dared to lower his head. Okay. Zhao Cheng, pale-faced, went to the bedroom to retrieve his battle sword. He came out and looked at the shadowy figure in front of him with great fear. Use all your strength, or I will torture you to death, and you will never be able to escape this cycle. Over countless cycles of reincarnation, combat techniques have become vastly different from what they once were. Snap. Tang Gao sighed slightly. The gap in strength is still too big, and the technique is not enough to make up for it. Zhao Cheng burst into tears and frantically apologized. No, I didn't mean to win. Tang Gao was the one who lost, but Zhao Cheng was the one who cried like a dog. The calm voice was as cruel as death's merciless pronouncement. Indeed, it seems I need to learn a single, decisive move to defeat you. Just like a child learning to walk for the first time, the black-faced demon revealed a rather triumphant smile. You're not good enough at the mid-stage of Tier 1. Can't you squeeze out all your life force? Burn your life force until the late stage. The pitch-black demon made a new demand. Zhao Cheng had no choice but to comply, like an ant being controlled, bowing down to the merciless demon. A flash of snow-white light streaked past, severing Zhao Cheng's neck. It's the same familiar beginning, the same familiar scene, the same familiar demon. Zhao Cheng knelt on the ground, while Tang Gao sat in front of the threshold. To be honest, even though this is a dungeon, everything feels so real. The characters and plot flow incredibly smoothly, and the system is awesome. Since the storyline of the dungeon is so complete, shouldn't I have an obligation to cooperate and complete the story? After thinking for a moment, Tang Gao threw his phone at Zhao Cheng. Tell me what you did, and how you feel about it, and then I'll kill you. I deserve it. I was trapped in this illusion and killed hundreds of times. I am not human, I am an animal, I am trash. I beg you, kill me. I beg you, kill me. Kill me. Why haven't you killed me yet? You promised me. You were going to kill me. I confess. Kill me. Zhao Cheng has gone mad. He had long since gone insane from fear that was beyond the norm. The phone lay on the ground, and the person looked up at the sky, continuing to record. A merciless voice rang out. This doesn't seem to be the end of the story yet. Let's call the police. The story needs to come to a close. Zhao Cheng trembled, hope ignited in his eyes, tears streamed down his face, and he smiled. After I call the police, you will kill me, won't you? I'll call the police right now. I'll call the police right now. Zhao Cheng picked up his phone and dialed the number he least wanted to dial in his life, at the fastest speed he had ever done. I am Zhao Cheng, the Zhao Cheng who raped and murdered a female college student 6 months ago. I am in Taisha village on the outskirts of Liangcheng. I confess, I surrender, I beg you to kill me. Kill me. Whoosh. The call wasn't disconnected, it was still ongoing, and the operator on the other end kept asking for the address. If those game dungeons had this level of realism, they'd definitely be a huge hit. Tang Gao sighed inwardly, silently put down his phone, stepped back a distance, and selected to submit and save the best score. Tang Gao's consciousness returned to his body. He rubbed his eyes and realized that only 12 minutes had passed. Mission completed perfectly, received triple reward. Unlimited evolution. Each time you unlock an evolution bar, you'll receive an evolution reward upon completion. The violent messenger of justice. The wider your reputation spreads, the higher your justice value, and the stronger the bonuses you receive. Random buff skills are transformed into combination skills. Fusion, exclusive. You can fuse with any shadow figure, perfectly combining their power. Tang Gao looked at the reward in front of him and laughed. Tisk. This is definitely going to be a huge success. Even if I can't become a first-level cultivator within a month, these 3 skills alone will guarantee me a good job in the future. A new window popped up. Mission completed. Reward, 1 year of cultivation points. The Shadow Man, influenced by you, has become enamored with this feeling of violence and justice and wishes to apply to become a violent justice messenger. Do you agree? Tang Gao's eyes widened as he felt a surge of warm energy flowing through his body, the energy from a year of arduous cultivation filling his system. There's this benefit too. Holy crap! From today onwards, I am a Samsung good citizen. Punishing evil and upholding justice starts with me. Although the 3-star mission is grueling, if I can endure the tedium and do it a few more times, I can become a first-level cultivator, let alone a month. Tang Gao looked at the second option, considered it for a moment, and decisively agreed. With the fusion skill, I can fuse with the power of the Shadow Man at any time. The stronger the Shadow Man is, the stronger I become. Besides, I can also get cultivation rewards. The stronger I am, the stronger the Shadow Man will be. This is a two-way positive cycle. I absolutely agree. As the Shadow Man becomes stronger, it will be easier to carry out missions, and the speed at which he becomes stronger will be faster and faster. Moreover, and most importantly, it is possible to merge with shadow people to disguise the attributes of a violent righteous messenger, thereby concealing the shadow element. Perfect plan. The Shadow Man has fused with the class card Violent Justice Messenger and is currently transforming into Violent Justice Messenger, Shadow-type lifeform. Tang Gao's eyes widened. Holy crap! Isn't this equivalent to turning a shadow figure into a cultivator? This professional card is really strong. Tang Gao hurriedly summoned the tyrannical righteous messenger, Shadow Life. A blood-red berserker, clad in a menacing black full-body armor, wielding a sword and shield, and exuding an aura of righteous ruthlessness, emerged step by step from the shadows in the center of the bedroom and knelt reverently before Tang Gao. Tang Gao opened his mouth wide in shock at the extent of the Shadow Man's transformation. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the Violent Justice Envoy. He was already a battle chi type, and he was using the Chi of Justice, which was a superior attribute among the Chi types. It's incredibly powerful and violent. If it were released, it could take on 10 people at once. Tang Gao was overjoyed to have such a great general, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He hurriedly opened the task system. I must arrange a 3-star task for him. When the task list pops up, I find that the Samsung taskbar is empty, with only a countdown of 23 hours, 54 minutes, and 47 seconds. Tang Gao's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected there to be a cooldown period, so he had no choice but to scroll down to look at the 4-star missions. 4-star mission, defeat the Tier 2 Hidden Fox. The Hidden Fox, a mid to high-ranking member of the Fox clan, possesses extremely strong stealth abilities. They are undetectable unless 1 or 2 ranks higher. Even if detected, they are not necessarily the ones one can catch. Even if you catch them, you might not be able to defeat them. The difficulty level is ridiculously high. Goodbye, sorry to bother you, please find another one. Tang Gao glanced at the 5-star mission. 5-star mission, challenge the local guardian team and escape alive. Tang Gao decisively blocked all missions with 3 stars or higher, which is something no human could do, even with an unlimited number of attempts. Killing a mid-stage first-tier Chi explosion cultivator has tormented me for so long. 1-star dungeon, beat up ordinary criminals. 2-star dungeon, defeat the evil monsters and follow the instructions to deal with the contamination. After completing a 3-star mission, looking at 1-star and 2-star missions feels like they're neither worth keeping nor worth discarding. But they're all meat, so we can't just let them go. The tyrannical righteous messenger's strength has been greatly enhanced, making it very easy to deal with 1-star and 2-star enemies. Tang Gao didn't even bother with consciousness projection. he simply observed and enhanced the experience, which drastically reduced the difficulty. This allowed the violent, righteous messenger to act automatically, and getting a perfect rating was only a matter of time. Forget it, one shouldn't be so greedy. Get some rest, you have class tomorrow. That's nothing. A phone call confessing shattered the peace of Liangchang. The Liangchang Guardians mobilized immediately, launching a lightning-fast attack. Driving tanks enhanced by cultivators, they arrived at Taisha village in less than 20 minutes. The arrival of the Guardians shattered the peace and drew the attention of the entire village. After the Guardians disembarked, they quickly surrounded the farmhouse where the cell phone signal was weak. Mortal snipers set up their weapons, ambushed the cultivators who had joined forces, and smashed down the courtyard gate, shouting. The Guardians rushed in and saw the body lying on the ground, and a head that had rolled under the grape trellis. The bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of the Guardians present. Zhao Chang has been captured, but things have become complicated. General Liu, what's wrong? General Liu glanced at the wounds on the headless corpse, narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not speak to determine the nature of the matter. Zhao Chang's case is extremely serious. In the past 6 months, the official investigation team in Liangcheng has been under increasing pressure. They even sent high-level cultivators to help, but they still couldn't catch the slippery criminal. It's almost become a cold case. General Liu, a 6th-level cultivator and the person in charge of this case, happened to hear the phone report and came to Iron Sand Village. General Liu opened and played a video on his phone's home screen. That concludes the video. Being trapped in a high-level illusion and tortured to death hundreds of times is simply the cruelest punishment in the world. General Liu pondered for a moment, what were the family backgrounds of the deceased? An ordinary family, no special background, just ordinary people. General Liu, do you think these are people hired by the deceased's family? It's possible, and quite likely. It was so subtle that if I hadn't come here in person, I doubt anyone would have noticed this tiny fluctuation of shadow. General Liu's eyes were grave, because there are no illusionary fluctuations here. There were lingering traces of shadow, but no trace of illusion. Zhao Chang was not trapped in a high-level illusion. Just how lucky did Zhao Chang have to be to provoke such a powerful being and be killed by such a potent spell? Yes, ma'am. The force applied was too light, relying solely on pure skill and speed to compensate, which was far below the level of a first-tier cultivator. I initially thought it was an assassin killed by a first-tier shadow-type cultivator, but it turns out this guy isn't even a cultivator. Zhao Chang was indeed killed hundreds of times, because only by striking this spot would the damage be maximized. The assassin had an extremely thorough understanding of Zhao Chang's anatomy. General Liu adjusted his position slightly, stood in front of the kitchen threshold, estimated the angle, pursed his lips slightly, and sat down. He even deliberately lowered his body slightly to feel the angle, then spread his legs a little, with his left foot slightly in front and his right foot behind, and tilted his body slightly. His sitting posture perfectly mimicked Tang Gao's height and fighting style, without any discrepancy. The surrounding guardians held their breath and watched General Liu's every move intently. Sizzle! A snow-white blade of light swept across the headless corpse, striking precisely at the exact spot, without the slightest deviation, and even the angle was perfectly aligned. This clone's strength is below the level of a cultivator, it only possesses twice the physical attributes of a teenager. If Zhao Chang hadn't been killed hundreds of times, it would have been impossible to execute such a crude yet precise beheading. Such a mysterious spell. It actually trapped Zhao Chang in some kind of loop hundreds of times. As for whether what came was not the original body, that's very easy to determine. Because there was no trace of muscle bursting, it was more like an energy clone making a move. The power delivery was too steady. General Liu paused, then added with amusement, in fact, this little guy's innate magic is shadow magic, and he hasn't even embarked on the path of cultivation yet. The guardians were dumbfounded and looked at each other in disbelief. While admiring General Liu, I was also surprised by the information he provided about the suspect. General Liu, a high school student, is that even possible? General Lu chuckled and pointed at Zhao Cheng's wound. I can't believe it either, but based on his posture, the way he struck and the force he used, only a newly emerging shadow-type genius who has mastered innate magic, is 18 years old, and is 180 centimeters tall could do this. By working backward from all known clues, one can naturally deduce the assassin's height, strength, speed, skills, age, identity, psychology, and other factors. He was quite surprised by the evidence and basis presented there. The principle of dependent origination and emptiness applies. Only when the necessary conditions are met will a result appear. By observing the result, one can naturally deduce the cause. All of this was crystal clear to General Lu. He even knew that the assassin had come out from under the grape trellis, sat down in front of the kitchen door, and Zhao Chang, who was suffering terribly, was completely defeated. He knelt down and begged for mercy, picked up the phone thrown at him, recorded a video of his surrender, and was quickly beheaded after the police were called at lightning speed. Although he didn't know what the person looked like, General Lu was already very interested in him. The guardians present were completely dumbfounded. Boss, a high school student with no cultivation killed a mid-stage first-tier battle chi cultivator? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? General Lu looked at his subordinate with amusement. No, not mid-stage first-tier, but late-stage first-tier that has burned its life force and potential. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice that Zhao Chang was burning with life in his final moments. Indeed, this would have the strength of a late-stage Tier 1 cultivator. Innate spells are spells that some cultivators are born with and naturally awaken. They are extremely powerful, and their potential varies from person to person. But they all have one thing in common: they are all very cost-effective. Judging from appearance, this little guy has extremely strong magical talent. The lieutenant looked shocked. Are kids these days really this outrageous? Go investigate. It's hard for someone this outstanding to completely hide. But with such a large student population, it won't be easy to find them. Lieutenant, yes, sir. Anyone with a modicum of sense present could have sensed just how deep the waters ran beneath this act of revenge. There must be a powerful figure involved in this matter. Investigating this powerful being? Are you out of your mind, or am I? This kind of thing should be left to the higher-ups to deal with. What can we do? Just look into this little guy and that should be enough. We believe that great being will understand what we mean. The highest commander of the Liangcheng investigation team gave the order, and a series of commands were issued through the command system. The entire official system of Liangcheng began to operate rapidly, all in order to investigate this shadow-type genius who was not even a first-level cultivator. Not bad, not bad. I got 5 months' worth of cultivation rewards. If I keep at it for a few more days, it will be enough to become a first-level cultivator. Tang Gao was very happy, but his happiness was mixed with worry. But becoming a cultivator so quickly is too sudden, it doesn't make sense. In just 1 month, he became a first-level cultivator. If word got out, a peaceful life would be further and further away from him. This is difficult. Becoming a cultivator would definitely mean leaving behind a peaceful life. If I don't become a cultivator, am I really going to become a corporate slave? Isn't there a way to both become a cultivator and live a happy life? Tang Gao fell into deep thought. What am I doing all this for? Is it for the sake of grades? Is it for the sake of recognition? No. I'm doing this for the money. Making money doesn't always have to be done through official channels. Tang Gao's eyes lit up, and he felt he had found his direction in life. I can go into the black market. With improved cultivation and skills, why worry about not being able to make money? Tang Gao had a sudden realization and resolved to shine on this path. Let's set a small goal first: earn 100 million in the black market. A second-tier cultivator's certificate will allow my parents to live a comfortable life. With a third-tier cultivator's certificate, even this shabby little house can be considered a comfortable life. Besides, you can buy documents on the black market. I can easily buy a fake affiliation certificate on the black market and use it for now. Tang Gao thought about it more and more and felt that this would work. Although it was a little illegal and in a gray area, it was not a problem at all. I don't need to be a genius, I just want to make money. Once he broadened his perspective, Tang Gao suddenly felt that the whole world had become much wider. Having figured out the problem, I happily started doing my homework and memorizing. After finishing my work, I chatted briefly with my parents, washed up, and went to bed. Tang Gao woke up from his sweet dream with a happy feeling. After his mind cleared up, he felt that the whole world was much brighter. I got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and found the house empty. My father was a butcher, and my mother assisted him. The two of them went out early in the morning to collect pig offal. On the table, only the food in the lunchbox was warm, and there were 20 xia yuan left on the table. This was Tang Gao's lunch money. The 8th middle school is a school that mixes ordinary people and cultivators. Cultivation knowledge is often taught starting in high school, in an attempt to tap into the potential of gifted children. Ordinary students and cultivators are generally separated into different classes, and there are usually only 1 or 2 elite classes in a grade. Tang Gao, with his outstanding grades, entered the elite class and received subsidies and rewards, making his parents very proud and honored. But in the elite class, Tang Gao was just a bottom-of-the-barrel student who had to admit that there was a huge gap between mortals and cultivators. Cultivators have better physical fitness, faster thinking speed, and can achieve twice the results with half the effort in everything they do, easily surpassing ordinary people. Tang Gao slumped over the table, making the most of his time to rest. Each class from now on would last at least an hour, and sometimes even extend to an hour and 30 minutes, which was practically unbearable for an ordinary person. I did a ton of homework last night. I'm so fed up with these lousy teachers, all they do is assign homework. Brother Tang, can I borrow your homework to copy? Please. Tang Gao didn't even lift his eyelids, grunted twice, and pointed to the school bag beside his feet, indicating that he should take it himself. Lu Ren eagerly picked up Tang Gao's school bag, pulled out his homework, and started copying it with a big laugh, chatting as he did so. Brother Tang, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my grades would have plummeted to the point where I'd be in serious trouble. Lu Ren comes from a privileged family. Both his parents are genius cultivators who work in the official system, but they have a son who is unambitious, unmotivated, and only wants to lie down. They are very disappointed in their son, feeling that he has brought shame to the family, and therefore have extremely strict requirements for him. The only thing to be thankful for is that his parents were lucky. Their eldest son was ruined, but their second son, Louis, was very intelligent and hardworking, so the Lu family was not entirely without hope, and their family property was secured. Tang Gao didn't lift his eyelids, but grunted to indicate that he was listening. Hearing him grunt, Lu Ren became even more excited. These days, who would want a government job? Not only is it predictable, but it's also hard to make money. With my talent, I can find a position in a private company and make a fortune. Tang Gao nodded slightly in agreement. Public service jobs were indeed not very attractive to second or third generation cultivators. But if possible, it would be better to take the civil service exam myself. After spending some time on the black market, when the time is right, I'll go and get certified. Tang Gao opened his eyes instantly and looked at Lu Ren. Zhao Cheng from Taisha village? A true story? Holy crap! I downloaded a real-world copy. System, you didn't tell me this. Seeing that the cold-blooded Tang brother was actually interested in this kind of gossip, Lu Ren became even more excited and lowered his voice to say, yeah, this is today's local news headline. I'm only letting you know a few hours in advance, so don't tell anyone. Lu Ren rolled his eyes. I know what I'm doing. This is basically semi-public. Once the information is compiled, it will be made fully public to everyone. You can see the information by entering your ID number on the local official website. Tang Gao's lips twitched. He didn't want to continue the conversation. Of course, it's myself, who has killed Zhao Cheng hundreds of times. I really thank you for setting up the highest investigation team in Liancheng to investigate me, a third-rate shadow-type cultivator. Holy crap! I'm just a newbie, do you guys think I deserve this? Luckily, he had taken a screenshot of himself on his phone. He was incredibly clever. Damn, it's a real-world replica. Who would have thought? I need to be more careful when doing dungeons in the future. Fortunately, now that we have the violent justice messenger, even if we encounter an inspection, we can use the combination skill to switch to the violent justice messenger class and show the side of a battle chi cultivator. Needless to say, brutal justice is the superior attribute of the battle aura system, the aura of justice. Disguising oneself as a lower-level battle aura type using a higher-level attribute is a piece of cake, and there's absolutely no need to worry about being exposed. Going to school is boring, extremely boring, especially for elite classes. In order to catch up with the cultivator's achievements, Tang Gao had to put in more effort to ensure that he did not fall behind. Most of the ordinary students in this class are academically excellent and plan to develop into a support profession for cultivators in the future. This is considered a semi-public service job, a semi-permanent position, allowing them to benefit from the system. After a long and tiring day, Tang Gao and Lu Ren slumped over the table, their eyes glazed over. As the college entrance examination approaches, teachers become increasingly unreasonable, with an unwavering determination to squeeze every last drop of energy from students. I knew it was good as soon as I tasted it. Ugh, another day of envying other people's kids. Lu Ren took it back, showed it off a couple more times, smacked his lips, and handed it to Tang Gao. I don't know, my parents gave it to me, brother Tang, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go. Tang Gao was somewhat surprised, but nodded. Okay. After walking a few steps, Tang Gao suddenly remembered something else. Your mother is an investigator, and your father is a martial arts practitioner? Lu Ren gave him a strange look. Brother Tang, didn't you already know this? Tang Gao frowned slightly. When he came into close contact with a cultivator of a higher level than himself, there was a chance that his cultivation level would be detected. However, one needs to be more cautious when facing experts who hunt down and kill evil cultivators, especially those who are of a higher level than oneself. Tang Gao dared not take any risks, so he directly summoned back the violent righteous messenger to combine them, using the righteous aura attribute to cover the shadow attribute. Even if he was exposed, there would be no problem. The two took a bus and arrived at the Lu family's house. The Lu family lived in a villa area, in a luxurious 3-story villa covering an area of more than 200 square meters, with a swimming pool in the back, which demonstrated their noble status. Lu Ren threw his 2 school bags on the sofa and called for Tang Gao to spar. During their 3 years of high school, Tang Gao helped Lu Ren improve his humanities grades, and Lu Ren helped Tang Gao practice. The two complemented each other and made great progress together. Lu Ren hummed a little tune as he helped Tang Gao put on his high-end protective gear, and the two began sparring on the carpet in the living room. Bang! 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 Tang Gao nodded indifferently, then casually slapped Lu Ren's hand away, feeling more and more that Lu Ren's attack was full of flaws and was simply unbearable to watch. After fighting Zhao Chang, a heretical cultivator of the battle chi system, hundreds of times, fighting Lu Ren, a novice he knew well, was easier than breathing. After a moment of smugness, Lu Ren realized that Tang Gao had easily broken through every move he made. His smugness gradually faded, and his expression became serious. Lu Ren's lips twitched as he launched his attack with complete concentration, even resorting to his family's footwork to try and confuse Tang Gao into a strong offensive. Offensive tactics can be deceptive, and while footwork may vary, it always follows the same principle, locking down an opponent's attack range. Especially in the early stages. Tang Gao lightly poked Lu Ren's wrist with 2 fingers, breaking his attack. Lu Ren's wrist went numb, his attack completely shattered. He instinctively retreated hastily, looking at Tang Gao with surprise and doubt. Brother Tang, how come you're like a completely different person overnight? Have you been possessed? Today, Tang Gu is like someone undergoing abnormal development, experiencing a qualitative leap in understanding and progress. That's strange. We all practice martial arts together, so why are you so strong? Tang Gao began to remove his protective gear, clicking his tongue twice. Why do I feel like you've been slacking off? Is this the result of your recent efforts? Nothing, just a noob. Lu Ren looked completely bewildered, and couldn't help but scratch his face with his fingers. That's not right, I was clearly working very hard, I didn't slack off. I do enjoy life, but I did my best when I needed to. Tang Gao was surprised and looked up at the source of the sound. Mr. Lu chuckled. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? Don't be shy, come on, let's go to the restaurant for dinner. Feeling humiliated, Lu Ren couldn't help but retort, Dad, am I really that worthless? Father Lu looked at him with a smile, but there was a murderous glint in his eyes. You have the talent that your mother and I gave you, and the physical advantages of a cultivator, yet you are so much worse than Xiao Gao, who only practices martial arts, when it comes to mastering techniques. What kind of techniques have you been practicing? Lu Ren shrank back and obediently went to put away the protective gear, pretending not to hear his father's reprimand. Theoretically speaking, we should indeed have the advantage. Soon everything was ready, and we began to eat. Lu's father would occasionally pick up some food and put it in Tang Gao's bowl, laughing and saying, Thank you for your hard work, Gao. If it weren't for you, my son would have been kicked out long ago with his terrible grades. Lu Ren blushed and tapped his bowl with his chopsticks in protest, Dad, my cultivation results are very good. Lu's father turned his head, a forced smile on his face. I was just called over by the old homeroom teacher at 3 o'clock this afternoon. He wanted me to see what kind of garbage homework you handed in was. Lu Ren's homeroom teacher was also Lu's father's former homeroom teacher. This humiliation made Lu's father feel what it meant to lose all face, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Lu Ren's face stiffened, sensing something was wrong, but not knowing what the problem was, he continued to stubbornly insist, Impossible, all my homework answers are correct. Tang Ji's academic test score was the best in the class, how could there be a problem? Looking at his eldest son, if looks could kill, Lu's father would have wanted to tear him to pieces. So, this is your reason for making me lose all face in front of my old homeroom teacher and all the teachers in the office? Lu Ren sensed something was wrong, swallowed hard, and quickly shut his mouth, not daring to contradict his father, but he couldn't help but blurt out, Impossible, I didn't write it wrong. Lu Ren's face turned pale instantly, and his hands trembled slightly. He knew he was doomed. I shouldn't have been chatting with Tango while copying homework. Lu Ren looked to brother Tang for help. At this moment, the only hope that his father could let him go was through brother Tang. Brother! You can't just stand by and watch me die. I'm your half-brother. I talked to the old homeroom teacher today, and only then did I realize that my lazy son's deskmate was really loyal to his son, and had actually helped him improve his academic test scores by so much. Otherwise, my son will definitely get a beating tonight, with his belt ripped and his meat stir-fried. In the past, I just felt that this child's talent was a bit of a pity, otherwise he would definitely have the qualifications to become a strong person. Now it seems that even without talent for cultivation, this child's diligence and intelligence will definitely allow him to live a good life. Originally, I planned to help Xiao Gao out of respect for my son and arrange for him to get a job. Now it seems that my son is a bit too ambitious for such an outstanding talent. Thinking of this, Lu's father's smile softened, and he chatted happily with Tang Gao. Seeing that his father had shifted his attention, Lu Ren quickly shrank back and ate his food, not daring to utter a sound. Seeing her husband's anger subside, Lu's mother smiled and chatted with Tang Gao. The meal was enjoyed by both the host and guests. After the meal, Lu's mother started clearing the dishes. Lu Ren wanted to run away, but seeing his father's stern gaze, he shrank back and obediently sat down, knowing he was in trouble. Mr. Lu subconsciously took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but seeing Tang Gao present, he put it back. After considering his words carefully, he asked, After this college entrance examination, Xiao Gao, what are your plans? Tang Gao thought for a moment and shook his head, I only have a general idea, but I haven't made any specific plans yet. My parents are butchers, and they don't have as much education as I do, so they can't help me here. I have to figure everything out on my own. Tang Gao was very grateful to his parents for their kindness, but he was also aware of his family's shortcomings. Tang Gao's mouth gaped slightly, somewhat surprised that Uncle Lu had gone to such great lengths. She wants me to be Lu Ren's personal assistant. Tang Gao hurriedly waved his hand, No, how can that be? Whether I can even get into this kind of school is another matter. After graduation, there's not much chance of getting into Uncle Lu's system. Lu Ren's father was able to reach this position largely because the Lu family is a cultivation family. This kind of blessing is on the level of defying fate for ordinary people. Xiao Gao, you need to understand, not just anyone can use this authority. You absolutely deserve it, so your uncle should use this power. Tang Gao looked at Lu's father with some surprise. He hadn't expected Lu's father to have such a deep background and to be no ordinary person. It turned out that he hadn't known Lu's father well before. Not just anyone has the right to make such a recommendation. This places stringent requirements on the official's rank. It seems that Lu's father is even more powerful than I knew. Your auntie was attracted to his talent back then, which is why we dated and married. I received the rank of a 7th grade official right after graduation. I dare not guess what rank I am now. So, Lu's dad is a real pro at making mistakes. While there is an advantage in cultivation talent, the written test requirements for a 7th rank official are already extremely demanding. Mr. Lu beamed, feeling that he had redeemed himself from the embarrassment his son had caused him. You don't need to feel pressured. I'm not without my own motives either. I'm at ease knowing that you and Lu Ren are partners. Cultivators also need support personnel to act as logistics. Tang Gao's mastery of techniques, his outstanding academic performance, coupled with his diligence and talent, make him an extremely sought-after talent in the outside world. Not to mention, Tang Gao had done his son a great favor. This silly boy didn't know how heavy that favor was, and he, as the father, had to repay it. This isn't about dividing up resources, it's about leveraging luck. Partnering with Lu Ran is definitely a great thing. But I don't want to be an ordinary person who assists cultivators. I also want to see the world of cultivators, the longevity, elegance, and wealth they enjoy. Not to mention the hidden benefits of the Lu family's extensive network of connections. This is definitely 100,000 times better than letting an ordinary person try, hit a wall, and fumble around. Tang Gao shook his head. It's not about the salary, it's that I want to try it myself. After a moment's hesitation, Lu's father took out a cigarette case from his pocket, took out a cigarette and was about to light it, but then placed it on the table under Lu's mother's reproachful gaze. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy for a moment. Mr. Lu's expression turned slightly serious. Honey, take Xiao Ren to do his homework first. Xiao Gao and I will talk about something private. Lu Ren hurriedly stood up. Dad, Xiao Gao is my brother. Lu's mother held her son's hand and gently comforted him. Your father isn't a reckless person. There are some things that only they can know. Lu Ren looked at Tang Gao, his eyes asking for his best friend's opinion. Lu Ren looked at his father with pleading eyes. Tang Gao felt a warmth in his heart and returned a smile, knowing that his buddy was incredibly loyal. Lu's father ignored Tang Gao's pretense and simply took out a tranquility talisman made by a 2nd grade talisman cultivator. The teachers at the school haven't had much experience with murder, and you've concealed it very carefully, so it's normal that they can't tell. My wife is just a clerical investigator, so it's normal that she can't tell. The hostility emanating from you is far too obvious. You can see all that murderous intent in him. Will I be able to find money when I go out tomorrow? Will I be able to tell? Seeing that he didn't speak, Lu's father frowned, took a white stone out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Tang Gao was an ordinary person, but he was an outstanding one among ordinary people and an excellent martial arts practitioner. With his power, killing someone is simply a matter of choice. However, Tang Gao was of good character and had never shown any evil or wickedness in the past 3 years. He did the right thing and acted uprightly. Over the past 3 years, Lu's father has witnessed Tang Gao's behavior and knows that he is a good boy. However, murder is indeed a very serious problem. Father Lu frowned, took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled, and pointed to the white stone. This is the questioning stone. Place your hand on it and answer in turn whether your actions have harmed you, harmed ordinary people, harmed society, harmed the country, or harmed humanity. I will judge the results myself. Tang Gao's expression was calm as he placed his hand on it. I have never harmed anyone, nor have I harmed society, the nation, or the human race. What business is it of his that the shadow killed someone? Father Lu's brows relaxed, and he pushed the calming talisman over. The calming talisman can wash away the hostility on your body. If there is any trouble, just give me a call and I will take care of it for you. Tang Gao breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the calming talisman on the table. Thank you, uncle. Tang Gao was initially reluctant to accept the help, but after experiencing the benefits of having a powerful backer, he decided he was willing to accept it. The heart-cleansing talisman greatly reduces the likelihood that they will detect it on themselves. Tang Gao remembered this kindness and would repay it to Lu Rin in the future. Lu's father stubbed out his cigarette and put it in the ashtray, then casually asked, "Xiao Gao, have you awakened?" Tang Gao's hand paused slightly as he thought of Lu's father's terrifying perception. Lu's father looked at Tang Gao meaningfully. "If I had awakened a different attribute back then, I probably wouldn't have been able to discover your weakness, but I am a martial arts cultivator." Tang Gao chuckled, "What a coincidence, uncle. I also recently awakened the Battle Chi type, a lower-level attribute, Battle Chi." Lower-level attribute Battle Aura? I first felt this pricking sensation between my eyebrows 20 years ago when I met another cultivator of the same high-level Battle Chi system. This child has a secret. Lu's father doesn't mind paying a high price to build a good relationship. Tang Gao's lips twitched slightly. Sometimes, encountering a kind-hearted old fox like this can be quite troublesome. Mr. Lu paused for a moment, then added, "1 semester." Tang Gao was tempted. Getting a 30 yuan scholarship for free was too tempting. 2 semesters a year, equivalent to a scholarship of 600,000 yuan, while my parents only earn a little over 100,000 yuan a year. Over 4 years of university, that's equivalent to earning 2.4 million in scholarships, which is enough to easily make your family quite wealthy. This is something money can't buy. Tang Gao smiled genuinely and reached out to shake Lu's father's hand. "That's enough, that's more than enough. Uncle, you have a good eye for people. I didn't want to take this mundane path in the first place. But there was nothing he could do, he gave just too much. A 300,000 yuan scholarship per semester plus cultivation resources of the same level as the eldest son of a large family plus a rare and highly sought-after Xian-rank high-grade Battle Chi cultivation technique. This could save 2 entire generations of cultivators from struggling." Mr. Lu felt a pang of heartache and regret, his eyes slightly moist. "Why were you expressionless just now? Are you really that stubborn?" Even with a 300,000 yuan scholarship per semester plus cultivation resources at the same level as his own son, this kid wasn't tempted. "No, you're a special forces soldier who fought in World War II? So calm?" Lu's father's eyes welled up with tears. He held his son's hand, feeling the surge of desire beneath his skin. In the end, he didn't say anything to change his mind. "Take good care of my son." Tang Gao smiled gently and brightly. "Don't worry, he's my brother, I won't treat him badly. Starting tomorrow, apart from eating, drinking and sleeping, he'll have to spend all his time with me helping him with his academic test scores." Parents love their children and plan far ahead for them. Now that things have come to this, I have to go all out to help Lu Ren get back on his feet. Otherwise, it would be hard to keep this money without feeling guilty. "Okay, Uncle Lu, don't worry. He will definitely not lose a single point in his grades, I promise you." Father Lu nodded with a smile. "That's true." Uncle was being silly. "As long as you're not a shadow type, it's fine." Tang Gao felt a pang of unease. "How is this possible? I could never be a shadow type cultivator right now." That's good, that's good." Father Lu knew perfectly well what kind of future his son could achieve by simply going on to further his studies. With Tang Gao around, his silly son's academic scores could double, and he might be able to take over his position in the future. Mr. Lu laughed and picked up the phone to call his wife and eldest son, informing them that the matter was settled. After hanging up the phone, Lu's father asked with a smile, "Do you need any help from your uncle? Since you suddenly had this epiphany, it's not easy to upload the information." "I'll upload the information for you when I go to work tomorrow." Father Lu nodded with a smile. Okay, then let's write for 2.5 years. As for this kid's secret, let him be, it's not a big deal. Geniuses always have secrets. This job is a tough job that depends on the weather and the number of people. You can earn some money if you work hard, but you definitely won't make a lot of money. Buying a computer is a very expensive thing for parents, but after learning that Tang Gao needed a computer to look up information and make study folders, they gritted their teeth and bought it. What has been dragging down Tang Gao High School is actually the results of the martial arts test. From now on, my performance in the martial arts test will no longer be a drag. Tang Gao opened the panel, looked at the AFK rewards, and smiled. Not bad, very strong. With powerful cultivation and skillful combat techniques flooding his mind, Tang Gao felt himself becoming stronger. His cultivation level had increased to the level of 1 year and 7 months, and his understanding of combat had greatly improved. A blood-red battle blade floated in the system window, constantly emitting a crimson glow. Bloodthirsty slash blade, the wielder can continuously regenerate health while in combat. Tang Gao stroked his chin. Give this battle sword to the violent justice envoy, I don't need it. Strengthening the fighting power of the violent righteous messengers is simply strengthening one's own fighting power. Hey, is there any way to disguise myself as a shadow person? The system is activating the store feature for you and providing intelligent search solutions. Disguise skill detected. Would you like to exchange 1 year's cultivation points for it? So thoughtful, so incredibly thoughtful. The only question is, does this consumption of a year's cultivation level consume mine or the shadows? Tang Gao clicked redeem, and 2 options popped up. Consumes 1 year of cultivation points for the user / consumes 1 year of cultivation points for the tyrannical righteous messenger. Tang Gao didn't even blink before directly depleting the violent justice messenger. His monster killing and cultivation speed was far inferior to the violent justice messengers, so the speed at which he could recoup the cost of depleting it was much faster. Most importantly, since there are fusion skills, buying skills for the violent righteous messenger is the same as buying skills for me, right? Skills can be upgraded through use, practice, and consuming cultivation points. Users are advised to take note. Tang Gao opened his mouth slightly and stared wide-eyed. Hiss. This is absolutely awesome. When buying skills in the future, prioritizing buying them for your clones is the best strategy. Thinking of this, Tang Gao hurriedly took out the cultivation technique given to him by Lu's father from his school bag and summoned the violent righteous messenger. The violent righteous messenger emerged from the shadows cast by the door, accepting the high-grade Shin-level cultivation technique handed to him by Tang Gao with a puzzled expression. From today onwards, you will practice this technique. Whenever you have nothing else to do, practice this. Already synchronized with users. Tang Gao clenched his fist and stood up excitedly. Awesome. With this, I won't even need to use fusion skills to conceal my attributes anymore. One can completely conceal their true nature by using the aura of justice. Now, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to trace it back to me. With a rugged and fierce square face, a strong and tall body, and a suit of jet-black armor, anyone who saw him would tremble with fear. Tang Gao was even more satisfied. At that time, he only used the Shadow Man to commit crimes, but now the Shadow Man has become a violent righteous messenger and has also acquired the ability to disguise himself, which greatly reduces the possibility of exposing the Shadow Man and himself. Very good, very good. Let me see if there are any 3-star missions I can complete today. 1-star mission, punish a robber who stole an old lady's purse. 2-star mission, capture a lawless, third-rate alchemist. Samsung mission, a crazed criminal experimenter has escaped into the streets, ready to go on a killing spree. Kill him. Tang Gao's expression changed, and he hurriedly opened the 3-star mission. A mission of the same level as Zhao Chang's must be at least several lives at stake. A commercial street? Holy crap! Samsung mission, the mad criminal experimenter. Tang Gao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly clicked to start the task. The market near Liangcheng Commercial Street is where my parents work, and it attracts tens of thousands of people, making it one of the busiest urban environments. However, the defenses here are very weak. Because no one would have imagined that a threat could penetrate the layers of defenses outside and reach this place. We were compromised today. They were infiltrated by the illegal experiments of the Sani Group. Tang Gao quickly selected to start the mission, and a spectator panel appeared in front of him. The pedestrians around were terrified when they saw the violent messenger of justice appear, especially his violent aura. San Group, a massive pharmaceutical and alchemy conglomerate in Liangcheng, is most notable for its monopoly on numerous nutritional liquids and cultivator pills in the city, and also for its outstanding performance in the field of people's livelihood. The Clover Group's transport vehicle was moving slowly forward, with 8 armed cultivators walking impatiently alongside it. Upon entering the bustling area, these armed monks had to disembark and walk. One of the defining characteristics of Liangcheng City is traffic congestion. This is ridiculous. Couldn't they have used a transport plane for this stupid mission? Why do we have to walk? Come on, you've already swallowed the money, do you think you can spit it out now? Money is hard to earn, and life is tough. I even regret taking kickbacks and turning what should have been a transport plane into a transport vehicle. Hey! Look at that person, isn't there something wrong with him? The armed cultivators followed the gaze of the scout and saw a cultivator exuding a fierce aura, wearing armor and wielding a battle sword. Damn! That murderous aura is practically smeared on my face, be on guard. Are you crazy? What era are we living in? How can there be such a melee cultivator? Strange, why are we only discovering this odd fellow now? Bang! The armor of the transport vehicle was pierced by a thick, blood-red, muscular fist. A burly, blood-red, muscular man, who had been curled up, tore through the armor and jumped down with blood-red eyes full of murderous intent. Damn it! The sleeping potion has worn off. Cast a sleeping spell. Whoosh! In an instant, the muscular, blood-red man appeared before the mage who was about to cast a spell. His massive body cast a shadow that covered the mage's horrified face. The muscular, bloodshot man's eyes were filled with a murderous intent so intense they were bloodshot. He opened his gaping maw and slammed his fists down. Die! Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and Shio, who had grown from 1.8 meters tall, was reduced to a mere 1 meter tall yordle. The muscular, blood-red man swept his hand across the room, instantly cleaving 2 armed cultivators beside him in 2 before they could react. The muscular, blood-red man revealed a ferocious, maniacal grin. Kill them all. His mind was filled with nothing but killing, only endless carnage could extinguish the raging fire of rage within him. Everyone, die. Blood Rage Servant, late stage 1 body cultivator, a product of a twisted experiment, possessing only an endless killing intent and devoid of any humanity. What the heck? In just 3 seconds, 4 armed cultivators were beaten to death. What kind of terrifying, monstrous strength is this? Can I really defeat this monster? All of this happened too fast. The pedestrians around had just turned around after hearing the noise when they saw a spray of blood, several armed cultivators lying in pools of blood, and a 2-meter-tall, blood-red, muscular monster standing in the blood, grinning maliciously. Run! Monster! There's a monster! Call the police! Call the local police station! Pedestrians screamed and scattered in all directions. Some bumped into others in their panic, some scrambled to escape, some clung tightly to their loved ones as they fled, and some, pale with frantic screams, frantically grabbed their phones to call the police. In an instant, chaos erupted on the commercial street. The screams of the pedestrians provoked Blood Rage Servant, who angrily picked up half of the corpse and hurled it at the surrounding pedestrians. The severed corpse had a terrifying effect in the hands of the Blood Rage Servant. Several ordinary people were hit, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The injured ordinary people were sent flying and fell to the ground, coughing up blood and looking at the Blood Rage Servant with terrified eyes. This happened in the 5th second. Depend on. Tang Gao activated his righteous energy and rushed forward to intercept the Blood Rage Servant, his forehead covered in sweat. I never imagined that in the 5 seconds it took to project my consciousness onto the sword and activate my battle aura charge, so many people would be injured. Bang! Tang Gao flew back at an even faster speed, his feet landing on the floor as he retreated, crushing pieces of floor tiles and leaving behind dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Tang Gao's face was filled with shock, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and the bloodthirsty slash blade kept whirring, trying to alleviate the terrifying counterattack from the monstrous force. Depend on. What kind of monstrous power is this? Tang Gao killed Zhao Chang, but he did so by using his exceptional skills and incredible speed. Fighting this kind of monster is a completely different experience. Terrifying reaction speed, terrifying physical strength, and skin defense that leaves no mark even after a single strike. How can we win like this? Whoosh! A dark shadow swept in with a strong gust of wind. Boom! The world before my eyes turned into darkness. In the darkness and silence, a light blue system window popped up. A new challenge. Tang Gao stared blankly. Huh? What? Is that all? No, how are we supposed to fight this? Tang Gao, with a bitter face, flipped open his panel, looking for a chance to turn the tide. Why do I feel like I'm playing a Souls-like game? After flipping through 3 lines, Tang Gao found his hope for a comeback. Infinite evolution, exclusive skill. Each time an evolution bar is activated, an evolution reward will be granted upon completion. Tang Gao's lips twitched as he clicked on the skill he had originally planned to focus on during the holidays. This skill is not the kind that can be mastered in a short period of time. It takes a lot of time and effort to complete the evolution. Please select the target audience, user, violent justice advocate. Tang Gao gritted his teeth and chose to evolve into a violent righteous messenger. Tang Gao took a deep breath and carefully selected the attack penetration option. Attack penetration, evolution bar 0%. Upon completion of this evolution, you will receive a Tier 1, Level 1 attack penetration bonus. The conditions for completing the evolution are simple: keep fighting and deal piercing damage. The conditions for completing evolution are also quite complex. Evolving during battle will be much faster. Tang Gao thought of the dead pedestrians, and his fighting spirit ignited. His eyes gradually hardened. No matter how many times I reincarnate, I will save you. Whose sons or daughters, husbands or wives, fathers or mothers were those who died? No matter the cost, I will not let any innocent person get hurt. Call. The speed of consciousness projection increased, and he drew his sword and charged forward, activating battle aura to enhance himself along the way. However, when he saw the burly, square-faced ancient cultivator charging towards him, he immediately put aside his distracting thoughts, and couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. He quickly drew his gun with his right hand and fired rapidly. Bang bang bang! The lips of the man who had been smashed into a meter-tall yordle a minute earlier trembled as he looked at the transport vehicle with terrified eyes. Bang! Tang Gao stared silently at the familiar system message in front of him. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Young hero, please start over. From 7 paces away, the gun was both fast and accurate. Within 7 steps, the gun is faster and more accurate. 7 steps may seem like a lot, but when you calculate it, it's actually only about 4.5 meters. To achieve a perfect ending, one must confront this problem. Tang Gao's lips twitched. He hadn't expected that he would need to defeat these armed cultivators who accompanied him before he could kill Blood Rage Servant. However, from another perspective, I can use them as practice targets. My attacks will definitely be able to break through their defenses and increase the progress of my attacks. I don't need to be faster than a bullet, I just need to be a little faster than the muzzle of his gun. This is something that can be done, but it requires a lot of practice. I can do it. Keep going. He didn't turn around or ask his teammates. 3 or 4 bullets hit the opponent precisely between the eyebrows. This perfectly demonstrates that young people have such good sleep quality, their foreheads are beaming, and they can sleep soundly even on the street. Damn it! This is a nightmare. Go to hell. Having committed countless evil deeds in the first half of his life, is he finally getting his comeuppance today? But each time I am resurrected, I feel like I am facing a great terror. This is the great terror of being unable to control one's life or death, and being trapped in an endless cycle of reincarnation. The square-faced cultivator's dodging skills were becoming increasingly proficient. He was now able to dodge half of the shots before rushing in front of him and swinging his sword at him. He is really weak. But he, like himself, will be resurrected. What kind of monster are you, exactly? The square-faced cultivator's eyes were resolute as he coldly uttered, I will definitely return. You've killed me more than a dozen times already, and I know you'll reappear. Oh, I just wanted to hone my combat skills. Tang Gao opened the skill panel and saw that the evolution bar had already filled up without him noticing. Not enough, I'm not strong enough. This time, let's choose speed. Damn, I'm so tired. After resting for a while, Tang Gao got up, looked at the start button in front of him, took a deep breath, felt his condition improve slightly, and his eyes became firm. It only takes about 1.5 seconds to do this. Left. Tang Gao stepped to the left to dodge an ice spike, and at the same time swung his sword to behead an approaching warrior. To the right. Tang Gao took 2 steps forward to the right, slightly tilting his head to dodge a spear thrust, then swung his sword, cleaving the spear in two with a flash of light, blood splattering everywhere. Tang Gao stood in the pool of blood, his eyes calm, his mind now strong yet gentle, a confidence forged through countless trials emanating from within, the battle blade in his hand dripping with blood. Tang Gao ignored the screams of the pedestrians around him, calmly opened the skill panel, saw that the evolution bar had reached its maximum, and muttered, "It's full." With the experience of the first success, the second one was much more efficient, and the third evolution has already been completed. Tang Gao looked at the pedestrians around him. Pedestrians screamed and scattered in all directions. Some bumped into others in their panic, some scrambled to escape, some clung tightly to their loved ones as they fled, and some, pale with frantic screams, frantically grabbed their phones to call the police. Having gone through so many cycles, Tang Gao also discovered some of the dungeon's mechanics. In other words, if one is ruthless enough and keeps honing one's skills, one can eventually become an unparalleled powerhouse. But this is torture. Unless absolutely necessary, it is a form of torture that is entirely unnecessary. Tang Gao enjoys the progress, but he also knows that with his current mindset, he can't withstand this cycle for long. Tang Gao knew he was nearing his limit. After evolving, attack penetration, speed, and attack, it has already approached the limits of its own mind. If I keep going, I estimate I can only manage about 1,000 more times. We can't keep practicing like this for thousands of more times. My mental strength is still a bit weak. Tang Gao felt a little regretful. At the same time, after experiencing so many battles, Tang Gao was very confident, even knowing that he no longer needed to evolve his defense, and only needed to stack up his attack. Defense is for when you make a mistake. As long as I don't make any mistakes, that's fine. It's a very simple matter, you just need to avoid making a single mistake. After finishing this dungeon, I'll go home for dinner. Perhaps even hell is no better than this. Tang Gao swung his sword, flicking the blood off the blade onto the ground, scattering droplets of blood. They slowly made their way to the back of the transport vehicle. The car door opened, and rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps onto the bloodless servant inside. He tried countless times to break out of the car, but the whole world would reset, and he would always return to this place, trapped in the back compartment no matter how many times he tried. Tang Gao watched him huddle in the corner, then calmly swung his knife down. Put. Tang Gao tilted his head slightly, somewhat surprised, yet feeling it made sense. Ha! Killed him in one go? These cultivators are weak in defense, but they should have strengths in offense. Never mind, it's not important. I've killed them thousands of times already. There was absolutely no challenge involved. Forget it, I'll give it a perfect rating before I leave. Obsessive-compulsive disorder can't tolerate it. If I can play perfectly, I must play perfectly. Hello, Guardian? I'm calling the police. The Sanyi group has been conducting illegal human experiments and transported an out-of-control blood rage servant to Liangqing Commercial Street. It's alright, I've already killed them. What? You're asking how I know it's out of control? Oh, I know I killed them all. No, I need to go home for dinner. You guys handle it yourselves. The pedestrians around stared in disbelief at the scene before them. In their eyes, the square-faced cultivator suddenly went berserk and charged forward, killing 8 armed cultivators in the blink of an eye, and even stabbing one of the people inside the transport vehicle to death through its armor. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Screams echoed throughout the shopping street. Hearing the familiar screams and seeing everyone unharmed, Tang Gao smiled calmly and selected Submit Results. What a perfect and peaceful day. Task reward, 1 year of cultivation points, perfect rating. If it were yesterday, he would have shouted with joy. Today, he just takes it all for granted. Having invested so much time and effort, it would be strange not to receive this reward. After 2 years and 7 months of cultivation, I only need 5 more months to become a first-level cultivator. Tonight, let the Violent Justice Messenger do a few more 1-star and 2-star missions, and he can become a first-tier cultivator. My academic performance has always been excellent, and once I reach the first-level cultivator level, my strength will be rated as perfect in both aspects. Camouflage? Hide? Secret? My path doesn't need to be low-key. Of course, some degree of concealment is still necessary. There's no way around it. I've worked so hard, it would be a shame not to reap some rewards. Tang Gao stretched his limbs, ordered the Violent Righteous Messenger to complete the low-star mission, got up, picked up his clothes, and prepared to go to the scene to watch. Well, I'll just use the excuse of visiting my parents to avoid revealing my true identity. Tang Gao glanced down at his watch. It was still early, with 15 minutes left before the mission started. Whoosh! With lightning speed, he skillfully dodged all the bullets and decapitated the target. The blade flashed, sweeping across all directions and slaying all the armed cultivators nearby. Tang Gao swallowed a mouthful of noodles and garlic, slightly surprised. So, from other people's perspective, this is how things are. It happened really fast, less than 3 seconds. Before anyone could react, the matter was already settled. Tang Gao finished his noodles with garlic cloves amidst screams. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, he calmly ate the last bite, walked to the empty counter, scanned the code to pay, bought tissues, and wiped his mouth clean. Tang Gao walked out of the noodle shop, followed the sidewalk, and entered the market with the chaotic crowd, intending to visit his parents. Tang Gao arrived at his parents' cooked meat shop and saw his father holding his panicked mother, hiding behind the counter. Tang Gao knocked on the counter and laughed. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Tang's father hurriedly stood up and pulled his son inside. "Are you stupid? There's a mad monk killing people over there. Quick, come inside." Tang Gao was held tightly in his father's arms, who shielded him with his body. The mother trembled with fear, holding her son tightly as well, not daring to make a sound. Feeling the warmth of his parents' embrace, Tang Gao nestled obediently in their arms. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he smiled warmly and swallowed his words, changing his tone to, "Mom and Dad, it's all right, the guardians will be here soon. Shoo, don't speak." Tang Gao shifted into a more comfortable position, snuggling into his parents' arms, smiling mischievously yet warmly, and whispered, "Okay." Hearing the alarm, Mom and Dad, who had been tense, finally relaxed and breathed a long sigh of relief. Tang Gao felt that his tired body and mind had been given a long rest, which was 100,000 times more comfortable than receiving a year's worth of cultivation. All right, get up quickly. It's all right, we're safe now." Tang Gao was a little reluctant, but he still got up, grabbed his mother's hand, and pouted, "Dad, look, is everything all right?" Tang's father gave his son a sweet treat, though he was annoyed. "If you encounter danger, run. If you can't run, hide. How many times have I taught you this?" For us ordinary people, the only way to survive in the face of a crisis involving cultivators is to run or hide. Tang Gao covered his head and helplessly agreed, yes, that's right." Tang's father told his son and wife to hide behind the counter, and then, mustering his courage, peeked out. He saw a large group of renowned monks, the kind you only see on television, landing on the commercial street with dark faces. He clicked his tongue in astonishment. Goodness, what happened that has alarmed so many important people? Probably. You shouldn't stay here. Go home quickly. There are security nets in the community, it's safe. Tang Gao reluctantly obeyed his father's order. "Okay, I'll go home now." Tang Gao had no choice but to leave his shop. Turning around, he saw several high-level cultivators in military uniforms glaring angrily at the pool of blood on the ground, their energy surging with rage. "Tisk, Mitsuba Group, I've got my eye on you." All of this was started by the Mitsuba Group. The end of everything should be here at the Mitsuba Group. San Group is very strong, very large, and is even one of the pillar industries of Liangchang. But Tang Gao turned around and walked towards home, his eyes calm. "You dare to experiment on living people and threaten the safety of ordinary people, I will kill you all." The San Group is 1,000,000 times more heinous than Zhao Chang. This group deserves to die. General Liu stood beside the pool of blood, splitting the transport vehicle open with a single palm strike. He looked inside at the blood-soaked servant, whose face was already dead, his expression blank, and whose head had been pierced. General Lu's face was contorted with barely suppressed rage, and his eyes were filled with fierce malice. The high-level cultivators around him were equally furious, except for one high-level alchemist whose face was deathly pale. The monks went on a killing spree in the commercial street of the inner area, which was almost the worst thing to happen in Liangcheng in the past 20 years. General Lu glanced around and quickly sketched out the general battle scenario. His gaze swept towards the direction where the assassins had appeared, then back to the blood-rage servant, his anger growing ever stronger. San Yi Group. How dare you? They dared to use cultivators as live human experiments, and even more so, they dared to transport such dangerous things to the city's commercial district. The most audacious thing they did was to deceive their superiors and subordinates by using transport vehicles to carry such things. San Yi Group is really saving money like crazy. Not only did you kill your own people, but you also dared to endanger the safety of Liangcheng's defense network. Sir, I know nothing about this. I know nothing. Enraged, General Lu turned around and slapped the high-level alchemist hard across the face, slamming him into the floor and shattering half of his teeth and causing half of his face to cave in. The high-level alchemist hurriedly used his magic to control his injuries. He didn't even have time to take out any pills to treat them. He scrambled out of the pit, knelt on the ground, and begged for mercy in great fear. My lord, I didn't know. I would never dare to do such a thing. He is the president of the Liangcheng Pharmaceutical Association and has a very close relationship with the San Yi Group. Theoretically, he has the responsibility to approve and supervise all pharmaceutical projects. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Only a second-tier cultivator died, along with several first-tier cultivators. Few people died, but the issues that were uncovered were extremely serious. This matter will not be over until the San Yi Group is thoroughly investigated. San Yi Group, I'll let you know that this is Liangcheng, not your pill refining association's territory. Anyone who dares to corrupt us is asking for death. Having guarded Liangcheng for so many years, such a serious incident has occurred, utterly disgracing him as a high-level cultivator. General Lu's anger had subsided somewhat, but his imposing presence had grown even stronger. Seeing that everyone had arrived, his eyes turned slightly cold. Release the video. An assistant hurriedly stood up, turned on the projector, and played the surveillance footage from the area near the commercial street. No one dared to utter a sound, and could only obediently watch the video. The video was short, only a little over a minute long, but everyone watched it very carefully. In the blink of an eye, someone discovered that all the armed cultivators had fallen into pools of blood, the transport vehicle had been pierced, and the blood-wrath servants inside had died on the spot. The square-faced monk calmly called the operator in a thick Liangcheng accent, and his assistant thoughtfully combined the video and audio to make it easier for everyone to understand the situation. General Lu placed his hands on the table, his eyes stern. Lu Shaoshan, you are a high-level cultivator of the battle chi attribute, tell me your opinion. Lu Shaoshan frowned, stood up, his eyes were solemn, and he didn't even have time to bow before speaking directly. The situation is very serious. He is just a low-level battle chi cultivator, but his killing skills and combat awareness far exceed those of a second-level cultivator. His physical fitness is also extraordinary, and his control over battle chi is also unusual. I suspect that there is some element of disguise involved. The others, upon hearing Lu Shaoshan's analysis, exchanged glances. They both saw the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. With such strong destructive power, you're telling me it's from a third-rate cultivator? How did you even figure out about their physical abilities? General Lu's usually serious face relaxed slightly, and he nodded. Not bad, tell me your reasons. Lu Shaoshan walked to the projector and began to control the screen. He rewound the time to the beginning and pointed to the dantian of the square-faced cultivator. The speed of battle chi circulation is extremely fast. It is definitely not a lower-level attribute of the battle chi system. The amount of battle chi enhancement shown is relatively small. It is obviously not up to the first-rate level. It's highly unlikely that such a small amount was used here to conceal something. Judging from the coverage and overall performance, he has already exerted his full potential. Everyone listened to the analysis and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. Indeed, it has to be Lao Lu. The differences here are subtle, but they are indeed completely different." Moreover, the deceased's expression was the same as Zhao Chang's yesterday. They were all yearning for a quick death and release. Everyone gasped, realizing the complexity of the situation. What right do these ants have to be personally beaten down by a powerful figure using high-level magic? It wasn't just because of the deceased's behavior, but also the coincidence of the timing. Lu Shoshan took out his phone from his pocket, uploaded the data to the projector and displayed it. Swallowing hard, the square-faced cultivator has appeared before. He appeared twice yesterday after 7:30, and just now, he appeared once more. Those who were killed or beaten to the point of losing their ability to fight have all had similar experiences. General Lu stared at the time displayed on the screen, slightly speechless. When do the students get out of school? This time coincides with the time when students finish school an hour later, spend an hour reviewing their written or martial arts test preparations with their partners, and then go home. This time point is so significant. Moreover, if it happens once, it might be a coincidence, but if it happens twice, it might not be a coincidence at all. General Lu rubbed his temples. So, a powerful figure got involved in these matters, and he even kindly asked the square-faced cultivator to help catch the thief? General Lu nodded. Yes, if it weren't for the intervention of the powerful figure, that out-of-control blood-rage servant would have gone on a killing spree on the commercial street. The hall was silent. Everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a sound, finally understanding why General Lu was so furious. Such a terrible thing happened in the commercial street, and the authorities must give an explanation. General Lu frowned and waved his hand. Cover up the fact that he's a powerful figure, make an announcement, and give him a code name while you're at it. Lu Shashan's expression was strange. We don't need to go. He left a code name at the scene. General Lu asked with slight curiosity, "Oh? Tell me about it." These were the names he used to refer to the victims he protected after they reported the incident to the police. Is this really a title that our official announcements can include? General Lu's eyelids twitched, and he chose the only title that people could use. Let's use the title Brutally Righteous Messenger. Yes, ma'am. General Lu paused for a moment, then added, put the bonus and medals on as well. Even if they don't want them, we can't let our reputation be tarnished by our attitude. Okay, I'll arrange it. The morning sunlight streamed in through the classroom windows, falling on the dozing students. Tang Gao rested on his desk, feeling the sunshine was just right, warming his body and making him feel especially good to sleep in. Despite having an autoplay feature, Tang Gao, relying on his enhanced physical abilities and honed willpower, simply let his body sleep last night while his consciousness entered the world of the violent justice messenger to fight, complete missions, and cultivate. It turns out that sleep is not only for the body to rest, but also for the mind. This morning, Tang Gao felt mentally exhausted, so he had to give himself a break and let the violent justice messenger go offline. He is also a first-tier cultivator of the superior attribute of the battle chi system, the righteous chi. In the college entrance examination, even just achieving the initial stage of the first level of cultivation is considered an excellent result. Not to mention Tang Gao's achievements. While copying homework, Lu Ren whispered, Brother Tang, do you know about what happened last night? The incident on the commercial street? Tang Gao didn't lift his eyelids, and responded softly while lying on the table, yeah, I know. Moreover, the entire process is very clear. Lu Ren wrote furiously, clicking his tongue in amazement, my god, that square-faced cultivator is so strong. He killed 8 people and a monster in just 3 seconds. What kind of cultivation level does he have? Tang Gao found a comfortable position, I don't know. Subpar cultivation level. Your dad will be ruined by you sooner or later. Lu Ren pouted, happily copying the homework. As the old saying goes, if you enter your ID card on the official website, you can find the draft. This is already semi-public information. I even entered the draft for my dad last night. Besides, how could this kind of information possibly harm my dad? Brother Tang, you wouldn't sell my dad. Tang Gao closed his eyes, lay on the table, too lazy to pay attention to this filial son who had ruined his own father, well, you and I are in the same boat. But this message from you makes me realize I need to be very careful around your dad. The group leader walked over with a dark face, rolled up his sleeves, and glared at Lu Ren. In the group, Lu Ren was always the last to hand in his homework. Not only were they the last to submit their assignments, but even the assignments from Tang Gao, who had the best scores in the written test, were delayed until the very last minute. The group leader took the snacks, his expression softening slightly. Hurry up, 5 minutes is all it takes. We need to prepare for the martial arts test after the first class taught by the homeroom teacher today. Hurry up and write yours, you're such a procrastinator. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, can't you pay a little attention? Lu Ren didn't have time to chat anymore. He focused on copying it down, then carefully checked it and found that the name was Tang Gao. He hurriedly picked up some tape to remove it and changed it to his own name, writing the 2 big characters Lu Ren very seriously. Only then did Lu Ren feel at ease handing it over to the team leader. The group leaders simply stacked the assignments together and carried them to the office to hand them in. Lu Ren breathed a sigh of relief, and his interest was piqued. He pulled Tang Gao aside to chat. Brother Tang, what do you think of the martial arts test? Watch while sitting. Lu Ren looked at him speechlessly, glanced around, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. Brother Tang, I only found out last night how well you've been hiding this. Are you planning to make a name for yourself? Tang Gao didn't lift his eyelids, lying lazily. I'm planning on that. Don't bother me, I want to sleep. Okay, you go to sleep. Lu Ren obediently moved back and started playing with a ballpoint pen to pass the time. A moment later, the homeroom teacher walked in with a dark face, carrying homework and a pointer, exuding a murderous aura. The noise in the classroom vanished instantly, and everyone quickly pretended to be studying diligently. That's strange, why is she being so mean to me? I didn't do anything wrong. The class bell rang, and the class monitor called for everyone to stand up. Tang Gao slept soundly without getting up. This was his privilege. As the student with the best academic performance in the class, the homeroom teacher allowed him to sleep and rest as long as his grades didn't drop. Everyone sat down. The homeroom teacher glared at Lu Ren with murderous intent and roared, Lu Ren, stand up. Smack! The pointer struck the podium, waking Tang Gao. The homeroom teacher's face turned furious. You're standing for the rest of the day, and you're not allowed to sit down. Lu Ren felt confused and asked hurriedly, why, teacher? I didn't do anything wrong. My dad scolded me severely yesterday. Look at your homework. Come and see for yourself. Unconvinced, Lu Ren walked to the side of the podium, stuck his head out, and upon seeing what was happening, cold sweat instantly poured down his face. There are 2 assignments on the podium. One assignment has Lu Ren written in the name box, and the other assignment also has Lu Ren written in the name box. Well, even after it was glued off, the handwriting was still bright and the 2 large characters, written very carefully, were Lu Ren. Oh no, I took it too seriously and even changed Tang Ji's name. Get down and stand there to listen. Lu Ren had only taken 2 steps when his homeroom teacher glared at him with murderous intent. Where are you going? Hand out the homework while you're at it. Despite the murderous glare, Lu Ren steeled himself and picked up the assignments to start distributing them. When he got to Tangu, he glanced at the name box one more time before handing him the correct assignment. Tang Gao didn't know why Lu Ren was being scolded. He took the homework and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The students sitting in front and behind them had been curious for a while. When they came over to take a look, they all burst out laughing and sat back down, satisfied. Soon, news of Lu Rengen's actions spread throughout the class, and bursts of laughter erupted. Tang Gao glanced at the homeroom teacher's comments, found no problems, put them down with satisfaction, and continued to sleep. Tang Gao drifted off to sleep, feeling like he hadn't slept like this in a long time, sleeping without a care in the world. It's like having walked half your life standing up, and then learning to lie down and sleep for the first time. All the pressure is released. Tang Gao opened his eyes, feeling that most of his energy had been restored. He had to admit that his recovery speed had increased significantly after becoming a cultivator. Lu Ren knew best how hard-working Tangu was, which was why he willingly called him Tangu. Because the college entrance examination was approaching, the weekly martial arts test was changed by the homeroom teacher to twice a week. If it weren't for everyone's lack of energy, the homeroom teacher would love to put everyone to the test every day to check their actual progress. Classes are usually divided into groups, and within each group, there are one-on-one partners. Tang Gao's partner was Lu Ren, and he had been with him for the past 3 years. Tang Gao put on his protective gear and stood in front of Lu Ren, ready to spar. Looking at Lu Ren, who was also wearing protective gear, he suddenly thought of something. Have I been a burden to you in these 3 years? Everyone else's partner is someone with the talent of a cultivator, but he himself does not have the talent of a cultivator. During sparring, Lu Ren has never used battle chi, only techniques, for fear of hurting himself if he used battle chi. Lu Ren was surprised. That's true, after all, Brother Tang, you don't have battle chi, so you can't spar with me completely. But that's not a problem. You know I have a younger brother. I can just practice with him when I get home. Besides, Brother Tang, your understanding of techniques is very strong. In the past 3 years, I've never beaten you in terms of technique. In the past, Lu Ren also lost, but mostly because he didn't understand the game well enough. The two sides often needed a long time to decide the winner, which meant they were at the same level. Lately, for some reason, Tang Ge's understanding of moves has been changing dramatically every day. Lu Ren hesitated for a moment, not rushing to make a move. Brother Tang, you've only just mastered battle chi, I'll use less? I'm a 9th level battle chi master, haha. Tang Gao's eyes were calm, and his tone was firm. Use everything you have. Lu Ren scratched his head, intending to do as instructed, but before hitting him, he waved to the homeroom teacher. 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 Lu Ren looked completely innocent. Brother Tang plans to have me practice at full strength, so I'd like to ask you to watch over me. The homeroom teacher was somewhat surprised and looked at Tang Gao. Why are you letting him go all out? Are you worried that it will affect his martial arts test score? The college entrance examination focuses on the recruitment skills, and cultivation level accounts for a small percentage. Lu Ren felt a pang of irritation. What the hell? He just coldly asked me what was wrong, but now that it's related to Brother Tang, he's all concerned? That despicable, hypocritical homeroom teacher. Tang Gao shook his head. No, it's just that I seem to have awakened a talent recently, and I want to test its effects. The homeroom teacher gaped. What? You've awakened a talent? Everyone awakens their talent at different times. It's not uncommon for someone to awaken their cultivation talent in their senior year of high school, but it can still be quite unexpected and surprising. Ha! Who has awakened a talent? It's definitely Brother Tang. It can't be Lu the talkative one who went through a second growth spurt, right? The homeroom teacher realized he had lost his composure, but he couldn't care less about that at the moment. He quickly reassured the teacher, even if you have awakened your talent, there's no need to rush. Lu Ren has the 9th level of battle chi. An ordinary martial artist would be seriously injured and on the verge of death if he took a single blow from him. That's a rather modest way of putting it. If an ordinary martial artist were to take a single blow from Lu Ren, they would basically be on their way to meet their great-grandmother across the river of oblivion. Tang Gao's eyes were calm. Go all out. You have protective gear, nothing serious will happen. Lu Ren chuckled. That's why I'm bothering you, teacher. With you here, I can act with peace of mind. The homeroom teacher glared at her, annoyed. You really don't know how to think things through. He doesn't know the power of the 9th level battle chi, and neither do you? The other students in the class overheard the conversation, guessed what had happened, and curiously gathered around, discussing it amongst themselves. No, let Lu Ren go all out? Lu Ren's martial arts test results have always been excellent. Brother Tang was too careless this time. Lu Ren's cultivation technique is a high-grade Shen level technique, and its attribute is Wind Sword Battle Chi, which has amazing destructive power. With his full strength, he can easily break through even stone. Unless Brother Tang can dodge all of Lu Ren's attacks and break through his moves, he can't win. Brother Tang, don't be impulsive. We can take it one step at a time. Tang Gao shook his head, sticking to his own opinion. Lu Ren chuckled, indicating that he would obey and completely trust Tang Gao. The homeroom teacher smacked Lu Ren on the head twice with a stick. Start with 3 points of battle chi, don't exceed 3 points, or I'll punish you by making you run 20 laps. Lu Ren was ready. He excitedly clenched his fist, didn't even take out his weapon, and shouted, "Brother Tang, take this Lushan Rising Dragon Strike." His fist was covered in battle aura, and he shouted the name randomly to make it more imposing. Tang Gao watched the fist approaching him, his expression calm, without flinching. Everyone watched with curiosity. Tang Gao had always had a strong understanding of the moves, but unfortunately he lacked talent, which is why his overall performance was only in the middle range. With 3 points of battle aura, Lu Ren's strength is already equivalent to the middle level of the class's martial arts test. Many people might not be able to beat Lu Ren, even though his martial arts test scores have always been excellent. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and caught Lu Ren, who was about to fall flat on his face. All of this was completed in less than a second. From the outside, it seemed that Tang Gao had long been prepared to catch Lu Ren with both hands, as if Lu Ren had deliberately fallen into his arms. Lu Ren was caught by Tang Gao with a blank expression. He almost knelt on the ground, his battle aura interrupted, and he was awkward for several seconds. The feeling was very strange and terrifying. It felt like my breath had been violently cut off, and I almost couldn't catch my breath. Lu Ren's face was bitter, as if he had a bitter pill to swallow and no idea how he had lost. "Ha! Did anyone see clearly how Brother Tang made his move just now? This student's move was impressive. There was no waste at all, and he didn't even use his battle aura. He achieved the effect of breaking the move by using only the ultimate technique. Use whatever method works best for killing, why bother with a name?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Ren's face showed even more frustration. "You didn't even use your battle aura." He had been keeping a close eye on Tang Gao and knew very well that Tang Gao hadn't even used his battle aura just now. As long as Tang Gao used even a little bit of battle aura, Lu Ren wouldn't feel particularly frustrated. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher was shocked. "You didn't use your battle aura just now? You didn't use your battle aura just now." The surrounding students were shocked. Holy crap! Did Brother Tang use battle chi when he broke through the opponent's attack? No, to be honest, I didn't even see how Brother Tang made his move. Strange, even they didn't realize in time whether or not battle chi was used. Is it that this little guy didn't use any battle chi at all, or is he circulating his battle chi too fast? I don't think so. To be honest, I didn't see it clearly either. This student's attack speed was extremely fast. I didn't even see the attack clearly, let alone the battle aura. I have a keen sense of perception, and I didn't sense the use of battle aura. Everyone turned their questioning gazes to Tang Gao, hoping to learn the truth from him. In reality, Lu Ren's offensive was too weak. Tang Gao subconsciously judged that he didn't even need to use his battle chi. He could break Lu Ren's move with a wave of his hand, so why waste his battle chi? This is the instinct of a perfect speedrunner. There's no need to waste a single bit of battle energy. Everyone couldn't help but gasp as they ate the cold noodles. I forgot to use it. What a sincere and simple answer. That really hurts. I'm happy for Tang Ji's rise to power, but at the same time, I'm also feeling quite devastated. Losing is normal. Losing so quickly and so inexplicably is truly a first for me. The homeroom teacher, seeing an opportunity, didn't bother to comfort Lu Ren and waved him away. "Come on, Xiao Gao, let's have a go." Lu Ren was clearly no match for him. Even when he fought with all his might, he only served to highlight Tang Gao's strength. Having been a teacher for so many years, Tian Chang has a wealth of experience and has even personally taught students who have become successful. He knows that Tang Gao's excellence has transcended the scope of students. Given Tang Gao's harmless appearance and the terrifying speed of his attack just now, even an old hand like myself would risk being killed if I wasn't careful. Not to mention those greenhorns who haven't even stepped into society yet. When Lu Ren saw his homeroom teacher come to take over, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling that being crushed wasn't such an unacceptable thing. Tang Gao was so strong that even teacher Tian had to step in. It's perfectly normal that he ended up losing. Tang Gao was speechless for a moment. "Teacher Tian, I got a perfect score in the martial arts test, so I don't need to spar with you." No matter what, Teacher Tian is a third-level cultivator. He has been teaching for many years and has a very solid foundation. He even has one or two special skills. Teacher Tian rolled up his sleeves, revealing a slightly plump figure and a mischievous smile on his face, just playing around. If you win, I'll add 10 points to your grade. Lu Run hurriedly retreated into the crowd, held his breath, and stared wide-eyed at Brother Tang's performance. The unusual situation also attracted the attention of students and teachers from other classes. Hearing that someone had broken the attack of an elite martial arts test student without using battle chi, they all gathered around. Strange, has our number 8 middle school produced another freak this year? Ah, holy crap, Teacher Tian actually went up there himself. People from Xia have a natural inclination to enjoy a good show. In order to watch the excitement and gossip, the martial arts tests of other classes were suspended, and they formed several layers of people to watch the show. Some even found stools and stood up to watch. I just want to know just how powerful this genius is who can break through attacks without using battle chi. When Teacher Tian first saw him, he couldn't help but sneer. After all, he was still just a young man, riding high on his success and becoming arrogant. Tang Gao's starting stance was quite formidable. Teacher Tian frowned, assumed a fighting stance, and became serious. He began to mentally rehearse Tang Gao's counterattack methods, imagining himself as Tang Gao and what advantages and disadvantages he would have if he did it this way. Tang Ji's counterattacks appeared one after another in front of Teacher Tian's eyes, and she deduced all the possible paths she could foresee. We didn't win. Teacher Tian looked slightly surprised, realizing that he couldn't win within 3 moves. Tang Gao's stance was indeed the best balanced posture for both exerting force and defending. Some students whispered to the teacher in the crowd. Before hearing this commotion, I thought it was a bit absurd and outrageous that someone wouldn't use battle chi to break through an excellent student's move. An insult to one's hard-earned combat experience. The teacher's solemnity and extreme focus made the students hold their breath. Although they didn't know exactly what was happening, seeing how focused the teachers were, they knew that what was about to happen would be very exciting. Whether this student wins or loses, it will be very exciting. Teacher Tian felt the pressure of the recruitment process. She gritted her teeth slightly, cleared her mind of all distractions, and wondered why she felt pressured. Even if a cultivator knows that great terror lies ahead, they should still forge ahead bravely. No matter how good this kid's stance is, real combat is the only true measure of success. Tang Gao's eyes lit up, the other party hesitated. Flaw. Thump. Dust billowed up as a figure darted out like an arrow, a blur of motion shooting towards Teacher Tian's face. Ha! Teacher Tian shouted, activating all his battle aura, and slammed his fist into Tang Gao's chest, trying to force him back with a killing move. But halfway through the move, he suddenly realized that the other person was his student. Tang Gao's pupils contracted sharply as he felt an intense pressure on his life force. The difference in life level between a first-level cultivator and a third-level cultivator made Teacher Tian in front of him seem like a tiger that had suddenly awakened and was pouncing on him. They're trying to kill me. Call. The 2 men in the fighting center were both sweating profusely as they stared at each other. Teacher Tian did not answer, but looked at where Tang Gao had just stood, where a shallow footprint was left on the ground. The teachers present weren't fools either. When they saw the footprints on the ground, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. This is not the awakening of a genius. This is the awakening of a killing god. Tang Gao quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. How could it be that the teacher lost? I was the one who cheated. Teacher Tian's face was grave. I lost, but I'll give you 10 extra points. The rest of you continue with the martial arts test. Xiao Gao, come with me. With a stern face and an aura of authority, Teacher Tian led Tang Gao to the rest area. The students were left completely bewildered. It happened so quickly, in the blink of an eye, that the fight was over. I don't understand at all. How did they win or lose? Shouldn't this be a tie? Teacher Tian is very strong. She's been a gold medal teacher for several consecutive years. Forget about winning or losing for now. I just want to know how they won and how they lost, damn it. Weren't they tied just now? looking at the footprints on the ground. Lu, the head teacher of Elite Class 2, had a complicated expression. Teacher Tian fell for Tang Gao's first feint, so she lost. Teacher Tian blinked, and that's where she lost. He underestimated Tang Gao, was careless, and missed the opportunity. It seems like the two are evenly matched, but if they continue fighting, it will be Teacher Tian who dies. The heavy footprint at the front proves that Teacher Tian was actually 1 inch slower than Tang Gao. If this were a life or death battle, Teacher Tian could be contacting the crematorium by now. These aren't students, they're killing machines. If I hadn't been alert, if I hadn't controlled the force of that palm strike, if I had been just a little too late. I have accidentally killed a promising young talent today. Tang Gao scratched his head. Teacher, you see, actually you almost died at my hands. Now that I think about it, Tang Gao defeated Lu Ren not with any particular technique, but with a half-finished killing technique. If Lu Ren had used his full move, his defenses would have been wide open. If he had moved upwards with more force, his dantian would have shattered and his internal organs would have been destroyed. I've also figured out why I felt pressured when sparring. This kid is using the techniques of killing to fight me. That's absolutely outrageous. After a closer examination, Teacher Tian found that Tang Gao's aura was pure and had not changed significantly, so her attitude softened considerably. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen at home? How could you kill someone?" Tang Gao couldn't help but grin. "Anyone could tell I killed someone, I didn't. Uncle Lu could tell, so how come you could tell too?" Teacher Tian snapped, "You think you can learn this trick without killing a few people? What? Are you Chow Chow, killing people in your dreams and mastering the art of killing? Tell me honestly, what exactly happened?" Tang Gao had no choice but to lie. "Okay, I killed a serious criminal a while ago and learned these things from him." Teacher Tian looked at him suspiciously and took out her phone from her pocket. "Is there anyone to testify for you? If not, I'll call the police. You are truly a good citizen of Liangchang. Thumbs up. Tonight, let the violent messengers of justice tear down your windows with rubber bands and slingshots." Teacher Tian frowned and dialed Lu Shoshan's number. The call was answered quickly. "Hey, Shoshan, I have a question for you." "What?" "It's not about your son, it's about this Xiao Gao, Tang Gao. Do you know about his murder?" "I know, have you found out the truth?" "Not yet? But you've already passed the interrogation?" "Okay, sure, no problem, you go ahead and do your work." Tang Gao pouted, slightly annoyed. He was clearly a good citizen, yet he was being suspected. "I can understand the homeroom teacher's actions, but I do feel emotionally upset." Teacher Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, you've really prepared a big show for me." Tang Gao is truly a good student, he quietly prepared such a big surprise for me. Tang Gao shrugged. "Teacher, can I go back?" Half a move is enough to break through the opponent's moves and momentum. It is the perfect limit of martial arts combat. One move can transform a fight into a killing. Once it's over, it's guaranteed to kill. Tang Gao nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking." He's too strong, half a move would have been enough to get a perfect score. There's no need to be so dazzling that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Teacher Tian patted Tang Gao on the shoulder and laughed. "You're still a student, not a criminal investigator. I don't want you to accidentally kill someone during the exam." Tang Gao, feeling ashamed, nodded. "Indeed." Tang Gao was taken aback, not expecting to reveal a flaw here. "Okay, I've learned something new. People enjoy being around an excellent student, but no one wants to be around a murderer." In terms of strength, Tang Gao is very strong. But when it comes to judging character in people, the young man is still a bit green. "Alright, go have fun. In the future, it's better not to use your full strength unless absolutely necessary." Teacher Tian waved his hand, indicating that the little guy could go play now. Tang Gao was stunned. A third of the teachers have killed someone? To be honest, this ratio is still a bit shocking. Teacher Tian chuckled. "What, you think the teacher's boasts about having been on the battlefield and killed people are fake? Little guy, you're still a bit green in terms of experience. Tang Gao chuckled, took 2 steps back, and made a face. Then you lost too. Bye-bye, teacher. Looking up, the mischievous boy had already run almost 10 meters away, so Teacher Tian had no choice but to give up. I'm getting old after all. Even though I have more experience than when I was young, my speed of making moves has slowed down. Even the slightest hesitation means losing the initiative. Teacher Tian watched Tang Gao walk away, chatting happily with Lu Ren, a smile playing on her lips. The future of this world will ultimately be handed over to the young people. Tang Gao was taken aback, relieved. He turned around and saw the old rascal sitting like an old monk, waving his hand with a smile, indicating that they should continue with the small martial arts test. Ew. Shoo. Brother Tang, you're just bragging. The teachers who had been listening intently were even more speechless upon hearing Tang Gao's words, and they also felt that this little guy was abnormal. Given Lao Tian's personality, he probably only felt that this kid would only need to use half a move to get full marks in the future, which is why he gave this advice. So strong that you need to force your child to only use half a move? Some people get a perfect score simply because their ability only matches that score. After the excitement subsided, the martial arts test continued, but afterwards, everyone still excitedly chatted about the strange thing that had happened that day. I tied with the head teacher of the elite class. Tang Gao's understanding of the moves was simply divine. Everyone was happily participating in the martial arts test, except for one person who couldn't smile at that moment. Lu Ren's face was deathly pale, his legs trembled, and he almost ran away first. No, Brother Tang, we still need to continue practicing. After being knocked down by Tang Gao several times in a row, he couldn't laugh at all now. If it weren't for the high-grade Shin-level cultivation technique given to me by Uncle Lu, I estimate that I would have had to put in several times the effort to complete the Blood Wrath Servant quest. As human beings, we must learn to be grateful. Heh, we couldn't catch your martial arts test before, but now we have a way. We'll catch you with both hands, and we'll make sure both are strong. Attack us, quick! Lu Ren had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack, only to be kicked away by Tang Gao. Tang Gao clicked his tongue twice. Your footwork is too scattered, your momentum is insufficient, and your defenses are wide open. When you attack, you should also reserve some strength to change your moves, lest you get killed. Then, you can go. Lu Ren was dumbfounded. Huh? How come I didn't know I was so bad at this? Tang Gao waved his hand. Continue, practice until you can't move anymore. No matter what, we have to live up to Uncle Lu's investment. Strong in offense, weak in defense, need to be improved. Your steps are too unsteady. Go back and add an extra hour of horse stance. Even the old lady is faster than you, keep going. It's so difficult, so incredibly difficult. Having a father who is too rich is also a mistake. Dad, you're not acting like a father. Tang Gao never used his battle aura, repeatedly knocking down Lu Ren who kept activating it. Lu Ren was so badly beaten that he wondered if Tang Gao was just jealous of the rich, since he had gone to such lengths to beat him. When the bell rang, Lu Ren lay down on the ground and refused to get up, shouting, I won't fight. I won't fight anymore. Lu Ren almost burst into tears. I was beaten up for the entire class period, who can stand that? Tang Gao clicked his tongue twice. You can't even handle this little bit of hardship? Only by enduring the bitterest of hardships can one rise above others. Tang Gao waved his hand. Alright, let's take a break. After school, Lu Ren took out his nutritional supplement. He had just taken 2 sips when he suddenly realized what was happening and turned to look at Tang Gao. Brother Tang, aren't you tired? In the past, Tang Gao should have been exhausted and lying on the table, so why is he so energetic today? Tang Gao assessed his condition, then smiled and waved his hand. You can drink the nutrient solution, you look exhausted and your kidneys are weak. Lu Ren's face flushed red. Bullshit. I'm a 9th level battle chi cultivator. Lu Ren possesses wind-type sword energy, a superior attribute of the battle energy type, and is an excellent cultivator. Tang Gao smiled without saying a word, looking at the nutrient solution in his hand. Lu Ren felt a sudden toothache, and looking at Tang Ji's nonchalant appearance, he felt it was absurd. How could Tang Gao have changed so much after awakening his battle chi? Tang Gao chuckled, you're talking nonsense. Hurry up and drink. After you finish, we'll go spar. Lu Ren sighed and resignedly drank the nutrient solution, trying to prolong his life. As always, the two first went to Lu Ren's house to practice, and then Tang Gao went home alone. Uncle Lu is busy with work and is basically not at home. Lu Ren's mother is too busy to take care of her two sons and only made one phone call to tell the two brothers to cook a simple meal for themselves. Tang Gao returned home, relaxed on the sofa, opened the clone panel, and checked today's idle earnings. A group of people, their faces contorted with rage, stood not far from the corpse of the violent righteous hero, hurling insults. A question mark slowly floated above Tang Gao's head as he began to drag the video recording progress bar, while the text transcript beside him also started to scroll up. Huh? How did he die? Around 4 p.m., the violent justice messenger was AFK completing a 2-star mission to capture a group of human traffickers when, after finishing most of it, his neck was broken by a specially made sniper rifle. His head shattered off his neck on the spot, and his body collapsed onto the street, fast asleep with excellent sleep quality. Tang Gao was speechless for a moment. I haven't offended anyone, so who is this person who is so wicked? Click to expand the text record on the side. The assassin hired by the Clover Corporation will deliver a fatal blow to your first shadow clone. Tang Gao suddenly realized, oh, because I ruined their plans, they're killing me, the troublemaker. What a kind soul. Seeing how hard my clone was working, he simply let him die and rest. It is impolite not to reciprocate. You give me baby-like sleep, and I will give you baby-like sleep in return. The ruthless messenger of justice emerged from the shadows beneath Tang Gao's feet, looked at the sniper in the video, and flashed anger in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Gao was surprised. Holy crap. You can talk. Look. I've made the child so angry he can talk now. The tyrannical righteous hero was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he knelt on the ground. Please, Your Majesty, lend me a hand, I want to avenge this blood feud. To die by a black gun is extremely frustrating. The ruthless righteous messenger looked up, puzzled. Okay, but why change your appearance? I don't really care, but I think other people would find it unbearable. The violent righteous messenger didn't care. He used his disguise skill to slightly change his appearance, making him look extremely young, like a mature, muscular 18-year-old boy. Yes, the original version's 18-year-old younger version. You're changing to look way too young. The ruthless righteous messenger looked at him with suspicion. Your Excellency, is there a problem? Fine, no problem. Go and hunt this guy down. I won't be in the mood to do the mission if I don't kill him today. Alright, I'll go after them right away. Enraged, Lu Shashan cursed, the Clover Group is utterly lawless. They dared to kill someone in the street. And they even killed someone we were offering a reward for. Lu Shoshan blared at him. Evidence? What evidence do you need? How many companies in this city would dare to do this? He offended the Clover Group yesterday, and today he's dead in the street. What explanation do you need? The team members dared not utter a sound and could only lower their heads and endure the scolding. After venting his anger, Lu Shoshan turned to look at the corpse and sighed with regret. Such a good person, gone just like that. What a pity. Yes, the Clover Group has been too arrogant lately. They even dare to do this here, General Lu. Isn't this just pure protest? It's outrageous. Upon hearing this, Lu Shoshan turned to look at them. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. The Clover Group had no idea who they had messed with. Once that powerful figure discovers this, the end of the Clover Group will be nigh. The Guardian Bureau never leaked any information about that powerful figure from beginning to end, for fear of displeasing him. Only the higher-ups of the Guardian Bureau knew of the existence of that powerful being. The higher-ups at the Guardian Bureau wouldn't kindly remind the Clover Group that they've offended some mysterious powerful figure. General Lu couldn't discern even the slightest trace of his origins or detect any magic, which was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary skill this powerful being possessed in magic. The assassin was patiently cleaning up the scene, and even had the leisure to use binoculars to observe the scene in the distance, reporting the situation to his superior through his earpiece. Hey, those idiots in the Guardian Bureau actually thought they could survive by offending the Clover Group. The Red Hands, a notorious assassin organization in the underworld, will take on any mission for money, and will do anything as long as the pay is right, at least that's what they say in their public statements. I could hear my boss and colleagues chatting in the channel through my headset. A nobody cultivator with no background really thinks he can act like a hero just because he has some skills. Doesn't he even realize who he's messing with? TSK, if the Clover Group stomps its foot, the entire Liangchang will tremble. This cultivator is really courting death. Shotgun, report the intelligence and come back quickly, lest you get caught. Shotgun scoffed, would they really go to such lengths for a third-rate cultivator? Theoretically speaking, no. The hunter understood the unspoken meaning, put down his binoculars, pressed his earpiece, and asked curiously, what's the actual situation? The Guardian Bureau just issued the reward notice for this cultivator 5 hours ago. They value this cultivator highly. Cold sweat beaded on the shotgun's forehead. The notification was sent an hour before I was to carry out the mission? Killing a third-rate cultivator wouldn't be a big problem. But if you kill the person who issued the reward notice from the Guardian Bureau, that would be a big problem. Shotgun cursed his bad luck under his breath, hurriedly closed the suitcase on the ground, picked it up and rushed to the door, putting on his hat to cover his face. I shouldn't have taken this task out of greed for money. Shotgun hurriedly swiped his card to open the door and rushed out. He saw a young man in familiar black armor opening room doors one by one in the corridor, politely inquiring about and checking the residents inside. Shotgun was surprised. The door to this room required a key to open. How did this kid open the door? Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the young man had simply broken the doorknob to open the door and check. The residents inside were very polite and courteous, patiently answering the questions from the boy who had trespassed into their room. The shotgun muttered under his breath, sick. After finishing his tirade, the shotgun pulled his hat brim low and prepared to walk past the boy to the elevator. Hearing the noise, the boy turned around, looked at the hunting rifle, and smiled brightly. Oh, so you're here. Shotgun was startled and quickly looked up at the boy, only to find that the boy's appearance seemed somewhat similar to the target he had killed. They looked so alike, like they were made from the same mold. The boy in the menacing black armor tilted his head and chuckled. The mission begins. Revenge mission begins. Shotgun stood by the window, his companion's teasing voice coming through the headset. You're finished. The Guardian Bureau sent out a reward notice an hour before your mission. You've embarrassed the Guardian Bureau. Sweat beaded on the shotgun's forehead as he swallowed hard. What's going on? An illusion? Why am I standing here? Didn't I just kill a teenager in the hallway? A sharp, rattling sound came from behind the shotgun, followed by the dull thud of a metal object hitting the carpet. The hunter turned around and saw the blood-eyed, black-armored youth pushing open the door. The metal doorknob lay broken in two on the carpet. The blood-eyed, black-armored youth gently closed the door and smiled at him. Don't panic, take a deep breath, it's normal. When exactly did I fall under the illusion? Shotgun, what are you saying? Shotgun looked tense and spoke rapidly. I'm under an illusion spell, come and help me. When carrying out a mission, hunters usually bring an assistant to provide support. Illusion? What illusion? I haven't detected any illusion fluctuations. Bang bang bang. One shot to the left chest, one shot to the right chest, one shot to the brow. The shooting technique was standard and elegant. The blood-eyed, black-armored youth lay on his back on the floor, his eyes calmly open, blood beginning to flow from between his brows, his sleep quality remarkably good. Shotgun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Playing tricks, can you help me see if the illusion has been broken? The shotgun stood on the edge of the window, with binoculars beside it, and familiar clicking and thumping sounds came from behind. Through the headset, a familiar teasing voice came from his companion. You're finished. The Guardian Bureau issued a reward notice an hour before your mission. You've embarrassed the Guardian Bureau. Shotgun turned around, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and saw the blood-eyed, black-armored youth gently closing the door and giving him a calm smile. The voice was gentle, yet as merciless as the tolling of a death knell. Without hesitation, Hunting Rifle pulled out his pistol, pointed it at his chin, and shouted urgently, retreat. The enemy has used a high-level spell. Bang! The shotgun felt a sudden darkness engulf its vision, and its consciousness sank into endless darkness. So this is what death feels like. Click. Thump. A merciless voice rang out. The hunter turned around, his pupils trembling, his expression horrified, and looked at the boy. The shotgun took a deep breath. If I tell you, will you let me go? I can let you die. Silence brewed in the room. A long time. The shotgun nodded bitterly. Okay. Those idiots at Clover Group have actually kicked a hornet's nest this time. This is what you call having no connections? With his superiors, colleagues, and assistants puzzled, Shotgun revealed everything he knew. Tang Gao didn't bother to verify the accuracy of this information. He immediately killed the hunting rifle and headed to the Clover Group branch to find the guy who posted the mission. The shotgun didn't know who posted the missions, but he knew who would post them. I have a vested interest, so I can't stay anonymous. Initially, Clover Group accepted the invitation and enjoyed policy support here, which enabled it to become a leading enterprise, drive the vigorous development of the local pharmaceutical industry, and become a pillar enterprise in the pill industry, providing countless jobs for the local area and becoming a distinguished guest of the Liangcheng Pill Association. But recently, a branch of the Clover Group has been in a real bind. The public relations department spent the whole day coming up with more than a dozen solutions, but none of them satisfied their boss. Clover Group used numerous connections to slightly slow down the Guardian Bureau's release of information about the Blood Rage servant case. They even spent money to release several sensational news stories in an attempt to cover up and divert attention from the Blood Rage servant case. In the branch office, Wei Xing stared grimly at the intelligence report in front of him, while his assistant stood beside him, looking anxious. Wei Xing let out a breath. So, the Guardian Bureau has gone mad for some reason, and they're going to antagonize us over something like this? Wei Xing couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. These sons of bitches are so quick to take money, but when it's time to give it back, not a single one of them says a word. Where is the president of the Elixir Association? He didn't say anything either. The assistant was on the verge of tears. When the Blood Rage servant case occurred, his phone became unreachable. Wei Xing stood up, paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking slightly anxious. It seems we've gotten ourselves into big trouble, otherwise they wouldn't be so tight-lipped. What about headquarters? Have they replied? The assistant hurriedly shook his head. Headquarters hasn't replied, but your sister sent you an urgent message through a secret channel just now. Wei Xing gasped, sensing something was wrong. Goodness, could it be that General Lu's investigation into the mysterious powerful figure just happened to run into my situation? This is nothing. It weighs less than 4 ounces on the scale, but it's still 1,000 pounds on the scale. General Lu's duties are completely at odds with what he's doing, and that's a problem that money can't solve. No wonder the president of the Pill Association and the higher-ups of the Guardian Bureau kept it a secret. Wei Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, General Lu doesn't have much of a foundation, so this matter can be resolved by delaying it. General Lu comes from the military system and is currently at the height of his power. However, precisely because he has a clean background and no powerful connections, this matter is actually easier to resolve. Because of vested interests, there are some things that General Lu cannot investigate. Delay it? Delay what? The young man's voice rang out from the doorway. Wei Xing looked over and flew into a rage. Who let you in? Where are the guards at the door? What are you doing? Tang Gao pushed the door open, and the bodies of 2 guards fell in, with 2 blood flowers blooming between their eyebrows. If I hadn't been driving a disguised vehicle, I really wouldn't have made it this far. Upon reaching the CEO's office, the security was at its maximum, and even if I personally intervened, I simply couldn't resolve the situation quickly. These 2 guards are at the 3rd level of cultivation. If I were to fight them in close combat, I would easily be defeated quickly. Fortunately, this world has simple, unadorned, modified monk sniper rifles. Create distance so they don't sense the murderous intent, then pull the trigger. As it turns out, the modified sniper rifle for cultivators can easily wipe out cultivators at the 1st to 3rd tiers. 1 shot, 1 kill, quick sleep, no side effects. Bang! The moment the assistant made a move, a flower bloomed between his eyebrows, and he collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide open, before walking away very quickly. Wei Xing dared not move, and a smile appeared on his face. "Sir, I will pay double the price to buy my life." Wei Xing was drenched in cold sweat and his face was pale. "My dad is a senior executive at Clover Group." Tang Gao thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know me?" Tang Gao laughed. "Do you know who my father is?" Tang Gao stroked his chin. "Are there security cameras here?" Wei Xing shook his head. "No, how could I possibly install surveillance cameras here?" Bang! Wei Xing collapsed to the floor in shock, a flower of blood blooming between his brows, his eyes freezing completely. "They don't know me, don't know my family background, and there's no surveillance footage. If you don't die, who will?" Tang Gao looked at the sniper rifle. It was almost empty. He felt a pang of regret that he didn't have access to these specially made bullets. "I have to say, this thing is really useful. I bet it could fetch a lot of money on the black market." Tang Gao walked to his desk, picked up Wei Xing's hand, placed it on the computer desk, unlocked the password lock, searched, and found the communication records of hiring someone to kill him. The reason for killing the violent righteous messenger is simple: to show the outside world how powerful the Clover Group is, and to warn others of the consequences of offending the Clover Group. Tang Gao nodded in agreement. Indeed. After thinking for a moment, Tang Gao used Wei Xing's face to pass the verification, downloaded all the technical data and cloud disk data of the Clover Group to the hard drive, and then directly removed the hard drive, putting this treasure of the Clover Group's economic lifeline into his pocket. Tang Gao looked at Wei Xing on the floor and clicked his tongue. "Then I'll take this thing away. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as agreement." Wei Xing, lying on the floor, stared wide-eyed, not uttering a sound, and readily agreed to Tang Gao's request. Seeing how sensible he was, Tang Gao left with satisfaction, thoughtfully closing the door behind him and dragging the two guards inside as well, so as not to disturb the family's peaceful and quiet sleep. To avoid being disturbed, Tang Gao also hung a sign at the door that read "Busy." It's estimated that no one will realize for a while that these four people have such good sleep quality. Tang Gao clicked to submit the task and smiled with satisfaction. Another perfect day. Tang Gao sat comfortably on the sofa, feeling that life was truly wonderful. Achieve professional accomplishments and earn extraordinary rewards. Exceptional mission reward, class upgrade for the number 1 violent justice messenger. Task reward, 1 year's worth of cultivation points, perfect rating. Profession boosts upgraded to reputation level, justice points, brutality points. The higher the values of the above 3 items, the greater the increase. Current growth rate, 65%. Special reward, Flame of Punishment. Flame of Punishment, the higher the enemy's sin value, the greater the damage of this flame. The Violent Messenger of Justice. Cultivation level, 1 year and 8 months, unranked. Attribute boost, 65%, reputation, justice, brutality. Combat power assessment, peak tier 1. What is a true powerhouse? His mediocre combat strength is comparable to that of a peak first-tier fighter. Even Xing Xiu wasn't this busy. The second powerful feature is the class-specific reward, the Punishment Flame. Tang Gao happily inspected his harvest. We must keep the violent justice busy. Look, we can get both cultivation rewards and amplification rewards. Isn't this a two-way upgrade? Not to mention the occasional unique reward. I swear to God, I, Tang Gao, will be a model citizen of Samsung from this day forward. Special task triggered by user detected, please check. Tang Gao was taken aback. He clicked on the light blue information box, looking completely bewildered. Huh? Mission objective, drive the Clover Group out of Liangchang. Synopsis, Old Tang, I want to eat fish. Mission reward, the Shadow type will evolve into the Shadow King type. Shadow King lineage, users will become members of the Shadow King lineage and form a Shadow Legion. Tang Gao was dumbfounded. Huh? Haven't I disliked Clover Group for a long time? Secondly, it evolves into the Shadow King system and dominates the Shadow Legion. The king of the Shadow element, the Shadow King element. However, the rewards it offers are too generous. Which man wouldn't want to command an army? With a wave of his hand, 10,000 troops charge. Tang Gao swallowed hard, and finally chose to accept the mission. I'm sorry, I really need a legion. The final reward is an additional clone's maximum level. Tang Gao hesitated for a moment, then summoned the second shadow figure. It is still a shadow-type lifeform, but because it has not learned the skill of disguise, anyone can tell that it is a shadow person. Tang Gao scratched his head, took out the Clover Group's USB drive, and handed it to the bewildered Shadow Man. Thank you for your hard work. If we want to overthrow the Clover Group, we'll have to rely on your efforts. It's because they monopolize the elixir industry and also have a large production share in the pharmaceutical industry. Then I really need a clone with expertise in pills to meet my professional needs during the upcoming missions. Murder won't force the Clover Group out of business. However, by striking at their hearts and minds, and by shaking the economic lifeline of the Clover Group, we can make it impossible for them to stay here. This is a long-term plan. But it's not a big problem. Because I am very patient. This is a killer move. If it's released at a crucial moment, it will definitely deal a critical blow to the Clover Group in Liangchang. Shadowman number 2 tilted his head, took the USB drive, sat down in a shadowy corner, merged with the shadow, and began reading the data on the USB drive. The alchemy system is now open. Users and their clones can use their cultivation points to purchase materials for alchemy, and the resulting pills can be sold to the shop system. Tang Gao's eyes widened. Good heavens! Wouldn't that mean I'd have a 24/7 alchemy tool that doesn't eat or drink? Clover Group, I absolutely love you guys. From this day forward, I am a diehard fan of the Clover Group. I will complete all your tasks, no matter how big or small. Guardian Bureau, General's Office. General Lu stared blankly at the intelligence report in front of him. You mean, less than 300 seconds after the body disappeared, the sniper assassin was found? General Lu clicked his tongue, placing his hands on the table and holding the object. Goodness, this was a cultivator assassin, and he died so swiftly. Of all the cases, those involving practitioners of Falun Gong are the most difficult to resolve. For example, Zhao Chang, a mid-stage first-order battle chi cultivator, was determined to escape. The Guardian Bureau would have to put in a lot of effort to track him down, making the case very costly to solve. And this professional assassin died so quickly. Less than 300 seconds after the shotgun was killed, the people overseeing the Clover Group reported that the 2 guards at the entrance to the president's office were missing. General Lu gasped, dead? It wasn't until an executive couldn't help but urge the president that he discovered the whole family lying neatly inside. By the way, after hunting rifle died, we didn't find the special sniper rifle he used at the scene. But we successfully found a clue. According to our spies, Wei Xing's men were all murdered by gunfire, shot between the eyebrows. General Lu clicked his tongue in amazement. My goodness, this expert is truly swift in action. General Lu laughed heartily. They killed someone in less than 300 seconds, and you think you can trace it back to them? Your Clover Group's vigilance is terrible. General Lu burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face, clutching his stomach. This is hilarious. These guys have really kicked a hornet's nest. Lu Shoshan's internal phone rang. He picked it up and gestured to General Lu that he would answer the call first. General Lu suppressed a laugh, gesturing for him to answer quickly. Lu Shoshan hung up the phone, speechless. The Clover Group headquarters just dispatched an expert team, which arrived at the Liangchang branch using the official teleportation array. General Lu was dumbfounded. Huh? The only one who died was a second-tier trash from the Wei family. Is it worth making such a big fuss? Sending an expert team is normal. However, if we were to teleport directly through space in such a hurry, the cost would be outrageous, with travel expenses alone amounting to nearly 10 million. Lu Shoshan was dumbfounded as he revealed the second piece of information. Someone in the black market received a notification that anyone who can provide clues about the killer of Wei Xing will be rewarded with 5 million, and anyone who can catch the killer will be rewarded with 30 million. General Lu sucked up his cold noodles and leaned back tactically. Even if you squeezed that pig Wei Xing dry, you still wouldn't be able to squeeze out this much money. What happened at the Clover Group headquarters? The one who was killed was a good-for-nothing from a branch of the Wei family, not their lifeblood. General Lu emphasized the last three words with a teasing tone. The expert group's reaction was just like the lifeline of the Clover group being cut off. The two exchanged a glance and together considered a possibility. Lu Shoshan disregarded the difference in rank and hurriedly moved closer to General Lu, and together they quickly turned to the first page of the intelligence report. Lu Shoshan's finger and General Lu's finger both landed on the same line of text. Wei Xing died in the CEO's office. General Lu gasped, "Junior brother, if you were to kill me, what do you think is the most valuable thing in my office?" Wei Xing is a useless piece of trash. General Lu hurriedly took out his token. "Goodness, go and revise the case files of Zhao Chang and Blood Wrath servant slightly, and delete all the information about that shadow-type student and the square-faced cultivator." Can the Clover group tolerate this? I definitely can't stand it. Who can accept having their family's vital economic data so easily taken away by an outsider? My goodness, this powerful figure seems to want to destroy the Clover group. A peaceful day only needs a peaceful start. In the middle row of Class 1, Elite Class 1, at number 8 Middle School. Tang Gao stretched and felt refreshed. Having two clones helping him with tasks and cultivation was truly a comfortable feeling. After a night of hard work, his cultivation level reached 4 years and 5 months, making him a mature first-tier early-stage battle chi cultivator. The second clone spent the entire night scratching his head and studying the pill information. In the morning, he only used a small amount of his violent and righteous cultivation to produce a batch of grass-returning pills, which he sold to a shop and actually made a small profit. It seems that if things continue like this, it won't be long before the second pill clone will be able to figure out the first-tier pill formula. The best approach is to satisfy my needs first, then give it to me. After all, I'm not going to practice 24/7. Tang Gao looked at him, completely bewildered. What's wrong? What time did you go to sleep last night? Lu Rinxiang mustered his spirits and continued copying the homework, staring with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes. Last night when my dad came back, he found out that I had never beaten you in the martial arts test, so he forced me to spar with him until 2 a.m. I was beaten for 3 hours. Tang Gao was extremely envious. Your dad is so good to you. I envy you for having such a rich and capable father. Lu Ren was even more indignant, cursing as he copied his homework, but I can't beat him. Lu Ren was so engrossed in copying that his eyes were unfocused and white foam was coming out of his mouth. After I finish copying, I'll tell you about what I heard last night. Lu Ren quickly copied the homework, handed it to the group leader, wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, and his dark-circled eyes shone brightly. Brother Tang, let me tell you, something big is about to happen in Liangchang. Lu Ren rolled his eyes. No, it's that violent righteous hero who died a while ago, the one the Guardian Bureau offered hundreds of thousands to reward, the hero in the Blood Rage servant case. What a pity, our hero who protected us is dead. It must have been the work of the Clover group. Hearing this, the students sitting in front and behind them gathered around. Yes, you found out too? What a pity, that uncle died on Yangfu Street. Clover group is so despicable. It's such a pity that the square-faced uncle died in such an ambush. He had such great skills. Yeah, I saw on Douyin yesterday that the square-faced uncle pops up every day to do good deeds. He doesn't ask for anything in return and just leaves. What a great person he is. Tang Gao glanced sideways, slightly surprised. You all know about this person? Tang Gao was silent for a while. Last night I did 4 sets of liberal arts test papers and practiced 3 sets of martial arts test techniques. Sorry to bother you, we were just having too much fun. Everyone was unconsciously stunned by Tang Gao's diligence, but they quickly gathered together and started chattering about the violent righteous messenger. Lu Ren, in particular, felt most sorry that such a hero had died suddenly in the street. In the eyes of the city's residents, a cultivator who was only at the first level of cultivation was already a fallen hero. Throughout the entire day, Tang Gao watched speechlessly as danger warnings kept popping up on the game's autoplay panel. If a violent righteous person shows their face in Liangchang, they will be hunted down at all costs once discovered by the Clover group. Even black market assassins and mercenaries may get involved. Being passive all the time is not Tang Gao's style. Tang Gao checked the time. There were still 2 hours until school ended. He then sent a command to his alchemist avatar. List the prescriptions you have learned and optimized. The alchemist avatar, after a whole day of hard work, has learned several pill formulas and, with the blessing of the positive cycle of alchemy benefits, has optimized 3 or 4 of them. Find an internet cafe and make public all the basic information about these pill formulas, as well as the Clover Group information that we don't need. Yes, Your Majesty. In the office of the Guardian Bureau's General, General Liu was sitting with his legs crossed, playing a shooting game with great enthusiasm. Clang! 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 General Liu sighed slightly, pulled the pin on his grenade, and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Come in, what's wrong? Liu Shashan rushed in, carrying a pile of documents, his face filled with shock. Something terrible has happened, General. Puff! General Liu sprayed tea all over Liu Shashan's face. Liu Shashan wiped the tea off his face and pointed to the documents on the table. Now, the entire internet can see the internal information of the Clover Group. General Liu was dumbfounded. He picked up the documents on the table and flipped through them, his voice filled with shock. He actually gave away such valuable information for free. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! Liu Shoshan wiped the tea off his face with a tissue and sighed. The Clover Group is going to be in an uproar. They never expected that someone would give it away for free. Another strategy is to use this information to trade with Clover Group's rivals and allies, which is also a way to get rich quick. But this great man chose to distribute it for free, sharing the joy with the people. Now, anyone who can buy production equipment and medical materials can try to produce medical supplies and refine elixirs. In the president's office of the Clover Group's Liangcheng branch, the corpses on the ground had been sealed with ice magic, and transparent ice blocks protected these few witnesses. A group of people stood together, staring at the corpse on the ground, their faces growing increasingly grim. Wei Xing really left us a good mess. No matter where you put a good-for-nothing, he's still a good-for-nothing. He can't even do this little thing right. Wei Lan glared at him angrily. This is my brother, show some respect. Suan sneered. What, you brother-supporting demon, do you want to bear all these losses by yourself? Then I have no objection at all. Enough. Don't you think these things are shameful enough? A gloomy man with a hooked nose looked around menacingly, speaking in an unfriendly tone. As soon as Zhao Shan uttered those words, the room fell silent. Everyone suppressed their sharp, confrontational tone and looked at the corpse on the ground, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Before Wei Xing, that good-for-nothing, died, the enemy actually used facial and fingerprint verification to download his internal data. Zhao Shan took a deep breath. I just want to know one thing, why haven't we heard any accurate information yet? When did your Wei family become so unreliable? Wei Lan wiped away her tears and hurriedly replied, Team Leader Zhao, that kid is very cunning. He seems to have mastered a kind of escape technique that we can't detect, and he can always leave the scene quickly. Knock knock knock. Something terrible has happened. The door to the CEO's office was pounded on. After knocking 3 times, the person outside hurriedly broke down the door, rushed in holding a phone, and appeared pale and extremely panicked. Get out. Do I have to repeat myself? The executive's face twitched, his lips moved slightly, but he ultimately swallowed his words, walked to the door, closed it, composed himself, and with an indifferent expression, knocked on the door. Wei Lan's expression softened slightly. Come in. The others in the room also turned their gazes over, wanting to know what had happened. LOL, what could be worse than having internal data stolen? The executive, with a respectful expression and a smile, handed over the phone, displaying humility and magnanimity. Please take a look. Wei Lan took it, glanced through it casually, and frowned even more deeply. You brought me this kind of low-level information to handle? Isn't this our internal information on means of production? What's so interesting about this? No, their faces immediately turned pale with panic. What's worse than having internal data stolen? Zhao Shan's pupils dilated in shock, and he shouted in a terrified voice, What did you say? Wei Lan hurriedly snatched the phone, swiped her finger, and saw the same information on different platforms. Her face turned as white as putty on the wall. Zhao Shan was furious. He snatched the phone and saw that it was indeed his company's internal data. He couldn't believe it. how is this possible? Why is this stuff online? Zhao Shan's face hardened, and he crushed his phone in his hand, mobilized the media and make them deny the authenticity of these materials. These documents may include transaction records, internal quality inspection results, production dates, and codes. Zhao Shan's face flushed red. This man is insane. Why would he release all this information? Zhao Shan was furious, his aura surging, his eyes bloodshot. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Based on the information that has been made public so far, it's already clear that the Clover Group has already been taken advantage of. If this continues to be made public, even killing this person will be of no use. The executive bowed his head, accepted the order, and gracefully withdrew, even closing the door behind him. The door had barely closed when a furious roar erupted from inside. How dare he? How dare he do this? How dare he? Kill him. You must kill him afterwards. Hearing the roaring from inside, the executive paused slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The executive stepped back a short distance, issued orders to each employee to announce their work, then went to the trash can, threw in a few documents, glanced at them with a half-smile, and turned to leave. Soon, a cleaner came over, took out the garbage bag, and went to the incinerator on the ground floor to burn it. After school, Tang Gao didn't spar with Lu Ren, but let him go to sleep and rest, lest the guy be ruined before the college entrance exam. These things about the Clover Group were dug up, and various official organizations in Liangcheng, in order to demonstrate their own correctness, or to make up for their major mistakes in their duties like the Pill Association, actively took the opportunity to kick the Clover Group while it was down. In this world, the vast majority of talented people are actually stuck at the level of being mediocre. To be able to become a first-level cultivator is already an achievement among the elite. As for whether one can become a second-tier cultivator, this not only has strict requirements on talent, but also on the grade of cultivation techniques, martial arts or magic skills, the quality of spiritual energy, elixirs, magic weapons, and armor. Of course, those with exceptional talent that defies convention are exceptions. This alchemist, aside from running out to an internet cafe in the afternoon to distribute materials, spent the rest of his time researching elixirs. By the end of the day, he looked much more profound, his eyes filled with the clear, intelligent gaze of a medical professional. Tang Gao accepted the reward, then opened his task list to check today's tasks, and calmly took a sip of tea. I looked through it and sure enough, I found the mission related to the Liangcheng branch of the Clover Group. No one can refuse to click the red dot. 1-star mission, refine and optimize elixirs and begin promoting and selling them. 2-star task, compile relevant materials and submit the report to the relevant authorities. 4-star mission, sell large quantities of optimized versions of Clover Group medicines and elixirs on the black market. 10-star mission, create a pharmaceutical conglomerate using alchemy avatars and seize the entire existing market share. The progress bar has reached 11.2%, proving that the hard work this afternoon was quite effective. However, this only harms the interests of the Clover Group's Liangcheng branch, and it cannot damage the foundation. The heat and intensity are not enough. As for missions exceeding 4 stars, especially 10-star missions, Tang Gao did not see any. Are you kidding me? Letting my alchemy clone create a pharmaceutical group is no different from letting me start with a bowl and establish an empire by sheer brute force. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Gao gave up his hesitation and accepted all 4 stars. Only children make choices, of course, you want it all. 1-star, 2-star, and 4-star missions can be completely handed over to the alchemist's clone, allowing him to focus all his efforts on them. My alchemy doesn't require much manpower or effort, so we can directly engage in a healthy, ultra-low-price war. Let these despicable capitalist societies see what truly groundbreaking and outstanding productivity looks like. Foolish capitalists, take this iron fist of my tyrannical dominance. Tang Gao chuckled, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Alright, tonight we'll finish the 3-star mission first, then do this 4-star mission. If we don't drive the Clover Group away, I'll change my surname to theirs. I refuse to believe that you can stay peacefully in Liangcheng after I do this. Clone, activate. They're rich, they can buy your life with money. Ordinary people have no right or ability to challenge such business giants. The pharmaceutical refinery was thriving and even expanded several times, buying up all the surrounding fertile land to build the factory, and no one dared to object. The closer one gets to the pharmaceutical factory, the more barren the land becomes. Even the wild grass grows shorter and shorter until nothing grows at all. The strange smell becomes stronger and stronger, and the soil even turns a strange color, turning grayish-white. This place seems like a desolate wasteland. Tang Gao knew nothing about medicine, and even had only a vague understanding of alchemy. But Tang Gao knew one thing. If a place is barren and even insects don't want to go near it, there's definitely something wrong. Darkness engulfed everything, including everything that life should have. Who are you? What are you doing here? The land here is polluted, and it will be impossible to grow crops here for decades. Most of the villagers in Taisha village have also been driven away, and some of them will probably become homeless. Of course. The Clover Group won't care. How dare a few lowly commoners hinder the group's grand development? Tang Gao's smile grew even brighter, and his righteous fighting spirit surged rapidly. Your righteous grandpa is here. Ha! Enemy attack! Attack! The searchlight on the other side quickly swung over, shining on the violent righteous man and marking his location. Bang! Tang Gao sensed the murderous aura, took a light step, and the white clods of earth on the ground exploded, causing the nearby ground to tremble slightly. Tang Gao looked at the spot where the searchlight was coming from with some surprise. A rifle? Interesting. It's surprising that a pharmaceutical refinery would have rifles to assist in its defense. If you say there's nothing fishy going on here, Tang Gao won't believe it. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out like barking dogs, one after another. Based on his experience of having his head blown off multiple times, Tang Gao skillfully used the chaotic steps technique, a movement that deceives others into attacking first, to dodge attacks. He then comfortably opened his clone's personal panel and used infinite evolution. Evolution bar, speed, tier 1, level 2, 0%. As Tang Gao dodged, he removed his disguise, returning to the essence of a shadow-type lifeform. His entire body gradually merged into the darkness until he was indistinguishable. Darkness is the territory of shadow-like lifeforms. Gunfire erupted, but the searchlight struggled to pinpoint Tang Gao's location, forcing the gunfire in the darkness to fall silent as well. They had lost track of Tang Gao. Where exactly is that guy? Damn, what he's wearing is that kind of violent justice uniform. Don't talk nonsense, how could there be such a vivid ghost? The light was still adequate at dusk, but now it was eerily difficult to see even the other person's silhouette. The people on the watchtowers on both sides of the gate looked at the empty white land below, completely bewildered. The guards on the high wall stared wide-eyed down, but couldn't see a single person. That's strange, they disappeared in an instant. The guard on the left watchtower activated the thermal imaging camera but found no one below. Goosebumps rose on the back of his neck. There's no one down there. The first one. Illusionist. Fire. Tang Gao was taken aback. What do you mean, fire the cannon? Boom. Bang bang bang. The gunfire lasted for more than 20 seconds. Gradually, everyone calmed down, looked at each other for a while, and their expressions became amiable. As it turns out, all the fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. As long as the area covered by the firepower is large and intense enough, everyone's fear will dissipate. Is he dead? He should be dead. Tisk, if you're going to be a cultivator, then be a cultivator. What are you pretending for in front of cannonballs? Tang Gao's invisible soul hovered in place, staring in astonishment at the corpses in the ruins of the watchtower, clutching his head in his hands. What? Rocket launcher. Aren't you guys going too far? Is there no law anymore? No matter how fast Tang Gao is, he can't escape the range of the rocket launcher at close range. These people are crazy. They actually used a rocket launcher to bomb me. This is outrageous. Oh, these guys are criminals anyway. After cursing and swearing for a while, Tang Gao thought it over and decided to continue the challenge. This time, he would directly return to the shadow-type lifeform to avoid the opponent remembering his reset position and bombarding him at the start. No, I need to develop a ranged attack method, or I'll die. A sniper rifle? No, that's too wasteful. One bullet is equivalent to a third-tier cultivator. Tang Gao looked at the profile of the violent righteous messenger. We can use the speed skill on these shoes, and then there's the punishment flame. Tang Gao discovered that the color of the punishment flame could be adjusted, so he decisively changed it to dark black to blend into the environment and avoid being discovered. As it turns out, it's still better to be the sixth one. Another challenge. Everything was reset to the point in time when Tang Gao had just been questioned, with the watchtowers on both sides standing intact in front of the gate. Everyone stared blankly at what was happening before them. Oh no! We've been hit by an area of effect illusion. We've been dumped. Report this immediately. The guards and patrolmen panicked, knowing they were doomed. The methods of cultivators are beyond the reach of ordinary mortals like us. Needless to say, among practitioners of illusion magic, their methods are the most disgusting, bar none. Tang Gao stood below, stroking his chin, looking at their panicked faces. After thinking for a moment, a light bulb seemed to appear above his head, and a smile appeared on his face. They sneaked up to the watchtower and stole a lot of rocket launchers, putting them into their spatial backpacks. No one dislikes firepower coverage. Tang Gao stealthily climbed onto the high wall, released the safety, imbued the rocket launcher with the punishment flame, removed his disguise, and revealed himself, flashing a bright smile at the guards on the wall. Hi smile cheese. Whoosh. Depend on. The guards' minds went blank, and they hurriedly jumped off the high wall, screaming. Boom! The high wall exploded and collapsed, creating a huge crater. Countless white bricks flew everywhere, hitting the ground nearby and the guards who had broken their legs. How much money do you make in a month? Why work so hard? The guards who had broken their legs immediately broke down, and the guards on the watchtowers disregarded the danger and hurriedly slid down the ladders to escape. Keep dreaming. The weapons these guys are using are actually pretty good. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, their rapid blasts echoing throughout the entire pharmaceutical refinery. Soon, the area near the entrance of the pharmaceutical refinery became quiet. Tang Gao blew on the heat from the muzzle of his gun, used the skill of his shoes to jump down, and began searching for equipment, sighing, I really didn't know how to manage my time before. I forgot to pick up treasures. Look, even if you don't sell these firearms and equipment yourself, you can still use them to arm your own clones. Tang Gao hummed a little tune and asked, Hey everyone, I'm taking these things, okay? You don't have any objections, right? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as agreement. The familiar silence, the familiar silence. Tang Gao casually pulled out a pistol and chuckled, alright, it seems everyone agrees. I'll be a good Samaritan and let everyone catch up on their sleep. One shot to the left chest, one shot to the right chest, and one shot to the head. Even Huatua, the legendary Chinese physician, would shake his head at the skill of shooting in Mozambique. Bang! 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 Tang Gao thoughtfully gave everyone a chance to catch up on sleep, so that no one would be woken up by the doctor's emergency treatment later, which would be quite inconvenient. Tang Gao had just finished tidying up and stretched when he heard a commotion in the distance. A group of armed men were jogging towards him. Tang Gao immediately concealed himself in the darkness, using his disguise skills to change his appearance and donning the work clothes of the alchemy factory workers. When the armed men ran over, their faces showed shock. How come everyone here is dead? Damn it, I wonder what level of cultivator they are. Report this immediately. The others were also terrified and ran as fast as they could, fearing that if they were too late, the losses would be even greater. A group of people ran very fast and led Tang Gao to the factory's production line. It takes a while to fit such a huge object inside, but it's not a big problem. However, no enemy was seen. The team members looked at each other, and suddenly cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The situation was urgent, and no one had time to think it through. But now that they have some free time, everyone has realized what's going on. Report it, what else can we do? Suddenly, the workers screamed in panic, Ghosts! 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 They began to scatter and flee, not daring to approach the production line at all. The once massive, technologically advanced alchemy core machine, which was over 10 meters in diameter, had vanished, leaving only a few dark pipes for transporting materials and flames. These are absolutely not righteous and violent heroes, but a bunch of scoundrels who take advantage of the chaos. Illusion and spatial magic depend on. Removing a core machine could be considered premeditated. But this was clearly a crime committed on the spot, and the enemy's strength was beyond their ability to intervene. It was best to save their lives. What? Go up and fight to the death? How much do you make a month? What's the point of risking your life? Aren't those cases at the gate realistic enough? The owner's office at the pharmaceutical refinery was very luxuriously decorated. Listening to his subordinate's report, the boss couldn't help but take another deep drag of his cigarette and exhale. So, you're saying that an illusionist and a spatial magic user attacked our factory, and were completely helpless? Everyone felt as if time had reset. We're in big trouble. Official organizations such as the Guardian Bureau, the Tax Bureau, the Pill Association, the Inspectorate, and the Drug Administration will not be mentioned. Black market organizations and criminal groups took advantage of this opportunity to target the Liangcheng branch of the Clover Group. The Liangcheng branch of Clover Group is currently struggling to keep up with its own problems. It can't even clean its own pants properly, let alone spare the energy to do these things. Even if this matter is resolved, the Liangcheng branch of Clover Group will be severely weakened. Who would care about a weak outsider? The boss couldn't help but curse, damn it, that violent righteous man is such a busybody. If it weren't for that idiot, the violent righteous messenger, we wouldn't have gotten ourselves into so much trouble. What do you mean by meddlesome? Tang Gao, dressed in work clothes, pushed open the door, holding a pistol with a silencer in his hand, and asked curiously. Tang Gao smiled and nodded, then closed the door. Okay. Bang! Tang Gao's disguise vanished, revealing him as a ruthless righteous warrior. He put away his pistol and asked curiously, what did you just say about me meddling? The boss swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. His tone was exceptionally respectful as he bowed slightly. I was saying that you uphold justice, eliminate evil, and rid the people of harm. You are truly a great hero of the nation. Even though the violent champion of justice put his gun away. But the identity that was revealed only inspired even greater awe. Within 7 steps, any mortal would surely die before a cultivator. The alchemy equipment is already in hand, all that's missing is this magic mechanical puppet. Tang Gao was taken aback. Mechanical race? Tang Gao nodded, understanding. Take me there. Take. The boss deliberately flattered, under your supervision, there's absolutely no way anything will go wrong. A deceptive infiltration, undetected, the mission is completed discreetly, and the infiltration is carried out stealthily. The real trap, unleash a massacre, eliminate all witnesses, and leave in style. Led by the boss, we walked through a brightly lit underground passage filled with light bulbs and took an elevator to the 3rd basement level. Because of the chaos on the surface, the people on the 3 underground floors had long been evacuated, leaving only a few key positions where people were forcibly kept on. With the boss around, Tang Gao had no trouble getting through the process and arrived at the huge silver-white cage where the magic mechanical doll was imprisoned. This is a cage that is almost 3 stories high and covers an area of about half a playground. Inside, there are thick electrical pipes and various complex mechanical devices. A 3-meter-tall dark blue magic mechanical doll is trapped on an operating table full of electric current. Some parts of its body can be clearly seen to have been disassembled. Tang Gao looked at the mangled state of the magic mechanical puppet and clicked his tongue. Goodness, you guys disassembled its arms and legs? These parts look obviously different. The left arm and left leg areas look noticeably brighter, like new skin healing after a human injury. This is amazing. If this can be figured out, humans could be turned into machines and achieve immortality. However, anyone who has been to school knows that while longevity is possible, immortality is absolutely impossible. The complex interplay of civilization's level of development, technology, art, and other factors simply cannot meet the conditions for the birth of immortality. A blank slate, just born here, was captured and deprived of its freedom. Although the mission requires a kill, as is customary, you actually have a lot of options. You can choose from multiple methods such as defeating, killing, or subduing. The rewards given by the system will vary depending on how you use them. Of course, Tang Gao usually chooses the method that feels most comfortable to him, since the final reward is not bad, it's just that the bias is different. Magic mechanical doll, mechanical race, late second tier bloodthirsty and indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, destroying over 100 people and more than 20 families. Later, it was captured by the Clover Group, who suppressed public opinion about it. The boss was telling the truth, he wasn't lying to me. Oh, then I'll choose to release him. The boss's expression froze. Huh? You didn't want to kidnap, no, take this precious test subject? The boss's eyes were filled with extreme terror, his face was so pale that it was completely bloodless, and he shouted in a trembling voice, but, it is a late-stage second-tier mechanical race, which is equivalent to the combat power of a pseudo-third tier. Tang Gao let out a soft really? This is a bit unusual. Boom! Looking at the effect, Tang Gao clicked his tongue in amazement, it really is pseudo-third tier combat power. You were right. This terrifying destructive power is something that only those with combat strength approaching the third tier can possess. The magical automaton laughed triumphantly. Yes, this hypocritical, filthy, and despicable human deserves to die. He deserves to die. To be able to get this far, either this person is extraordinary, or the forces behind them are extraordinary. Of course, a first-level cultivator couldn't possibly break into this place by himself. This person must have a powerful and influential backer. Since we're just killing time anyway, we might as well chat to kill some time. Once the shells were loaded, everything was settled. Lower-level cultivators are completely equal in the face of overwhelming firepower. There's not much difference between first order and third order. The magic automaton's voice crackled with electricity as it laughed strangely. Life is precious, love is more precious, but freedom is the most precious of all. Tang Gao couldn't help but laugh, pointing at the magic mechanical puppet. You're quite cultured. Fine, I'll kill you more easily then. The magic automaton's expression changed drastically, and it couldn't help but growl. Don't you want a mechanical puppet with the combat power of a third tier? I can be your mechanical puppet. Tang Gao smiled broadly. I'm in a good mood, so I can kill you for free for the sake of justice. If it weren't for the power behind you, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Bang! The magic mechanical puppet's face was extremely ugly, just like Tang Gao's face when he was greeted by cannon fire from the watchtower. Boom! 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 Tang Gao controlled the aura of justice to form a defense on his body, retreating continuously while firing cannonballs. As it turns out, practicing more does have some effect. Tang Gao had to use several more shots before he finally killed the mechanical demon. Tang Gao clicked his tongue and put down the steaming cannon barrel. If this were to face a late-stage, third-tier demon race, its power might not be enough. He killed the magic mechanical puppet and avenged the more than 100 people, earning him justice points and cruelty points. Tang Gao looked at the score, which was excellent, but not quite perfect, and then noticed a new option. 10 minutes later, Tang Gao lay on the bed, feeling refreshed and smiling broadly, very satisfied with the result. Cool. I love the thrill of quickly completing a game after getting a walkthrough. Tang Gao enjoyed the feeling of comfort, sat up, and briefly summarized his recent changes, stroking his chin. With the improvement of my strength, the speedrun efficiency of getting perfect ratings is getting higher and higher, and 3-star missions are no longer as difficult as before. Although his cultivation level was still far inferior compared to the enemies in these missions. Human beings' greatest strength lies in their ability to use tools. Tang Gao licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement, feeling unsatisfied. The difficulty has dropped too much, it's too easy, we need to find some more fun. I spent 2 days playing through a difficult dungeon, and then I cleared it in just 2 or 3 tries. I'm still not used to it. Tang Gao started collecting his rewards first. Task completed, perfect rating. Task rewards. 1 year of cultivation, alchemy prodigy, talent card, tier 1 perfect talent, shadow awakening skill upgraded by 1 level. Alchemy prodigy, talent tier 1 perfect talent increases alchemy efficiency by 100%, success rate by 60%, increases the number of pills produced by 100%, and has a small chance to increase the quality by 1 tier. Note, this talent is 100% effective at lower tiers, each higher tier will incur a difficulty penalty. New effects added to animated shadows. Passive, energy recovery ability is greatly improved. Needless to say, a year's worth of cultivation was expected. But this talent card is way too overpowered. It reduces the pill refining time by half, doubles the number of pills produced, and most terrifyingly, increases the success rate by 60%. Putting aside everything else, even a first-level alchemist, as long as they have a solid foundation, can have a success rate of nearly 20% in refining finished pills, even if it's their first time encountering a pill formula. Rounding up, this is equivalent to getting a 100% success rate in alchemy for free. This greatly reduces the cost of trial and error. There's also a small chance that the rank will increase by 1 level. I'm going to make it big. If a first-tier pill is upgraded to second tier, the price will be completely different. It may seem like you're only adding 1 level, but there's pure profit in this. A pill that costs 1 yuan to produce can be sold for 2 yuan. If it increases a rank by 1 or 2, the price becomes 12 yuan. It may seem like an extra 10 yuan, but in reality, it increases profits tenfold. Wow, this energy recovery ability boost is insane. The fusion of clones already greatly enhances the mana pool, and with the addition of strong energy regeneration capabilities, the endurance is greatly guaranteed. Tang Gao couldn't help but burst out laughing. My god, we've made a killing today. Not only did they receive a generous reward, but they also acquired so many rocket launchers and firearms. From now on, they can do whatever they want. Of course, from an official standpoint, I need to keep a low profile. But it will be much easier to complete tasks in the future. Tang Gao rubbed his hands excitedly, unable to resist trying it out right away. First, give the talent card to the alchemist avatar, then have him use the alchemy equipment of the Clover Group's pharmaceutical factory to produce pills, and then sell their pills. Use Clover Group's machines, Clover Group's formulas, and Clover Group's technology to slap Clover Group in the face. Just thinking about it is awesome. The alchemist avatar has been equipped with talents and a medicine refining space has been configured for it. Tang Gao's eyes widened. Is it that fun? Good heavens, not only is the equipment complete, but there's even a place to refine medicine. Let's go, let's go. Let's go sell medicine now, start a price war, and show these backward capitalist groups what the iron fist of autocracy really is. Tang Gao laughed heartily, hands on his hips, ready to show these guys what the brutal beating of advanced clone productivity was like. At 9 o'clock in the evening, on the bustling commercial street of Liangchang, a young man with a gentle smile and the scent of herbs stood on the street, set up a small table, arranged bottles of medicine, recorded a message into a loudspeaker, and began to sell. No money, no deposit, just materials. Clover Group's high-quality, excellent, and perfect quality pills on clearance sale. 1 pill for 3 sets of materials. No material limit. Price offset. It's been a long time since I've smelled such a natural, fresh scent in this concrete jungle. This young man is truly talented, but using this phrase is an exaggeration. Clover Group has a lot of negative press, but when it comes to the quality and quantity of its pills, there's really nothing to criticize. Ordinary people and organizations would find it very difficult to achieve what the Clover Group has done, which is why they have allowed it to grow so large. Tang Gao was displeased and rolled his eyes. No cheating or deception, the technology used is still fresh from the Clover Group's data. The quality of this pill speaks for itself. If you don't believe me, you don't have to buy. It's... Uncle with the briefcase laughed. Young man, you've got quite a temper. Alright, let me see your pills. How about selling me this bottle of herbal pills? The Clover Group's information has been made public online. It makes sense that this kid used the Clover Group's technology. The difficulty of imitating low-level pills is not high for professionals. Tang Gao clicked his tongue and tossed it over, not forgetting to introduce it. This is a civilian-grade tranquilizing pill. It can calm the mind and help with cultivation, meditation, and spiritual nourishment. I don't want money, I only want the pill refining materials. You can offset the price with the price on Taobao. Civilian use generally refers to those who have not reached the level of cultivators. Ordinary martial artists and Taoist priests, even though they are not cultivators, will still use these things. Even for non-cultivation professionals, these things are quite effective for ordinary people. The man with the briefcase caught it, his face showing a moment of astonishment. Tranquilizing pills? A bottle of tranquilizing pills that starts at 1,000? How could I possibly buy something this expensive at a street stall? Tang Gao shrugged and added, "You're wrong. This is a high-quality Qingxin pill. A bottle costs at least 1,500 yuan. I'm selling it at cost price now. You only need to give me 200 yuan worth of materials to offset the cost. If I have the money, why wouldn't I buy it from a reputable store? I'll still buy from your stall." Tang Gao blinked. "I don't know you, how would I know who you are?" The man with the briefcase showed his bag, on which was written a line of text. Market Supervision Bureau. Tang Gao leaned back tactically, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I've run into a professional?" The man with the briefcase stretched out his hand and chuckled, "You can call me Comrade Xiaolu. Young man, I see you're quite young, so let me give you a little lesson. Counterfeiting and illegal profiteering can involve the crime of fraud. Just by smelling it, I know your skills are worth the price, and selling it for that price is absolutely no problem. However, if your items are not worth that price, and you illegally profit more than 3,000 yuan, that's enough to warrant filing a case. Young man, if you lower the price a little, you won't even need to go to the Market Supervision Bureau. I can get you a permit right now, allowing you to legally sell pills." Tang Gao curled his lip. "Are you a professional pill seller?" Comrade Lu shook his head. "I'm not, but even if I've never eaten pork, haven't I at least seen a pig run?" Tang Gao rolled his eyes. "Then why are you spouting these nonsense conclusions? You have no right to speak without investigation, understand? I specifically checked the prices on Taobao before I came, so I'm not lying. Young people, making small mistakes is not a problem. The greatest virtue is to acknowledge and correct them." Tang Gao rolled his eyes and waved his hand as if shooing away flies. "You're the one engaging in false advertising, your whole family is false advertising. I hate this kind of overly meticulous person who lacks professionalism the most." Passers-by who witnessed this scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I was a little worried at first, but now that I see him, good lad, this young man looks to be around 20 years old, but he actually has the cultivation of the mid-stage of the first level. The quality of this pill is probably something special. Hey, didn't the comrades from the Market Supervision Bureau say that the quality of the pills is good? Although there's some exaggeration in the advertising, it's not a big problem. There's nothing wrong with the product." This young man has a really tough temper, he's even arguing with someone. Tang Gao couldn't help but slam his fist on the table, cursing, "Qingxin pill. Civilian Qingxin pill. Clover Group's technology. I hate people who are polite but don't know what's good for them." Comrade Lu wasn't annoyed at all. He laughed and took out his phone. "Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. I'd be happy to buy it at the price you quoted. Where's the payment code? I'll buy it now. But once the professionals arrive, you'll have to focus on promoting it properly." Tang Gao was a little annoyed, but he couldn't hit someone who was smiling, so he turned off the horn and glared at Comrade Xiaolu. "I'm telling you, you better call a professional, or I'll verbally abuse you to death today. Do you even know that because you're standing here, I can't sell anything?" Comrade Lu sighed helplessly. "I'd love to buy it, but you should at least give me your payment QR code." Tang Gao reached out and swiftly snatched the Qingxin pill back from his hand, clearly displeased with the person who had interrupted his business. Comrade Lu felt a sudden lightness in his hand, his face showing surprise. He looked down at his empty palm, clenched it, as if the weight of the bottle of pills still lingered in his hand, and couldn't help but gasp, "Wow, what quick skills! I've seen plenty of first-level cultivators, but this is the first one I've seen with such good skills in such a young age." More and more onlookers gathered, and two experts even figured out what was going on, pointing at Tang Gao. This young man's attributes are probably not simple. He's either wind type or battle type. Yes, it can't possibly be a lower-level attribute. This attack speed can't be enhanced by a lower-level attribute. Wow, When did such a remarkable person emerge from our Liangchang? What's wrong with you running around? What I've encountered is absolutely worth you running over here, so hurry up. A short while later, a middle-aged, overweight man, having amplified his magical power, came running over with rough but fast steps, swinging his arms. After running over, the chubby uncle punched Xiaolu, cursing, "Are you crazy? You called me out to work overtime in the middle of the night? Are you going to pay me overtime?" After finishing, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and panted as he tried to catch his breath. Comrade Lu laughed as he took the punch, then pointed at the table. "This young man's pills are of good quality, but there's some false advertising involved, and he's stubborn, insisting that they're not genuine. I think it's nothing for a young person to make a mistake, he can just correct it. He wasn't good enough, and insisted I find a professional, so that's why I called you." The chubby uncle twitched his nose, his eyes lit up, and he shoved Comrade Lu aside. "Get out of the way, you're blocking the good stuff." Comrade Xiaolu stumbled and was pushed aside. Looking at his friend's infatuated expression, he felt helpless. Is this an improved version? The portly man stood up, holding the dregs of the pill in his hands, and looked at Tang Gao with excitement. "Young man, did you refine this? This improvement is simply ingenious. It's beyond the reach of ordinary people." Comrade Xiaolu's face contorted with astonishment, his pupils dilating in shock. "This really is a heart-clearing pill? This isn't right, I've used heart-clearing pills before, and this one is much weaker." The pedestrians were dumbfounded. "No way? This is actually a Qingxin pill? And it's the Clover Group version? That's impossible. You'd sell something like this at a street stall? What's the point?" I was dumbfounded. I thought the young man was exaggerating, but I didn't realize I was just blind to recognize a good product. I knew this product was of good quality, but I didn't expect it to be this good. The chubby uncle hurriedly took out his second-grade alchemist badge from his pocket and hung it on his clothes. He kicked Xiaolu in the leg to shut him up. "What do you know about pills? Get out of here. This young man has refined an improved version, with a gentler and longer-lasting effect." Comrade Lu stumbled, his face flushed, and he realized he had been blind to the importance of someone important. He quickly apologized. "Young man, I'm so sorry, it was my fault." "I apologize to you. I'll give you the approval right now and help you spread the word." Tang Gao's expression softened slightly. "The problem is huge, but luckily I'm a very petty person. Don't worry, I won't sell you a single bottle of the pills I have here." Comrade Lu was speechless for a moment, and even the speed at which he took out paper and pen from his briefcase slowed down, but he had no choice but to take them out. Okay, I was wrong. Sigh, these young people nowadays have such big tempers." The chubby uncle bloated, expressing deep concern for his friend's misfortune and eager to kick him while he was down. The chubby uncle turned around, chuckling as he asked, "Young man, your technique is fantastic. Even among first-tier alchemists, your method is incredibly creative. Have you taken any certification exams? Should I vouch for you and help you get one?" Tang Gao looked at the specialist and his expression softened considerably. "I've been busy lately and haven't had time to take the certification exam. Maybe I'll be in the mood to do it when I have more free time." Young man, having more friends means having more options. Don't bother arguing with a fool, he knows nothing about elixirs. "You'll die if you don't insult me, you bastard." Comrade Xiaolu was very indignant. He casually put the note on the table, weighted down with a bottle, and even stood in front of the table to take a picture of himself and the note. This picture would serve as evidence when going through the procedures later. Comrade Lu, holding the phone, looked bewildered. "It's free? Why?" Tang Gao blinked. He couldn't very well say that his alchemist clone didn't have an ID card or a cell phone, so it couldn't get a payment QR code, could he? A thought struck him, and he came up with an answer. Those under the age of 18 cannot apply for a QR code for receiving payments. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Wei Gu, a second-grade alchemist, looked shocked and couldn't help but gasp. The pedestrians looked shocked and couldn't help but gasp. The pedestrians were dumbfounded. An 18-year-old mid-stage first-order cultivator. This skill level is among the best in its class. Is this guy really 18? When I was 18, I was still begging my mom for an extra 10 yuan of pocket money. This young man is so inspiring. He earns his own money and learns alchemy. Holy crap! Such a brilliant genius, why isn't his family appreciating him? What about the school? Is the school really this irresponsible towards its students? Such a talented person, and they're letting him/her set up a street stall to make money? How can you let your child go out and earn money to buy materials for alchemy? These parents are so irresponsible. The poor practice martial arts, the rich play with elixirs. I'm so damn stupid. I really deserve to die. I really deserve to die. I'm here to disrupt the Clover Group's market, not to make money. Only this kind of ruthless, ultra-low price war can pry open the cracks in the Clover Group's defenses. Wei Gu pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a photo to Comrade Xiaolu. This is my payment QR code. Go and print it out. Comrade Xiaolu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tang Gao thought about it and realized that this was a good idea. Okay, very good, I'll give you this bottle of pills. Tang Gao handed the Qingxin pill in his hand directly to Wei Gu. Wei Gu was both amused and exasperated. Wasn't this the very bottle his friend had just been about to buy? Wei Gu smiled, turned around and pulled Xiaolu, who hadn't gone far, saying, "How much is this pill? Pay up, and I'll sell you this bottle of pills." Comrade Lu's face twisted. In disgust, "No, do you really have to disgust me like this? Are you going to buy it or not? If not, hurry up and print out the payment code for me." Comrade Lu was speechless and had no choice but to take out his phone to pay. By 200 has been scanned, I'm going to print it. He snatched the pill, turned around and scurried off to a print shop to print out the payment code. This item is guaranteed to sell for 2,000 yuan, and you're selling it for 200 yuan? Tang Gao shrugged, I'm here to destroy the Clover Group's market. Tang Gao nodded, that's right, I even overpriced it, it costs the price of 3 sets of materials. No, are you a donkey pulling a millstone or an ox plowing a field? Do you think human effort and technical expertise are free? Are there any other companies in the same industry that are so aggressive in their marketing? This is blatant malicious competition. Currently, the quality of the pills this young man produces is highly reliable. After Wei Gu finished speaking, he turned his head and whispered, when he comes later, you should quickly send him away. He works for the Market Supervision Bureau, and your price is considered malicious competition. Tang Gao glanced at Wei Gu, his goodwill towards him increasing greatly. Please leave your number. I'd like to ask you for advice if I encounter any problems in the future. Wei Gu laughed and gave his number. Seeing this, the pedestrians around were eager to buy first, but seeing that there was a second-grade alchemist from the Pill Association there, they had no choice but to hurriedly line up and come over one by one to buy. Buy a bottle, shout down with the Clover Group, and then happily leave with the bottle of pills. A moment later, Comrade Xiaolu came over, placed the QR code for payment on the table, and carried 2 bottles of milk tea, which he placed on the table with a smile. Young man, don't be angry. How about a cup of milk tea? This one is for you, you fat dog. Comrade Lu blushed slightly, clutching his briefcase, I'm just embarrassed. Our unit happens to have annual quotas. If you don't mind, you can give these pills to our unit. As long as the quality is fine, we'll let them shout down with Clover Group as many times as they want. Wei Gu covered his mouth and cleared his throat, I'll handle this. You're an amateur, what do you know about pills? Don't bother us professionals who are making money here. Comrade Xiaolu had only taken 2 steps when he heard a voice from his friend's phone, received 200 yuan. No, you're selling something worth several thousand yuan for this price? Are you trying to drive down the price of elixirs? What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Wei Gu looked down at his nose, then at his mouth, then at his heart. It's an alchemist's personal matter, mind your own business. He doesn't own a company. Comrade Xiaolu looked at his friend speechlessly, can't you teach some good things to the young man? Don't lead him astray. Comrade Xiaolu had a terrible headache. He put his hands together and quickly excused himself, saying, Okay, I was wrong. I'll leave right now. Comrade Xiaolu was speechless and had no choice but to leave immediately. His friend was teaching the child how to take advantage of loopholes right in front of him. The people in line burst into laughter as they watched the Market Supervision Bureau official walk away. Money back guarantee if you're not satisfied. Quality assured. Don't miss out. Just shop down with Clover Group, and we'll sell at cost price. Tang Gao was shocked. He couldn't help but put his phone in his pocket and stand up. Uncle, you're going way too far. Compared to this guy, my approach was incredibly unprofessional. Wei Guo winked at him and grinned. Young man, your alchemy skills are quite good, but when it comes to selling things, you should learn from me. I guarantee you'll find it useful in the future. Not to mention, the quality of this thing you've given me is truly exceptional. Tang Gao was filled with respect and immediately reached under the table, but actually into his spatial backpack, to take out a box of accumulated pills. After selling this box, I'll give you 20% of the profits. Wei Guo looked at the styrofoam box that had been brought over and fell into deep thought. Young man, you really don't think of yourself as a human being. Selling this whole table at cost price is already outrageous enough. Why are you still selling it as a styrofoam box? Your collaboration with other companies is going way too far. Wei Guo has seen people who try to profit from others, people who try to profit from technology, people who try to profit from prices, and even people who try to profit from backgrounds. I've never seen anyone curl themselves up like this before. Exchanging a pill for 3 portions of medicinal herbs reflects a confidence forged through countless trials and tribulations, as well as an untamed pride. This proves that the little guy firmly believes that only 3 ingredients are needed to refine the elixir. Wei Guo believed he could do it, because the quality of the freshly made pills he was selling was evident. But isn't this quantity too much? Wei Guo had a toothache for a while, but considering the child needed help, she had no choice but to continue helping with the sales. Occasionally, people wearing Clover Group badges would appear in the crowd, but upon seeing that it was a second-grade alchemist hawking his wares, they would only dare to leave dejectedly, not daring to cause any trouble. Wei Guo had already called the Pill Association, and soon someone sent a car to deliver the medicinal herbs. Tang Gao hummed a little tune as he tidied up his small table, preparing to close up shop. The passers-by around him were very enthusiastic towards him. Teacher Lien, will you still be selling tomorrow? Tang Gao nodded with a smile. We'll sell as usual tomorrow. As long as Clover Group is in Liangchang, I'll sell every day. The Clover Group has been targeted by major official organizations, and recently some obscure underground organizations have also been trying to crack down on it. At this juncture, the Clover Group may not have the time to deal with this little guy. Besides, how could selling such a small amount of pills possibly disrupt the market? Tang Gao chuckled, considered for a moment, and then cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. I'm going to rest for an hour. After an hour, we'll continue selling pills. A question mark slowly floated above Wei Ji's head. What do you mean by continue selling after 1 hour? This isn't your entire inventory? The donkeys in the production team all need rest, but you're not letting them rest? Tang Gao smiled, offering no explanation. Instead, he hung up a sign indicating a 1-hour break, walked towards the herb transport vehicle, and with a wave of his hand, stored all the herbs inside into his spatial backpack. He then waved to everyone with a bright smile. See you in an hour, bye-bye. Choosing to terminate the mission, the alchemist's clone instantly disappeared from the spot. Wei Guo was dumbfounded. Huh? A spatial ring? A teleportation spell? No, what's going on? Is some rich young master going out to act in a script? The pedestrians were dumbfounded, watching helplessly as Teacher Lien disappeared. Holy crap! What kind of magic is this? Earth is a type of magic that allows one. This doesn't seem like the Earth escape technique. The Earth escape technique involves a person shrinking underground. Am I out of my mind? Why would I come back an hour later? He stretched his shoulders and felt a sense of joy. It's a pity that my alchemy skill level is low, otherwise the efficiency of producing pills could be even higher. Selling such a small quantity of pills will have a relatively small impact on the Clover Group's market. To accomplish this task, we must employ unconventional methods. Increase production, establish a brand, find partners, and innovate elixirs. We can start from these 4 points. System: do you have any pills that can increase production? Consumes 2 years of cultivation. System: users can have their alchemist clone learn this skill, allowing them to refine pills while simultaneously selling them in the alchemy space by consuming mana. Wow, this is amazing. This will increase production. The alchemist's clone can produce for a whole day without eating or drinking, which will greatly increase the speed of skill improvement and leveling up. I bought it. Alchemist's cultivation points consumed. Alchemist has learned this skill. The store system is currently being updated. A currency system has been added and is now synchronized with the real world. Users can use the payment codes provided by this system. Great! This way, the branding issue is also resolved. Tang Gaoka remembered that the violent righteous messenger had been active in the black market. It would be good to let him solve this problem. There was no need for him to do everything himself. Innovation in elixirs is quite simple. Simply consume your cultivation points to upgrade the pill formula's level. Well, a 4-star mission can't be rushed. I reckon I'll have to hang out for a few more days before I can complete it. Tang Gao stroked his chin. I need to figure out a way to get a profession card for the alchemist avatar. The alchemist's clone is improving too slowly. It's not even in the same league as the tyrannical righteous messenger. Tang Gao was taken aback. Huh? Is it really that demanding? Thankfully, I'm not the one who has to work myself to the bone. It's just a lot of trouble for you, clone. Its difficulty is comparable to that of the Blood Rage Servant case, where you had to grind through 3 evolution bars in a row. Could I give my alchemist avatar an evolution bar? Tang Gao then remembered this and happily opened the alchemist's personal panel to begin filtering evolution directions. This skill is truly amazing. It even has this direction. Alchemy quality, evolution bar tier 1, level 1, 0%. Not bad, give me another leveling plan. Tang Gao began to arrange work plans for the alchemists, so that they would have a fulfilling life to improve themselves. Finally, Tang Gao glanced at the progress bar of the 4-star mission, which had only advanced by single digits. As expected of a 4-star difficulty level, it looks like it will take a week of grinding. Tang Gao closed the panel and gave the violent righteous messenger an order. The alchemists are busy refining pills. Remember to take some time to select suitable information to release and continue to put pressure on the Clover Group. Little brat, I'll reveal a little bit about this fermentation every day, and I don't believe you can still stand here. Finally, Tang Gao looked at the requirements of the 4-star mission and wondered what other ways he could speed up the process. A thought flashed through Tang Gao's mind. System: if I rob their medicinal herbs and sell them, will that count as progress? The task requires more than just selling pills. Tang Gao laughed heartily and immediately changed the work direction of the Violent Justice Messenger. From today onwards, Violent Justice Messenger, you will rob the Clover Group of medicinal herbs and pills. Alchemist, you will be responsible for refining and selling the pills. Any medicinal herbs that cannot be refined in time, let Violent Justice Messenger sell them on the black market. One involves military sabotage, the other market disruption. An immortal, violent messenger of justice, and an alchemist clone who works himself to the bone. I refuse to believe I can't complete a mere 4-star mission. Well, I wonder how many factories they've opened. I'll continue to sabotage them tomorrow. Tang Gao closed the task system with some regret, letting his 2 clones run the task automatically. It's a pity the mission system has a cooldown period, otherwise I could grind all night and completely destroy your Clover Group. Recite your lessons, we have to visit the military base tomorrow. Before graduation, every graduating class of high school seniors visits the local military base to inspire their desire to join the army. Tianma Avenue, Pharmaceutical Incubation Base, Clover Group Liangcheng Branch, President's Office. Suan made a rather unfunny remark. So, we've been completely fooled by a first-tier genius cultivator? Wei Lan glanced at him sideways. What? You believe this nonsense? The illusion that covers the entire alchemy plant, not to mention that it is at least a third-order wide area spell, just the fact that it can directly move the spatial device of the core machine is not something that ordinary cultivators can have. Suan gave a mocking smile, then his eyes changed slightly, and his expression became serious. Young Master Zhao, do you think the few of us here are qualified to handle this matter? Suan pointed at Wei Lan. You should ask her why she concealed the message she sent to Wei Xing. I just learned something from an informant in the Guardian Bureau. A powerful figure has recently made a subtle appearance in Liangchang. Zhao Shan's anger vanished instantly, and he stared at Wei Lan nervously. What are you hiding? The criteria for judging a powerful being vary, but at the very least, they are strong individuals who guard a region, have long lifespans, possess formidable strength, and whose words, spoken with ease, can influence the lives of millions. Smack! Zhao Shan slapped her angrily, his eyes red, and roared, Guess? A guess? Do you know how much damage it will cause our group to offend such a powerful figure? Even if it's just a guess, a tiny possibility, Zhao Shan wouldn't dare to gamble. They dared not confront the will of the mighty. My brother most likely ran right into the line of fire when General Lu happened to be out and about. Zhao Shan looked at Suan, his eyes narrowed, and a dangerous glint flashed in them. We've known all along that General Lu is targeting us, but I think you have more to say than just this. Zhao Shan knew that Suan was using himself to suppress Wei Lan. However, if Suan cannot provide important information, Zhao Shan will let him know that his surname is Zhao. The Zhao Cheng case coincided with the time when General Lu requested his superiors to investigate the mysterious powerful figure. Zhao Shan's expression changed slightly. You mean, these two things are related? And what is the connection between Zhao Cheng and Blood Fury Servant? Most importantly, the Guardian Bureau had been monitoring our movements ever since the Blood Rage Servant case, but after learning that internal information had been made public, all official organizations took the opportunity to hold us accountable and try to profit from it. Why do you think they would do that? What he feared was offending that powerful figure, or perhaps the powerful figure's direct subordinate. Suan pointedly placed his finger on the pharmaceutical factory's report. Look, doesn't this seem like the third trial? Zhao Shan gasped, feeling that it was all a conspiracy. There was no reason why a genius cultivator would target the Clover Group for no reason. If this genius has a powerful figure supporting him, then all of this makes sense. Zhao Shan was unwilling and clenched his fists. If this matter is not handled well, it will greatly affect my status in the Zhao family. Wei Lan's expression was strange. Have you forgotten? We've already killed that square-faced battle chi cultivator. This new one who appeared is suspected to be his descendant, and he's even stronger. It wasn't until we issued a kill order that this second generation violent champion of justice clearly targeted us. Suan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Moreover, this second-generation violent righteous messenger has clearly received stronger support. The illusion that enveloped the entire pharmaceutical factory was most likely created by that powerful figure himself. That spatial device is also very likely possessed by a powerful being. The more the three people reasoned, the more they felt they were on the right track. Zhao Shan's face turned green. Have the results of the test for residual magical fluctuations at the alchemy factory come out yet? This is an important clue that can reveal who is behind the pharmaceutical factory incident. Suan swallowed hard and hurriedly picked up the phone to urge the pharmaceutical refinery for the test results. Soon, the spell test results were sent to Suan's mobile phone. Suan opened the document and his face immediately turned green. We only detected the spell fluctuations of one person, the spell fluctuations of a first-level cultivator, that violent righteous messenger. Is this normal? This is completely abnormal. All the evidence points to the worst possible outcome. Wei Lan was shocked and looked terrified. This is impossible. How could they only find one person? Could it be a gang crime? This is the worst outcome she could ever hope for. Zhao Shan's face turned even greener. The local instruments can only detect up to level 4. Either a 5th-level cultivator made a move. The probability of it being a mysterious and powerful being is higher. Otherwise, General Lu wouldn't have requested that his superiors investigate. General Lu himself is a 6th-order command-type combat cultivator, so it's impossible that he couldn't see the fluctuations of 5th-order or 6th-order spells. He could discern even a fraction of the power of 7th-tier spells. And now, before even taking office, the expert group composed of these 3 key figures ordered the killing of the violent righteous messenger, successfully offending in killing a mysterious powerful figure. I suspect I've offended an 8th-tier powerhouse. How can I leave Liangcheng alive? I need help urgently, I'm about to die. Tang Gao sat up, rubbed his eyes, and curiously clicked on the link. A series of messages popped up. Special benefit of Alchemist Avatar, reputation level increased twice. Reputation, I'm not a medicine god. Overnight, the entire Liangcheng knew that there was a Master Lien who was only willing to sell pills at cost price, the real cost price, without any profit, and kind-heartedly provided almost free treatment for the residents of Liangcheng. Congratulations, Teacher Lien. You have earned everyone's respect, love, and admiration. Reputation even more outrageous than the donkeys in the production team. Surrounded by a crowd, I witnessed a peerless genius who didn't eat, drink, or sleep, refining pills 24 hours a day. When he was tired, sleepy, or hungry, he would take a pill. Congratulations, Teacher Lien. You have not only won the admiration of the residents, but also left your peers far behind. Special rewards, elixir effect plus 100%, alchemy speed plus 50%. Attribute increased to 105% this time, a 40% attribute increase was achieved. Tang Gao was completely dumbfounded, never expecting that after waking up from a nap, his alchemist clone would give him such a big surprise. The pill's effect is increased by 100%, the pill refining speed is increased by 50%, and there's also this 40% attribute boost bonus. Holy crap! What did he do? Tang Gao didn't even bother to wash up. He hurriedly chose to collect the idle rewards while observing the buffs to see what was happening on the scene. A memory flooded his mind, the alchemist's experience of splitting into 2 beings overnight. That night, following the orders of their master, the alchemist worked himself to the bone to produce pills, and took this opportunity to give everyone a treat. The alchemist accepted all comers without hesitation, refining pills on the spot and even thoughtfully providing prescriptions, telling them to get the medicine from Tongrentang and drink it for a while. Alchemists have low cultivation levels, but their cultivation output is the most stable. They can earn cultivation rewards by selling a batch of pills to the system shop. Overnight, the commercial street was packed with people, and some even drove up with stretchers to ask the alchemist for help. Alchemists have access to a system shop, so they can generally solve any problem except for serious illnesses. Even for serious illnesses, thanks to the system's ability to answer every question, it has managed to provide solutions for many difficult and complicated diseases. Tang Gao was dumbfounded, never expecting that the system's ask and answer function would produce such amazing results in the hands of a professional. Holy crap! At Liangcheng Pedestrian Street, the alchemist's clone was initially sold at a roadside stall, but as more and more people came, it had to be moved to the center of the square to avoid causing traffic congestion. The alchemist's avatar sat at the table, calmly taking the pulse of the woman before him for a minute. Based on his assessment, he mentally formulated a treatment plan, glanced at the skills corrections, optimized it, and then quickly wrote down the treatment plan, instructing her. The girl's mouth dropped open. Wow! Miracle doctor, how did you know I was lying on my left side? Wei Gu sat to the side, his initial shock turning into overwhelming admiration. Even I was starting to find it hard to bear the monotony, but this guy had been working on it calmly since last night, without even blinking. Miracle doctor. Please look at my mother. What's wrong with her? Make way. Make way. Make way. A middle-aged man, covered in sweat, and another young man carried a stretcher over. An elderly woman lay on a stretcher, convulsing intermittently and foaming at the mouth from time to time. Her condition was clearly dangerous. The alchemist hurriedly got up, walked quickly to the stretcher, and used his skill judgment and inquiry system to take out silver needles from his spatial backpack. He quickly inserted them into the old woman's chest, his eyes calm, and kept instructing her, I've stabilized the situation by stimulating the vital point. Dissolve a heart-nourishing pill in warm water and feed it to this old woman. After the situation is stabilized, take this prescription to the central hospital in Liangcheng. I've already given you 3 hours. If it's delivered within 3 hours, it will be safe and sound. The conditions here are too poor to treat this disease. The alchemist hurriedly helped him up and urgently called out, "Don't waste time, get your mother there first. I can only buy you 3 hours. Okay, I'll go right away." Wei Gu, who was standing nearby, personally ground the pills and used his magic to dissolve them in water before feeding them to the old woman. At the same time, he cast a spell on her and instructed her, "My spell can save your mother from one injury and buy her more time. Go quickly." "Thank you. Thank you." The middle-aged man and another young man hurriedly carried his mother on a stretcher and rushed towards their car through the cleared path of the crowd. The alchemist's clone looked at Wei Gu with envy. It's so good to be a second-grade alchemist, to be able to master such exquisite magic. That spell just now protected the old woman's heart meridian, which greatly saved her life. Not everyone can accurately diagnose a disease at a glance. The judgment that only a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine doctor with decades of experience could see in this young man. The surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Well done, divine physician Lien. The refined healer, with miraculous hands, can bring the dead back to life. Divine physician, take a rest." The alchemist looked at the large crowd, smiled, and cupped his hands in greeting. "There are still people in line. I'll leave after I've seen all of this." Tang Gao's consciousness floated to the side, staring dumbfounded at the alchemist's clone's incredible feat. The alchemist's clone hasn't rested since last night, pushing things to the limit. But now, Tang Gao still wants to scream. Holy crap! Tang Gao couldn't help but recall his own experience of grinding through written tests and completing tasks. Is this how others perceive me? What an amazing hard-working person! The alchemist's clone took pulses and treated everyone for a while. Seeing that there was no one queuing up for the time being, he walked to the alchemy furnace on the side, sat down on the ground, and began to refine pills by controlling the flames, his eyes focused. This alchemy furnace was created after he gave a prescription to a patient and went to Tongrintang to get the medicine. Tongrintang was amazed by the ingenuity of the prescription and came to find out more. After learning about it, Tongrintang generously sponsored him with a second-grade alchemy furnace to facilitate his alchemy practice. That's convenient. The alchemist's avatar sat in front of the alchemy furnace, refining pills with his spiritual power in the alchemy space and consuming mana in the real world, thus increasing his level in both directions. Among the surrounding crowd, some alchemists hurriedly set up their stands, turned on their recording equipment, and hastily pulled out paper and pens from their pockets, their eyes fixed on the alchemist's alchemy operations. "Those who imitate me will die, those who resemble me will live." Wei Gu also took out a stand, turned on his phone to record, and took out paper and pen to listen to the alchemy expert's experience. His eyes lit up as he looked forward to his performance. Despite having watched it many times, I am still amazed by the incredible speed and skill of the alchemy process, and I can't understand why it can be done so quickly. Wow, the furnace is starting up so fast. Is this the correct procedure? Among the crowd, some were shocked by the outrageous actions of the divine healer. The angry alchemist was a middle-aged man with a badge that read second-rank alchemist hanging around his neck. The person who had spoken shut up, not daring to utter another word. The second-grade alchemist didn't even glance at his student, his eyes fixed on the alchemy furnace. "Shut up, remember the master's operation first, and then review it when we get back. Don't tell me you can't understand it, I can't understand it either." It was incredibly fast, so fast it seemed as if the hand was in a hurry to return it to someone else. The alchemy speed increased by 150%, which was incomprehensible not only to those around him, but even Tang Gao couldn't see clearly what he had thrown in. The difference is so great that even a seasoned veteran like him can't figure out what's going on. Layman, don't be shocked yet. Make way for us experts to be shocked first. I love the feeling of knowledge slipping through my mind without leaving a trace. 10 minutes later, the alchemist's clone opened his eyes, turned on the furnace, and inside lay 10 plump, round, rosy pills, emitting a wonderful fragrance. The confusion in Wei Ji's eyes deepened. "I recognize the fire element pills you refined. How did you manage to finish refining them so quickly? And with such a large quantity and such high quality? Fast, plentiful, and good. I just don't understand. The second-grade alchemists could vaguely sense something mysterious within it, but they still couldn't understand what it was at all, and their faces were filled with nothing but admiration. An aged voice rang out from the crowd. Upon seeing him, Wei Gu was greatly surprised and hurriedly bowed and greeted Elder Fong, saying, "Greetings, Elder Fong." The surrounding alchemists were shocked when they saw this person, and hurriedly bowed and greeted him, "Greetings, Elder Fong." Passers-by were shocked and quickly kept their distance. Who is this? I don't know, but it looks very impressive. There was no name tag on his chest, so I don't know who he is. Old Fong walked out of the crowd with a smile and waved his hand. No need to be polite. Young friend, you have such a pure heart. Even I admire you. You stayed up all night to treat the people of Liangchang and solve their difficult and complicated diseases. Furthermore, their alchemy techniques are beyond the reach of ordinary people, but if made public, it wouldn't be impossible for them to cause a seismic shift in the elixir industry. Old Fong laughed heartily, pointing at Wei Gu. Ask him how long it takes to refine a batch of fire element pills. He's a second-grade alchemist, after all. Wei Gu looked ashamed and cupped his hands. From starting the furnace to finishing, it takes about an hour. I estimate that only 5 good quality pieces will come out of the furnace, and that's only because I'm a second-grade piece. I can't do it as fast as you, refining 10 high-grade fire element pills in 10 minutes. The alchemist's clone was surprised. So slow? Isn't this simple? I finished it in 10 minutes. Wei Gu was slightly embarrassed and muttered, "Don't just talk about me, everyone here is just as slow." The alchemists present felt awkward, especially the second-grade alchemists. Leaving aside the need to know the exact dosage of the pill formula down to the milligram, to have perfect control over the heat, to have an unparalleled understanding of the medicinal properties, and to possess absolute confidence and a hone technique through countless trials, one must first master these skills. Only a 4th-grade alchemist, specializing in this formula, can match your skill level. The alchemist's avatar seemed somewhat bewildered, then pondered, "Isn't this simple? Can't others do it?" Wei Gu felt even more ashamed after hearing this, and quietly distanced herself to feel a little better. The surrounding alchemists fell silent, stunned by the unexpected genius. What should I say? Let's just keep quiet. Old Fong stroked his white beard inside, his voice gentle. With my cultivation level and my special alchemy furnace, even if I learned your techniques, I estimate I could only reach your level. The alchemist's clone smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. The old gentleman is still the best. The alchemist's clone was surprised. I only know that this is Elder Fong, but I don't know who he is. My God! The industry leaders are on par with you, so how can you think they've won? He's the big boss of Liangcheng Tongrentang. The alchemy furnace you're using was probably given to you by some big shot. Old Fong shook his head and held up 5 fingers. No, you are stronger. I am a 5th-order wood-type magic cultivator and a 4th-grade alchemist. I use a 4th-grade alchemy furnace, and my technique is 20% worse than yours. The alchemist's clone looked astonished, realizing for the first time how strong his talent and hard work truly were. Old Master Fong cupped his hands in greeting and smiled broadly. Mr. Lien, you have a pure and kind heart. I have learned a great deal today and am filled with mixed emotions. This furnace is a gift to you, sir. May your future be bright, and may you never forget to extend your compassion today and alleviate the suffering of all living beings. The alchemist's avatar became serious and cupped his hands. I don't have such lofty aspirations. I just want to bring down the Clover Group and restore peace and order to Liangchang. Practicing medicine and saving lives is simply something I do out of a sense of duty. I didn't expect such a substantial reward. A 2nd-grade alchemy furnace is of exceptional quality, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to shorten the time by so much. This gift of gratitude is incredibly generous. This alchemy furnace starts at 3 million. Old Master Fong was slightly surprised, then stroked his white beard and laughed. Very well, then my Tongrentang will also lend you a hand, young friend. From today onwards, all medicinal herbs and pills from the Clover Group will be sold at cost price. The alchemist's clone looked at Elder Fong with confusion. We can't keep doing good deeds on a moral pedestal that we can't bring ourselves down from. If you receive a generous gift as a reward today, more people will be willing to do good deeds in the future. Those who carry firewood for the masses should not be left to freeze to death in the wind and snow. The alchemist's avatar was deeply moved and bowed, saying, I have learned a great deal. Thank you, Elder Fong. I have benefited greatly today. The students will never forget to extend their great compassion today and relieve the suffering of all living beings. Tongrintang, the leading organization of the Liangchun Pharmaceutical Association, has joined the task. The task progress is accelerating rapidly. Please check back regularly. Old Fong returned the greeting with a cupped hand and a smile. Young friend, this is my mobile phone number. Write it down. If you encounter any problems with medicinal herbs, you can contact me. I can't compare to you in terms of speed and thinking, but this old man still knows a bit about medicinal herbs. The alchemist's avatar hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Elder Fong. Old Fong chuckled and stroked his beard. I won't disturb you while you're refining pills. This old man has to keep an eye on things at the shop. You go ahead and do your work, young friend. The alchemist's avatar watched his departing figure with envy, flying through the sky and escaping into the earth. It's truly a life of immortals. Alchemy, alchemy. With such talent and perseverance, even without Mr. Fong's guidance, he would probably have become a big shot in the industry sooner or later. Even those alchemists around who couldn't understand it hurriedly started taking notes, writing down the parts they could comprehend. Wei Ji's eyes lit up when he saw it. He set up the stand, opened his live streaming account, and started recording the expert's explanation. Even learning just 1 or 2/10 of it would be of great benefit to one's alchemy practice. Amidst the gentle and refined explanation, the audience seemed to see a rising star in alchemy, illuminating the yearning light in the eyes of alchemists. Tang Gao's consciousness projection looked on with deep emotion, feeling that his clone had grown a lot overnight. Amazing, amazing. It's too demanding, they're constantly refining pills. Tang Gao considered it for a moment, then put it out of his mind. Passing the college entrance exam was now a sure thing, he could just choose a path he liked to pursue. Alright, time to go to school. Tang Gao quickly got up, washed up, and prepared to eat. As usual, no one was home. His parents had already gotten up and gone to the shop to cook and cut meat, preparing for their day's work. Recently, Tang Gao's cultivation and physical fitness have improved so much that his overall appearance is much better, and he looks very energetic. Brother Tang. Come with me. I'll take you to a great place. Before Lu Ren even arrived, his enthusiastic voice had already reached Tang Gao's ears. Tang Gao turned around and saw him rushing over with his wind battle chi activated, his face beaming with a bright smile, looking excited and eager to show off his good stuff. Tang Gao was completely bewildered. Not going to school? Lu Ren hurriedly waved his hand. Quick, get in the car, we can still make it in time. Lu Ren was dumbfounded, speechless, and shocked. Brother Tang, you've been possessed? You've actually started paying attention to local news. Weren't you supposed to be oblivious to everything around? You? Ignoring Tang Gao's displeasure, Lu Ren put his arm around his shoulder, his eyes shining like a dragon that had discovered a treasure. What a kind person. I heard early this morning that there are some great people on the pedestrian street giving away pills at cost price. Let me tell you, we have to go and join in the fun. The driver, listening from the front, glanced at the rearview mirror and asked curiously, Kid, aren't you worried about quality issues? Lu Ren thumped his chest loudly. Impossible. Elder Fong personally went there to confirm it, and the official account of the Pill Association even posted a video to corroborate this. The driver was surprised and looked at Lu Ren through the rearview mirror. Really? I have to go take a look too. Tang Gao covered his face in embarrassment, his toes gripping the soles of his shoes tightly, wishing he could learn a magic trick to escape right now. There was no room to squeeze in from the front, because there were students in front of us as well. Fortunately, the distribution was very fast, and it arrived at Tang Gao in just a few minutes. Lu Ren had already scanned the code, his eyes shining, and shouted loudly, I want Fire Element Pill, Heart Cleansing Pill, and Battle Chi Pill. Thank you for the pills, boss. May blessings bring smiles to every household. Lu Ren launched into a string of blessings like a menu, leaving the alchemist clone and Wei Ge completely bewildered. Tang Gao slurped up his cold noodles, his toes already digging into the villa, and hurriedly tried to retreat. Asking my own clone for pills is already shameful enough, please don't make me even more shameful. Seeing how shy he was, Lu Ren was exasperated. Boss, my buddy is shy, so I'll thank you on his behalf, cough cough. The alchemist's clone chuckled, then placed an extra bottle of pills in Lu Ren's hand. Thank you, hurry up and go, don't delay the people behind you. The passers-by around were amused. This young man has a sweet tongue and knows how to talk. This young man knows how to handle people. Girl, you should say a few more words, maybe you can get an extra bottle too. Ah, this young man knows how to get things done. Tang Gao covered his face and ran away, no longer even wanting Lu Ren. Tang Gao didn't consider himself to be socially anxious, but in front of this social terrorist, he suddenly felt ashamed. You'll get used to it after experiencing it a few times. You're really something, bringing me here so early in the morning to do this kind of thing. Before entering the school, Lu Ren bought a bunch of snacks with Tang Gao and sat in the classroom with the bag full of snacks. As Lu Ren tore open a snack and started showing it off, he boasted, "Brother Tang, see? There are benefits to following me. I never forget how good I am to you." Tang Gao's lips twitched, and he didn't want to speak. "Have you forgotten your brother?" Lu Ren waved his hand. Relax, relax, he got up early, I let him go first. By the way, Brother Tang, do you know why I bought so many snacks? Tang Gao snatched a spicy snack from his hand and chewed it expressionlessly. Are we going to visit the Liangqing base today? Yeah, there are a lot of interesting places, but to be honest, for us newbies, we'll just be looking around. Bringing lots of snacks and drinks is the best we can do. Tang Gao asked in surprise, take a look? The students behind him curiously crowded around. Young Master Lu, what's this? You've been there? Tang Gao leaned back tactically, inhaling sharply as he asked, why were you put into the barracks? What's the operation of putting it in the barracks? Lu Ren sighed, because of my father. Due to special circumstances, he stayed at the military camp to take up his post, and my mother took my brother and me there. Tang Gao couldn't help but look at Lu Ren with new respect. He never expected that Lu Ren had such a hard-working past. No wonder this kid was an excellent student in the martial arts test. After experiencing these things, it would be impossible for him not to do well in the martial arts test. You should also put away anything that connects to the signal. Tang Gao, used to his deskmate's talkativeness, handed over his phone. Xiaorun, do you know what exactly we'll be doing on the visit? Lu Ren shrugged, it's probably the same old thing, an alternative military test, showing us around military equipment and demonstrating how tough our Liangqing base is. The girl sitting behind me had her eyes light up. What? Military equipment. Are we really going to see this? Soon, students from all around gathered around and began chattering excitedly about their trip to the Liangqing base. Tang Gao wasn't particularly curious, he'd recently experienced too much weaponry firsthand and had lost interest in it for the time being. There might even be a shadow attribute within him, which might need to be covered up by a violent righteous messenger to pass the check. The car was moving at a steady and relatively fast speed. The wind was strong, you could almost feel the wind slipping through your fingers if you stretched out your hand. But the incident quickly ended with Teacher Tian's reprimand, warning everyone to be careful and never stick any part of their body out, as it could be dangerous. Tang Gao glanced around and found the place familiar. Where is this? Lu Ren shook his head, I don't know, and I don't recognize him either. Hearing the fire, the students nearby gathered around to look and began to discuss it animatedly. I recognize this place. It's Taisha village. There was a murder there not long ago. Do you recognize this place where the fire was started? Should we call the police? It seems to be the Clover Group's pharmaceutical refinery. The factory must have been burned down. Hey! Look, a Guardian Bureau convoy and a military convoy have passed by. Tang Gao followed the gaze and saw the convoys of the Guardian Bureau and the military heading towards the pharmaceutical factory. Lu Ren was somewhat discouraged, clenching his fist. Such a big thing happened in Liangqing and I didn't even know. Damn it! Is my nickname Lianqing's little smarty going to be forgotten? Tang Gao was somewhat surprised. Xiaoren was often unruly, but now he was so determined, which was rare. Why? Maybe those workers will lose their jobs. Some of Clover Group's medicines are 40% more expensive than elsewhere. Tang Gao frowned. Indeed, I've heard about this too. When my mother was sick, she lamented that she couldn't afford medicine anymore. The price of medicine has not risen to the point where people can't afford it, but rather to the point where some people are dying from the disease. Lu Ren couldn't understand why the Clover Group would do such a thing, but after hearing about it from his parents' casual conversation, he was angry and sad for a long time. Tang Gao fell silent for a moment, shocked by the news. For some diseases, 3% of patients die from the illness. Talking about numbers can feel cold and impersonal. But what if the deceased were family members, blood relatives, close friends, or good neighbors? That makes it easy to understand this feeling. With a sorrowful look in his eyes, Lu Ren slowly sat down, his voice tinged with sadness. I hope that those who are sick can be taken care of. Tang Gao replied earnestly, yes, definitely. Soon, we arrived at the Lianqing military base. When we got close, everyone got off the bus and walked. The elite class led the way, with Lu Ren, that loudmouth, shouting and pointing at two incredibly realistic humanoid suits of armor on either side of the base entrance. Wow! Such advanced puppet technology! Upon hearing this, Tian Chang couldn't help but chuckle twice, his eyes full of amusement as he looked at Lu Ren. Lu Ren, confused, turned around and pulled Tang Gao aside to chat. Brother Tang, why? Did the homeroom teacher laugh at me? Tang Gao looked at Lu Ren speechlessly. Haven't you been here before? Don't you know what that is? Lu Ren's big eyes were full of confusion. What? What is it? Lu Ren's eyes widened. Wow! When I came here as a kid, it wasn't like this at all. Tang Gao shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's because of the special circumstances today? Teacher Tian Chang walked nearby and sighed. No, it's because the Lianqing military suffered heavy losses after that war, and it took more than 10 years and 2 or 3 generations to recover. Tang Gao was taken aback, never expecting this answer. A war between humans and demons? I've heard about this many times, but I've never actually experienced it firsthand. Teacher Tian Chang put his hands behind his back, looked at Tang Gao, and smiled. Yes, it took us a long time to recover, to gradually fade the traces of war, and to create a peaceful and safe environment for you. This base was also built during your father's generation when he was young. Tang Gao looked puzzled. Teacher, if that war was so serious, why not publicize its brutality, or strengthen our military defenses? He was smug for a moment, then turned around, reached out and patted Tang Gao's head, and laughed. Besides, so many of us died just so you could be laughing and chattering noisily right now, right? We're here so you can grow up laughing. Even before I was born, there were many people who looked forward to me, to the birth of their generation, and to growing up laughing and joking under the sun. Even before our lives began, the love of our elders had already been planted on this land. Lu Ren stared blankly at teacher Tian Chang, then unconsciously clapped his hands. That's awesome. The students were stunned, feeling both confused and impressed. They felt that their usually serious homeroom teacher was radiating a very different kind of light. Tian Chang chuckled, feeling incredibly proud, and walked to the front. All right, line up, we'll enter in order. Lu Ren clicked his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, it's actually a real person. Returning here after many years has completely refreshed my understanding of the place. What a big change. The students were chattering excitedly. Wow, that's a cool tank. Is that a tank? The soldiers are so handsome. It's a pity we can't take pictures. Otherwise, I would definitely take a picture to remember this moment. What is this statue? Lu Ren jumped up excitedly, pointing at the statue. I know this person. He's also the current Guardian General of Lianqing. Tang Gao was somewhat surprised. You actually know this? Lu Ren rubbed his nose smugly. I'm the local smart guy of Lianqing. My dad worked under this hero. Teacher Tian Chang laughed heartily. That's right, 6th-level cultivators have a very long lifespan. If you work at the Lianqing Guardian Bureau and strive to become stronger, you will definitely be able to meet this heroic general in the future. Even after all these years, he won't look significantly different from how he did back then. Upon hearing this, the students began to discuss it amongst themselves. Wow! After I finish university, I must come back to work and meet this hero. I became curious about the war back then. Cool. I want to be a hero too. The chatter of the boys and girls was full of energy and vitality, and also quite noisy. Tang Gao sighed helplessly. For someone like him who prefers quiet, this liveliness still carried some weight, especially after his physical fitness improved and his hearing became better. Tang Gao took the headphones, put them on, and immediately felt that the world was much quieter. He could still hear the sounds from the outside world, but there was much less noise, which made him feel much better. Tang Gao looked at Lu Ren gratefully. Although this social terrorist could be terrifying at times, he was genuinely capable of helping him out when trouble arose. Lu Ren chuckled and patted his chest. See? I'm reliable, right? No need for thanks, just give me a couple less punches during sparring. Lu Ren's face immediately fell. He knew he was bound to get beaten up during sparring this afternoon, and he grumbled, Chu Sheng, you're not gentle with your brothers at all. They chatted as they walked, lining up to reach the base square, where a red flag was fluttering in the wind in the center. Everyone gradually quieted down. Soon, squads of soldiers entered the field. On the command platform in the distance, several people in military uniforms also descended from the sky and saluted everyone in unison. The general exuded righteousness, and his appearance seemed somewhat familiar to everyone, but they couldn't quite place where they had seen him before. When teacher Tian Chang saw the people on the command platform, he couldn't help but smile and show affection. You guys are lucky, he actually came in person this year. Without hesitation, Tang Gao merged with the tyrannical righteous messenger to enhance the attribute coverage effect. Despite possessing a righteous aura, I should still be careful and try my best to avoid being discovered. Goodness, the intensity went up right after we came in. Tang Gao was dumbfounded and confused by this operation. No, they called us over so early in the morning just to swear an oath under the scorching sun? The oath-taking ceremony was very effective. Tang Gao no longer wanted to join the military faction and was determined to follow his own path. This isn't being dramatic, it's the brutal reality of temperatures around 40 degrees Celsius. After the oath was taken, everyone had the illusion that they were about to be burned alive by the sun. Lu Ren was filled with excitement and passion, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes shining. I must become a soldier. It's so cool. Tang Gao, wearing earplugs, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Fine, whatever you like. I don't want to suffer like this. It's clear that the same thing can have completely different effects in the eyes of different people. Some people like it, some can't stand it. Tang Gao's face lit up slightly. Very good. As long as he wasn't in the sun, everything was negotiable. Most of the students in the group breathed a sigh of relief, as they really couldn't stand the torment of the high temperature. It's not that I don't like taking oaths, but the high temperature itself is torture. During the visit to the shooting range, the soldiers and squad leaders enthusiastically let those who wanted to shoot fire a couple of rounds of pistols and rifles, which excited the students so much that they cheered and rekindled their dreams of becoming soldiers. Guns are prohibited in civilian life, but not at the base. As long as someone is watching, shooting is perfectly permitted. Lu Ren was so excited that he let out a gorilla-like roar, turning into a fanatical fan. Wearing his cultivator battle armor, he waved his standard magic weapon on the playground and yelled. Surprisingly, it had a good effect and he looked very cool, which prompted a group of classmates to desperately beg the soldier squad leader to let them have the same battle armor. The tour wasn't over yet, but many people had already found something they liked, and they gathered together, chattering excitedly, fully appreciating the wonder of the base. Tang Gao was somewhat curious, but not much, and he didn't particularly like getting involved in such excitement. He just watched them with envy. I envy their enthusiasm, but I just want to be a lazy bum. Tang Gao couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. Tang Gao was slightly taken aback, trying to recall where the problem was and when it started, as he began to feel a subtle difference between himself and his classmates. Perhaps it's because I've reincarnated so many times that my mindset has changed. Teacher Tian Chang paused halfway. through his sentence, then realized what he meant and asked, "Have you been too tired lately?" It took me a long time to recover after returning from the battlefield. Tang Gao is still just a child, how could he possibly recover so quickly? Tang Gao nodded, "Yes, I am a little tired. 5 days ago, I was just an ordinary person, an excellent liberal arts student, worrying about my future life with my hard work and dedication, trying to make the most of the opportunities one had. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tired. Fortunately, the harvest was very fruitful, which gave me great comfort." I understand, I even understand very well how you feel. However, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take a good rest this weekend, I'm giving you special permission not to do your homework. Tang Gao was both amused and exasperated. I still have to do my homework, I have to study for myself. Oh, and you still have that loud-voiced deskmate. I've given you special permission to go out and have fun with him more this weekend, instead of staying cooped up at home all the time. Tang Gao nodded, I understand, we need to create happiness. Teacher Tian chuckled and lowered his voice, later, our martial arts test students will be sparring with the soldiers in the base. I'll arrange for you to be in the first wave so you can show off a bit. Tang Gao was speechless for a moment, then looked at the old rascal, so, do I really have to go up and pretend? Teacher Tian Chang clicked his tongue and shook his head, you kid, you've practiced so hard for so long, isn't it just to show off? What's the difference between a person who doesn't show off and a pig? Besides, I've treated you well these past few years. Back when you met. Teacher Tian Chang was exasperated, you better do something right. I've worked hard for 3 years, at least show me some results. So I can feel a sense of accomplishment. Tang Gao was utterly speechless, why didn't you let someone else go? Teacher Tian Chang rolled his eyes and put his hands behind his back, they're all students who haven't even experienced the dangers of society, let alone the art of killing. Letting them go up there will just be a taste of it, and then they'll lose effortlessly. But I'm too proud, so I've been losing all these years, never managing to win a single game. I know the reality is what it is, but I just want to win this once, you know? 3 years after 3 years, do you know how I got through it all? A tree lives for its branches, a person lives for their spirit, what's wrong with you trying to prove me right? Tang Gao understood. The homeroom teacher, having suffered setbacks over the years, still harbored some resentment despite knowing it was reality, and hoped that Tang Gao could help him save face. Tang Gao clicked his tongue and rolled up his sleeves, alright, for the sake of these 3 years of kindness, leave it to me, and I'll make you proud. Teacher Tian Chang nodded in satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder, that's more like it. By the way, be ruthless when you strike. You can even use murder techniques. It's perfectly fine to seriously injure him or leave him in critical condition. As long as they don't die on the spot, the military medics at the base can save them. Tang Gao gasped, didn't you say that unless my life is in danger or there are special circumstances, I wouldn't be allowed to use my killing techniques? Teacher Tian Chang shrugged, this place is an exception, because as long as there is still a breath left, it can be saved. The one who loses can only be considered unlucky. Tang Gao was utterly speechless, how much resentment do you have about losing the sparring match that you can say such harsh things? Could you turn around and look me in the eye when you say that? Tang Gao rolled his eyes. It was true that he won once, and it was also true that the teacher wanted him to get revenge. You can only believe half of what they say. You can win, but there's absolutely no need to cripple your opponent. When the mages in the base began casting a water mist spell to block out the sun, it was already 10 o'clock. Water-based spells formed moderately thick dark clouds, keeping out the high temperatures, while military-based magic practitioners formed an array to provide support for the upcoming sparring activities. Tang Gao looked curiously at the dark clouds floating overhead, why is there so much healing energy in these dark clouds? Tang Gao's eyes widened slightly, can sparring here really endanger lives? That's right, there are annual death quotas. But don't worry, magic is quite advanced now. As long as you don't die instantly, you're safe under the protection of healing spells. Tang Gao felt he had broadened his horizons. The students were arranged to stand under the trees on the east side of the playground, while the military cultivators stood in formation on the west side, their faces serious and their bodies exuding a solemn aura. Tang Gao looked at the opposing army formation, clicked his tongue, and changed his opinion on the oath-taking ceremony. Without strict regulations, it would be difficult to cultivate such a disciplined, dignified, and powerful military force. Everyone obediently quieted down and looked at General Liu. After saying this, General Liu paused, letting everyone digest the words for a moment, then clapped his hands with a smile. "All right, everyone, let's get ready for sparring." Lists that had been prepared in advance were handed to General Liu. General Liu picked up the list, called out the names loudly, and at the same time looked at the people who stepped forward. An invisible consciousness swept over them, probing their backgrounds and seeing if there were any promising talents. Tang Gao swallowed hard, quickly suppressing his aura to avoid revealing his true abilities later. Soon, they arrived at Tang Gao's place. Tang Gao. Tang Gao stood up, stepped out of the line, his eyes calm, but his heart was churning. He repeatedly confirmed that he had suppressed his shadow attribute and the aura of his superior battle aura, disguising himself as a lower attribute. At such a young age, he already possesses such a strong murderous aura. If it were any stronger, it would be fully manifested. Is it deliberately hiding its attributes? It should be a superior attribute of the battle chi system. It seems my junior brother went to great lengths to recruit this person. This kid found a good talent but didn't even tell me. I'll have to give him a good scolding later. Tian Chang, who was sitting to the side, laughed heartily. "You little rascal, now you should call me that?" Teacher Tian Chang gave a forced smile. "So this is your reason for giving special treatment to my students? Whether or not you can actually snag one is another matter. Anyway, this is my junior's person. It would be great if we could bring him into the same department later." Teacher Tian Chang is actually General Liu's mentor. Wow! Old rascal, is your title of gold medal teacher really that valuable? When the war broke out later, Teacher Tian Chang and General Liu went into battle together. General Liu also rose to prominence in that war and became a genius in the military system. Without Teacher Tian Chang, there would probably be no General Liu, but rather a Liu scoundrel. Tang Gao clicked his tongue in amazement. To suddenly become a cultivator? Is this what genius is? He learned, and suddenly he had an epiphany. Then he shone in the war and became an extremely young and powerful figure. Tang Gao? Tang Gao was a little annoyed. "What do you mean by give some face? Do I need you to give me face?" Tang Gao suppressed his slight contempt and carefully examined the other party. Indeed, he is a high-ranking Earth-type Steel-type, and has mastered a first-tier superior level 10 defensive skill. In addition, he is a shield master, and has a first-tier mid-stage cultivation level. It would take at least a decade of arduous practice to achieve such a level of accomplishment. Indeed, the other party has the right to bark like a dog. However, this is not a reason for you to look down on me. You can give me pointers, but you can't point fingers at me. Shieldman suddenly realized and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm used to being sarcastic. I don't mean to look down on you, I just think you can't possibly hurt me." Shieldman smiled kindly. Hee. Tang Gao was enraged, his eyes flashing with surging fighting spirit. He charged forward and threw a punch. Die. The referee, speechless and not wanting to blame the young man for not being able to handle the pressure, could only hastily add, "Begin." This kid's mouth and his shield are a perfect match, anyone would be furious in his presence. Attack penetration, attack speed. A high-grade Shen-level battle chi cultivation technique, double the enhancement. A 105% increase. Shock. This is a combat technique mastered through thousands of killings, capable of effectively paralyzing the opponent's blood and chi, causing them to enter a paralyzed state for a short period of time. At first, the shield cultivator was somewhat dismissive. He thought, they're just kids. No matter how talented they are, how much cultivation can they possibly have? They're just promising for the future. Right now, isn't it just that we're easy to bully? When the opponent was halfway through their charge, Shieldman swallowed hard, realizing he shouldn't have been so sarcastic. It seemed the opponent, like him, also possessed superior attributes. When the opponent punched the shield wielder had no time to regret it. The shield shattered instantly, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His arms trembled and went numb, and he lay on the ground in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying down? The shield is the lifeblood of shield builders. Shieldman clutched the shattered fragments of his shield and burst into tears. Tang Gao stood there, blood dripping from his right fist, speechless. It's broken already? The referee shrugged. He was careless. He didn't have time to use his best defensive technique to reduce the impact. This kind of shield can only be used well when combined with a defensive technique. Otherwise, in order to protect the user, the shield will shatter first. Tang Gao understood. This shield cultivator had carelessly lost his shield. He shook the blood off his hands and looked at the referee beside him. Give me a heal? The referee clicked his tongue twice. Congratulations to Tang Gao for winning. After he shouted, he whispered, a Xian rank cultivation technique? Tang Gao nodded silently, acknowledging the matter. It's a Xian level cultivation technique, so that's not surprising. All of this happened so fast that no one had time to react. On the command platform, General Lu hadn't even put down the list he was holding when he looked astonished. We won already? A mid-stage first-tier cultivation level? 18 years old? Did you start cultivating your skills in the womb? You just used that Jin technique like that? Teacher Tian Chang also stood up in astonishment. You won? This victory felt like a dream. It happened in the blink of an eye, and I hadn't even had time to adjust. When did you become so strong? When did you start practicing your cultivation to the mid-stage of the first rank? Why don't I know this? This kid is really bold and meticulous. He doesn't even use a weapon. He just wraps his fist in battle aura and smashes it like that. If his control is not strong and the quality of his magic power is not high, his hand would probably be broken just now. To be able to cultivate a Xian level technique to this level, one's intelligence must be quite good, and one's academic performance must be excellent, otherwise one would not be able to fully grasp the principles within. This is an extremely promising talent. They lost just like that? That kid is a steel type. Even if he didn't use much battle energy, his foundation is still there, and he still got his shield shattered? Holy crap, another super monster. Terrifying. The aura of a mid-stage first-tier cultivator. This kid is truly powerful. You'll always lose if you compare yourself to others. Although many people are not as powerful as this child, they are all older than him. Thinking about it this way makes it even more heartbreaking. The students' reaction was even more intense. The students in the elite class were completely dumbfounded. Wow! Tang Gu is so handsome. Damn! I'm totally a fan of Brother Tang now. So, when did Brother Tang secretly start cultivating? Mid-stage of the first rank. Even being a mediocre late-stage player is an amazing achievement, but Brother Tang is actually at the mid-stage of Tier 1. The students were stunned, never expecting that Tang Gao, who was usually diligent and hard-working, would have such a strong side. On the command platform, even the principal looked surprised. He's a mid-stage first-tier cultivator? Old Tian, the surprise you've prepared for me is truly enormous. A glint of light flashed in General Lu's eyes as he asked, what is his family background like? General Lu looked on with admiration. This boy has an extraordinary character. He should definitely be recruited into the military in the future. On the command platform, the officers looked at each other, their eyes exchanging intense glances. They were all deeply impressed by Tang Gao and knew that this young man would definitely belong to the Liangcheng military faction in the future. One of the generals hurriedly stood up. Yes, sir. Guan Zhan winked at his subordinate, signaling him to quickly arrange suitable candidates. The swordsman cupped his hands and smiled, saying, I have a slight advantage over you in cultivation, and your techniques are stronger, but don't be careless. I've received a second-class merit and a first-class award. Tang Gao clicked his tongue. Does it really have to be a competition? I've already clearly won. The sword cultivator was taken aback and looked at the referee. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The referee looked at him speechlessly. Why don't you have any ambition? General Lu is watching over there. If you perform well, you can be directly admitted to any of the prestigious universities in Shanzhou without having to take the college entrance exam. You can go to whichever one you want. Tang Gao's eyes lit up, a guaranteed admission. Now that you've mentioned this, I'm no longer sleepy. Tang Gao felt invigorated and full of confidence, ready for battle. Before fighting, he asked the referee, "How good do I have to be to get this reward?" The referee hesitated for a moment, then added, "The stronger the better." General Liu has never been stingy with rewards for promising young talents. But the specific standards are not for him to decide. Tang Gao understood, and smiled brightly, "Then I'll just defeat you instantly." The swordsman was both amused and exasperated, and stood ready with his sword. "You want to kill me instantly? Do you want to choose a weapon instead?" Tang Gao shook his head. "No need, we don't need weapons to deal with you." Having killed countless people, he had long understood the dangers of the situation, and his fists and palms were the ultimate weapons. The swordsman didn't force him. He adjusted his stance and his eyes sharpened. "Come on, you go first." The referee's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body erupted with magical power, and he hurriedly retreated. He didn't even have time to call start before he stepped back a step, and cold sweat already beaded on his forehead. What kind of monster is this? I shouldn't have let him attack first. Whoosh! The terrifying speed burst forth, causing the sword cultivator's pupils to shrink sharply. He only saw a blur approaching, and a chilling wind swept over his face. His tear ducts couldn't help but burst into tears, blurring the world before him. Depend on. The swordsman tensed up, thrusting forward to force back the attack, but unexpectedly, his sword missed its mark and struck the ground, creating a small but deep hole. This is two deadly moves combined. First, launch a fierce attack with the first killing move. If the opponent cannot react in time, their throat may be smashed on the spot. If the opponent can react in time, the fierce wind from the first strike will be enough to make them focus their vision and keep them on high alert. Once you have a focal point, you'll also have blind spots. This is also called inattentional visual blindness. When a person focuses their attention on one focal point, their attention to other areas will be much weaker, creating blind spots. In this case, if the person is right-handed, then the left side will naturally have a weaker field of vision, and the blind spot will be larger. The second deadly move is to strike from a blind spot, targeting the heart for a fatal blow, a truly vicious attack. The solution to this deadly move is quite simple: just cultivate your five senses to their fullest potential and achieve a state of perfect harmony. This is a direct attack. Unless your reaction is faster than your opponent's or you have a counterattack technique, you won't be able to win. The swordsman's face twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, "How many people did you kill to learn this move?" This is something you can't teach in schools. You can't learn such a terrifying killing move without killing a few people. Damn! This is with me holding a sword. If I didn't have a sword, I probably would have died in the first move. The sword cultivator looked at him speechlessly, his lips twitching as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could only swallow his words. Damn it, I've killed people before, how come I didn't learn your trick? Is this a problem with practice? The referee wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and announced with difficulty, "Tang Gaosheng from Class 1, Senior 3 of Number 8 High School." The sword cultivator lost quickly, not because of his cultivation level, but because he was not as ruthless as Tang Gao. Even with the same level of cultivation and the same conditions, Tang Gao was superior in terms of temperament, which is why his killing move was so fierce. The swordsman was no match for them and was defeated. General Liu was extremely surprised. "I didn't see blood until I was 20, and this kid saw blood even earlier than me." No wonder the teacher wanted to focus on cultivating this person. Such talent is indeed rare in a relatively peaceful era. As long as there are no problems with their character, they will surely become great talents in the future. That burst of energy just now could only be possessed by someone who had truly fought. Teacher Tian Chang observed more closely and frowned. "This kid isn't even going all out?" General Liu nodded in agreement. "Yes, more than enough, not even at full strength." General Liu chuckled and waved his hand. "All right, Lao Guan, go arrange another one." General Guan Zhan stood up and winked at his subordinate, signaling him to find someone with extensive combat experience. Otherwise, how could an ordinary cultivator possibly defeat such a person at the same level? On the military cultivator's side, everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected that old sword would also be defeated. Wow, this young man is no ordinary person. That killing move he just made was absolutely brilliant. To launch a surprise attack with bare hands, he's very bold and confident in his skills. The senior high school students were completely dumbfounded. My God, when did Brother Tang secretly go to fight behind our backs? He probably hired some gangsters to practice on. His menacing aura was so strong that it almost made me wet my pants. Lu Ren looked completely bewildered. I have no idea. We're all human, so why is Tang Ji's performance so outstanding? I also cultivate a Xian level technique. Few students could understand it, but they generally knew that Tang Gao was very powerful, capable of instant kills, and had a fierce aura. Standing there, he exuded the aura of a mature adult, completely different from them, who were still very immature. The teachers were astonished, never expecting that Tang Gao, the usually well-behaved and academically excellent student, would reveal such a fierce side. For 3 whole years, he didn't show his talent until just before the college entrance exam. This kid is really cunning. It's understandable to some extent. After all, they are an ordinary family, and it's normal for them to have this situation. This time, the one who took the stage was a middle-aged man dressed in an instructor's uniform, holding a dagger in his hand. He had a square face, solid muscles all over his body, and his clothes were stretched taut. He looked like a martial arts master. The instructor twirled the dagger between his fingers, giving a brief demonstration of his skills, his smiling face unconsciously carrying a scrutinizing gaze. We were originally supposed to find someone at the peak of the first tier to spar with you, but since the right person is out on a mission, the instructor at the mid-second tier, will take their place. You'd better watch out. I'm someone who's actually fought humans, monsters, and demons. Your tricks might not work on me. Tang Gao hesitated, pondering what tactics he should use to counter. It would be risky to deal with you without using weapons, but I hope to find my limits. The instructor looked at the earplugs he had taken off, paused slightly in surprise, but didn't say anything more. Okay, then so be it. There is a huge gap between a mid-stage first-tier cultivator and a mid-stage second-tier cultivator. Although there are Xian-level cultivation techniques to narrow the gap, the difference in cultivation level is still enormous, and the only way to make up for it is through skill. The instructor's expression gradually turned serious. He realized that the little guy in front of him was even more terrifying than he had expected. He dared not be distracted and focused all his attention on the enemy in front of him, putting on his best performance and even secretly using enhancement spells. The referee didn't dare to say anything, silently stepped back, and gestured for the two to decide when to make their move. In this situation, speaking up rashly would only be a disturbance. Tang Gao squinted and hastily created an evolution bar for himself. Speed, evolution bar tier 1, level 1, 0%. Then, we'll rely on pure technology to make up for it. Make full use of everything you have. Make the most of the opportunities you have and execute the best possible plays. The instructor's pupils constricted sharply. Such speed. It's much faster than a normal first-tier cultivator. Even a second-tier early-stage cultivator might not be able to achieve this speed. Tang Gao charged halfway, and the two were only 3 steps apart. You actually dare to charge at a cultivator who is a level above you. Cultivators with advanced first-tier battle chi attributes generally possess outstanding physical qualities. Second-tier cultivators are very powerful, but their skin defense is not strong enough to ignore the attacks of late-stage first-tier cultivators with high-level battle chi attributes. Ultimately, the defense was hasty. The instructor's arm went numb, his face changed drastically, and he was terrified, knowing he was doomed. The person opposite is an expert in acupoints. Tang Gao revealed a smug smile, using the dagger stuck in his right palm as a weapon, and taking advantage of the opponent's brief moment of paralysis, he stabbed it hard into the instructor's chest. Of course, I held back. I didn't stab him in the heart. Blood splattered everywhere, and a blood flower bloomed on his chest. The instructor stared at Tang Gao in horror. Where the hell did you learn this kind of thing? Is this a murder technique? This is a deathmatch technique. The martial art that uses every possible means to kill the opponent. Tang Gao calmly pulled the dagger from his palm. Just tell me whether I won or not. The instructor, clutching the wound on his chest, looked at the 18-year-old boy in front of him with a complicated expression. You win. The other party obviously held back, otherwise I would have been stabbed in the heart by now. What kind of monster is this? The healing water enveloped Tang Gao's palm as he calmly watched the wound heal. The entire room fell silent. The referee standing nearby stared in astonishment at Tang Gao, completely unexpected to see such a ruthless person among a group of students. You already have a Xian-level cultivation technique. With normal cultivation, you can become a powerful expert. Why would someone go to such great lengths to master this deadly fighting technique? Tang Gao saw that his wound had healed completely, and envy appeared in his eyes. He thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely get a nanny. He turned his head and saw that the referee was still standing there blankly, and reminded him, quickly announced that I won. After a moment of stunned silence, the referee quickly amplified his voice and shouted, Tang Gao, the strongest athlete in the martial arts test from Class 1, Grade 12 of Liangcheng No. 8 Middle School, wins by a landslide. The instructor sighed slightly and took his dagger from Tang Gao's hand. It was my carelessness. I never expected you to use this method. I made 3 mistakes. First, the mistaken belief that the opponent had not mastered the acupoints caused them to miss the opportunity. Secondly, they mistakenly believed that the other party wasn't ruthless enough to dare to fight to this extent. Third, if my perception is correct, my opponent is at the late stage of the first tier, and has been hiding some of their strength before the battle. I wonder if the other party is hiding more. If they are hiding more, then they are a complete monster. Tang Gao shrugged, yes. The instructor clasped his hands in surrender. I admit defeat. I lost to you. I accept my fate. The instructor turned away helplessly, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something, turned back and asked, what's your best technique? Tang Gao thought for a moment. Knife skills, assassination, firepower coverage. What's wrong? The instructor's lips twitched. The technique you used to defeat me wasn't your signature combat skill? If there were no restrictions on killing, you could live for even a second longer in front of me, which would be an insult to my skills. The instructor didn't want to know what the opponent's signature combat technique was, so he could only sigh and curse, damn, monster. Tang Gao flexed his hands to make sure everything was alright, then looked at the control panel and waved to teacher Tian Chang. Teacher, I came in first place. At the very beginning of the first stage, it was already an excellent result in the college entrance examination. Late stage of first rank, this is a super genius achievement that defies common sense. Mastering and applying Xian-level techniques, even at the lower levels, is already an extremely high threshold that surpasses the capabilities of many cultivators. You should know that even if a profound level cultivation technique is placed in front of you, many cultivators will not be able to master it in their entire lives and can only give up with regret. This requires a relatively high level of intelligence and academic performance. A perfect level of martial arts testing, an ultimate killing technique that goes a step further than perfect martial arts testing, and a deathmatch technique that is even more terrifying than the ultimate killing technique. Even more outrageous than the deathmatch technique was that he, at the late stage of Tier 1, successfully killed a powerful military instructor at the mid-stage of Tier 2. Awesome. Undoubtedly awesome. Without extraordinary human qualities, how could one possibly achieve this? This is the ultimate pursuit in the path of cultivation. The highest standards must be set for ourselves. Ordinary geniuses could be proud of mastering a Xian-level technique and stand out among heroes. However, after mastering the Xian-level cultivation technique, Tang Gao not only did not give up on progress, but also cultivated himself to the extreme, making full use of every inch of his body, achieving an extremely difficult feat that most cultivators could not accomplish. Teacher Tian Chang was dumbfounded. When did he do so many things behind my back? Just how much hardship did this kid endure to cultivate himself to this level? The principal couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and laughed heartily. Heroes emerge from among the young. This year, our Liangchang will surely shine brightly because of this young man. Quickly, invite him over and ask him what he wants. The officers on the command platform were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were practically grinding their teeth to powder. Such outstanding talent will definitely not end up in my hands. He will only become a member of General Lu's inner circle. General Lu was overjoyed and laughed heartily, waving his hand hastily. Please come over here quickly, please come to me. Tang Gao looked bewildered and pointed at himself. Let me pass? No. What did I do to deserve being allowed to pass? I didn't even use my full strength. I didn't even pick up my sword. What's so shocking about killing a late-game Tier 2 character in one hit? Is it really that hard to do something so simple? Tang Gao was completely bewildered when he was led by Guan Zhanzhang to the command platform and landed there. General Lu left his seat, walked over with a smile, and grabbed Tang Gao's hand. Good boy, you won first place in the sparring match with a 3-man run. Is there anything you want? General Lu was both amused and exasperated. Do you really think that among those 100+ child cultivators, there's a second person who could instantly kill our base's mid-stage second-tier special forces cultivator instructor? It is a bit difficult, but not too difficult. At most, you'll get a minor injury to your palm, and you can handle it. If he were holding the knife himself, he wouldn't even have the right to hurt me. General Lu's eyes shifted slightly. He grabbed Tang Gao's right hand and examined the web of his hand. Use a knife? If you use a knife, how many ranks can you kill? It's not him, the attributes aren't right, and the callus on his hand isn't nearly thick enough. This young man is an expert in deadly combat, but none of his intelligence matches that of the two suspects. The Shadow Man's cultivation level is mediocre, belonging to the shadow element. The Violent Justice Messenger is a high-level battle aura attribute, proficient in using swords. However, the first generation of Violent Justice was too old, while the second generation of Violent Justice was about the same age, but the opponent was more tactically flexible and was proficient in swords, firearms, rocket launchers, stealth assassinations, and more. The only piece of information that came close was that they were all high-level battle aura attributes. However, since there are many attributes of superior battle aura, this can only be used as a reference. Yes, I know him. He's my classmate's father. The cultivation technique I practice was given to me by Uncle Lu. Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily and pulled Tang Gao to sit beside him. Then we're family. Lu Shaoshan is my junior brother, and you can be considered my junior nephew. Besides, if you had a knife, you wouldn't be able to kill all those rookies on the other side of the army. You are undoubtedly number one. General Lu smiled, but inwardly he was puzzled. Unless he knows who I'm investigating. Was the information leaked by Lu Shaoshan? Or did Lu Shaoshan's son tell him? It couldn't be Lu Shaoshan. He's always kept quiet about the case and wouldn't speak lightly about it. That was Lu Shaoshan's son, who inadvertently revealed some unimportant information. Or is he connected to these matters? My goodness, you have no idea. He's incredibly shameless. He flattered the boss so much he was practically spitting out a smile. Tang Gao became noticeably more excited when Lu Run was mentioned. General Lu's smile became much more genuine as he patted Tang Gao on the shoulder. Very good, very good. It seems that Lu Run was the one who leaked the information. Lu Run knows what's important and won't easily reveal crucial information. But Tang Gao was a clever man and could guess many things. Of course, these two young men also have a really good relationship. General Lu listened to Tang Gao's rambling with a smile, while instructing his men to continue the couplet writing activity. When we get back, I'll tell Shaoshan about this, so the child won't fall into a trap later. After a few beatings, he'll probably learn his lesson. General Lu picked up the newly handed teacup, took a sip, and smiled broadly. Xiao Gao, I heard that there's been a lot of commotion at the Clover Group lately. What's your opinion on this? General Lu nodded approvingly. Good boy, it's rare to have such a correct understanding. It could be a shadow figure, a tyrannical messenger of justice, that mysterious powerful being, or something related to the alchemy factory incident. It's just unclear who Tang Gao is in contact with. General Lu placed his left hand on the table and his right hand under the table, calculating with his fingers as he chatted idly with Tang Gao. The secrets of heaven are obscure and difficult to understand. Ordinary cultivators don't have this kind of luck and privilege. Not a shadow figure, the secrets of heaven have been severed and there is no contact. He was not a violent champion of justice, he himself did not participate in it. It wasn't the pharmaceutical factory, he was at home that day. He himself has no connection with any of these three entities. The celestial divination pointed towards a mysterious and powerful being, offering subtle guidance, but ultimately all its predictions came to nothing. My guesses are valuable, but ultimately they will not come to fruition. The expression in General Lu's eyes was turbulent. Was it the intervention of a mysterious powerful figure, or was this young man deeply involved? I couldn't fathom it. Halfway through the divination, General Lu had a flash of inspiration and changed the algorithm, lowering the requirements for this divination. The downfall of the Clover Group was closely related to this young man, but their fortunes subsequently returned to an obscure and unpredictable state. A first-level cultivator could not possibly be the core factor in bringing down the Clover Group. This can only mean that this child is related to that mysterious 8th-tier powerhouse who has never appeared directly. That's interesting. Is that mysterious powerful figure trying to take this opportunity to bring down the Clover Group? General Lu thought a lot about this, but on the surface, he kept smiling and chatting with Tang Gao. Tang Gao smiled outwardly, but felt something was off inside. He had a feeling that the other party had vaguely sensed something, but what they sensed was definitely not right. Because the look in your eyes is wrong. General Lu, what do you think of the Clover Group? The only headache is that this is just a branch office, his headquarters is a bit more difficult to deal with. Do you want to blend this into the crowd, conceal yourself, and cleverly achieve the desired effect? Based on what had happened before, General Lu instantly understood the sequence of events. General Lu's smile widened, knowing that this matter would ultimately have a good outcome, and he chatted happily with Tang Gao. Tang Gao was slightly surprised and looked at Tian Chang beside him. Master? That person is a renowned and powerful expert in the battle chi system, possessing immense wealth and influence, and his wealth and influence are unparalleled. Teacher Tian Chang and General Lu Jiangwo exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in unison. Talent? If you mean his talent for causing trouble and mischief, then he must be a genius among geniuses. Tang Gao looked completely bewildered. Didn't you say he was very talented? Did I hear you wrong? Teacher Tian Chang hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lu Jiangwo, indicating that it was indeed inappropriate for him, an outsider, to say this. Tang Gao's eyes lit up. Rich? In what way are you rich? After that, every time I advanced to a higher rank, I would upgrade my magical artifacts. Until I reached the 6th level, all the magical artifacts were arranged for me by my master. Tang Gao gasped in shock at the cold noodles. Terrifying. Originally, Tang Gao was slightly bothered by the slight interference with his choices. But the other party was simply too rich. What does a complete set of 6th grade superior magic artifacts mean? The struggle of 3 generations of 6th level cultivators. Lu Jiangwo then carefully reminded him, the high-grade Shin-level battle chi cultivation technique you were practicing was given to you by your master back then. It was precisely because of this cultivation technique that my junior brother, despite his mediocre talent, was able to secure a stable position in the Guardian Bureau after returning. That technique played a crucial role in his success. I'm absolutely smitten. Tang Gao hurriedly added, is the threshold high? If not, I can think of a way. General Lu laughed heartily. For a genius like you, the threshold must be very low. Don't worry, Master never looks at family background or circumstances when accepting disciples, because none of our family backgrounds or circumstances are as strong as his. Tang Gao leaned back tactically and gasped, terrible. Is this just another way of saying being rich? Ugh. I'm so envious. Tears of jealousy were almost streaming down her face. I'm so envious of someone with the foundation of an 8th-tier expert. I want to become a big shot like that too. Tang Gao's eyes lit up. Great. General Lu had no choice but to turn his head and say with a smile, good, isn't this a sign of talent? After so many years, another great talent has emerged in our poor place. Tang Gao looked in the direction he was pointing and frowned subconsciously, too inexperienced. General Lu chuckled, you're looking at it from a life or death perspective, but for these students, this is already the best they can do within their limits. Tang Gao was taken aback, then realized that he wasn't fighting, but taking an exam. A layer of sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized why he had always been easily seen through by these big shots. These subconscious habits are indeed very difficult to change. One can tell whether someone is a cultivator who has emerged from a pile of corpses just by observing their words, actions, and even the direction their eyes are looking. Tang Gao respectfully cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the reminder, General Liu. I will try to disguise myself better in the future. General Liu took a sip of tea and smiled. Genius is never a problem, and having secrets is perfectly normal. As long as you stand on the side of the people, on the side of the human race, and on the side of our Liangcheng, no problem is a problem. Everyone has secrets, the only difference is how many or how few. Tang Gao seemed to understand. Okay, I understand. I will do my best. That's true. The higher you go, the greater the probability of encountering geniuses, and the excellence you show will actually be what you're meant to be. Only geniuses can become more powerful cultivators. Genius is the ticket to greatness. Tang Gao smiled, his mindset becoming more relaxed and natural. General, if I perform even better, will I receive more rewards? General Liu smiled with satisfaction. Of course, we created such a good environment precisely to cultivate a genius like you. Tang Gao's eyes changed slightly. He changed the words he was about to say, saying instead, I don't know him, but I know a little about alchemy. Wouldn't this be equivalent to receiving double the resource support? Cool. Tang Gao smiled, then merged with his alchemist avatar, stretched out his hand, and revealed a ball of furnace fire. The warm, full red flames rolled in Tang Gao's hands, transforming into various small animals according to his will. Moreover, the color of the flames would change with the shape of the fire animals, making them look lifelike, as if miniature fire animals were running in his palm. Teacher Tian Chang choked on his tea and hurriedly turned around, spitting it all over the principal's face. What? What is this? No, I've seen alchemists, and I've seen alchemy techniques. How did you learn this? General Liu's hand trembled, and the expensive teacup in his hand instantly turned to dust. His pupils widened in shock as he stared at Tang Gao's palm. Fire control? The spiritual tea splashed from his palm, soaking his trousers. The surface of the trousers shimmered slightly as the tea slid down to the ground. This is fire control? Fire control, an essential branch of alchemy? Holy crap! How is this possible? Holy crap! Am I on fire today? I saw advanced fire control techniques? Tang Gao looked at them, completely bewildered. Isn't this just a very basic alchemy fire control technique? I did demonstrate some technical skill, but it's not that difficult, is it? General Liu's lips twitched. You're saying this? Let me tell you, it's normal for a first tier to defeat a second tier, and it's just as excessive to force a third tier to do the same. Tang Gao was even more bewildered. This is very easy, not difficult at all. Why are you all so shocked? Everyone should know this move. Isn't this common knowledge for alchemists? General Liu summoned a ball of flame. A normal red flame, used for refining elixirs. Tang Gao nodded. Yes, it's very simple. I really don't understand what you're all so shocked about. Sorry, I thought everyone would. General Liu began to mimic animals with flames, most of which were quite fierce and unlike Tang Gao's animals, which were very intelligent. Yes, theoretically speaking, it's quite normal for alchemists to have this knowledge. But yours is normal, it's comparable to a fourth-level alchemist? Why are the standards you subconsciously set for yourself so high? A first-tier alchemist is considered to have the ability to kill a third-tier alchemist as normal, and their fire control techniques should be on par with those of a fourth-tier alchemist. What kind of monstrous thinking is this? Tang Gao's lips twitched. Wasn't the Clover Group's information already made public? General Liu was taken aback. Yes, that's true. What does that have to do with your alchemy skills? I saw it online, so I practiced it casually. It didn't take much effort. The command post was deathly silent. General Liu's big eyes were filled with great confusion. Huh? What does it mean to learn something just by going online? Teacher Tian Chang looked at him with a completely bewildered expression. Huh? What does practicing casually mean? With just a casual practice, your fire control skills are comparable to those of a fourth-level alchemist? The principal stared at him. Dumbfounded, you didn't put in much effort? Is this something that was accomplished without much effort? The officers and teachers stared at Tang Gao in disbelief. General Lu looked at Tang Gao speechlessly. Yeah, everyone can kill a third-tier opponent with just a little practice. Tang Gao felt a toothache for a moment before remembering something. It grants a 105% boost to all attributes. The alchemist's clone also cultivated many alchemy skills to enhance its abilities. With so many enhancements, even the simplest fire control has been amplified to an extremely terrifying level. In terms of alchemy alone, just like in combat, I am not inferior to those of the same level, and in some areas I am even far superior to those of the second, third, or even fourth level. I was so focused on working hard that I forgot that this wasn't easy for others. When you're working hard, you don't have time to think about anything else, your mind is only focused on how to do this well. Is this what a true genius is like? What was I doing when I was 18? They're still trying to climb the tree and steal the bird's nest. The martial arts are already this formidable, how can the alchemy be so outrageous? General Lu was filled with envy. Was this the benefit of talent? General Lu nodded immediately, his expression changing slightly. That's true. It's fine to first become a disciple and then go through the recommendation process. Tang Gao was dumbfounded. No, I don't have to take the college entrance exam? You should at least let me take the college entrance exam. I've worked hard for 4 days, and you won't even let me show off a little? I'm still a young person, and I really feel bad if you don't let me stand out in such an important matter. General Lu stood up, ignoring Tang Gao's words, and quickly waved his hand. Prepare the magic formation. I'll go ask my master for instructions first. Tang Gao, huh? Did I go too far in showing off? Soon, Tang Gao was taken to the base's highest command room. The center of the command room had been cleaned up and set up with a high-end array, which was obviously something that ordinary people would not use. General Lu stood aside, personally writing spatial inscriptions on the array plate, without turning his head. You're already so strong, why are you still watching those tender newbies fight each other? Tang Gao laughed heartily. General Lu, don't you have any desire to show off? By the way, because my array formation skills are pretty bad, the images will be blurry and the sound will be distorted later, so please bear with it. Tang Gao clicked his tongue. Why not use a cell phone? Video calls are so high definition now. General Lu, both amused and exasperated, activated the formation. Such a secret, and you're using a public network? In cases of major events, we usually use a specially designed internal formation to communicate. The sound was initially very strange, a bizarre cry that hardly seemed to be made by a human. General Lu looked slightly embarrassed and gestured for the others to leave. He then personally adjusted the formation. After a while, the voice was barely audible, but it was still impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It can only be described as a human voice. General Lu hurriedly replied, I can hear you clearly, Master, I can hear you clearly. Every time they use this 1G network communication quality to fight me in formation videos, it's like a high-level hybrid of light and sound pollution, a hellish torture. If this happened in a public place, you'd probably be arrested by the judicial authorities and implicated in a case that disgraces the cultivation of immortality. Tang Gao was dumbfounded, never expecting that General Lu's master would be such an aggressive person. Very good, you look very energetic. It seems that Master has been living a very comfortable life lately. Master, I have something to tell you later, please don't be surprised. The red figure laughed loudly, slapping the armrest. What a joke. I've lived for hundreds of years, what haven't I seen? Of course, I would be surprised if you told me that you wet the bed, had frequent urination, and couldn't empty your bladder completely last night. What? 18 years old and already knows this kind of skill? And his fire control is so masterful? The red-clad figure shouted in disbelief, his face clearly showing utter bewilderment. The red-clad figure cursed with envy. Is this kid's mother an alchemy furnace? She's so good at alchemy. I thought you got a panda thermos. General Lu stepped aside speechlessly, letting Tang Gao stand over. I really can't stand your blind magic. If you don't process it, it's pure illusion and curse. General Lu sighed deeply, his face filled with melancholy, recalling the fear of being dominated by the mandatory study of formations after many years. It's been so many years since we graduated, why are you still holding on to this? After the red figure finished scolding his disciple, the three thick, pixelated heads stared at him for a long time, only to be helplessly defeated by his disciple's lame magic. Alright, little guy, I can't see anything clearly, but I trust my disciple's judgment. What are you after by joining my sect? The red figure chuckled, its three thick, pixelated heads bobbing back and forth. Interesting, young man, you're very interesting. I have high hopes for you. The red-clad figure was puzzled. What? What's the difference between your fate and being slaughtered like a pig? Kids have such strange ideas. You dared to trade 1 level's life for 3 levels, so even if those newbies are strong, they can't possibly adjust their mentality and strength to your level. Tang Gao couldn't help but laugh when he recalled how his deskmate would chatter with him every day and he would just hum along. Because I have to spend time tutoring my buddy. He's not very good at humanities tests, and time is precious. I can't waste it. The figure in red laughed loudly and slapped the armrest several times. Good, that's loyal. I grant your permission. You can come back after you finish your college entrance exam. General Lu hurriedly added, Master, you need to finalize the decision quickly and prepare the spots in advance, lest someone else snatch them up. Young man, if you encounter any trouble during this time, I will teach you a decree. You can use this directly to summon my avatar, clone, spirit, or even my true form. When encountering major problems, just make a change in the Imperial Edict section to let me know you're targeting me. Tang Gao looked bewildered. What Imperial Edict? Of course, if you don't know who to summon, you can simply tell me what problem you've encountered, and my clone will handle it automatically. It usually takes no more than 3 seconds to come up with a solution. However, you need to hold on for 3 seconds. As long as you don't die within those 3 seconds, the person you're shaking will arrive immediately. Tang Gao looked completely bewildered. Huh? Why does such a high-level decree sound so offensive coming from your mouth? The red figure was particularly proud, patting his chest. Let me tell you, for any problem below the 8th rank, you just need to shout an edict, and a whole bunch of clones will descend to support you. I can take down a large number of people even if they are at the 8th rank, and I can protect you even if you encounter someone at the 9th rank. Of course, if you mess with someone at the 10th level, I won't know you. Tang Gao was both amused and exasperated. Alright, thank you, Venerable One. I'll arrange a Tier 2 set for you after you advance in rank. Wah-ah! He's so sincere, I can't refuse. General Lu, you're absolutely right. The teacher is indeed approachable, with immense wealth and unparalleled fortune. Such a protective and wealthy teacher is like a guiding light in my life. General Lu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Good, this matter is settled. Kid, an Imperial Edict is a powerful document. At your level, there is nothing that an Imperial Edict cannot resolve. If so, then make another one. Anyone with a discerning eye would be more likely to kneel and beg for mercy the moment they hear which edict begins with yours than you can read a single word. Tang Gao was moved. Could this be considered starting out with an 8th-tier powerhouse protecting him? Great. After I finish the college entrance exam, I'll definitely throw a huge apprenticeship banquet for my teacher. General Lu laughed heartily, his smile radiant. Very good, very good. Tang Gao tried hard to suppress his laughter. This heroic general, so imposing and dignified in public, was actually so pathetic in front of his master. Okay, I'll continue to watch the event. General Lu, keep up the good work with your studies. General Lu chuckled dryly, then could only watch Tang Gao leave, looking helplessly at the Venerable One. The 3 heads of the red figure carefully checked and found that the panda thermos in the picture had indeed left the command room. They cursed loudly. Back then, your paper on the formation of the Pobi was not only not competitive in the cultivation world, but it also ruined my reputation in the education field. I get angry just thinking about it. After all these years, your formation is still so weak. So you're the one who's being tortured, aren't you?
General Lu turned around, confirmed that Tang Gao had left, and immediately waved his hand to cast a spell to seal off the area. His expression turned serious. Master, there's something wrong with this kid.
I need to trouble you to investigate him. The Venerable One chuckled. Damn it, why didn't you say anything when you came in? So you were trying to plant a landmine in my hands, weren't you?
When good things happen, they forget about me. When they encounter a hot potato, they throw it into my arms.
You're such a filial son.
The Venerable One laughed in anger. Your slope comparison algorithm is only slightly better than your formation.
It's the second to last result that has ruined my reputation in the education field. It would be strange if you could calculate anything. After reviewing the data, the Venerable One couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks.
His 6 arms began to divine the secrets of heaven with his fingers. Watch carefully, learn well, and see how I show off my skills, you noob. A minute later, the Venerable One was still calculating. General Lu was slightly puzzled.
With his master's level of 8th rank, was this really that difficult to calculate? 3 minutes later, the Venerable One was still calculating.
General Lu's expression turned slightly serious.
It seemed that the other 8th level expert involved was proficient in anti-divination and could conceal relevant heavenly secrets and fortune, which was normal.
10 minutes later, the Venerable One's 6 palms were clenched so tightly they were almost sparking, and his fingers looked like they were fighting each other. General Lu's lips twitched. He sensed he was in deep trouble.
Why can't the heavenly secret run? Why are all the answers to this mystery empty? What exactly is wrong with my algorithm? Did I miss a separator? General Lu wiped the sweat from his brow. Master, what do we do now?
No one who cultivates immortality can avoid going mad, it's just a matter of time. Very well, neither your life nor mine is in danger, but we can make contact with Xiao Gao. Oh, literally, the kind of whirlwind departure that saves on cremation.
The Venerable One scoffed. 9th rank? 10th rank? Are you dreaming? This kind of person doesn't need to scheme to deal with the Clover Group.
He only needs to express his dissatisfaction with the pill industry recently, and the entire industry will have to undergo scrutiny.
And comprehensive planning. The Clover Group is nothing.
Your Poby spell is the most resource-intensive spell I've ever seen. Only a powerful being could use this piece of garbage encryption.
General Lu chuckled twice. Master, at least this thesis has passed, hasn't it? If it weren't for the fact that you need a thesis to graduate, I wouldn't even want to put my name on it.
This ridiculously stupid spell is truly the worst of the worst. The Venerable One never imagined that someone could complete a paper with such an idiotic operation, and it's absurd that it can even run.
General Lu stared blankly at his master. What do you mean by within a week?
This confirmed one thing for the Venerable One, there must be a powerful being behind this.
Not really, I can't do that.
General Lu gasped, taking a deep breath of cold noodles. Terrifying. I thought he was a terrifying genius, but I didn't expect it to happen in just 1 week.
How did he do that? After hearing the intelligence, General Lu couldn't help but think in reverse and deduced, Master, is it possible that there is no powerful figure behind him, but he himself is a person with very unique luck, a kind of genius?
This situation is not unheard of, but it is indeed extremely rare. The Venerable One freed one hand and tapped the cheek of the middle head, looking bewildered. Now there are 3 possibilities. First, he is a once-in-a-millennium genius, like a dream, possessing a talent that can bring about earth-shattering changes in a single day.
Secondly, there is a powerful being behind him that I cannot even divine.
He has not actually come into contact with him, but he has vaguely sensed it, which is why he has become so cautious. Even a fool could tell that such a big change had occurred within a week. There must have been some special opportunity for him. Third, he has a powerful backer, and we've had clear contact with him. But this powerful figure is stronger than me and is plotting something, intending to groom this child. General Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this child's original talent was not good, but his desire to seek the Tao is truly excellent.
This is a very precious genius. Talent can be made up for later, but the desire to seek the Tao cannot be easily made up for. General Lu asked with a slight doubt, what about situations similar to the dream of the yellow millet? What do you think, Master? The Venerable One was both amused and exasperated. You're living in a dream every day? I think you're the one living in a dream. Do you even know what level of weapon refining master can make a one-time use magic weapon like the ones in A Dream of Yellow Millet?
The magical artifacts associated with the Dream of the Yellow Millet do indeed exist.
What beautiful dreams can one have if one lives in a dream of wealth and glory every day?
General Lu gave an awkward smile. That's true. With this child's foundation, he simply can't support this spell model.
General Lu nodded and cupped his hands in greeting. Yes, sir.
The Venerable One paused, then couldn't help but instruct, as long as he doesn't betray the human race, you must do your best to nurture him. The peaceful times we have now are hard one, so don't miss out. When we encounter other geniuses, we must not hesitate to pay the price. Even if we were willing to pay the price in the future, we probably wouldn't have as much peace as we have now.
General Lu's expression changed slightly. Master, could it be that something has happened?
The Venerable One's youthful face, which looked like that of a 16-year-old boy, became serious. You know that society as a whole is very corrupt now, right? General Lu nodded, his face full of doubt. Indeed, in theory, cultivators have extremely strong productivity and there is no need for them to involve the entire mortal society. But now even the entire mortal world is involved beyond belief, which is really too strange.
This is strange. Shouldn't winning a war lead to a golden age?
Cultivators have more resources than they can use, and now the entire cultivation world and human society are in complete chaos.
This is a phenomenon of being too eager for quick success and instant benefits.
It's not just a small group of people, the whole society is permeated with this kind of atmosphere. It may indeed bring huge profits in the short term, but once the cycle closes, it will be the end of civilization.
Even if it's not an apocalyptic disaster, it will at least severely damage civilization.
General Lu's face showed utter astonishment and disbelief. How is this possible?
The cost of war is too heavy.
These brilliant and ambitious emperors are nearing the end of their lives, which will lead to turmoil in human society. The Venerable One added solemnly, even if fewer people die, it's still acceptable. The higher-ups have already begun to crack down on monopolistic enterprises, rectifying internal problems in preparation for the upcoming impact. Clover Group is definitely going to be thoroughly investigated. This is a major trend. In his conversation with General Lu, he subtly discussed the secrets of fate and secured a mysterious fortune for himself. The Clover Group must be overthrown. This is an undeniable conclusion. It can be the people, or it can be a hero chosen by the people. As soon as General Lu left the building, he saw Tang Gao sitting cross-legged on the lawn in the distance, eyes closed, practicing his martial arts. His dantian was bulging, and his qi was flowing rhythmically around his body. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Gao exited his mage mode, dispersed his energy, and stood up with a smile. They were getting a bit bored with their fight, so I decided to cultivate here. Talent is hard won, and Tang Gao wants to cherish it and make the most of it. This is a million times better than the cards I could have held before. General Lu walked over and sat down with him, gesturing that he didn't need to be so respectful. He patted the ground and laughed. Sit down, let me tell you the story of my master. Don't misunderstand him. Although he speaks very fiercely, he is indeed a good person. It is the advancement of technology that has ruined him. Eighth-order powerhouses, super-strong individuals who are close to the Tao, not to mention their lifespan is almost inexhaustible, their spirituality is strong enough to live forever. Even if they are magic cultivators, their own life quality will transform to a terrifying level that exceeds the upper limit of their race. What troubles could such a strong person possibly have? Tang Gao's eyes widened. Roshan? Are you sure that person who just gave you a really harsh dressing down is anything like a gentle person? General Lu paused, seemingly finding it difficult to speak, and added with a helpless yet strange expression, I also learned in one day how to use the keyboard to protect my mother, father, and ancestral graves. In short, technology gave the teacher a little shock. The old man who had lived for hundreds of years eventually suffered damage to his Tao heart. He typed so hard that sparks flew as he hurled insults at people online. He even got so angry that he activated 3 heads and 6 arms, with 6 hands flying across the keyboard, making the species on the other person's family tree change several times over. Put. Tang Gao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm dying of laughter. Technology has given the teacher a little shock.
General Lu shrugged. Yes, you heard right.
He became an online troll, and spent many years mastering the art of divination from beginner to expert, cultivating it to its peak, just to divine the troll's location and send a clone to give the opponent a little shock in the cultivation world.
Tang Gao laughed until tears streamed down his face, pounding the ground with his fist, laughing until his stomach hurt. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. I had to give the other person a little shock in their cultivation journey. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that the life of an 8th level powerhouse could be so colorful?
General Lu laughed along. Although he's a bit fierce now, his nature hasn't changed.
He's still a very kind and thoughtful person. He even asked me for your data and personally went to customize a magic weapon for you.
General Lu patted him on the shoulder with a smile. It's good to be diligent, but don't forget to relax too.
There's a balance between relaxation and exercise. Tang Gao thought for a moment, then stood up. Alright, then I'll cultivate while I visit the event. General Lu, ?
I don't think there's anything wrong with me, I think there's something wrong with you.
General Lu hesitated for a moment, then asked, what do you mean by cultivating while touring? How do I do that?
Tang Gao directly synchronized the multitasking skill of his alchemist clone and tried it out. Sure enough, he could cultivate his techniques while moving around at the same time. He revealed a smug smile and gave a thumbs up. General, look how awesome I am.
General Lu watched as the energy around him began to surge rhythmically, his large eyes filled with utter confusion. Huh? This actually works? How did you do that? Shouldn't this be a retreat?
Tang Gao laughed heartily, put his hands on his hips and rubbed his nose. I'm awesome, that's all.
Okay, I'm going to participate in the event. Tang Gao ran away after showing off, not giving General Lu a chance to ask questions.
As General Lu watched the figure running away while cultivating, he was plunged into deep self-doubt.
I know you have a firm resolve to cultivate, but is your resolve so strong that you can run wildly while cultivating? No. Ha? What's this? Is the difference between people really that big?
General Lu was completely bewildered. Anyone who cultivates immortality is bound to go mad, it's just a matter of time.
It was quite a while after Tang Gao left that General Lu was able to process some of the shock he had felt.
General Lu was in excruciating toothache and sat on the lawn, saying, as long as you live long enough, you can see all sorts of things.
He is indeed a genius, but so genius that he easily loses confidence.
If this were told to his master, it might give his master a little shock to his Tao heart.
No, I need to find some time to talk to my master. It can't be just me whose Tao heart is shaken.
General Lu stood up, then suddenly remembered something he had almost forgotten to do. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed his junior brother's number.
Hey, junior brother? I'm here at the base today overseeing your son's middle school's visit. When you get home, give your son a beating. What? Reason? Does it count if your son inadvertently leaked important information?
Don't worry, there's no problem, but this habit is very bad.
You'd better give him a good beating so he'll remember it.
Okay, yes, whip it hard with the steel cable until it breaks.
Tang Gao participated in the sparring activity, using his disguise skills to conceal his movements, so as not to astonish everyone.
It's okay to show off, but there's no need to do it all the time, creating a sense of distance between you and others. You should still consider other people's feelings and not let your classmates' moral compass be damaged before the college entrance exam. Brother Tang is too strong, so strong that he seems to be from another world.
No, the difference is too great. Comparing them side by side would be an insult. Tang Gao was both amused and exasperated by this.
At noon, he went to the base for lunch with his classmates. He had to admit that the food at the base was indeed very good, and he ate with great relish. At noon, everyone rested in the rest building with the soldiers, experiencing what it's like to sleep on a large communal bed or a hard wooden bed. Tang Gao felt somewhat helpless and hid on the grassy area of the woodland at the edge of the playground, seeking a moment of peace for himself. Everyone loves excitement, but Tang Gao alone enjoys the feeling of constantly improving himself, especially when he is in an environment where no one bothers him.
Lu Ren, soaking wet, ran over, laughing loudly. Brother Tang, what are you doing hiding here? Let's go play together. Tang Gao opened his eyes speechlessly, looking at his lively deskmate who was almost a headache. I suggest you cherish your happy time now, lest you get beaten to a pulp by your dad when you get back. Lu Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I didn't do anything wrong today. I even got an excellent score in the sparring session, so why did he hit me? Tang Gao rolled his eyes. Because General Lu suspects that you leaked the Guardian Bureau's information by chatting with me, he is very likely to have your dad beat you up. After exchanging pleasantries on stage, even though he knew that my martial arts technique was given to me by Uncle Lu, he still asked about my relationship with you, and then changed the subject to ask what I thought of the Clover Group. Isn't this blatant suspicion that you were just chatting nonsense and leaked information about the Clover Group case to me? But Lu Ren will definitely get a beating. Tang Gao shrugged. Does your dad need a reason to beat you up? Lu Ren's lips twitched for a moment. Indeed, he can beat me up for no reason. It's only natural for a father to beat his son. There's nothing I can do, my dad treats me too well. He can beat me up a few times without any problem. Sometimes Lu Runliang would feel guilty if he didn't get a beating, feeling that he couldn't let go of some old grudges. If you get beaten up, it proves that some old grievances can be put aside, and the problem isn't that big of a deal. Tang Gao clicked his tongue twice. He serves when hit with a small mallet, and runs away when hit with a large mallet, in order to escape his violent wrath. I can understand each word you say individually, but when they're put together, I only vaguely understand them. That look in one's eyes, a mind untouched by knowledge, is truly frustrating. Tang Gao burst into laughter like a pig. It's precisely because you're his biological son that he'll be so angry he'll die, ha ha ha. Your father has 1,000 cunning schemes, and your father's senior brother has 2,000. Whether it's bloodline inheritance or sect culture inheritance, you're the one who's short 200 cunning schemes. Your father was the king of scrolls, yet you didn't inherit a single thing from him. He even made a very stupid and low-level mistake in front of his most respected senior brother, making him lose face. A stupid mistake that left two intelligent people speechless. He'd be lucky if he didn't beat you to death. If it weren't for the fact that I'm your buddy, you wouldn't have gotten beaten up, ha. Tang Gao was the first one called up. Standing on the award stage, he scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I've already received the best reward, so I feel a little embarrassed to take this one. General Lu smiled and handed over a bottle of pills. This is a bottle of specially made internal nourishing heaven pills, used to unlock a cultivator's innate spells. Of course, if you have already unlocked them, using this pill may enhance your innate spells or increase your cultivation potential. Tang Gao's eyes widened. Such a good thing. Is this act of kindness tinged with a test? Could this guy still suspect that I'm a user of Shadow Man? If I am not, then it is naturally a good connection. If I were in their shoes, the increased difficulty of concealing my abilities after my innate spells were enhanced might actually increase. This old fox is truly terrifying. Even when he's acting with good intentions, you still feel like you're almost being seen through. General Lu's eyes changed slightly. His soul clearly sensed Tang Gao's vigilance and the subtle changes in the surrounding aura. He couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly and mutter a curse to the little fox. Talented spells vary from person to person. Even your closest relatives have no right to know about them. It all depends on yourself. How did this kid develop such a meticulous habit? Fortunately, this kid is still young and hasn't mastered the skills yet. If he becomes a great master in the future, that would be quite something. Tang Gao chuckled and bowed, saying, "Thank you, General Lu. I haven't awakened my innate magic yet. This pill is truly my antidote for cultivating immortality." The award ceremony fell silent. General Lu looked utterly bewildered. Huh? How come you don't have any magical talent? No, with your strength, how could you possibly lack the bonus from innate spells? Are you kidding me? Teacher Tian Chang, who was not far away, was also completely bewildered. Impossible, how could you not have a talent for magic? It is common knowledge that a cultivator without innate magical talent is not necessarily weak. However, cultivators with innate magical abilities are generally very strong. Therefore, there is a high probability that outstanding geniuses possess magical talents. Among geniuses, those without innate magical abilities are actually a minority. The principal was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, really not? You don't have any natural talent for magic, so how did you cultivate to this level? Is it because you don't know you have a talent for magic? Tang Gao glanced at his personal panel and confirmed that the attributes section only showed aura of justice, while the shadow attribute was covered. He then frankly extended his hand with a hearty smile. It's true, there really isn't. If you don't believe me, General, you can see for yourself. General Lu looked surprised. I do have a detection spell, but it requires your consent. The kid was so wary of innate magic just now, the Shadow Man incident is probably related to him. Could it be that this kid wants me to vouch for him at the awards ceremony? General Lu couldn't help but feel smug. Little fox, you can't beat me after all. Ah, old ginger is spicier. You'd be a fool to find out. General Lu immediately activated his magic, not minding using his own reputation to vouch for the little guy, and then privately mocking him. General Lu's expression began to change slightly. He circulated his magic power within Tang Gao's body but found nothing. General Lu's expression faltered, his pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but want to curse, damn it. He really doesn't have any innate magical abilities. You kid, you wouldn't actually have such great cultivation talent and level of cultivation nurtured by some extraordinary expert, would you? But the righteous battle energy within him is extremely pure. That's impossible. Even if my reasoning isn't 100% correct, it's at least 80 to 90% accurate. How could this kid possibly not be related to the Shadow Man? Depend on. This guy looks like a good person, but he's definitely a black wolf inside. General Lu's lips twitched as he released Tang Gao's wrist. Little Gao really doesn't have any talent for magic. It has nothing to do with shadow men, so it's ruled out. It has nothing to do with violent righteousness, so it has been ruled out. That leaves only one possibility, that there is a powerful figure supporting them. Thinking of this, General Lu couldn't help but grin. He now felt that this kid's personality was actually quite wicked, and he really liked to tease others. However, you have great talent and a very quick mind. In the process of cultivation, remember to cultivate your character and virtue, and nurture your good nature. Only in this way can your path to immortality be smooth. General Lu was furious and indirectly cursed Tang Gao for being inhuman. Daring to play tricks on him, and saying that if he cut someone up, he would definitely be an extremely wicked person. Tang Gao smiled broadly and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for the suggestion, General Lu. Little brat, that clears his name now. General Lu sighed helplessly and patted him on the shoulder. Very good, very good. You're definitely involved in the Clover Group case, but you've managed to hide yourself so well and do it so successfully. There must have been a powerful figure involved, but to be able to play such a crucial role in the Clover Group from a place I was unaware of, with only a first-level cultivation level, is truly a peerless genius. Even someone like me, who has so many advantages, can't find any fault with you. General Lu didn't know what role Tang Gao played or what he did, but he could vaguely guess that Tang Gao was probably involved in the key moments of this matter. If we treat the Clover Group case as a jigsaw puzzle, by filling in the known information, we can roughly guess the extent of the unknown areas. After all, during the period of Tang Gao's extraordinary rise, Clover Group's fortunes and resources declined sharply. Tang Gao is definitely involved in the Clover Group case, but it's unclear what role he played or what he did. Whether it's the shadow element or the battle aura element. I recognize you as Tang Gao, not as an attribute or talent. He was Tang Gao, a man who dared to fight and take risks. Tang Gao suddenly felt a little ashamed. In terms of vision, Uncle Lu was still better. It felt so good to have deceived him like that. I love this kind of situation where you probably know I'm connected to the case, but you can't find any fault with me. Tang Gao smiled broadly. All right, General, is there any reward? General Lu suddenly revealed a cunning smile. I, Lu Jiangwo, the garrison commander of Lianchang, in the name of a 6th-order command-type combat cultivator, bestow upon Tang Gao, a 1st-order cultivator, the title of Hidden Fox General. The Hidden Fox is a mid to high-ranking member of the Fox clan, possessing extremely strong stealth abilities. It cannot be detected unless 1 or 2 ranks higher. Even if you find it, you might not be able to trap it. Even if you catch them, you might not be able to defeat them. The difficulty level is ridiculously high. They are considered an extremely dangerous demon race due to their extreme cunning and stealth abilities. Tang Gao's smile suddenly froze. What's the difference between this and disgusting me? If we take the preceding words into account, isn't this an open accusation that I'm immoral, shameless, and insidious? Do you think I'd like this title? General Lu patted him on the shoulder earnestly. Young man, you're still too young. In the end, this world is all about fists. Young man, you need to be careful with evidence when handling cases. But for counterterrorism, all you need is a name and a photo. Never forget that this is a dangerous world. Before you become stronger, you must learn to disguise yourself more carefully. Tang Gao smiled insincerely. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, but you front wave, don't let me slap you to death. One day, I'll give you an unpleasant title too. You bastard. General Lu laughed heartily. Very good, I admire your indomitable spirit. Is Liangpi, cold skin noodles, really that much criticized? A title bestowed by someone of high rank and great power, especially by a hero in general in public, is an honor that countless people would envy to death. Everyone was envious, even Tian Chang's homeroom teacher was extremely envious. This was a very rare honor. Tang Gao was the only one who couldn't laugh. He had won in terms of wisdom, but lost in terms of strength, and had been given a subtle warning by that despicable old fox. Hateful. I'll go back and take some nourishing heaven pills, and one day I'll make that violent righteous messenger. Pull out rubber bands to make a slingshot and smash your windows. The bus returned to the city along the road, dropped the students off at the school gate, and dismissed them. Lu Ren was so excited that spittle flew everywhere as he gesticulated wildly. Hidden Fox General. Hidden Fox General. Tang Gao, you've really made a name for yourself today. If this weren't a visit to the military region without a judge to report on you in person, you would definitely be famous. No, even without official reports, you're definitely a big name in the Liangcheng military and government circles. The government has an internal newspaper. You'll definitely be on the front page tomorrow. This is a title bestowed upon a first-level cultivator by the great hero and General Lu Di after many years. If it were anyone else, they'd have to be a hero. Tang Gao glanced at this optimistic guy who was actually 200 cents in debt. He had no idea what game he was playing with Lu Degu and just thought that he had one. Hateful. I lost a game. I have to win it back. But we can't win it back in a short time, damn it. Slap him in the face hard. Lu Ren's eyes lit up with envy, wishing he could have Tang Gao's title engraved on his forehead to show off. Brother Tang, why aren't you happy? This is such a wonderful thing. Tang Gao, annoyed that his happiness was disturbing him, retorted, you'll get a beating when you get home, and you still have the nerve to laugh. The smile on his face shifted to Tang Gao's face. True friends are the kind of people you get happiness from in crucial moments. Lu Ren, with a long face, sobbed, how was I supposed to know I'd cause trouble? I had no idea I'd cause trouble. After getting the phone, Lu Ren secretly called his mother to ask about it, and also asked the uncles he had a good relationship with at his father's workplace. My dad has had a dark expression all afternoon. He even had his assistant buy a steel wire whip and tie it to his belt, looking like he's about to kill someone. The only solution now is to ask Brother Tang for help. Brother! You can't just stand by and watch someone die. Tang Gao angrily smacked him on the head. Let go. Don't wipe your tears and snot on my clothes, you brat. Tang Gao is a little bit of a germaphobe, not much, but he does have it. No. Unless you save me, I'll cry all over your clothes. Damn it, help me, help me. Let's get to your house first and I'll think of something. The two returned to Lu Ren's 3-story villa. There was only a cleaning lady cleaning the house, while the family's pet dog and cat were stacked together in the backyard watching the sunset. The cat lies on the dog, watching the sunset together. Tang Gao looked away and held up 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 options. The best course of action is for me to beat you up first, making you look like you're in a terrible state, so your dad will go easy on you.
The worst option is for you to sincerely apologize to your father and then get a severe beating.
Lu Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Is it really that serious?
I can't escape this beating.
Tang Gao shrugged. Believe me, you'd better get beaten up.
If you don't, your dad will settle old scores with you sooner or later.
Tang Gao walked over speechlessly, looked at Lu Ren lying on the sofa, and added insult to injury. Besides, not long ago you copied my homework, and your dad held back from hitting you. This time it can be considered the point of explosion of accumulated conflicts. You can't escape it. Lu Ren was beaten not because Uncle Lu was cruel and liked to use violence. Simply because he deserves it.
During the Chinese New Year, he broke Uncle Lu's beloved antique vase, which was worth 2 million. Uncle Lu endured it until after the New Year, then found an excuse to grab his cane and beat him up. That was the first antique vase that Grandpa Lu had given Uncle Lu, which had great significance and value in life.
When we
went back to our hometown, we took our younger siblings to dig for fish in the mud pond. A group of cute little boys and pretty little girls returned with fish in their arms and a bunch of little loaches following behind them. They entered the courtyard gate laughing and saw Uncle Lu, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In order to play games, I took several friends to the computer lab to download large games, but ended up getting a full set of Trojan viruses on the school's intranet. The computer teacher was exhausted and it took more than 10 days to fix them all.
Well, I really think he deserves it. This is only what Tang Gao knew, there are probably many more things he didn't know. Because this optimist might forget about his misdeeds as soon as he does them, and then his own father will secretly keep a record of it. Lu Ren burst into tears, dejectedly got up, and looked at Tang Gao with a pitiful expression. Will I really get beaten less? Tang Gao silently pulled out a tissue from the table and stuffed it into his nose. Remember to turn on the range hood in the kitchen. Lu Ren looked up, his face full of resentment. Brother Tang, aren't you really going to have a bowl with your brother?
Tang Gao ignored him completely and waved directly at the cleaning lady. Aunt Zhang, please make me a bowl of rice.
I don't want to eat the shit he made.
The cleaning lady smiled, washed her hands, and made a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, which she then placed in front of Tang Gao.
My impression of Tang Gao was that he could eat a lot and wouldn't die.
The cleaning lady could never make something that tastes and smells so awful. Soon, Uncle Lu came in with a dark face. As soon as he entered, he smelled the stench of feces throughout the house and couldn't help but shout, "Auntie!
Did our toilet explode? I'll go and get someone to clean it up."
The cleaning lady came out, quickly waved her hand to indicate that everything was all right, and pointed to the dining table.
I'll teach you to talk nonsense. You. Daddy, I was wrong.
You brat, you made me lose all face in front of my senior brother.
You. Daddy, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Uncle Lu was overjoyed, and while vomiting, he beat the dog mercilessly. He was truly a ruthless man. Uncle Lu was willing to endure his disgust to finish beating the child, so it seems he won't be able to finish anytime soon.
After the match, Lu Ren probably won't have time for sparring.
Tang Gao shrugged. It used to take an hour to fight, but this time it'll probably take more than half an hour.
The trick is working, isn't it?
Back home, Tang Gao put down his school bag, lay on the sofa, stretched, and felt that his overall mental state was pretty good.
Using the skill of multitasking to cultivate is somewhat exhausting, but I can grit my teeth and persevere.
After being urged by Lu Jiangwo, Tang Gao realized the importance of strength. General Lu wouldn't try to harm him, but others might.
Alright, let me see what we've got today. The key factors are also very simple. Tang Gao has the potential for limitless evolution, but the tyrannical righteous messenger does not.
The alchemists continued to refine pills, treat illnesses, and distribute medicines in the square, relentlessly trying to disrupt the Clover Group's market, but with limited success. Fortunately, Mr. Fong, the big boss of Tongrintang, stepped in and sold off all medicines under the Clover Group brand at low prices, causing a citywide sell-off of Clover Group brand medicines and greatly increasing the progress of the task. Now, all pharmaceutical products under the Clover Group brand have become worthless, causing a sharp decline in the revenue of the Clover Group's Liangcheng branch. However, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. The Clover Group's foundation is still there, and it's unlikely to collapse in the short term.
The good news is that the alchemist's career quest has made some progress. At the current rate, if we grind like crazy for another day or two, we might be able to complete it. Congratulations to the user for receiving 2.5 years of cultivation points.
Among these, alchemists sell a relatively large amount of cultivation rewards to the system store, but in terms of the quality of cultivation rewards, the Violent Justice Messenger is the strongest provider. In terms of combat experience, the Violent Justice Warrior continues to provide a steady stream of support. Based on my current situation, I need to accumulate 12 years of cultivation before I can reach the second level.
Tang Gao's cultivation level, 8 years and 11 months.
Tang Gao stroked his chin. Completing a 3-star mission perfectly only earns a year's worth of cultivation.
If we can finish all the 4-star missions, maybe we can give it a try.
In just 5 days in the real world, his cultivation level had reached the late stage of the first rank, which was an incredibly rapid advancement.
Tang Gao took out the Nourishing Heaven pill, and also took out the instruction manual from the inner pocket of his school bag.
He looked through the precautions for taking the pill, read them carefully, and turned to the last page. Tang Gao's expression turned strange. If you don't have the above symptoms or conditions, most people just need to take it normally. The person who wrote this instruction manual is really meticulous. They successfully wasted 20 minutes of my time. Aside from pregnant women and young children, normal practitioners only need to pay attention to one thing when taking it.
Tang Gao looked at the pill, which was probably bigger than his throat, and picked it up with a strange expression. Swallow it in one gulp. Are you sure? The best way to take it is actually to swallow it whole. Simply put, swallow it whole, don't chew it. The only downside is that it's a bit big.
Tang Gao, a little uneasy, summoned the Violent Justice Messenger and gasped, I'm going to take the pill later.
If I can't swallow it, hand me some water.
Tang Gao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, stuffed it into his mouth, and forced it down, his eyes wide with anger as he gulped it down.
Although it was stuck in my throat, I actually managed to swallow it.
Tang Gao took the water glass, but his throat was so sore that he shed several tears. He quickly drank several large gulps of water before he felt the Nourishing Heaven pill in his esophagus obediently move into his stomach.
Tang Gao sat cross-legged on the sofa, speeding up his cultivation to enhance the effects of the elixir. A moment later, a pop-up window appeared in front of Tang Gao.
His smile froze instantly upon seeing the innate spell. Close the window, take a deep breath, and then open the window.
Tang Gao clutched his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. Holy crap! No wonder cultivators of the dark arts are hunted down all over the world.
Congratulations to the user for awakening their talent spell.
Shadow-type talent spell, Devour. The medical-type talent spell can enhance healing or restore a living being to full health every day. Quietly, how cute and useful is this white rabbit?
Battle Chi-based innate spells can enhance physical constitution or strength, or allow spells to be stacked for explosive bursts, making them both practical and stylish. Dark magic talents naturally carry a demonic aura. It would be a waste not to become a demonic cultivator. It's no wonder that cultivators of the dark path are prone to going astray. It's not that people who awaken dark magic are bad, but rather that those with this talent are more likely to come into contact with the demonic path. Over time, people developed a very bad impression of this attribute, which led to a stereotype.
Of course, this stereotype is correct. The logic is simple, just like how a good person wouldn't go to nightclubs and bars every day. You say you're a good person, and all others can do is respond with a kind heh.
Tang Gao is resolute and will not go down the path of evil, but if others awaken dark abilities, the more people there are, the easier it is for those with dark abilities to cause big news. Putting aside other things, large-scale blood sacrifices are not uncommon in the same series of talent spells.
Alright, let's see what kind of surprise task the Lucky Clover Group contestants have given me today. Open the task list and filter for tasks from Clover Group.
Tang Gao glanced at the 3-star missions, immediately filtered them out, and started looking at the 4-star missions.
A mere 3-star mission doesn't even deserve my attention? With such significant progress, shouldn't I at least start with a 4-star mission? 4-star mission, destroy the Clover Corporation's warehouse base. Note, completing this task will significantly increase the number of 4-star tasks that the alchemist clone can accept. First tier cultivator, the acquired realm. Second tier cultivator, innate realm. Third tier cultivator, chi refining realm. Fourth tier cultivator, foundation establishment stage. During the foundation establishment stage, not only can one fly, but one's defensive capabilities have also evolved to the point where they can withstand artillery fire, rendering one's own rocket launchers ineffective. The alchemist's clone caught the battle sword, a question mark slowly floating above his head, his large eyes filled with great doubt. Your Excellency, I am just an alchemist. Tang Gao patted him on the shoulder with a bright smile. Medicine and poison are inseparable. You can be a poison connoisseur. It's not like the brothers are risking their lives while you're enjoying yourself. The alchemist's clone's lips twitched, hesitant to curse, and had no choice but to abandon medicine and turn to poison. Hey guys, how about some gifts? Writing 5,000 or 6,000 words, all that hard work for so little pay, who can resist that? In the wilderness outside Liangchang, there is a medicinal herb storage base established by the Clover Group. Basically, the medicinal herbs are produced, stored, and roughly processed here before being transported to the fine processing plant for secondary processing into pills and other medicines. Because of its massive medicinal herb storage base, this place has driven economic development in the surrounding area, gradually transforming it into a small town with a relatively complete social division of labor. Tang Gao hid in a closet in a bedroom, his heart pounding, and he regretted accepting the 4-star difficulty mission. The difficulty level of a task is determined based on the user's overall capabilities. Because my skills improved so quickly, 3-star missions were no longer as difficult as they were at the beginning, but 4-star missions were indeed much more difficult than 3-star missions. Tang Gao cursed inwardly, damn it, let alone becoming a second-tier cultivator after completing the mission. The minimum requirement to complete this mission is already second tier. The violent righteous messenger shrank to the side, hugging his leg with a pitiful expression. My lord, I am still 5 years away from the second stage of cultivation. Are we going to be trapped here for 5 years? The alchemist, looking pale, tossed the bottle of pills to the violent righteous man. Keep taking your medicine, maybe you can shorten it to half a year. Don't worry, there will be plenty of pills. This is the umpteenth cycle they've gone through. From initial smugness to gradually discovering that the mission is far more difficult than they imagined, they've now hidden in their wardrobes taking pills to increase their cultivation. Ordinary pills will inevitably have some minor flaws after being taken. The three of them could only consume perfect quality pills to ensure a smooth path of cultivation. Tang Gao sighed. Luckily, we were cautious enough. We went into hiding and changed locations before showing ourselves, otherwise that 4th level foundation establishment cultivator would have caught us long ago. They underestimated the foundation establishment stage cultivators. Their spiritual power could sweep across an area of at least 3 kilometers. Anyone who got close would be detected and then bombarded to death by the enraged 4th tier foundation establishment cultivators. Simply restarting the cycle will have limited effect. How could someone who has become a 4th order foundation establishment cultivator have a weak will? It would be quite difficult to wear down someone's will through endless reincarnation in a short period of time. The tyrannical righteous messenger swallowed the pills with a bitter face. You didn't even give me a glass of water, damn it. The alchemist reluctantly took out a water cup from his spatial backpack and handed it over. Your Excellency, we only have a few solutions to break this deadlock. Choose one and let's go for it. There's no other way. Tang Gao rubbed his temples and began to summarize. First, we will rely on your perfect quality pills to continuously improve our overall strength, thereby reducing the difficulty of this mission. One day we will definitely be able to find a way to destroy the entire storage base. Secondly, by increasing the brutality value of the ruthless justice messengers, we can continuously improve our amplification effect, which will also enhance our overall strength. This is quite convenient, you just need to keep killing enemies to increase your brutality level. We need to be patient like when playing kobolds and catacombs, we'll definitely become a god in the late game. Third, we can only rely on the infinite evolution skill. We should first increase our resistance to mental detection. The accuracy of the mental scan of that fourth-tier foundation establishment cultivator is not very high. As long as we increase our resistance in this area, we will at least have more time to move around. Once we have enough time to farm other evolution bars, breaking through the current stalemate is only a matter of time, it just requires a little patience. Fourth, let's work together to accumulate cultivation points and buy a divine artifact, otherwise we'll be exhausted. He's almost sick of taking those perfect quality pills. The alchemist casually handed Tang Gao a bottle of pills, then took out a bottle himself and popped some pills into his mouth. Eat up, these are all perfect quality pills, they're very rare outside.
Tang Gao's face turned bitter. He stuffed a pill into his mouth, opened the shop interface, flipped to the discount page, and pointed to the artifact on it. Buy this one, it's a super artifact for the early game.
The Staff of Time. Magic attack, 60. Health points, 400. Mana points, 400.
Unique, passive, eternal. When taking damage, restores 7% of the damage dealt as mana.
When consuming mana, restores 25% of the mana consumed as health.
Each time health or mana is restored, it grants a 35% decay rate over time. Discounted purchase price, 20 years of superior attribute cultivation. Original price, 100 years of superior attribute cultivation.
The tyrannical righteous messenger glanced at his own cultivation level and asked suspiciously, Your Excellency, I understand the reasoning, but did you buy the divine artifact by exploiting our cultivation levels?
The alchemist's lips twitched. Your Excellency, after buying this divine artifact, we'll all be penniless.
The three of us combined will only have 2.5 years of cultivation left.
Tang Gao shrugged helplessly. The artifact's effect is that it can be used by 3 people.
After buying it, we will definitely be able to complete the game perfectly faster. Besides, rebuilding is not a difficult task. I believe we can overcome it together.
Are the attributes of this divine artifact powerful?
Yes. They are at least equivalent to the normal attributes of a first-tier cultivator.
Tang Gao counted on his fingers. With this magical artifact, we can shorten the clearance time from half a year to 3 months, which is still very worthwhile.
Just go for it.
The tyrannical righteous messenger and the alchemist exchanged a glance and had no choice but to agree to the plan. In the current situation, becoming stronger by any means necessary is indeed the best course of action. Tang Gao chose to purchase it, then placed the artifact in his spatial backpack and synchronized its effects to his other 2 clones. Tang Gao thought for a moment, then synchronized his talent spell with the others, his eyes calm. Originally I didn't want to use this talent, but the situation is special now, and the 3 of us must do everything we can to become stronger. We must get a perfect completion rating, otherwise it would be a waste of all our hard work. Don't worry, I'll erase their memories during my final playthrough to avoid causing trouble.
Shadow Devour, this is a very magical talent spell. Tang Gao originally didn't want to use it, but the situation is special now. If he doesn't use it, he might really have to endure 3 more months.
The ruthless righteous messenger's eyes lit up. Your Excellency, with your talent, we only need a month to find a perfect solution to this predicament.
The alchemist's spirits were lifted. Many hands make light work. If we go this far, we'll definitely take off. With 3 people farming devouring, why would they need to worry about not having enough cultivation points?
Tang Gao adjusted his mindset, activated the anti-psychological surveillance upgrade bar for everyone, and carefully assigned tasks. Let's all devour each other to become stronger, speed up the evolution bar together, and consume pills together to increase our cultivation level. Violent Justice, you grind for brutality points. Alchemist, you grind for elixirs.
I'll collect equipment and gather intelligence. Now, are there any other questions?
Tang Gao's eyes lit up. That's right, if you get a professional card, it will definitely greatly enhance our combat power.
The alchemist suddenly asked curiously, Your Excellency, why don't you do a class quest?
I reached the late stage of Tier 1 in just 4 days, and with you 2 hardcore grinders around, I don't even have time to practice my cultivation techniques, and my evolution bar is already numb.
How can I possibly think about what class to pursue?
Tang Gao had no choice but to join the ranks of the Scroll King and begin to think about which profession he should choose.
The alchemist stroked his chin. Your Excellency, do you think speed or attack power is needed to clear this mission?
The alchemist chuckled. Your Excellency, if you make a drastic decision, create a class that can grow infinitely stronger. Just focus on increasing attack power. Tang Gao nodded in agreement, entered his requirements, and soon the system displayed the job quest. Based on user needs, we will introduce the passive skills of this profession. Dark Soul Overlord, class card, passive, soul absorption.
Tang Gao was silent for a moment. Why do I feel like I'm on the path to becoming a demonic tycoon with no turning back?
If this were released, it would be hard to say he would be considered a decent person. Tang Gao took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. Fine, at worst I'll level up my disguise skill to god level, or be ready to overwrite mine with your class panel at any time.
If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. You have to fight to win.
A real man fears no hardship.
Go go go.
In the general office of the Medicinal Herb Reserve base of the Clover Group branch in the suburbs of Liangchang, Lang Yu, a fourth-level Foundation establishment cultivator, looked at the bewildered mortal manager with a cold expression. Have you made contact?
The mortal manager swallowed hard. Immortal. Master, we've made contact, but the process is still in progress.
A fierce glint flashed in Lang Yu's eyes, but in the end he only sighed softly. Go down.
This damn process is driving me crazy, and they still want me to go through the motions? Lang Yu went from initial rage to emptiness after the rage, and now to helpless acceptance. If this branch were truly capable, it would have long since broken free from the name Liangcheng branch. Lang Yu took out the specially made silver phone that he had crushed in the last reincarnation. Now, the phone was intact. His face was grim. What kind of magic is this?
It didn't seem like an illusion, nor did it seem like a complete reversal of time. It was a strange spell I had never seen before. The most outrageous thing is that one's own memories are preserved, but the memories of ordinary people are not. The memories of the cultivator patrol teams are also preserved, so after the cycle is reset, the cultivator teams no longer need his command. They have already followed the patrol plan that they have executed many times before to find out where the problem lies. Lang Yu had no idea when this cycle would reset, but before it did, he was able to go anywhere and do anything through the local teleportation array. However, once the cycle restarts, he will return to this office. Lang Yu felt his condition being reset to its peak, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Or is it that I have already become a dead man who has been played with? No matter what I do, as long as the cycle restarts, I will return to this peak state. At this moment, Lang Yu was extremely envious of those poor people who studied philosophy. If they were here, they would be able to judge the current situation through their reasoning abilities. But he himself could not find any hope of breaking the deadlock. Lang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone calm. I can't give up on myself. If I give up, there will be no hope left. In these dozens of cycles, Lang Yu tried many solutions, including but not limited to asking his superiors for help and calling the police on behalf of General Liu. In 3 days of my damn reincarnation time, I might even be reborn as a fertilized egg. The result of reporting Liu Dajiang to the police was that he was met with ridicule from the other party. Ah, you're finished. It was obvious that General Liu knew what had happened behind the scenes, but given the situation, he was unlikely to send any support, wouldn't share a single piece of information with him, and was even more willing to sit back and watch the situation unfold. The Clover Group branch has offended a powerful figure, and the Liangcheng military faction is well aware of this. And our dear branch expert team, this bunch of idiots, only just found out. The only benefit of contacting these 3 pigs was that they cured my low blood pressure. The headquarters might know something about this, which is why they're trying to shirk responsibility, otherwise, they wouldn't have told me to hold on for 3 more days. Can a great power hold out for 3 days? My passionate horse. WRNDM. I'm your cold-hearted daddy. Lang Yu sat in the CEO's office with a stern face, his mental energy constantly scanning the surroundings, eliminating any potential problems. Lang Yu didn't know where the problem lay, or who was to blame. However, he could only try every possible way to break the deadlock. However, so far, no hope of breaking the deadlock has been found. The difference is that I already know I've been abandoned. Those 3 pigs probably don't know that headquarters can no longer send anyone to protect them. We have offended a powerful figure. This was the worst move the Clover Group ever made. Lanya still has no idea what stupid thing this branch did to provoke a powerful figure to personally deal with it. If he could, Lanya would kneel at the feet of the powerful figure right now, kiss his toes, and tell him that he was his most loyal dog and that the Clover Group was nothing but a clown. But in reality, he used his spiritual power to connect with heaven and earth and release countless magical messages, but the powerful beings ignored him even once. Lanya took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and prepared to continue subtly releasing information to prevent his subordinates from knowing that he had betrayed them.
What? Pledge allegiance to the Clover Group? How much money did they give me? Enough to make me risk my life?
Tang Gao and the Violent Justice, the alchemist, stood on the street, all looking up at the strange lights in the sky.
Tang Gao scratched his head. Has this world always been this amazing? Cultivators can even see the aurora borealis when they look up at night? The ruthless champion of justice stroked his chin. Do you think this could be some kind of signal?
It seems to follow a pattern.
The violent righteous man shook his head. I'm just a 3-day-old child. How could I possibly understand such complicated information? The alchemist looked at him like he was an idiot. Then why are you talking nonsense? Go level up.
The ruthless righteous messenger revealed a set of white teeth. I understand.
The biggest difference between humans and demons is that humans have rules.
The alchemist shrugged. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. There's no need to lower our moral standards for this. But this tactic won't buy him much time. Sooner or later, he'll trace it back to us. Lanya couldn't find any clues in a short time, but he wasn't mentally challenged. Mentally challenged individuals cannot reach the foundation establishment stage. The tyrannical righteous messenger immediately activated his disguise skill, transforming into a young man in work clothes with a gentle smile. My lord, what do you think of my disguise skill?
I'll synchronize you too.
Disguise skill, Tier 1, Level 8.
Tang Gao gave a thumbs up and readily agreed. Brother Bao, awesome.
The alchemist clicked his tongue, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and accepted the skill. Brother Bao, I have nothing more to say, just kowtow to me, and I'll thank you. The ruthless champion of justice turned to look at the alchemist, a question mark appearing above his head. Question mark.
Do you have a problem? What do you mean I should kowtow to you?
With this skill, as long as you don't cause any trouble, concealing your late-stage Tier 2 status won't be a problem.
As long as you're not dancing in front of a third-tier cultivator, it's fine. Alright, let's get started. If you encounter any problems, just speak up in the system chat. Charge. 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 Keep asking for gifts. Hey, I'm serious about wanting a gift.
If the three of them act separately, they won't find enough resources to share if they come together.
Tang Gao planned to cause trouble for those mortal patrol teams, silently devouring a few of them. As long as he didn't reset the cycle of reincarnation before they discovered the problem, there wouldn't be any issues. Even if a problem is discovered, it doesn't matter. I have the power to reset, so what can you do about it?
However, Tang Gao still wanted to be cautious and didn't want to develop a habit of acting recklessly without thinking. Tang Gao used his disguise skill to change his appearance and came to a residential area. Tang Gao smelled a strange smell and felt very strange.
The scent of a bewitching incense?
The incense itself is not wrong, the problem lies in whose hands it is used. Tang Gao felt very strange, wondering what use the bewitching incense could be here.
3,000 yuan can't buy a person's life for a month.
But 3,000 yuan is enough for him to work from the beginning to the end of the month.
Aren't performance evaluation forms cheaper than sleeping potions?
Tang Gao muttered to himself as he jumped over the wall, concealing his figure with disguise. He was grateful for Bao Ji's
efforts. His disguise skills had undergone a complete transformation. Tang Gao sneaked in and wandered around the corridor.
He saw people dressed as nurses and doctors walking around, and children playing in the corridor.
It looked quite lively. Tang Gao was slightly surprised.
Following the scent of the bewitching incense, he walked to the door of the room at the far end of the corridor and saw a line of words written above the door.
Ginseng tree. Tang Gao's eyes lit up.
He looked around, then took out a wire from his spatial backpack, pried open the door, and quietly pushed it open, chuckling as he planned to steal a bunch of ginseng fruits before making his escape. Goodness, I never imagined the Clover Group was so rich that they could afford to grow ginseng trees. Tang Gao's smile suddenly froze, his pupils reflecting the scene he least wanted to see in his life. There was no ginseng tree in the room, only a pregnant, mentally challenged mother lying on a bed that combined a hospital bed and an operating table.
Bewitching flower. Clover Group. You bunch of beasts.
The malevolent aura startled the mentally challenged mother, who stared blankly at the doorway, trembling with fear.
Tang Gao hurriedly suppressed all his anger and forced back his murderous aura.
He carefully observed his surroundings and discovered a camera in the corner of the roof.
Tang Gao's eyes dimmed for a moment.
Without saying a word, he stepped forward and sent the data of his mentally challenged mother on the bed to the alchemist. The ginseng tree has been found, so the location of the ginseng fruit is self-evident. The children outside were laughing and making a lot of noise, which annoyed Tang Gao. Tang Gao took a deep breath. For this strategy, I want to get several hundred more perfect ratings.
You guys don't have any objections, right?
The tyrannical righteous messenger's voice was deep, like a lion suppressing its rage. Agreed. The alchemist's voice trembled with rage. A few hundred times isn't enough, we need thousands, tens of thousands. Tang Gao took a deep look at his mentally challenged mother on the bed, imprinting her image in his mind, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. A bone-chilling cold spread through my heart.
Brother, what are you doing?
A cold-faced young man dressed in white stood to the side, watching Tang Gao, who was clearly in a state of disguise and invisibility.
Without the ability to break stealth, you can't see me.
The cold-faced youth paused slightly, glanced back at everyone, and thankfully no one noticed.
He then turned back and asked, "Are you a ghost?" Tang Gao concealed his emotions. "No, can we talk somewhere else?"
The cold-faced youth thought for a moment, then turned and walked out of the building. "Let's go to the playground outside, no one will notice us there." The cold-faced young man sat down and looked at him curiously. "Who are you?"
"I've never seen you before."
Talent spell, true sight.
Qualification, looted.
Cultivation aptitude is connected to a person's origin, to their flesh and blood and soul.
Tang Gao couldn't imagine what had happened to this cold-faced young man. Tang Gao forced a smile, an outsider who wants to bring justice to this place. Tang Gao nodded. Yes, she deserved a better life. The cold-faced young man calmly asked, "Can you kill her?"
Tang Gao stood there blankly, staring at the young man in front of him.
Tang Gao stood there, his body ice-cold, the alchemist's diagnosis echoing in his mind.
The cold-faced youth looked at Tang Gao with calm eyes. "Killing your mother is wrong, but she is not alive now. She is trapped in her body by foolish maternal love and is now just a fragment.
This is not living, this is torture. I hope you can kill her."
Ignoring Tang Gao's reaction, the cold-faced youth continued calmly, "I want to kill her, but this body cries, and I can't bring myself to do it."
"Can you help her?" Special mission triggered, tortured. Maternal love. Save the child here so she can peacefully reincarnate.
The system will provide special assistance and will personally guide her through the underworld.
Note, this task offers no additional rewards.
Tang Gao turned and walked towards the deepest part of the corridor without a moment's hesitation, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. "I'll go see her off. No reward is needed, just enough to help her pass through the underworld and enter the cycle of reincarnation is sufficient." The cold-faced young man stood up, his tone calm. "My life is yours now."
Tang Gao looked at the woman on the hospital bed with complicated emotions.
She should be young, maybe only in her 20s, but she had turned into this.
Tang Gao felt a lump in his throat and lowered his voice. "Is there anything else you want to say to her?"
The cold-faced young man walked to the bedside, looked at the woman who was smiling foolishly at him, and his eyes flickered with emotion. "Everything I had was taken away long ago. She is the only treasure I have in this world."
Their talents were taken away, their cultivation was taken away, and their emotions were taken away.
Living has become torture. Tang Gao's fingers trembled, but he finally touched the woman's forehead. "Death is a cool summer night, she will no longer suffer. A broken body, a fragmented soul, a shattered mind. Logically speaking, she should have died long ago.
Tang Gao dared not imagine how she managed to survive.
This is torture, the ultimate torture. The cold-faced young man burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Gao felt as if his fingers weighed 10,000 pounds. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, and finally channeled his magic into them. The target has been marked with a system identifier.
The log will be updated after the target is reincarnated. Deceased Li Xiang, you have 3 minutes left in the mortal realm. After 3 minutes, the system will escort you through the underworld and into reincarnation.
A pale white soul stood by the bed, looking slightly bewildered, wondering why it had stood up. But when it saw the crying child by the bed, its heart ached, and it knelt down to hug the cold-faced young man, saying softly, don't cry, baby, don't cry, mommy's here. Li Xiang held her child, smiling gently, don't cry, mommy's here, naughty child, run away. The cold-faced young man hugged his mother tightly, his voice trembling with reluctance, and cried out, Immortal Master, please let her stay.
I beg you. I'm willing to pay any price.
Li Xiang hurriedly grabbed Li Yuan's hand, her eyes filled with urgency. Baby, you must live well and protect your younger siblings. I'm sorry, mommy can no longer protect you. Li Yuan cried so hard he couldn't breathe, choking as he nodded frantically, I know. Li Xiang, crying, stroked her child's face, forcing a smile, Mama's so sorry, I couldn't protect you.
Only repeated apologies echoed in the room.
Tang Gao sighed inwardly, deeply saddened by the sorrow of this separation of life and death. Please accept my condolences. After your mother is reincarnated, I will tell you where she will be reborn, and you can go and see her then. Friendly reminder, users can choose a place for Li Xiang to be reincarnated.
Tang Gao wiped away his tears. I will arrange for your mother to be reincarnated in Liancheng and be given a good family. Don't worry, she will live a very happy life.
Tang Gao took a tissue and blew his nose hard, his eyes slightly red. I was just too embarrassed to remind you because you were crying so intensely.
Li Yuan knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Tang Gao, ?
I don't think there's anything wrong with me, I think there's something wrong with you. He knew about reincarnation, but once he knew, that was it, he didn't think about it any further. When the sky falls, all he can do is watch it fall, what else can he do? This area has been designated as special, the timeline here will not be affected by the reincarnation reset.
Tang Gao breathed a sigh of relief, he didn't want to have to send Li Yuan's mother away every time he reset the system. Let alone whether Li Yuan can handle it, Li Yuan's mother definitely can't. Recruitment system triggered.
Li Yuan, pure as paper, can be nurtured and become your future combat support.
A recruitment system? There's such a thing? Tang Gao looked up at Li Yuan, grinning, are you willing to come with me and help me conquer this place? For Li Yuan, following him was indeed the best outcome. Li Yuan looked puzzled, what strategy? Tang Gao stroked his chin, it's about bringing justice here, including saving your brothers and sisters. Li Yuan's eyes widened in confusion, what justice?
Tang Gao reached out and pulled him up from the ground, saying seriously, kill the person who ruined your mother's life, shall we? Li Yuan stood up, his eyes instantly bloodshot, his teeth grinding together, come on.
Tang Gao nodded.
This kid may not be very educated, but he has a conscience.
Li Yuan's eyes turned red, and his tone became fierce, big brother, whatever you say, I'll do. As long as it's for revenge, I'll do anything.
Tang Gao patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction, it's good that you have fighting spirit, so I'll take you to meet 2 people later, and we'll go for it together.
Good. Tang Gao was about to click on reincarnation restart when another window popped up. Li Yuan has been recruited.
Users, please note, if this unit betrays you, please click the death button immediately. Tang Gao's expression changed slightly, and he clicked to ignore the prompt.
I hope I won't need this feature in the future.
Thanks to the recruitment, Li Yuan, along with Tang Gao and others, was reset and arrived in the wilderness outside the storage base. This place is more than 10 kilometers away from Leng Yu's location. Even if Leng Yu wanted to find out immediately, it would be very difficult. Both the violent righteousness and the alchemist were already aware of the situation and showed goodwill to Li Yuan. Violent Justice thought for a moment, then took a pistol from his spatial backpack and handed it over. since it's our first meeting, I don't have any gifts, so I'll just give you a pistol and 2 magazines.
Remember to ask me for it back after you're done. Tang Gao glanced at it silently.
Very good, very violent and righteous.
Tang Gao was dumbfounded. Why didn't you say so earlier that you had elixirs that could enhance one's aptitude? Do you know how bad my aptitude is?
The alchemist looked bewildered. Your Excellency, which of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, do you cultivate? Your battle aura's superior attribute, righteous aura, the black soul overlord you're about to acquire, and the shadow aura which you haven't had time to cultivate at all, which of them has anything to do with the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth?
Or do you have time to cultivate another attribute? Besides, you've been consuming these pills like food for over 20 days, haven't you even read the instructions?
Tang Gao touched his nose. It's alright, you can continue. Li Yuan, looking bewildered, caught the pistol and a pile of pills, his eyes instinctively glancing at Tang Gao, hoping to get Tang Gao's permission.
Tang Gao waved his hand. Take it, take it. I'll give you an evolution bar later. You can start cultivating hard and get stronger together. Lung Yu, early stage of 4th rank, with mid-level Dark Frost attribute in the ice element of Battle Chi, is considered excellent among his peers. Tang Gao thought for a moment and then gave him a very special evolution bar.
Self-healing potential, evolution bar tier 1, level 1.
Li Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. Okay, big brother, whatever you say, I'll do.
After speaking to Li Yuan, Tang Gao instructed.
Violent justice, this child hasn't received compulsory education, so he doesn't quite distinguish between good and evil.
You should share your values with him more often. Although the values of violence and justice are somewhat problematic, they are better than Li Yuan's current situation where he can't distinguish between many things. The tyrannical righteous messenger laughed. Alright, little guy, I'll have to trouble you to do a lot of things for me then. The ruthless righteous messenger accepted the order, bowed respectfully, and led Li Yuan, who was holding a pistol, to find their prey. As the alchemist watched Li Yuan disappear around the corner in the distance, his face instantly darkened. Your Excellency, no matter the cost, we must not only eradicate this storage base, but also completely drive the Clover Group out of Liangchang. All indications suggest that the crimes committed by the Clover Group go far beyond these. Tang Gao took a deep breath, his eyes fierce. Let violent justice give everyone a sin value assessment. Anyone with a sin value exceeding 50 shall be killed on the spot. The alchemist licked his lips, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Not hiding anymore, Your Majesty? Tang Gao gave a cold laugh. The one who controls infinite reincarnation is me, not Lung Yu. Tibetan? Why should I hide it? It's over, I'm finished. 3 first-tier demonic cultivators and 1 second-rate cultivator. Lung Yu could crush them with just a single thought. At first, Lung Yu dared not kill. The powerful figure behind it did not appear, but Lung Yu still treated him with the highest level of courtesy. All I got in return was a cold spit from the other party and the cycle restarting. This is the 180th time the cycle has restarted. Lung Yu also tried threatening, intimidating, and even severely injuring him, as well as using sealing spells. It had no effect. There is absolutely no possibility of communication. But it had no effect. So many cycles have passed, and the 3 demonic cultivators opposite have risen from the early stage of the 1st rank to the early stage of the 2nd rank. When they reach the late stage of the 3rd rank, I will probably be the opportunity for them to achieve enlightenment. In the late stage of chi refining, one needs a special opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage. He was one of the 3 demonic cultivators whose opportunity lay in his own destiny. Now, it's too late to say anything. Tang Yao wiped the blood off his face. All around him were cultivators and mortal warriors sleeping soundly. Everyone was sleeping very well. Li Yuan even kindly used a dagger to hypnotize everyone's chest so that they wouldn't sleep restlessly. He was very kind-hearted. Literally, it means warm-hearted. Tang Gao looked at his evolution bar. Life, Tier 1, Level 7. Strength, Tier 1, Level 9. Speed, Tier 1, Level 6. Counter-psychological investigation, Tier 1, Level 8. Precision, Tier 1, Level 6.
In short, I'm sick of scrolling through it.
After cultivating for a full 15 years, he reached the early stage of the second tier innate realm. After refreshing the evolution bar a full 35 times, combined with its own cultivation attributes and the bonus attributes from the artifact, it possessed attributes comparable to the early stage of the third tier. A second-tier early-stage innate realm cultivator possesses attributes comparable to a third-tier early-stage chi refining realm cultivator.
Who would believe that? The brutal righteous warrior's hand trembled slightly, his pupils widening in realization. How many brutality points have I accumulated? He opened his personal panel and felt like he was about to throw up from killing so much that he wouldn't want to pick up a knife for the rest of his life. Attribute increase, 216%.
During this time, he also devoured and vomited, and the evolution bar piled up so much that he didn't even want to check how many times he had done.
Don't ask, the answer is evolution. Shinnon's method of becoming stronger was very simple and unpretentious. Eat. I'm eating and 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 eating. The biggest limitation is one's own teeth and stomach's digestive capacity.
Tangao sat in a pool of blood, recovering his strength, his eyes calm. You'll get used to it, really. Your Excellency, if you're going to say that, at least make sure your hand doesn't tremble. Despite having unlimited evolution capabilities, unlimited reset capabilities, and various ways to break the deadlock, it's true that I'm too tired to talk. Of course, the rewards are also very generous. After fusing with the clone, as long as you evolve the ability bar that counters the opponent, you can still put up a fight.
Yes, Your Majesty. Tangao opened his personal panel and looked at his Dark Soul Overlord class talent. Well, how should I put it? It looks slightly less like the demonic path. Forced acquisition, professional talent upgradable. 1. Each attack can steal 1 point of the opponent's attribute and convert it into temporary attribute for oneself. 2. The longer the battle lasts, the more temporary attributes you can plunder from the enemy. 3. The more intense the battle, the more temporary attributes you can plunder. Moreover, thanks to his hard work, he finally unlocked a war-related achievement. Killing Frenzy. Once in killing mode, all attributes double, and the attributes will gradually increase over time. Li Yuan was still practicing his one-hit kill technique with a kind person nearby to improve his skills. Tang Gao gave his two clones a middle finger, then continued to look through his haul. Soul Absorption passive, collects 105832 souls. Optional Blessing Direction, none at the moment. Users are free to decide. Thanks to the system's time loop, even if it's the same person, a valid soul can still be extracted. Fortunately, soul absorption can cleanse the soul, so it doesn't matter. Moreover, soul absorption is already very powerful. If one can withstand it, one can choose power and become One Punch Man. Of course, that's just an ideal situation. In reality, we still have to consider our own capacity to bear the consequences. This punch carries the power of 105,832 souls. Who could withstand it? Foundation establishment stage, huh? I'll give you a good punch when the time comes. The violent righteous messenger waved his hand weakly. Shinnon, the alchemist, looked pale and had no desire to speak. Li Yuan was still seriously playing the poke game. Tang Dao chose to restart the cycle of reincarnation, and everything before him returned to how it was at the beginning of the mission. It was a peaceful afternoon, and a boy, along with two clones and the captured Li Yuan, stood in the wilderness outside the storage base, gazing at the massive base. The violent righteous man had adjusted his mindset considerably and nodded in agreement. Agreed. Shinnon, the alchemist, didn't want to talk. He silently consumed pills to permanently improve his various attributes. Seriously, His Majesty is no human being. He forced himself, a mere alchemist, to become a combat master. Li Yuan followed obediently behind Tang Gao, his eyes shining brightly. Whatever my brother says goes. The four traveled without hindrance, and all the cultivators and mortal warriors they encountered along the way fled from them in a frenzy. Most of those who had memories let out heart-wrenching screams to welcome their arrival. It was clear that everyone was very enthusiastic. Screams echoed all the way, almost like welcoming a superstar. They were shouting their hearts out. Listening to the piercing screams, Tang Gao calmly remarked, honestly, can't they be a little stronger?
Every 30 cycles I have to erase these memories of being killed, it's quite troublesome.
This is a small problem that Tang Gao discovered.
The mindset of a cultivator is on a completely different level from that of an ordinary person. Mortal warriors were not so lucky, many of them went insane after being devoured by themselves a few times. If they are not cleared out, the first reaction of these people after being reset is to commit suicide, showing absolutely no fighting spirit. Fortunately, you can choose whose memories to erase and whose memories to restore, otherwise, it would be really difficult to achieve a perfect score.
Leng Yu caught out in fear, his whole body trembling even more violently, his voice shaking even more. This lowly man was blind to the great man's worth. I hope the great Prime Minister can be magnanimous and spare this lowly man. Tang Gao tapped his cheek with his fingers, his smile gentle. How did you find out, immortal Master Leng?
Leng Yu gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and risked his life for a glimmer of hope, using his intelligence to prove that he still had value. Clones, those two beside you are clones. As the clone grows stronger, the original also grows stronger.
This is clearly giving back to the original body.
There is no mysterious or powerful being.
This is the great power. Tang Gao was even more surprised. Think about it, I might be an ordinary cultivator with some talent, how could you lose your fighting spirit? Leng Yu burst into tears. You want to retrace the path of the demon god? I can definitely help you. I still have some use to you.
He had heard of the possibility of powerful beings reincarnating and rebuilding their cultivation. However, I never expected that I would actually encounter something so unreliable, even less reliable than buying the lottery. He controls the time loop, manipulates everyone's memories, and repeatedly extracts people's souls, taking pleasure in killing. This can only be an ascension ceremony on the path to becoming a demon god.
Who would do such a thing?
It seems the other party has misunderstood me, but whether it's a misunderstanding or not doesn't make much difference.
He can't escape from here. I am here.
And my little brother's talent and cultivation were also forcibly robbed.
Do you know who did it?
Leng Yu swallowed hard. The Zhao family was plundered by a disciple of the Zhao family using a secret method. The Zhao family is the dominant force behind the Clover Group, that's all I know. To guide a soul to the underworld and into reincarnation, one must possess great power.
Li Yuan asked with slight doubt, brother, I don't know any secret techniques or surgery.
Leng Yu was so terrified that his pupils shrank to pinpoints, and he broke out in a cold sweat, collapsing onto the floor. Li Yuan looked at Tang Gao in confusion, not understanding why his elder brother wanted him to torture this fourth-level foundation establishment cultivator.
Tang Gao took a sip of tea calmly. Your mother's suffering is related to his inaction, he is an accomplice.
Leng Yu's act of providing armed protection to the Clover Group is heinous and requires no further explanation.
Li Yuan's eyes were bloodshot.
He picked up a scalpel, and his whole body erupted with murderous aura, shattering the decorations in the room. He then plunged the scalpel fiercely into Leng Yu's heart.
Bang!
The scalpel was snapped in two, and blood flowed from Li Yuan's hand. Leng Yu dared not resist, his face filled with extreme fear, his pupils reflecting the scalpel burning with pitch-black flames.
Put!
If time were to rewind, Leng Yu would kneel on the floor, looking at Tang Gao with a terrified expression, his body covered in cold sweat. The fear of dying had robbed him of all fighting spirit.
Tang Gao chuckled, Li Yuan, you go ahead and study.
We'll take a break and interrogate him when you're done. Li Yuan gripped the scalpel burning with the flames of punishment, his eyes bloodshot, and repeatedly plunged it into Leng Yu's body.
With the flame of punishment, the defense breaking and special attack effects are excellent. Tang Gao hummed a little tune and, amidst Leng Yu's screams, set the reset trigger condition to Leng Yu's death.
Tang Gao found it a bit annoying, so he went out, closed the door, and stood in the corridor, watching the sun repeatedly return to its fixed position. He felt that the whole world had become much quieter. The tyrannical righteous messenger and the alchemist Shinnong also appeared. The violet righteous messenger kicked Shinnong alchemist twice, and Shinnong alchemist took out a lollipop and handed it to the original body. Tang Gao rolled his eyes, but still took it and put it in his mouth. Once Li Yuan has honed his mindset to a level that is calm, we'll start the perfect run and try to finish it in one go. At first, everyone was furious, feeling that only death could settle scores with them. The goal is to make everyone aware of the crimes committed by the Clover Group's branches, to let the world know every single one of these evildoers' crimes, and then sentence them to death. The real culprits are still at large, but we can at least use Lingyu to quench our thirst for now.
Honestly, working on so much in one go is really tiring.
But among the four, Li Yuan has the most aggressive liver evolution bar. Because Li Yuan's ways to become stronger are very limited, he has no cultivation techniques to practice and no professional path to improve, so he can only hone his skills in evolution bar, and the benefits of the evolution bar are visible to the naked eye. Therefore, among the four, Li Yuan has actually evolved the most times. Although Li Yuan is only at the first level of cultivation, he has the combat power of the early second level, which makes him a very diligent player.
Footsteps came from behind Tang Gao.
Li Yuan walked out with a calm expression, half of his body covered in blood. The ferocity in his eyes had dissipated, and he looked much gentler. It's clear that he's calmed down a lot and is back to normal.
Brother, I haven't learned it. I don't understand surgery. Tang Gao waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Did he say anything? He didn't say anything. Tang Gao turned his head, looking surprised. So stubborn?
As expected of a fourth-level foundation establishment cultivator, his mental fortitude is incredibly strong. He's been killed so many times, yet he hasn't uttered a single sound. How much money did Clover Group give him?
He's so tight-lipped. Li Yuan looked at him blankly. No, brother, did you ask him any questions? Tang Gao impatiently picked at his ears, finding Lingyu too noisy. Tang Gao's expression softened considerably.
He sat on the sofa, looked at Lingyu, and pondered what he should ask him.
Ask him about Clover Group's intelligence? To be honest, there's no need. The internal information from the branches is enough. I definitely can't get access to the information from headquarters. Ask him for information about the Zhao family? To be honest, it's not really necessary. Just start the mission when you encounter them. Whether you have information or not doesn't really make a difference. Ask him about the crimes of the Clover Group? To be honest, there's no need. Just burn down a flame of punishment, and the guilt will be crystal clear. Tang Gao clicked his tongue, finding Lingyu tasteless. Forget it, just kill him. Li Yuan stared at Tang Gao in disbelief. Brother, you could at least ask a couple of questions. An immortal has touched your head, granting you eternal life. Lingyu wept bitterly, clinging to Tang Gao's leg and refusing to let go. Immortal Master, I was wrong. As long as you say the word, I'm willing to be your slave or your dog. Woof woof woof. Immortal Master, I'm willing to be a dog. I'll be a dog. Woof woof. Having been killed nearly 1,000 times, his mentality had collapsed, and his dignity had long since become useless. Tang Gao smiled broadly, his eyes looking at him as if he were looking at a treasure. How could I let you go? You are a fourth-level foundation establishment cultivator, and I have other uses for your soul. Fear filled Longyu's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to self-destruct his soul and body. If one soul is taken away, one will never have peace. Boom! The double self-destruction of a fourth-tier foundation establishment cultivator had an extraordinary effect, instantly killing Tang Gao and the others. Tang Gao was slightly taken aback, not understanding why this fool still couldn't see the situation clearly, or rather, he did see the situation clearly, but still wanted to hope for a glimmer of hope. Ha, you don't deserve it. Lingyu slumped to the floor, staring blankly at the world before him, knowing that he was completely finished. Tang Gao assessed his progress and turned to ask, I've reached the mid-stage of Tier 2 this time, are you guys coming? The ruthless champion of justice shrugged, no, my mind can't handle too much. I need to rest. One 4-star dungeon run is enough to surpass what others have worked for 12 years to achieve. What more could one ask for? The alchemist Shinnong swallowed the pill expressionlessly. I refuse. I need to take a break. Of the four, he was the only one still in the first rank. Without hesitation, the ruthless righteous man took off all his weapons and armor and handed them to Li Yuan, smiling brightly. Go for it, I believe in you. What the hell? I'm almost numb from killing so many people.
Shinon, the alchemist, had been eager for someone to step forward at this moment. He took out all the highest-grade talismans from his backpack, tore off stacks of them to buff Li Yuan, and even took out a styrofoam box of perfect-quality pills and stuffed it into Li Yuan's hands, saying earnestly, "I believe in you too, good luck. If you want to hit me, do it yourself. Don't expect me to lift a finger." Li Yuan looked at his protective gear, the battle sword in his right hand, the talisman in his left, and the styrofoam box of pills at his feet. He silently looked at his elder brother, hoping to get his approval. Tang Gao, exasperated, pointed at the two clones. "How can you be so lazy? Is it wrong to work a little harder? Depend on. You two have already given me all the equipment and elixirs, what else can I give you?" Tang Gao scrolled through his personal panel until it was worn out, but couldn't find anything to buff Li Yuan. He could only say regretfully, "Alright, Li Yuan, you go and refresh the evolution bar. Once you've refreshed it enough, I'll just do a perfect clear." Li Yuanqing nodded excitedly, "Great. Thank you, big brother." Tang Gao blared fiercely at the two clones. The tyrannical righteous man looked at the floor as if it were covered in flowers. The alchemist Shinon whistled and looked at the ceiling. This ceiling was truly the ceiling. Humans have their limits, being able to do it so many times is already quite impressive. Getting this much loot from a single 4-star dungeon run is already pretty impressive. What more could you ask for? Tang Gao rolled his eyes, directly absorbed the two clones into his body to enhance himself, and pressed his finger on the restart button. "Alright, let's start trying for a perfect clear. You go fight those mobs, I'll kill Longyu." Tang Gao looked at him and chuckled, "You'd better give it your all, or I'll keep resetting until you satisfy me." There's no other reason than that he has honed his skills to the extreme through constant exposure to danger, making every strike a deadly move and every dodge an ultimate display of speed. Of course, mistakes will lead to death. But if you die a lot, your body's combat memories will be nurtured. Tang Gao confronted Longyu, merging his two clones to the early stage of the third tier, activating the slaughter state with all attributes doubled, allocating all points to strength for the soul absorption. Bonus, activating forceful seizure, and allocating all points to ice defense for the evolution bar, directly engaging in a head-on confrontation. It didn't go smoothly at first, but Longyu ultimately benefited from having 4th-tier foundation establishment equipment. But after Tang Gao toughed down the attacks and built up his ice-type defense, Longyu was no longer able to win. After killing Longyu hundreds of times, Tang Gao finally grew tired of it and realized that he was approaching the limit of his mental state. Compared to my first day running the dungeon, I have improved a lot. If it weren't for the incident involving Li Yuan's mother, he wouldn't have pushed himself to the limit to kill a 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator. If this had happened 4 days ago, how could I have imagined that I, an ordinary person, would one day kill a Dark Frost Battle Chi cultivator at the early stage of the 4th Order Foundation establishment like a dog? Tang Gao stood in the CEO's office, holding the bloodthirsty slash blade in his hand. This was a weapon discarded by the violent righteous messengers and given to Tang Gao to use. The set of equipment worn by the tyrannical righteous messenger was given to Li Yuan to use for monster hunting. Tang Gao didn't care about the quality of the equipment. To be honest, in front of a 4th-stage foundation establishment cultivator, such a small difference in equipment quality made little difference. As for weapons, one slash is enough to cut off a head, whether they're good or bad doesn't really matter. Li Yuan walked in covered in blood. He first bowed to Tang Gao, then went to the office restroom, washed his face and rinsed off the blood. After making himself look presentable, he came out. "Big brother, I'm done swiping." Li Yuan's eyes were calm. Standing here, he was like a giant tree, exuding a calm yet powerful life aura. Hidden within him was a murderous aura powerful enough to obliterate the minds of low-level cultivators. Li Yuan has made great progress and changed a lot. He has transformed from an immature and weak child into a ruthless killer who can easily kill 2nd-tier cultivators and even exchange 1-for-1 with 3rd-tier cultivators. Tang Gao was tired of it and didn't want to torture himself anymore. He had already completed the game perfectly this time and didn't plan to continue playing. Longyu trembled, speechless, staring blankly at the ground. The fact that the immortal was willing to say these things proves that he still has some value and doesn't have to die. Tang Gao hummed in agreement, his eyes calm, using disguise to conceal his true nature. Call the police, and immediately confess your guilt. Without a sound, the two auras vanished. Boom! A strong wind howled in the sky, and a palm strike shattered the door, revealing General Lu's arrival. Lang Yu burst into tears instantly, her mind filled with only 4 blurry images of demons that tormented her relentlessly.
General Lu! You finally arrived.
Tang Gao lay on the sofa at home, while Li Yuan was left at the base to be in charge of cleaning up the mess. The higher-ups at the Guardian Bureau will surely understand their intentions.
The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Hey, son, what's wrong? Don't you have enough money for food? Hearing the familiar voice he hadn't heard in so long, Tang Gao burst into tears. Mom, I missed you. It was only when Tang Gao saw Li Yuan's mother die that he truly felt it. Life is not eternal. My mother will also leave me. Tang Gao wept uncontrollably, unable to speak.
Tang Gao couldn't imagine his parents dying in front of him, and he missed them terribly at that moment.
Son, what's wrong? Mom's coming right back, Lao Tang.
I'm going home to check on our son, he seems unwell.
What? Our son isn't feeling well? You silly woman, don't run away. Help me close the shop, I'm going back too. Son, don't cry, Mom and Dad will. Be back soon, don't cry, Mom and Dad will be back soon. The phone call ended, and Tang Gao wiped away his tears while crying and laughing at the same time.
Thankfully, I still had time to hug my parents and tell them I love them.
Tang Gao cried for a while before opening the task settlement interface. 4-star mission reward *2. Stubborn Reincarnator Achievement, permanently increases resilience by 20%. This achievement is awarded to brave challengers who are determined to achieve the perfect completion achievement. This is incredibly powerful.
All negative status effects will be permanently reduced by 20%, allowing you to get rid of negative attacks such as burning, venom, and freezing much sooner. Using killing to protect the way evaluation permanently reduces the probability of falling into demonic possession by 10%, but do good deeds and don't worry about the future.
Tang Gao's mouth gaped open slightly. Amazing.
The greatest fear for cultivators is the tribulation of inner demons. The test of self-examination is a nightmare for countless cultivators.
This reward alone is enough to drive all cultivators in the outside world mad with desire.
Righteous Path Elixir Body Reward. You will have no tolerance for elixirs and can consume elixirs indefinitely. This is a super gluttonous talent, the only obstacle being your digestive ability. Tang Gao was very satisfied with this. It was essentially a reduced version of Shinong's professional talent, but it was enough for him to improve quickly.
Reward, Special Equipment, Life Steal. Health Points, 800. Health Restored, 200%. Skill Haste, 20. Passive Life Devour. When an enemy is in your line of sight, it charges over 3 seconds.
Charged attacks deal 125, plus 6% of maximum health, bonus physical damage and grant you permanent maximum health equal to 10% of that damage.
30-second cooldown per target. Holy crap! This is an amazing artifact.
The Staff of Time is an early game artifact that permanently increases growth attributes, making it a super artifact in the early stages of the game.
But Life Steal is different. If you stack these up, they'll be amazing in the early, mid, and late game. Tang Gao stood up excitedly, instantly feeling that this 4-star mission was a huge win. Not only did he earn so much during the mission, but after the mission ended, he elevated himself to an extraordinary level. Knock knock, son, open the door quickly. What's wrong? You stupid woman, get your keys out. Use your keys to open the door.
Tang Gao immediately forgot his joy and rushed to the door.
He saw his mother hurriedly opening the door, ran up to her, and hugged her. Mom, I love you. I love you to death. If my son gets into university, it'll cost a lot of money. This is me preparing money for him. Staying locked up for one night will cost a lot of money. The mother glared at her husband. Money. All you think about is money. You don't care about your son's life or death. He's clearly been wronged. Son, let's ignore your dad. Come on, tell Mom what's wrong. Dad quickly put on a smile, his heart pounding with relief. He untied his apron and hung it on the clothes rack beside him. Okay, I was wrong. Son, what's wrong? Did something go wrong? Tell Dad, Dad will back you up.
The father and mother exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion, wondering what was wrong with their son.
Son, don't cry. Mom is your support. Mom and Dad will always be by your side. Tanggao smiled through his tears, yes. Mom and Dad, I love you. Dad and Mom laughed together, feeling that their son was exceptionally sensible today. Mom rolled her eyes at her husband with affection. Okay, you rascal, I know, I was asking about our son. Mom laughed heartily, took off her apron, turned around and changed her shoes. Okay, I'll go buy them now. Honey, you go tidy up the kitchen. Son, help Mom out later, Mom will teach you how to cook. In the Guardian Bureaus. Interrogation room, General Liu personally came to conduct a spot check. Looking at the disheveled and handsome man in front of him, it was hard to imagine that he was Lang Yu, who had shone brightly at the Liangcheng gathering 3 months ago. Lang Yu, a fourth-order foundation establishment cultivator in the early stage, is a genius with the potential to reach the fifth-order golden core stage. He joined the Clover Group as a guard elder, hoping to use the Clover Group to grow rapidly. After Lang Yu arrived at the interrogation room, he voluntarily confessed to all the crimes he had committed and identified all the crimes committed by the Clover Group. He admitted to everything without reservation and was very proactive. Lang Yu nodded with a somber expression, his voice hoarse. I saw him. Looking at his disheveled appearance, General Liu found it hard to imagine how this once steadfast genius had become like this. General Liu paused for a moment, then asked, how many times have you died? If this kind of thing gets out of my head and involves karma, I might end up getting burned. General Liu clicked his tongue twice and tapped his fingers on the table. So, Li Yuan is someone that the powerful figure put forward, and behind the scenes, the powerful figure has other plans. Lang Yu nodded with a somber expression. I'll do whatever you want me to do, even pointing the finger at Clover Group is fine. General Liu felt bored and got up to leave the rest to the relevant departments to go through the procedures, just cooperate. General, don't you really want to know who this powerful figure is? There are tens of thousands of ways to find that great being. Whether it's monitoring Tanggao, keeping an eye on Li Yuan, or keeping an eye on the Clover Group. Sooner or later, they will find a flaw. But why would I do this? The Clover Group has been utterly destroyed and is about to collapse in Liangcheng. Why would I provoke that powerful figure? Lu Jiangwo turned his head, looked at Lang Yu, and smiled coldly. Kid, in this world, wisdom is very important for survival, but if you don't have power, wisdom is useless. What's the use? Provoke someone, and then destroy yourself? Lu Jiangwo knew all too well the intricacies involved. What's lacking is never intelligence, but the power to implement it. Lu Jiangwo left the interrogation room, leaving behind a dejected Lang Yu. The guard took it, left, and closed the door. Lu Shashan sat to the side, taking a sip of pu'er tea with relish. Senior brother, it's really great to have a powerful figure take action. We didn't have to do anything, and this big problem of the Clover Group was eliminated just like that. The guard placed the report letter on the table but did not leave, looking hesitant. Lu Jiangwo didn't even glance at the whistleblower letter, frowning. This Lang Yu is really troublesome, he still wants to drag me into this. Tell me, what excuse and reason did he give me to investigate this matter? Reporting evil practices is everyone's responsibility. Lang Yu ultimately decided to report the powerful demonic cultivator, even if it meant his death. He wanted to cause him some trouble. This is the retaliation of an ordinary person. Things are in trouble, I'm about to get involved. The guard didn't go out, instead, he took out a draft from his pocket. General, these are the crimes that have been approved so far. Please take a look. Lu Jiangwo took it, glanced at it briefly, and frowned deeply. Is this all real? Anger flashed in Lu Jiangwo's eyes as he slowly put down the draft in his hand. Clover Group has really gone mad. Lu Jiangwo never imagined that the Clover Group would go to such extremes. He committed almost every taboo crime he could. Lu Jiangwo's face turned furious, and he hurriedly stood up. Military Officer Lu. Lu Shoshan hurriedly stood up. Here. Lu Jiangwo made a hand seal and divined that Tang Gao was safe and sound. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, but was still worried. You stay here in my place. If anything happens, just call on Master for help. I'll go check on junior brother first. Okay, go quickly. Lu Jiangwo used his teleportation technique and disappeared from the office in an instant. The guard asked worriedly, Instructor, isn't this a big problem? Since it involves powerful figures from the demonic path, this matter cannot be handled properly. As long as my junior brother doesn't get involved, that's fine. Lu Jiangwo discovered that he could not clearly sense Tang Gao's aura. The other party's aura was like a fog, and if one did not examine it carefully, one would definitely be fooled. Lu Jiangwo frowned subconsciously, knowing that this passionate young man was still involved. Neza's phantom appeared beside Lu Jiangwo, his eyes calm. Is this a big deal? Lu Jiangwo nodded silently. Yes, Master. Lin Yu reported that tonight's events were caused by a powerful figure from the demonic path. Lu Jiangwo shook his head. No. If someone's soul had been stolen, he would have reported it long ago. Neza chuckled. Do the dead need to have their cases overturned? Lu Jiangwo shook his head. No. Those who died were all people who deserved to die. Do you think you can use us as pawns? Dream on. Lu Jiangwo asked hesitantly, Master, do you think that really is an illusion spell? This water is too deep, you can't handle it. Know when to quit while you're ahead. Lu Jiangwo nodded deeply. I understand, it's an illusion spell, not a powerful demonic art. The time is not right, it's not something I should be involved in. The Phantom of Neza took a demon-suppressing talisman from his robes and handed it to Lu Jiangwo. Find an opportunity to give it to this kid. Tang Gao is not a demon, but there's no guarantee that this kid won't run into a demon and get tricked. Tang Gao slept soundly, feeling like he hadn't slept so well in a long time. The bed at home felt exceptionally comfortable. When I opened my eyes, my parents had already gone to work. There were 200 yuan left on the table, along with a little note from my mother telling me to go out and have some fun today. After Tang Gao finished washing up and changing his clothes, he stuffed the money into his pocket and dialed Lu Ren's number. Hello? Is this Brother Tang? My brother is still sleeping. You can just come and wake him up. I'm going to my teacher's place for further study later. The person who answered the phone was Lu Yi, Lu Ren's younger brother, and the most promising heir to the Lu family fortune, the one who would successfully support the family business. How do you manage to sleep at your age? Okay, Brother Tang, I'll tell my brother right away. After Lu Yi agreed, a crisp slap sounded from the other end of the phone, followed by Lu Ren's dazed and confused voice as he woke up. Lu Yi's voice came through. Brother Tang, the message has been relayed. Tang Ge gave a thumbs up through the screen. Xiaoyi, I trust you to get things done. Okay, Tang Ji, I'm off to class, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Tang Gao thought for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to meditate, using cultivation to regulate his still somewhat tense state. The unranked realm is the realm of most mortal cultivators. The first stage is when mortals begin to transform into the acquired perfection realm, thus achieving the initial perfection of mortal life. The second stage has already undergone a preliminary transformation, evolving from the acquired perfection to the innate realm. At this level, one can already grasp some basic spells, which distinguishes them from ordinary people. Their lifespan reaches over 100 years, with an average lifespan of 120 years, and some living to 180 years if they are in good condition. Talent is extremely important in this world, it's the ticket to entry. Without it, everything else is just empty talk. Without talent, one cannot cultivate. Without talent, cultivation is slow. Without talent, one cannot advance in rank. Reaching the second-tier innate realm in just 15 years of cultivation is already an exceptional talent. Many cultivators don't even have the chance to advance to the second tier. The students and passers-by around him unconsciously kept their distance from Tang Gao, and could vaguely sense that he was a noble and powerful cultivator. Sometimes, to determine whether someone is a cultivator, you only need to look at their aura and temperament.
A true cultivator, simply by standing here, can exert a life-level pressure on mortals, who will naturally understand that the other party is a powerful being. Tang Gao noticed the commotion around him, frowned slightly, and used his disguise skill to conceal his life force fluctuations so as not to disturb others.
So young, yet his cultivation is so profound. Wow, so accomplished at such a young age. Young and promising? This guy might be the uncle.
With such strong cultivation, it's normal for him to look young.
Hey! Brother Tang. I'm here. Well, this is Lu Ren. No matter what he does, it's all reasonable.
Lu Ren stared in disbelief at the empty dog leash, the other end of which was completely bare.
General Feng was Uncle Lu's military dog during his service. He had a second-tier cultivation level and held a legitimate military rank, with an outstanding combat record.
General Feng is a highly intelligent, responsible, and professionally competent military dog. Even their combat abilities are stronger and more robust than many cultivators of the same level. After all, he comes from a military background.
Tang Gao was utterly speechless. General Feng lost you?
It couldn't be Lu Ren who lost General Feng.
General Feng is much more sensible than Lu Ren.
It could only be General Feng who lost him.
Lu Ren didn't have time to answer. He hurriedly took out his phone and dialed the nanny's number. Hello? Auntie? Is General Feng home? Don't let him look for me. I'm with Tang Gao at the station. Tang Gao rolled his eyes.
He couldn't say he knew his best friend perfectly, he'd say he knew 110%. Lu Ren felt relieved and smiled sheepishly. I ran so fast this morning that I forgot to call General Feng. He was just looking for me all over the house. General Feng thought he had lost the child. Lu Ren wiped the dog paw prints off his face with his sleeve and put the dog leash on General Feng with a smile. All right, don't be angry, I promise I'll be obedient.
Lu Ren laughed heartily, took General Feng's hand, and asked, Brother Tang, where are we going today? Tang Gao took out his phone, scrolled to the local forum interface, and pointed to a pinned post. This venue is hosting activities for college entrance exam takers. I think it's officially organized. Getting good results will be very beneficial for future employment in this area. Let's go there. Lu Ren's face immediately fell, and he stammered, No, Brother Tang, aren't we going to the amusement park, or to shoot balloons and ride roller coasters in the park? Tang Gao hoped that he could enter the program based on his own abilities and become a stronger person. Although it is limited to this state, it is a rare opportunity for the vast majority of test takers. General Feng kicked Lu Ren in the leg, glared angrily at the optimistic fool, and gestured for him to obey. Lu Ren broke out in a cold sweat when he got on the bus, realizing he had forgotten to bring General Feng's identification, which prevented General Feng from boarding. General Feng sighed helplessly and gestured for Lu Ren to open the small backpack around his neck and take out his identification. Lu Ren breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Tang Gao to sit in the middle of the last row of the bus. For no other reason than that Lu Ren always felt that sitting in this seat was particularly cool, giving him the feeling that he was the coolest person on the bus. Tang Gao reluctantly sat down with him. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the event location. As soon as Lu Ren got out of the car and saw the event venue, he suddenly realized, oh, this is a local military event, and also an event organized by the Shanzhou Vocational School, the kind for civil service exams. Tang Gao was somewhat surprised. You know about this? Lu Ren scratched his head. My dad mentioned it to me not long ago, but I plan to just coast along and not take it to heart. If I win this award, my job options will be wider, and the salary might be better. Tang Gao understood. Because of your father, you're not interested in this? It's not a big problem if I don't participate. This is something that's icing on the cake for him, not a necessity. Lu Ren already possesses the necessary qualities, a father with a high-ranking position and a solid foundation of talent. Lu Ren shrugged helplessly. Do I look like a hard-working and ambitious person to you? Tang Gao nodded calmly. That's how it is now. Lu Ren sighed helplessly and had no choice but to let Tang Gao register. The registration site was very lively, with many students and members of the public registering, but the two groups were separated and the assessment items were different. Registration is very simple, just scan your face, sign, and write your ID number. The only problem is that queuing is a bit of a hassle. After Lu Rin finished scanning his face and signing the papers, he couldn't help but mutter, "Brother Tang, weren't you guaranteed admission? You're participating in this too?"
A resume filled with achievements is always better than a bare one. After experiencing so much, Tang Gao's mindset has changed. He is still curious about those glamorous lives, but he also yearns for a peaceful life even more. Only after experiencing life and death battles can one truly appreciate the preciousness of peace and tranquility. No matter what kind of person you become in the future, right now, you should focus on being the best version of yourself and taking good care of yourself. Lu Ren was stunned, unsure whether Tangu had accompanied him or he had accompanied Tangu. Lu Ren couldn't figure it out, perhaps it was a combination of both. He then dragged Tang Gao along to the examination hall. The examination room is divided into written and martial arts tests. There are many different types of test papers prepared for the written test, targeting different mortals and cultivators. The question bank is randomly generated, making it a personalized test that is very humane. The written test is held in classrooms. Once you have your test paper, you can go in and start writing. You can also exchange ideas with each other while writing, but you must express your thoughts clearly and insightfully. The test is actually quite difficult. The content of everyone's test papers is different, and it all depends on individual ability, social skills, and even information retrieval skills. Tang Gao pulled Lu Rin to a corner to sit down and start writing their papers. Tang Gao glanced at the test paper. It wasn't difficult, it was similar to the regular exams at school. He had already done some of the question types countless times. Tang Gao started writing quickly, and when he finished, he stood up, calmly handed the paper to the examiner, had his face scanned and signed, and that was it. Not only are the characters neat and tidy, but their shapes also seem to have a sense of weight and sharpness, as if they could pierce through the paper at any moment. The examiner couldn't help but glance at Tang Gao a couple more times. "A cultivator?" Tang Gao nodded, "Yes." The examiner nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I'll grade it for you now. You can go to the military testing department." Tang Gao shook his head. "Examiner, I won't go. I want to tutor my brother on the written test." Explanation and discussion are allowed in the examination room, but whether the explanation is clear depends entirely on the speaker's skill level. As for whether the listener can understand it, that depends on the listener's skill level and comprehension. It's not easy to learn something here that you didn't understand in class. This question tests your ability to decompose diagrams and perform logical operations. Lu Ren listened attentively, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Tangu was reciting what sounded like a divine scripture, each passage meant to be understood but not forcibly memorized. There is a kind of beauty in light that, even if forced to be remembered, will be forgotten. General Feng propped himself up, placed his two front paws on the table, and watched Tang Gao teach Lu Ren. Lu Ren listened for a long time before he finally understood the question, stumbling over it. He wrote it out several times before he finally figured out what it was all about. General Feng narrowed his eyes and tapped the multiple-choice question with his paw. Even General Feng wouldn't get this question wrong. How could you possibly get it wrong? You're really worse than a dog. Lu Ren looked bewildered. Huh? Did I do something wrong? At this time, you must not lose your temper. Instead, you need to make Lu Ren understand what he needs to do. Otherwise, he will be more nervous and unable to remember things. Tang Gao could never understand how Lu Ren had mixed up these points of knowledge. The answer is very simple, you can just memorize it. What he lacks is not the explanation at this moment, but the accumulation of knowledge over time, which is why he cannot understand. It's like someone who doesn't understand poetry, they can't express their deep feelings about these poems on a test paper and can only write some superficial and boring expressions. No matter how much you say, he can't empathize and can only stare blankly. If one's foundation in science is insufficient, it becomes even more obvious. Even when formulas are presented to him, he can only stare blankly at them. The formula knows him, but he is not familiar with the formula. A score of 80 out of 100 is already quite good.
Lu Ren, drenched in sweat, handed the exam paper to the examiner.
The examiner chuckled as he collected the paper, saying, "Young man, it must be hard for you to teach me." Tang Gao thought about the generous gift Uncle Lu had given him and felt much better. "It's all right." Lu Ren, accompanied by Tang Gao and General Feng, asked around and quickly found the location of the martial arts test. Tang Gao frowned subconsciously, reached into his pocket, and put on the earplugs that Lu Ren had given him before. Only then did he feel much more comfortable. Lu Ren looked around, searching for a suitable testing location, when suddenly his eyes lit up, and he waved and shouted, "Uncle Zhang!"
"Uncle Zhang! It's me, Shaoran."
The bearded instructor heard the voice, turned around, saw Lu Ren, smiled at first, then saw Tang Gao beside him, and his expression turned speechless. The bearded instructor called out twice to the instructor not far away, asking him to come and conduct the inspection in his place, and walked towards Lu Ren.
Instructor Zhang looked at Lu Ren and teased with a smile, "You're here to cause trouble? Your dad just beat you up, can't you behave yourself?" Lu Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you looking down on me? Can't I just be here to take the exam?" Instructor Zhang laughed heartily. "If you come here to take the exam, I'll walk backwards from now on." Tang Gao smiled and bowed, saying, "Good morning, Instructor Zhang." This is the Special Forces instructor who was instantly killed by him, the one at the second level. Instructor Zhang returned a slight salute and smiled, "General Inhu, what brings you here?" Lu Ren was so angry his nose almost crooked. "Are you looking down on me? Why do you use a respectful title for Tang Gao and ignore me completely?" Instructor Zhang was both amused and exasperated. "You can beat me in seconds, and you're here to participate in this level of activity? How were your written test scores? How about I take you to the interview area for a walk, and you can come back with first place?" Lu Ren's eyes lit up with excitement. "Uncle Zhang, can I use my connections too? My dad is the head martial arts instructor." Instructor Zhang chuckled twice. "I advise you to take the exam yourself. Don't even think about taking shortcuts. The Hidden Fox General is already highly capable and doesn't need any shortcuts. You should just take the exam honestly." Lu Ren, indignant, clenched his fist tightly. "This is disrespectful. My dad is Lu Shoshan." Lu Ren looked obedient. "I was just joking. I'll go and take the exam now." General Feng kicked Lu Ren hard in the back of the knee, knocking him to the ground, and looked at him with a disappointed expression. "All you do all day is cheat and shirk your duties, instead of building a solid foundation. Do you think you can save yourself by using connections when you're on the battlefield?" Lu Ren was even more helpless and could only hang his head in dejection, looking back every few steps as he searched for the test center, reluctantly watching Tang Gao being taken to the interview location by Uncle Zhang. Tang Gao smiled and followed Instructor Zhang to the interview location, not wanting to go through the hassle of participating in any martial arts or academic tests. With his current strength, even if he were to face a cultivator at the early stage of the 4th-tier foundation establishment realm, as long as he stacked up a bunch of relevant resistance evolution bars, the early-stage 4th-tier foundation establishment cultivator would have to think twice about whether his neck was tough enough. There are 4 at the first level, all of whom look like students, and 4 at the second level, all of whom look like they are around 30 years old. Tang Gao glanced at them curiously for a moment, then looked away. None of these 8 people posed any threat to him. If they were to actually fight, they would be just like those second-tier weaklings at the Medicinal Herb Reserve base, easily defeated in one move. Instructor Zhang led Tang Gao directly through the door. 5 people were sitting on the examiner's table, and Lu Shoshan was playing on his phone in the center. Seriously, is using connections this blatantly these days? Despicable nepotism. They've taken up all our spots. Tang Gao was awkwardly led in and placed in the center. "Uncle Lu, you didn't say that properly. It will put me in an improper position." As the 8 people walked in, they immediately spotted Tang Gao in a prominent position at the examination site, and all of them harbored some hostility and resentment towards him. Lu Shoshan winked at Tang Gao, signaling him to calm down, then smiled and looked around at the other 8 examinees. "What? You're not convinced?" The other 3 students, though angry, dared not speak out. They looked indignant and supported the female student's remarks, but they were too slow to speak out and lost the initiative.
The three students exchanged a glance, then stepped forward and stood beside the female student.
I refuse to accept this. If you can get into the military through connections, then what about all our hard work? I admire the hero Lu Jiangwo, not cowards like you.
The three students shouted their words with great determination.
If the female student hadn't stepped forward so quickly, they would have stood up too.
A middle-aged male examinee quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Examiner, the student is just being immature, please don't be angry. The female student's eyes were resolute, and she exuded an aura of integrity. My father only taught me to be an
upright person, not to be a coward.
The middle-aged candidate stood awkwardly in place, smiled helplessly, and turned around to say, Examiner, the kids are just being silly, please don't take it to heart.
Lu Shashan smiled and didn't say anything. He picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his throat.
From the examiner's seat, Lu Shashan winked at Tang Gao, signaling him to go ahead and improvise. This was the content of the interview assessment. For these seasoned veterans of officialdom and battlefields, choosing a question to assess them couldn't be easier. Tang Gao was speechless and had no choice but to cooperate with Uncle Lu, taking a step forward. Anyone who disagrees, come and have a go with me. The other three students had just rolled up their sleeves, looking at Tang Gao with indignation.
What kind of man relies on connections? Let's have a real fight. We're all men, what kind of skill is it for you to bully a girl? Little sister, move aside, let me handle this.
I'll knock you out of here with one move, you nepotism type.
Let's see if your mouth is harder than your cultivation. These kids are so clueless. Whether they win or lose, how could they possibly pass the interview? This is clearly a setup to make an example of someone, and you guys are still walking into it.
Tang Gao smiled helplessly and rolled up his sleeves. No need to push, let's all come at once. The middle-aged test-taker stood awkwardly in place, truly baffled by the thought processes of today's young people. The other three students rushed up, and their martial arts skills were all quite good, at an excellent level. The other three adults stood there, exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with embarrassment.
Bang!
The female student was the first to fly backward, sliding onto the floor and traveling 7 or 8 meters away, her face filled with disbelief. Just as the female student was about to say something, she saw 3 figures flying towards her.
Startled, she scrambled to avoid being hit.
Beating these newbies is easy, anyone can do it without using any real skills.
The female student blushed, got up from the floor, and clasped her hands in surrender. I admit defeat.
The middle-aged male examinee and the 3 student examinees also got up, staring dumbfounded at Tang Gao, puzzled.
You've already made your choice, so what are you doing participating in this kind of event? Lu Shashan looked over curiously. Yeah, weren't you already chosen by some bigwig? Why are you here to participate in the event?
Lu Shashan asked with a smile. Alright, if you want it, I'll give you first place. By the way, how are your usual test scores? After a while, the reply came from the other end of the phone. Sir, it's a perfect score.
Because of your excellent performance recently, you've also received several bonus points.
Lu Shashan hung up the phone, both amused and exasperated. You're really something, kid. I didn't know you scored so high on the written test.
By the way, do you guys have any questions? The second half of the sentence was directed at the other test takers.
The candidates all shook their heads, having no objections. To be personally bestowed a title by General Lu Jiangwo, such a person is no ordinary individual, and having just proven his abilities, how could they possibly have any objections? The female student who was the first to stand up and object answered.
Su Linger. Lu Shashan nodded. Okay, you passed the interview. Xiao Gao, you passed too. You two go out and have some fun. I still have to continue the assessment. Tang Gao paused slightly, then nodded. Okay.
Tang Gao, filled with doubts, left the classroom and headed towards the door. On the way, he greeted Instructor Zhang, saying that he was going to the Guardian Bureau first and that Lu Rin should do well on the exam.
Tang Gao stood by the roadside, wondering if he had left any clues that would lead Lu Jiangwo to find him. Tang Gao was deep in thought when he sensed a presence approaching. He turned around and saw Su Linger walking towards him. Tang Gao asked in surprise, What, you're not convinced? Is this because they haven't been convinced?
Su Linger rolled her eyes. I give up.
I just wanted to ask, which department did you apply to? Tang Gao was slightly puzzled, but it wasn't a secret. Battle Chi system, assigned to Neza Venerable's sect. What's wrong? Tang Gao was completely bewildered. Catch up with me?
A strange little girl. Tang Gao didn't take it to heart and continued to review his actions, making sure he hadn't missed anything, before taking a taxi to the Guardian Bureau.
Tang Gao arrived at the Guardian Bureau, first changing his attribute to Aura of Justice, then entered and gave his name and title. He proceeded smoothly and soon arrived at the office of the Guardian Bureau's highest commander. Lu Jiangwo was reviewing official documents with a serious expression and a furrowed brow when he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Tang Gao walking in, and his expression softened slightly. Junior brother, you're here. Are you in a hurry for the magic weapon set? Don't worry, custom-made magic weapons don't come so quickly. They'll be delivered in a while. Tang Gao was filled with questions. A demon-suppressing talisman? For me? Putting those facts aside, why would I need a demon-suppressing talisman? Lu Jiangwo chuckled. What, do you think demonic cultivators have the word bad written on their faces?
Many demonic cultivators are extremely good at disguising themselves, and with your experience, it would be difficult for you to distinguish them.
It's best to be careful. Tang Gao nodded. Indeed, many demonic cultivators are very good at disguising themselves. Seeing that he accepted it, Lu Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, I was just worried you'd get ripped off.
You wouldn't believe it, but last night, one of the Clover Group's medicinal herb reserves was slaughtered by a powerful demonic cultivator. Even a fourth-tier cultivator was driven mad by the torture. Tang Gao's acting was superb and natural. He widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Really? That's scary? Looking at his performance, Lu Jiangwo gave a forced smile. Let me tell you a little tidbit of knowledge. Starting from the 5th Order Golden Core stage, cultivators will master a kind of heart-testing ability, which allows them to perceive the emotional fluctuations and aura of the weak. At the 6th Order, they can even judge whether you are telling the truth or lying. Tang Gao clicked his tongue, his composure unusually calm. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. If Clover Group gets attacked, so be it. What does it have to do with me? You're still young, it's normal for you to be impulsive, but don't get yourself into trouble. Tang Gao felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Senior brother, don't worry, I haven't killed anyone at the medicinal herb storage base. Because it was Li Yuan who made the last move, and it was Li Yuan who killed them all. What does that have to do with me, Tang Gao? The last time I did it, I didn't kill a single person. At most, it just crippled Long Yu, but it didn't kill him. Lu Jiangwo looked at Tang Gao suspiciously. This kid was actually telling the truth. Strange, then what did this kid contribute if not his physical strength? His wisdom? Lu Jiangwo was still somewhat curious, glanced around, and whispered, So, you offered some advice? Tang Gao shook his head. No. Offering advice? Isn't this just recklessness? Where's the strategy? Lu Jiangwo was dumbfounded. This was actually the truth. You're great at the hard work, but you get all the benefits? Are you the reincarnation of the powerful father? Tang Gao frowned. Just expulsion? Lu Jiangwo looked at Tang Gao meaningfully. Expelling them isn't enough? Do you know the identity of the expert team they sent? Tang Gao asked curiously. What's your identity? Lu Jiangwo pulled a stack of papers out of the folder and placed them in front of Tang Gao. Wei Lun, Wei Xing's older sister, is the head of one of the Wei family branches. She has an excellent 4th-level cultivation level and a solid doctoral degree in management. She is a true strong woman with strong abilities and connections. Suan, a senior executive at the Clover Group headquarters, is the strategist of this expert group. He has an extremely strong network of relationships and intelligence. He is the person with the lowest cultivation level among the three, but the most intelligent. Zhao Shan, a key figure in this expert group, is one of the heirs of the Zhao family within the Clover Group in this generation. He wouldn't have personally come here to stabilize the situation if it weren't for preparations for the upcoming succession to the family headship.
Tang Gao nodded in agreement and flipped through the documents. So, these 3 people can't be killed? With my connections and abilities, I can only keep Wei Lan as a warning to others. Tang Gao looked up in surprise. What if it's Master? Lu Jiangwo laughed. If Master were here, even if 2 heirs of the Zhao family died, the Zhao family would have no choice but to swallow their anger and accept defeat. Unfortunately, I am not your master. I am Lu Jiangwo at the early stage of the 6th order nascent soul realm. Tang Gao stared at Lu Jiangwo with his mouth agape in astonishment, only then realizing something. Lu Jiangwo rose to prominence during the war between humans and demons. Does that mean that my senior brother advanced to the nascent soul stage in just 20 years? How did he do that? Tang Gao's lips twitched. Shouldn't it take 506 years to advance to the nascent soul stage? How did you manage to advance in such a short time? Lu Jiangwo was both amused and exasperated. What do you think I became a commander by? By sitting in meditation and cultivating? Kid, I'm a golden core cultivator who rose to prominence in war, and I relied on the war system. Tang Gao asked in surprise, was that war really that terrible? Lu Jiangwo looked intently at Tang Gao. Among the locals now, if you go back 3 generations, how many are truly Liangcheng natives? One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. This is reality. Lu Jiangwo has never been proud of this. He became a general because he had personally witnessed how many people had died. Tang Gao fell silent. He had heard his grandfather talk about it when he was a child. It was a story about people migrating from there. This kind of situation is not uncommon in the class. Such a large city as Liangcheng, most of the original inhabitants have probably been wiped out, which is why my grandfather's generation migrated here. Lu Jiangwo tapped the table. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. In short, unless you're an 8th level expert, it's best not to touch those 3 people. Tang Gao nodded. What if those 3 people die? Will it affect Liangcheng? Tang Gao nodded deeply. I understand. It seems we'll have to find a way to create an 8th tier powerhouse. It would be very difficult to cultivate oneself to that level. Forget it, we might as well just go for it. At worst, we can just do more quests for the Clover Group in the future, and they won't have time to bother Liangcheng anymore. General Lu pondered for a moment, then placed his hands on the table, his eyes gleaming. Junior brother, do you think the Clover Group will be doomed tonight? In the past few days, General Lu also specifically checked the surveillance footage of Tang Gao's residential area. Every time something happened to the Clover Group, it was after Tang Gao had been back home for a while. If it's a coincidence once, can it be a coincidence every time? General Lu rolled his eyes. Suppose. Let's assume this has absolutely nothing to do with you, and we're just saying it casually. Do you think the Clover Group might run into trouble tonight? General Lu nodded in agreement and picked up the microphone from the private jet. Notify the people below to seal off the Clover Group branch. No one is allowed to leave or enter. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Anyone who dares to go in will be shot dead on the spot. Okay, you're ruthless, kid. You've left no room for error. General Lu smiled and put down the microphone. Okay, I look forward to Clover Group being driven out and giving Liangcheng a better environment. Kid, I've done you a favor by doing you this much, I hope you'll understand. Tang Gao chuckled. Senior brother, you really have a grand gesture. It seems that it would be a shame if the Clover Group didn't collapse after all your hard work. General Lu waved his hand dismissively. Alright, General Inhu, go home now, I still have work to do. Tang Gao shrugged helplessly and waved his hand. Bye-bye, senior brother, I'm going home. General Lu watched Tang Gao leave the office, feeling his slightly blurred aura gradually leave the Guardian Bureau, get on the bus and disappear 2 intersections away. General Lu thought for a moment and then called Lu Shoshan, prepare to close the net. Notify Tongrintang to prepare for the transition of the medical market. Clover Group probably won't last until tonight. General Lu gave a strange smile, because today is Saturday. Monday's Zhao Cheng case, Tuesday's Bloodlust Servant case, Wednesday's Violent Justice Messenger death case, Thursday's Refinery incident, and Friday's Herbal Medicine Reserve Base incident. Everything will be settled by Saturday. As for Sunday, this mysterious and powerful being will take a day off to rest. Tang Gao returned home,
looked at the demon-suppressing talisman around his neck, and stuffed it directly into his spatial backpack to avoid affecting his performance later. The third stage of chi refining requires 48 years of cultivation, and that's assuming aptitude is a superior attribute.
Tang Gao thought for a moment and then summoned the tyrannical righteous messenger and the Shinong alchemist. "How are you two doing?" Tang Gao's expression showed slight surprise. "What do you mean by exploiting yourself?"
"I practice my cultivation techniques 24 hours a day, and I don't feel like I'm being exploited at all."
Tang Gao nodded. "Indeed, we need to cut back a bit.
Currently, the Clover Group's branch is too busy to do anything external, as it is overwhelmed with problems and can barely survive itself."
The cold, trembling soul, the size of a meatball, knelt fearfully in his palm. Tang Gao looked at him indifferently. "Do you have any way to unleash the power of an eighth order being, even if it's just once?" Tang Gao stroked his chin. "What if I want others to think this is something an eighth-tier powerhouse is interfering in?" Lang Yu's soul was stunned, and he looked up at Tang Gao with fear and astonishment. "Venerable one, couldn't you just perform normally?"
General Liu, at the 6th rank, cannot discern your background, nor can he detect the magical fluctuations at the crime scene.
The rest can be left to the other cultivators to deduce on their own.
They will provide an answer that satisfies His Holiness.
Tang Gao was taken aback, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Indeed, I'll just perform normally."
There's no need to pretend to be an 8th-tier powerhouse.
They themselves might mistakenly believe that an 8th-level powerful being was involved in this matter.
Tang Gao collected Lang Yu's soul and looked at the other two clones. "I'm going to wipe out their expert team and put an end to their story."
Tang Gao stroked his chin. "Take on a mission related to him." Shinong, the alchemist, immediately turned green. "No, you mean liver?"
"We're almost sick of grinding through a level 4 rigor."
2000. Tang Gao looked at Shinong alchemist as if he were an idiot. "Who told you that you have to complete a task once you accept it? Can't I just not click submit grade? Do I really have to complete it? Just leave it there and keep restarting it, won't that solve the problem?"
The ruthless champion of justice gasped for his cold noodles, leaning back tactically. "Is this some kind of crazy tactic?" Shinong, the alchemist, gasped for breath and leaned back tactically. "It still has to be, Your Excellency, your moves are the most stylish. I never expected such a reverse operation."
"Once you accept a task, do you have to complete it?" Tang Gao shrugged, opened the task list, and searched for the relevant task. Sure enough, he found it. 2-star plus mission, Clover Group Branch Expert Team.
As always, the task system offers many options to ensure you have the most satisfactory choice. As always, Tang Gao never gave this enemy any choice, ensuring his own satisfaction.
Zhao Shan sat in the CEO's office with a gloomy expression.
Wei Lan squatted down beside the ice coffin, gazing at her younger brother's body with a gentle look in her eyes. She gently stroked the surface of the ice coffin with her palms, just like when she was a child, wiping her brother's cheeks. His subordinate looked bitter. "Manager Su, it's the high-ranking officers of the Guardian Bureau who have personally come out to blockade us.
We simply can't beat them.
Those guys in the Guard Bureau are just thugs. They only recognize the orders of the highest commander and ignore all other orders.
How could these people possibly be a match for these people?"
Suan clenched his fists in anger, but ultimately managed to suppress his rage. "Get out."
Zhao Shan took a deep breath and rubbed his face. "Lang Yu confessed everything?" Suan was silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically. "Lang Yu's cultivation and aptitude were both destroyed. He confessed everything after he went in. He even wrote a letter of denunciation, but the informant doesn't know the specific contents." All three of them fell silent. Leave Lian Chang? Now they can't even leave this building.
Those cultivators from the Guardian Bureau outside really know how to use deadly moves.
If it weren't for the intervention of an 8th-tier powerhouse, they could still act arrogantly and domineeringly because of their status. However, once an 8th-level expert intervenes, no one dares to step in to protect them.
Zhao Shan looked at Suan, his face dark and slightly ferocious, with veins throbbing on his forehead. After Lang Yu was captured, they sent a 7th-level elder overnight to investigate the situation.
Suan's face lit up with joy. "I knew the higher-ups wouldn't abandon us."
Zhao Shan looked at him, his face still contorted with rage, and uttered each word clearly, that 7th level elder sacrificed his magical power and fled overnight. Zhao Shan didn't want to look at him anymore, his whole body radiating a low-pressure aura. He only sensed the auras of 1st and 2nd tier cultivators at the scene. Lin Yu was a 4th level cultivator. Could it be that his cultivation and aptitude were crippled by a 2nd level cultivator? Cultivating the Tao is not easy, cherish every step of the way. The divination results above were also very auspicious. As long as no reinforcements are sent to Liangchang, it will be auspicious. Sending reinforcements would not necessarily be auspicious. But it didn't show any bad luck. However, the divination indicates that the reinforcements sent out will die young and their life force will be cut off. If everyone does this, who would dare to come over? Dying peacefully in one's sleep is not always a good thing. It might mean being thrown into a small world by a powerful being and trapped there until death, with no chance of escape. The situation in Liangchang was too complicated, and the Clover Group headquarters felt it was unmanageable, so they decided to abandon the area. Zhao Shan's face turned sinister as he looked at the other two. What use are we to you now? Suan's face darkened. What use are we to you? Do 8th level powerful beings need the usefulness of insignificant figures like them? A powerful figure has intervened. Otherwise, why would the Guardian Bureau need to be so cautious? Knock knock. The room fell silent immediately. Here's the problem. Where is the presence of the guards at the gate? Wei Lan hummed softly the lullaby she used to soothe her younger brother when they were little. Images of her brother's mischievous childhood days flashed before her eyes, along with his arrogant vow to make something of himself and get a doctorate in management from the West, and his private lament about why he didn't have the talent for cultivation. My younger brother's talent is only at the 2nd level. He would be a great talent in other places, but he is a good-for-nothing born into the Wei family. Everyone looked down on the younger brother. Only because Wei Lan was determined to protect her younger brother did she become the head of the branch, and rightfully send her brother to Liangcheng to take up his post. The world is vast, full of conflicts, and many people look down on you. There are no large families here, no cultivation disputes, and many people here will look up at their younger brother. Tears fell onto the ice coffin, each drop freezing into an ice droplet. My younger brother is gone. My younger brother is asleep forever. The door was pushed open, and the bodies of the 2 guards fell down through the open doorway. The 2nd-generation violent justice messenger walked in, considerately dragged the sleeping guard inside, and hung a busy sign on the door to prevent anyone from disturbing them later. The ruthless righteous messenger turned around, looked at them, and chuckled. We've finally met, the 3 of you. The CEO's office was completely silent. Thump. Zhao Shan was the first to kneel down, his face pale. Immortal Master, it's all Wei Xing's fault, we were all forced into this. Suan knelt down and pleaded with his hands clasped. Immortal Master, I am willing to serve you like a slave, or even surrender to you. Tang Gao, who was controlling the violent righteous messenger, didn't look at the 2 spineless guys, but instead looked at Wei Lan in the corner. Why isn't she kneeling? Just out of curiosity, nothing else. Wei Lan looked at her younger brother with lingering reluctance, pushed open the lid of the ice coffin, and gently stroked his face. Little brother, I will avenge you now. Wei Xing lay motionless, silently sleeping in the ice coffin. Tang Gao was slightly taken aback, then unleashed a burst of punitive flames that struck her. Wei Lan turned to ashes in an instant and left in a hurry, saving herself a discount coupon for the crematorium. Tang Gao didn't bother to understand why the woman was going berserk. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, such things were commonplace. Do you two have any last words? Zhao Shan swallowed hard. Your Excellency, I am willing to offer up the cultivation secrets of the Zhao family. Suan hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket and pulled out a saved photo. Your Excellency, this is the Su family's mechanical art. Tang Gao smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you have a good eye. Once I've finished fleecing you, I'll rip you both off. Tang Gao held the secret manual and his phone in his hand, played with them for a while, then, feeling bored, threw them into his spatial backpack. This is an advantage that these unoptimized techniques cannot match. A technique that can perfectly unleash one's full potential is an extremely rare thing. Zhao Shan and Suan's expressions grew increasingly grim.
Seeing Tang Gao's still unsatisfied look, they knew their gift wasn't enough to satisfy the big boss.
Zhao Shan's face hardened, preparing to launch a counterattack and
deliver a devastating blow to his opponent.
His years of cultivation had not been for nothing. Tang Gao looked over, a half-smile on his face, as the murderous aura he had refined within his body slowly emerged, transforming into a dark, ferocious demon head that stared at him with bloodlust.
Terrifying killing intent filled every inch of the office space.
A ruthless demon who slaughters countless people, especially cultivators.
In the face of such a demon, even dying a little too late is a mistake. Suan's soul transformed into a bullet and was sucked into Tang Gao's palm. Tang Gao laughed heartily, "You are truly filial. All right, I have heard your last words. Letting Zhao Shan go is impossible."
The malevolent aura emanated outwards, and the pitch-black, ferocious demon head instantly opened its blood-red maw, swallowing it whole and refining it.
The 2-star difficulty mission isn't too difficult.
The Shadow type has evolved into the Shadow King type. The talent spell Devour has evolved.
Devouring lifeforms will yield greater benefits and can be refined into Shadow-type lifeforms. Territory talents now unlocked.
Shadow World, the more areas you occupy, the greater the boost, and the more skills you unlock.
Professional talents unlocked.
Lord of Shadows, darkness is your loyal guardian, and shadows are your devout servants.
A simple and unpretentious 4-line reward.
The first reward is the evolution of the Shadow type into the Shadow King type, which also successfully advances further in the attribute sequence, giving it stronger attribute combat power and amplification.
When a higher-ranking attribute faces a lower-ranking attribute, it's like a father beating his son, no doubt about it.
The second reward is a fundamental upgrade to the original talent spells, which not only grant more rewards but also allow the spells to be refined into Shadow-type lifeforms. The skills of Shadow King and Dark Soul Overlord, when combined, can achieve a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. The Dark Soul Overlord collects souls and has greater control over them, while the Shadow King can refine Shadow-type lifeforms, making them a perfect match.
No wonder the system recommended this super profession to me.
One values the soul, the other values life, perfect.
The territory talent, Shadow World, is also very powerful.
As long as you refine enough combat power to occupy more places, you can provide yourself with a continuous boost in various exclusive skills. The description of the profession talent, King of Shadows, is short but very informative. Tang Gao waved his hand, and the shadows in the room began to twist and grow.
Tang Gao pressed his palm down, and the shadows in the room returned to normal. Holy crap! To possess such an ability at only the second tier is just too overpowered. Even without actively using it, this talent can passively amplify the user's combat power to an incredibly terrifying degree. For example, when in a place where spiritual energy is cut off, this King of Shadows can also provide himself with a continuous source of magic power and regeneration. Tang Gao clicked his tongue in amazement and chose to restart the mission, intending to try it out on these 3 people. After some effort, Tang Gao finally restarted the mission and got a perfect rating. He then chose to end the mission and return home.
If you encounter a 5th-tier opponent, and you have a way to trap them, you can wear them down. Guardian Bureau, Supreme Command Center.
Lu Shoshan looked at Lu Jiangwo with a bewildered expression. "Senior brother, how did you know?"
Lu Shoshan still doesn't understand why that powerful figure would make a move so early, even though it's Saturday. General Lu looked at his junior brother, whose intelligence was slightly lower than his own, and chuckled. "Incredibly wonderful, a secret that cannot be passed on to just 6 people.
Tang Gao is a really reliable guy. Even though I don't know who the powerful figure behind him is. But judging from their methods and efficiency, there's really nothing to say. They'd only been home a short while when those 3 guys died. This rough file only records some key information about the case, and makes no mention of the violent righteous messenger or the mysterious powerful figure. Zhao Chang, including the recording time, was 5 minutes and 30 seconds, otherwise, he was eliminated in less than 3 seconds. The Blood Rage servant escorting the team was instantly killed in the street within 3 seconds.
The Red Hand Organization's assassin died within 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, in the heavily guarded president's office of the Clover Group branch, Wei Xing died suddenly. The entire process, from entering the pharmaceutical factory to destroying the underground magic mechanical puppet, took less than 10 minutes. There was not a single wasted moment. The entire time, the thinking was clear, and the combat methods were ruthless and precise. At the medicinal herb reserve base, Lan Yu's cultivation and qualifications were crippled within 2 minutes, and Li Yuan wiped out the entire base's defenses in half an hour. And then there was the recent annihilation of the expert team. The 3 of them didn't even last 10 seconds before being killed.
Not everyone can do these things easily.
These things wouldn't come to fruition without the support of a powerful figure. With this information presented to those 3 companies, anyone with a modicum of common sense would know that this is a very complex situation and they shouldn't get involved lightly.
Threatening Liang Chan? He.
Of course. The kind-hearted General Liu would never tell them.
This is how it all began. It was simply that their escorts embezzled public funds from the transportation project.
Tang Gao pondered for a moment and then summoned the violent righteous messenger. Come on, let's get some work done together.
The ruthless champion of justice, now dressed in summer clothes, asked curiously, what are you busy with?
Tang Gao directly synchronized the devouring spell with him and looked at him.
This is clearly a job that will never end. Tang Gao stroked his chin. Shinon Alchemist is already very busy and has no time at all.
You and I are among the few who have some free time.
It's not a big problem.
We can refine a few producers of shadow-type life first, and then I will add secondary natural evolution to them. Shinon, the alchemist, was so busy that he spent 48 hours a day refining pills. He really didn't have time. Relatively speaking, he has a lot of free time. The tyrannical righteous messenger sighed and had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the floor and begin refining the shadow-type life form. Despite having an immortal life, there's also an endless amount of work to do. Being a clone is really great.
Tang Gao wasn't idle either.
He personally refined a shadow-type life form and placed it in the shadow world. He watched as the shadow-type life form gradually stretched out its body and became an ordinary shadow-type life form. Fortunately, it was endowed with secondary natural evolutionary characteristics, so its future was promising. The cost of refining a shadow-type life form is extremely high for an ordinary cultivator.
A drop in the ocean.
After considering it for a moment, Tang Gao reached into the shadow layer and released the energy he had accumulated to the point of bursting.
Empty. 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 Tang Gao withdrew his hand with slight regret. What ultimately limits me is my rank.
Despite their amazing attributes, their output capabilities are still somewhat limited by their rank.
Without a qualitative breakthrough, they cannot have a stronger ability to control their opponents. Your Excellency, do you really need me to refine the shadow-type life form?
The tyrannical righteous messenger watched helplessly as the original body left, and
could only continue refining the shadow-type life form with a bitter expression.
There are several levels of refining shadow-type life forms.
Ordinary, unorthodox, first order, second order.
The higher the rank, the more energy is consumed. Furthermore, different types of shadow-type life forms will consume varying amounts of mana.
Currently, since it's just starting out, there are only 2 options.
One is the creator of shadows, and the other is an ordinary shadow-based life form. The former is responsible for collecting shadow power to create members of their kind, healing them, and researching Shadow Clan technology.
The latter is a jack of all trades, able to do a little bit of everything, but not an expert in anything.
Fortunately, the Supreme Being's evolutionary power grants the Shadow Clan the option of natural evolution and controlled evolution, making it easier to accumulate more types of shadow-type life forms. The tyrannical righteous man muttered to himself, "Sigh, it's really hard to start from scratch."
Fortunately, these shadow beings possess intelligence.
As long as you give them all the weapons, equipment, and cultivation techniques you've accumulated, you can have a shadow legion with considerable combat power. It's not that we can't create them, but rather that there's only so much usable shadow power in a given area, so creating more wouldn't make much difference. Guided by the violent righteous messenger, the Shadow Clan began to migrate to places far from the city, choosing a wilderness to settle down, and forcibly recruiting many shadow-type life forms along the way. Most shadow beings, upon seeing a massive, 1,000-strong force rushing towards them, wisely admit defeat and join in. Very few are foolish enough to refuse. The Shadow Clan didn't pull off any amazing feats that afternoon, it was just a regular migration, and they began building the Shadow Holy Land for pilgrimage. Most shadow beings in the shadow world do not have high intelligence or collective social behavior. They are mostly born naturally and then die naturally. They lack a stable source of life and are relatively random. It was only because of the passage of time that some shadow creatures gathered together and formed a small tribe. The spiritual energy revival has only been going on for a little over 100 years, and the shadow world is like a treasure trove that has yet to be developed. Everyone knows that such a thing exists, but no one has the energy to explore it. The ruthless messenger of justice also personally went to the shadow world to give those ignorant natives a little shock with his extraordinary abilities.
The ability to manifest evil energy is not limited to the physical body.
He's a ruthless man who has killed even more people than his original self.
Tang Gao memorized his lessons, completed his exam, and spent a peaceful afternoon. Knock knock knock. Brother Tang. Brother Tang, open the door quickly.
Tang Gao put down his pen, went to open the door, and saw Lu Ren carrying milk tea and snacks in his left hand and grapes, peaches and apples in his right hand, and General Feng carrying half a bag of watermelon on his back. A question mark slowly floated above Tang Gao's head, question mark. Lu Ren hurriedly pushed Tang Gao aside, unloaded everything from his hands and the bag on General Feng's back, and laughed loudly, Brother Tang. I knew you would just stay at home doing homework, it's not fun at all.
Look what I brought you. Tang Gao couldn't help but smile. How did the exam go?
Lu Ren confidently patted his chest, no problem with the first test, I got 3 points.
The second test is a 50/50th chance, but I might not pass the interview. Tang Gao was speechless.
He walked over, picked up a watermelon, cut it into slices with his battle chi, handed one slice to him, and took one for himself. So why are you so confident?
I was the number one in the interview. Upon hearing the mention of points, Tang Gao remembered the plan he had just casually written for Lu Ren. He went inside, retrieved it, and handed it to Lu Ren. Tang Gao rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to his silly words.
You have a high-ranking official father with a powerful background. I only have a silhouette, and I rely entirely on my own hard work.
Can it be the same?
Tang Gao sat on the sofa, took a bite of watermelon, and pondered for a moment. It took 5 days in the real world to overthrow the Clover Group's branch. There weren't any other important events after that, I just kept playing and got to 3 stars as usual. Before restoring one's spirit and refining the soul and all malevolent energy within the body, this will not be considered. Tang Gao had clearly felt that a part of his temperament was becoming repressed, and he needed time to calm his inner world and resolve the intense resentment and murderous intent within him. The endless cycle not only torments the enemy, but also has some impact on the hardcore gamer himself. If the Clover Group headquarters sends people to make things difficult for Liangchang, I can then take action to suppress them.
It's totally worth it to use one mission attempt to wear down a high-level enemy. Lu Ren's eyes lit up, and he quickly wiped his mouth. Shall we go out for a game tonight?
No, I happen to have a few sets of test papers here.
You can write them, and I'll teach you.
General Feng kicked him in the knee, making Lu Ren grimace and giving him a warning look that he'd better do his test instead.
Lu Ren sighed and had no choice but to comply. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye.
During this period, Tang Gao did not take on any more 4-star missions to torment himself. Instead, he had his clone AFK to complete 1 to 3-star missions while secretly developing the Shadow Clan. The Liangcheng branch of the Clover Group has become a thing of the past. Its market share was quickly absorbed by the Liangcheng Pharmaceutical Association, and a new batch of alchemists emerged because of Shinong Alchemist. Shinong, the alchemist, is indeed the kind of person who has 3 parts talent, 3 parts effort, 3 parts luck, 1 part seriousness, and 90 parts cheat code. But the knowledge in his mind is also true.
Knowledge doesn't lie, you either know it or you don't. A physical balance.
General Lu also gave him a gift, deleting all the clues and saving Tang Gao from some trouble. Tang Gao, whose cultivation had advanced to 37 years, which was the late stage of the 2nd tier, smiled and accepted it. Using a Tier 2 set of Tier 1 high-quality equipment is quite effective. Wear this outfit to the college entrance exam, and you'll have a smooth journey.
What are we looking at here?
General Feng sat to the side as always, and kicked Lu Run to shut him up and let him properly feel the way of heaven and earth.
Tang Gao stood on the rock, gazing at the scenery below, cultivating my mind and refining my spirit.
I tell myself that I cannot solve problems with violence alone, as this will cause me to lose a comprehensive perspective.
Lu Ren was completely bewildered. If not with your fists, then what? Lu Ren asked in surprise. Iron Head Kung Fu? Lu Ren's eyes widened. Isn't this still using fists?
Lu Ren jumped up, beaming. It's fine if we don't look at the scenery.
Come on, Brother Tang, let's go to the park and see some pretty girls. Their dancing is amazing.
Shut up, you go by yourself, I'll go memorize my lessons. Lu Ren had no choice but to abandon his thoughts of having fun and was forced to memorize his lessons, otherwise he would have the illusion that he had been abandoned by Brother Tang.
Tang Gu had just opened the door when he got home.
Then I saw my mother standing in the doorway, wearing an apron, wiping it with her hands, and smiling gently.
Son, your parents are off today. What would you like to eat? Mom will make it for you. Dad popped his head
out of the kitchen, laughing heartily. My son is going to take the college entrance exam. I have to prepare a Manchu Han Imperial feast.
Tang Gao rolled his eyes. Lu Ren and I ate outside, and we really can't eat anymore. Just get me some sweet porridge and send it to the bedroom. I'm going to study now.
The mother couldn't make up her mind and looked at her husband.
Dad hesitated for a moment, turned off the stove, wiped his hands, and asked seriously, Son, are you sure you don't want to eat something good? Won't not eating something good affect your condition tomorrow? Tang Gao shook his head. Really, there's no need. I've already recovered my condition, so I can just eat normally.
The father looked at his wife, indicating that she should ask the questions herself, and that he had no more questions.
After organizing her thoughts, Mom asked with concern, Honey, how about I give you some milk, walnuts, and red dates?
I'm worried you're not getting enough nutrition, and you're so tired from studying. Tang Gao thought about it and realized that his mother was indeed very thoughtful. Then let's have 8 treasure porridge, Mom.
I'm going to go study now.
Mom changed her clothes and urged Dad to go out to buy ingredients, completely forgetting about the ribs that were half-cooked in the kitchen.
Tang Gao was slightly speechless. He went into the kitchen and covered everything that needed to be covered. He checked that the fire was off and then returned to his bedroom to start reciting his lessons. Your Excellency, I understand you're taking the college entrance exam, but why do you also make me memorize texts?
The ruthless righteous messenger was bursting with, Tu Chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments. Is this how you exploit clones?
I'm currently multitasking by killing Shadow Clan minions. Yes, there's still so much work to be done. Shinong, the alchemist, decisively fled, indicating his willingness to endorse the text.
Seeing that his 2 clones had no objections, Tang Gao began to recite. Soon, Mom and Dad returned and brought in a bowl of 8 treasure porridge that they had carefully cooked.
After finishing his drink, Tang Gao continued reciting his lessons.
After finishing, he took a shower and went to sleep peacefully. He didn't send his clones to take on any tasks, allowing them to rest and ensure they were in good spirits. Although you don't need to use a clone in the college entrance exam, you should still be fully prepared as a person. The examination venue is just a few hundred meters away, which is very convenient. Tang Gao was a little speechless, but he could only accept his parents' loving concern. His parents dressed up and insisted on going to the exam with him. It's just a short walk from the apartment complex. My parents really spoil me rotten. Tang Gao had just left the residential area with his parents when he saw a familiar-looking Guardian Bureau car parked on the side of the street. Lu Ren rolled down the car window and waved frantically, Brother Tang. Tang Gao. I'm here. Lu Ren laughed heartily, Brother Tang, come quick. My dad, that old miser, is driving my brother and me to our exams in his own car today. Smack. Lu Ren was slapped on the head, making a crisp sound. It was really offensive of them to pick up their child while the rest of the family was walking together. The original concern was that Xiaogao's parents were too busy with work to take their child to the exam venue. It now seems that Xiaogao's great achievements are largely due to his excellent parents. They are indeed ordinary people, but they are definitely good parents.
Lu Ren's face immediately fell. Huh? I finally managed to show some face, and you're going to screw me over like this? Lu Shoshan turned around and glared at him. Lu Ren was so frightened that he scrambled to open the car door and ran out, not daring to get back in. As he ran, he cursed, even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. You're just taking advantage of me because I can't beat you. Lu Shoshan sighed, worried about his eldest son's intelligence and emotional intelligence. Lu Shoshan was so angry he didn't want to say anything. He stepped on the gas and took his second son directly to the examination hall. Lu Ren poked his head out, shook his head and sighed, what an unfilial father, always bullying his good-for-nothing son. State. Lu Ren covered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother Tang, you hit me too. The parents exchanged a glance and had no choice but to give up the idea of taking their son to the exam venue. Okay, good son, call your parents if you encounter any problems, and your parents will definitely help you solve them. Okay, Mom and Dad, I love you. I'm going to take the exam now. As usual, the quiet Tang Gao walked ahead, while Lu Ren chattered noisily around Tang Gao, talking about all sorts of gossip and news. Youth, in the same ordinary time, begins to slowly come to an end. The examination room was very quiet, with only the sound of writing. Tang Gao calmly wrote the exam paper, his heart not fluctuating much. After countless trials and tribulations, he felt only a calm state of mind. Tang Gao finished writing in one go, stood up, handed the paper directly to the teacher, and left the room first amidst the teacher's surprised gaze. The second written test began. Tang Gao entered the examination room, patiently finished writing, and was the first to hand in his paper and leave. Before you knew it, it was noon. Tang Gao was the first to walk out of the examination room and was immediately surrounded by a large group of reporters. Young man, you're the first one to walk out of the exam room. How does it feel? After saying that, Tang Gao immediately activated his identity, leaped 4 or 5 meters away, and left the scene at the speed of light with superhuman agility, leaving behind shocked reporters and onlookers. Holy crap! A cultivator. Such powerful movement technique. Good lad. In Liangcheng, you must have a unique skill that will likely make the local news tonight. The afternoon was the same, it was still a written test. The written test lasted for 3 full days. Every day, Tang Gao was the first to leave, with a variety of words to say. If only love could be as simple as the last question on a written exam. Everyone looked at the last question on the test paper, which was a proof question in mathematics and physics, and its difficulty was rated 10 stars. Perfect score? Anyone can do that. People started paying attention to this arrogant teenager. The question setters this year aren't very good, it would be better if they made it more difficult. The written test is over, the martial arts test is starting. People started making jokes. Hopefully, that stubborn kid will be the first one to come out. Ha, the first one out must have the worst grades. Ha, he can't be the first one to leave this time, can he? The reporters were dumbfounded. Isn't he a cultivator? He's at the bottom now? That's impossible. If he had any talent, he wouldn't be the first one to come out. You must be kidding, why would he be the first one to come out? The onlookers were dumbfounded, completely unable to understand why Tang Gaowu was the first to come out. Seeing that everyone was still in shock and no one had come to interview him, Tang Gao shrugged and left behind his famous quote for the day, martial arts testing is nothing special. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the boy leap and bound with the grace of a dragon. I can't understand it at all. In terms of pure movement technique, how could he possibly be the first to appear? Wah-ah! It's all over, it's all over, it's all over. As the ambulance siren grew louder, everyone made way and saw a group of medical staff rushing inside. Soon, an examiner who was spitting blood was carried on a stretcher by the nurses, put into an ambulance, and driven away at lightning speed. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why is the examiner on a stretcher? Holy crap, could it have been that Tang Gao who did it? His moves were so ruthless. What kind of trick did they use to make the examiner vomit blood?
Soon after, a video was released ahead of schedule to appease everyone. In the video, the examiner learned that Tang Gao was present, so he took the opportunity to prioritize the martial arts test and showed his best form in the exchange. However, he was then taken away by Tang Gao in one move, and his battle chi was cut off on the spot, almost unable to catch up. Tang Gao stood there speechlessly, never expecting the examiner to be so easily defeated. He could only ask the other examiners to call an ambulance, and regretfully left the room first. After watching the video, no one felt comforted, instead, they were completely bewildered.
No, is this a fake fight? How could someone be defeated in one move? Goodness, youth has its advantages. This Tang Gao is too strong. This is pure technique to defeat the enemy, an ultimate technique, without any cultivation level involved, absolutely amazing. Tang Gao definitely has cultivation, but he delivered the most perfect answer. Tang Gao defeated the examiner in one move, and without a doubt, he got a perfect score in the martial arts test. He didn't even need to have his cultivation level tested to get extra points. The martial arts test in high school focuses on techniques, and cultivation level is a bonus, but since it's already full marks, there's no need to add more. Tang Gao celebrated the completion of the college entrance examination with his parents at home. The father's smile never faded as he reached out to put food on his son's plate. Son, don't worry, it's okay even if you don't do well on the test this time. Dad has prepared 12,000 yuan for you. You can go on a trip with Xiaorun and have some fun together. The mother beamed with joy, her face glowing. My son has made something of himself. He impressed the examiner in one fell swoop. My son has truly made something of himself. Dad Nini took a sip of wine, his face flushed. Son, when did you develop cultivation? You didn't even tell me, making your old man worry for so long. I never expected you to be so good at hiding it. Tang Gao smiled mischievously and shrugged. You didn't ask either. Knock knock knock. Tang Gao was slightly surprised. After sensing the situation, he found no hostility and the person was not an enemy. Mom and Dad exchanged a glance. Dad, could it be a reporter looking for my son? Mother, it should be, because my son is so outstanding. Tang Gao stood up, indicating to his parents not to worry and to let him handle it, since the people at the door had some cultivation. Tang Gao went to open the door, and his parents, worried, followed behind, ready to handle any situation their son might encounter. The door opened, revealing two well-dressed middle-aged men. One looked very refined, and the other looked very robust. The robust middle-aged man had a friendly smile, and his cultivation level was quite impressive. I am the inviter sent by Qingqing Blue Ocean University. It's clear that those who didn't make it to the door did so because they couldn't beat the two people at the door. The refined middle-aged man grinned from ear to ear. Good, good, good. I knew Hidden Fox was a great talent. Old man, you're out of luck. As the refined middle-aged man was about to step inside, he saw Tang Gao's polite smile. The refined middle-aged man could only laugh politely twice. Alright, then I won't disturb General Inhu any longer, I'll be going now. Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. Bang. The refined middle-aged man looked at the closed door, helplessly touched his nose, and had no choice but to turn and leave. Inside the house, Mom and Dad stared in disbelief at Tang Gao's series of actions. Although my father was a butcher, he was not unaware of the weight of a venerable person. The mother was dumbfounded. Honey, when did you get your account banned? No one except high-ranking executives and influential figures has this power. Tang Gao shrugged. Don't worry, this is very simple for your son, not difficult at all. Eating is the most important thing, nothing else matters. Tang Gao, to be honest, Hong Yang writes 4 or 5,000 words a day, but only earns 40 or 50 yuan. It's really working for love. If people are urging me to update, it means that people are reading. Give me some free gifts, and it will help increase Hong Yang's income. While the Tang family was enjoying a meal together, the outside world was already in an uproar. The local channel in Liangcheng dedicated a special episode to Tang Gao tonight, showcasing his achievements. On the television station, the host stood in the center of the stage, holding a script, beaming. Liangcheng produces outstanding young talents. The college entrance examination has recently concluded,
and our Liangcheng has produced a remarkable young man who was the first to leave the written test and also the first to leave the martial arts test. Especially in the martial arts test, he severely injured the examiner with a single move, earning a perfect score and truly demonstrating a remarkable understanding of cultivation. After the host warmed up the audience, he swiped the large screen behind him, which showed a selfie of Tang Gao grinning with his big teeth showing, along with his academic test scores and records of receiving a title for visiting a military camp. Television stations began broadcasting news about Tang Gao frequently. Without his knowledge, Tang Gao had already attracted a lot of hatred from people.
The Liancheng forum and Tieba are overflowing with posts from Tang Gao.
Goodness, I understand the logic, but I still don't understand how the martial arts test could be one shot. The examiner was at least a third-level expert, yet he was instantly killed by someone of a higher level.
I hope the examiner is alright. This is called the Hidden Fox General? He should be called the Mad Fox General.
A heartfelt comment received strong approval from everyone, with one like after another, making the three characters, Guanghu Jiang, the most popular comment. Everyone agreed that such strength was completely unrelated to the hidden fox.
Liancheng No. 8 Middle School made a banner overnight and hung it at the school gate.
Warmest congratulations to our student Tang Gao for achieving a perfect score in the Wuhan military test. Local universities in Shanzhou sent people overnight to recruit him, but they were rebuffed by the name Hidden Fox and had to leave.
Apart from relatives.
Aside from blood relatives, most of these so-called relatives are only superficially related, and there's not much to say about them.
In a luxury residential area, in a 3-story villa,
Tang Gao activated his disguise skill and enhanced his abilities with the violent justice messenger skill, then relaxed on the sofa, eating grapes. With tears in her eyes, Lu Ren compared her scores with her younger brothers and found that her academic performance was secure, at least she wouldn't get a beating from her father. After the written and martial arts exams, there is a special exam for graduating cultivators. Participating in the special exam can boost one's achievements, and if one performs exceptionally well, one can receive a scholarship after entering university.
No matter what you do in the future, if people see a remarkable achievement in your file, they will look at you with more respect and it will be easier for you to get good resources. Lu Yi's grades are generally excellent, and he is a sure bet to get into Qingdao. This is also a backup plan that Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu value highly, a plan to arrange a suitable heir for the Lu family's property. Tang Gao took out his phone, tapped it twice, found tomorrow's exam, and directly held out his hand. "Give me your student ID and national ID card." Lu Ren's face turned pale. "No, there's another test?" Tang Gao gave a thumbs up. "You know how to manage a household." Tang Gao had already prepared to register while he was at home.
Tang Gao and Louis exchanged a glance and then laughed together. It was obvious that Tang Gao and Louis had made preparations long ago. "It doesn't matter, we can just let him be the one to attract hatred when the time comes."
Lu Ren looked completely bewildered. "What hero glory confrontation? How come I don't know about it?" Lu Ren's expression was strange. "That's odd, Brother Tang, why did you suddenly bring out this old assessment item this year?" Lu Ren's intuition was accurate, he sensed something was wrong, but he didn't know why. Lu Ren's words made Tang Gao think of many things, realizing that this special exam was not just a simple one.
Louis shook his head. "No, there are no reports in the news about any unusual movements by the demon race." Louis was a smart man and knew what Brother Tang was asking. Tang Gao frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Starting with the special examination for the college entrance examination, either this matter will have its initial results in 5 years, or it is sending a signal to all sectors of society, allowing them to prepare in advance.
Is this part of the planning for a war? Should we attack the demon race? Or declare war on one of the surrounding countries?
Tang Gao felt he had vaguely grasped something, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then suppressed the thought.
"Shall we? Who does our Lu family rely on?"
There was an element of family support, but the guidance from my father's senior fellow apprentice was also very important. Tang Gao took the phone back from Lu Ren, and sure enough, he found General Lu's name.
Lu Jiangwo was an important guest.
General Lu is not a man without a sense of proportion. He would never change the special exam questions to this just to evoke memories of past suffering and present happiness.
War is imminent.
It was General Lu who passed down some kind of pressure from above, sending a signal to everyone. Tang Gao became vigilant and began issuing orders to the Shadow Clan, using militarism as their guiding principle, to prepare for war. After more than 20 days of changes, the Shadow Clan has increased its numbers to over 10,000. However, due to limited production technology, they have begun to focus on quality rather than frantically increasing quantity.
In an era of spiritual revival, quality is also important.
No matter what kind of war it is, having an elite army at your disposal always brings peace of mind. Tang Gao put down the grapes in his hand, stood up and stretched his limbs, then looked at Lu Ren.
Tang Gao clicked his tongue twice and rolled up his sleeves. To prevent you from dragging me down tomorrow, I'll teach you a secret trick tonight. Lu Ren was completely helpless, and was forced to spar with two inhuman bastards. The night was peaceful. Tang Gao and Louis beat up Lu Ren all night, and everyone was happy.
Time is like sand slipping through your fingers. In the blink of an eye, it obscures memories. For the first time, Tang Gao felt a subtle distance from his high school life, and some things seemed to have begun to unknowingly become memories of the past.
Tang Gao sighed softly, lamenting the end of his high school life.
Last night, Tang Gao slept in the bed, but Lu Ren wanted to keep him chatting late into the night, so he slept on the floor and chatted until he was sleepy. Tang Gao thought for a moment, then turned his back to Lu Ren, took out the test paper he had written earlier from his spatial backpack, and threw it in front of Lu Ren along with the paper and pen, calmly saying, "Time to copy the homework." Lu Ren instinctively grabbed a pen and paper and began copying the test paper while lying on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit confused.
After copying half of the paper, he realized something was wrong and looked up. "Brother Tang, didn't we graduate?"
In no time, he had finished copying all 3 papers.
Lu Ren obediently handed the test paper to Tang Gao. "Brother, I'm done copying. Take a look." Tang Gao glanced at it, then threw the paper back. "You copied it wrong." Tang Gao clicked his tongue twice. "You didn't copy my name down, you copied it wrong."
Lu Ren looked down and sure enough, there were 2 papers, one with Tang Gao's name and the other with Lu Ren's name.
Lu Ren scratched his head and laughed. "That's true."
Tang Gao sighed slightly with regret and got out of bed. "Never mind, let's leave it at that.
Let's get ready to go to the special examination venue."
Lu Ren didn't even have time to put on his shoes before running out barefoot. A little while later, he came running back with tape, knelt by the bed, carefully pasted off Tang Gao's name, and then neatly wrote Lu Ren's name on it. Now, there are 2 exam papers, one with willow kernels and the other with willow kernels.
Lu Ren handed over the test paper with a grin. "Brother Tang, look, does it have that feel to it?"
Tang Gao couldn't help but laugh, admiring the paper with satisfaction before putting it into the spatial belt given to him by Venerable Neza. "A fulfilling youth, happy memories, great."
Lu Ren burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha."
Lu Ren sometimes didn't know what Tang Gao was happy about, but when Tang Gao laughed, he laughed along with him.
Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Tang Gao was in a good mood and laughed heartily. "Okay, we'll be right there."
Tang Gao wore a smile the whole way, his smile gentle, indicating he was in a good mood.
Louis felt something was off.
Brother Tang rarely smiled and always had a very calm demeanor, but today he seemed to be in a very good mood.
Is it because they don't have to go to school anymore? Indeed, I'm happy not having to go to school. The car arrived near an educational center in the suburbs.
2 streets away from the center, the car came to a complete standstill, with traffic jams blocking the way. The 3 had no choice but to get out of the car and walk.
Tang Gao looked at the sea of people in front of him and clicked his tongue in amazement. Goodness, aren't cultivators supposed to be few in number? How come they're all so crowded?
After a moment of reflection, Tang Gao had no choice but to take out his student ID from his pocket and hand it to Lu Ren. Seeing this, Louis also took out his student ID from his pocket and handed it to Lu Ren. A question mark slowly floated above Lu Ren's head. Question mark.
What does that mean?
Tang Gao pointed to the sea of people ahead and patted his shoulder earnestly. Xinyo Lu, it's up to you.
Lead the way.
Lu Ren immediately perked up, holding up 3 student IDs and excitedly shouting, "I'm a test taker.
Please make way. I'm a test taker. Please make way." Tang Gao and Lui decisively followed behind Lu Ren, enjoying the pleasure of having the oxen clearing the way. With Lu Ren leading the way, the three of them traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the verification point. The three of them swiped their student IDs and faces and quickly got inside. The education center is a converted gymnasium and an important venue for this year's special examination. The original sports field has been transformed into the entrance to the illusionary realm, Hero's Glory. On the spacious lawn, many beds have been set up. When the time comes, the examinees will lie on the beds and accept the invitation to enter the illusionary realm to participate in the assessment. I heard that the predecessor of this assessment was real combat. Later, because people were killed every year, the country was forced to make a serious effort to research illusionary realms. Liangchang also spent a lot of money to acquire a very expensive illusionary realm to meet the assessment requirements. I'm asking for a gift. The audience seats were full, filled with parents, relatives, and teachers. It was a lively and bustling place. It was also very noisy. Fortunately, Tang Gao has adapted much and is no longer troubled by this matter. Lu Ren found a staff member and gave his name. The staff member immediately took out their phone, beaming from ear to ear, "You're so thoughtful. Who else could impress the examiner so easily? May I take a photo with you?" "Sure, no problem." The staff immediately laughed and quickly reported Tang Gao's request to their superiors. Tang Gao was surprised and looked in that direction, where he saw General Lu with a bright smile. "Hey! Xiao Gao!" General Lu's voice was very loud. He flew directly up from the organizer's stage and controlled his speed to fly towards Tang Gao. Tang Gao was utterly speechless, fully experiencing the essence of the saying people fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. Well, I can't keep a low profile anymore. General Lu rode the wind and flew over, his smile radiant, growing more and more fond of Tang Gao the more he looked at him. This young man not only overthrew the Clover Group, but also released a series of internal documents, making a very important and outstanding contribution to Liangchang. In the past month, thanks to the powerful figure behind him, the security in Liangchang has improved significantly. In addition, since everyone felt that a powerful figure was lurking in Liangchang, no one dared to provoke Liangchang at this time, thus adding to Liangchang's influence and allowing themselves to have a good time. Find a powerful person to rely on, you'll enjoy that support for a while. Having two powerful backers is doubly advantageous. If he weren't so busy, his junior brother would have liked to throw a banquet to express his gratitude to Tang Gao. General Lu's affection for Tang Gao extended to the birds as well, further enhancing his appreciation and fondness for the latter. When everyone saw General Lu fly over from the organizer's stage, they immediately focused their attention on him and saw the champion of this year's martial arts test in Liangchang, and cheered. "Tang Gao! Tang Gao! Tang Gao! Sugar cake! Sugar cake! Sugar cake!" Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, there seemed to be some strange shouts mixed in. But it was too noisy, and Tang Gao couldn't tell for a moment who was shouting. The crowd in the education hall fell silent, watching with excitement the conversation between the heroic general and the genius of Liangchang. Tang Gao reluctantly cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, General Lu." General Lu laughed heartily. "Why are you still calling me General? Call me senior brother. Are you being too distant?" General Lu glanced around and spotted his junior brother's two sons, smiling broadly. "Xiaorun, Xiaoyi, are you here to take the exam? Have you registered?" Therefore, when the two brothers stood together in public, it was usually Lui who communicated with the outside world, while Lu Ren acted as a lazy bum. Tang Gao's face lit up slightly, and he cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, senior brother." Damn it, is this what they call nepotism? It's so satisfying. General Lu looked at Tang Gao, then remembered something and asked, "We need 5 people to participate in the competition. Are you too short? This team battle is a 5-on-5 game. If you don't have enough teammates, you will be assigned teammates based on the situation." Tang Gao calmly nodded. "Yes, but it's okay, I can take on 5 at once. These are not problems. I originally brought Xiaorun and Xiaoyi here to improve their resumes, so this kind of test is not challenging at all." Tang Gao crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. "Senior brother, are you going to die if you don't target me?
After all, senior brother Lewis helped me many times, so it's not right for him to be so polite and trouble me. Following the incident at the Medicinal Herb Reserve base, the victims were properly taken care of by the Bureau of Protection, and Li Yuan was also taken away to cooperate with the investigation. Afterwards, Tang Gao had the violent righteous messenger deliver the relevant information about Li Yuan's mother's reincarnation, and the matter was resolved perfectly.
How did Li Yuan become so difficult to deal with?
That kid is very well behaved. Except when he's doing dungeons with the violent righteous messenger, he spends most of his time cultivating obediently, saying that he wants to give his reincarnated mother a good life in the future and also repay his mother. General Lu's face was serious as he spoke slowly and deliberately. This Li Yuan received too little education in that base, but he has great talent in cultivation. It would be a waste to put him in the Guardian Bureau. However, because this kid lacks education, I had him participate in this special exam, hoping he would get a good score and see if he could get into a good school and receive some special admissions education. General Lu planned to take this opportunity to do a favor by handing Li Yuan over to Tang Gao, allowing Tang Gao to cultivate a protector for himself. Li Yuan's ability to be used as a pawn by a powerful figure to end a matter demonstrates his considerable talent and capability. Moreover, it is related to the powerful figure behind Tang Gao, so my junior brother feels at ease using it. Of course, at present, there is a huge gap in talent between him and his junior brother, but he is still a promising talent. This seemingly troublesome situation for his junior brother is actually a great gift for him.
Tang Gao laughed. That's easy, senior brother, leave it to me. It's like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy.
My senior brother truly lives up to his reputation for being clever and insightful. He's so capable and thoughtful, and he takes such good care of me.
He's so kind and gentle.
Tang Gao decided that once he grew up, he could beat up his senior brother less often. General Lu chuckled, still clutching his phone. Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the funds to your account later.
I didn't let you work for nothing. Tang Gao was both amused and exasperated. Senior brother, you've already taken care of me so many times for nothing, isn't it too kind of you to give me money?
Giving Tang Gao 200,000 yuan for this matter is already a bit too little. Although the master was very rich, he had no concept of money at all and never thought of giving his disciple a living allowance. With 200,000 yuan, plus the support of junior brother Lu, and if one is frugal, even a cultivator could have a relatively good university life. There was no way I could refuse the money my senior brother had given me, it was simply too much.
General Lu chuckled lightly and took a picture. Large transfers require procedures. The money will be in your account after you finish your exams.
I still have things to do. Li Yuan will be here shortly.
Tang Gao looked at his senior brother's dashing appearance with envy. When will I be able to fly? I'm so envious.
Louis looked up at the departing figure, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. Knowing that Tang Gao disliked noise, the staff smiled and led the way to the lounge, where they arranged a large room for him before leaving. The room was spacious, with a projector mounted on the wall playing a live broadcast of a Hero Glory match. There was also a function to switch between viewing modes, which was very convenient and user-friendly.
Knock knock.
The door was not closed, and a stern-looking young man stood in the doorway, knocking on the door.
Tang Gao turned his head and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. You are Li Yuan?
Although we've met many times on missions, this is the first time we've encountered each other in real life. Li Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly composed himself, his voice tinged with coldness. Yes.
Lu Ren subconsciously shivered. It's so cold.
Louis adopted a gentle and generous demeanor, smiling broadly. Come in, we'll be your teammates in the upcoming exam. This is my older brother, Lu Ren, a useless 9th-level battle chi user, specializing in wind sword techniques. I am Louis, a first-tier, stage 1 cultivator specializing in fire swordsmanship. Li Yuan walked in, closed the door, his face was cold, but his tone became a little more polite. Brother Tang, hello. He knew he should pretend he didn't know Tang Gao to avoid revealing any information about him. Tang Gao chuckled and pointed to the sofa beside him. Sit down and let's take a look at the assessment together. The hardships he endured from childhood to adulthood have worn down his heart, making it difficult for him to experience emotional fluctuations. He is also unable to understand many emotions, only possessing the instincts of a human being. He didn't know what justice was or what evil was, he only knew that repaying Tang Gao's kindness was the right thing to do, and knew very little else. Tang Gao smiled, not disliking Li Yuan's actions, knowing that beneath this guy's cold exterior lay a passionate and innocent heart.
Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door, and you could tell that the person knocking was using a lot of force.
Tang Gao looked slightly puzzled. Please come in. That's strange, who is it? Su Linger, the one who took the local vocational exam.
Tang Gao only remembered that he had killed many people with a single move, so he had no time to remember who his defeated opponents were. Su Linger rolled her eyes, a little dissatisfied with this martial arts test champion. When I saw your team was one person short, I volunteered.
I'm definitely a good teammate, trust me. Tang Gao was surprised and looked Su Linger up and down. Where are you stronger? He brought Lu Run along because he was his brother, and he had to bring him along. The reason for bringing Louis was because he was already outstanding, making the process easier. He brought Li Yuan along because he was his underling, and he thought he would be useful. Tang was shocked. How could someone so bad get to number 1? Are this year's test takers any good or not? Su Linger had made ample preparations, ready to make a name for herself, but her performance was not as impressive as Tang Gao's. She could only manage to seriously injure the examiner, and unfortunately, she only managed to get second place, leaving the stage feeling dejected. Damn it! Tang Gao is such a pervert. I was the one who was going to beat the examiner in no time. Tang Gao began to look Su Linger seriously. Tell me your information, and I'll consider it.
Su Linger beamed and puffed out her chest. I am a first-tier 4th-stage cultivator, skilled in both ice-based combat and magic, and possess the heavenly spirit holy body, making me perfectly suited for the hero glory contest.
Tang Gao asked in surprise, first tier, 4th stage is very strong, but how is it suitable?
By ordinary standards, anyone who can achieve a first-order 0-stage cultivation level is considered an outstanding cultivator. First tier, 4th level, this girl is quite skilled. Indeed, if it weren't for me, she might have actually won the title of champion in the martial arts test. For example, if I were to fight this person, the odds would be 70-30, meaning I have a 70% chance of winning. Louis also has good combat talent, but ultimately he is a step behind in combat because he is a family heir and has to learn many things. Of course, Louis doesn't need to learn advanced combat skills, he'll have dedicated bodyguards to protect him in the future.
As for the win rate in battle, I'd say 30% to 70%. Lu Ren asked curiously, how can it be a 30-70 split? Is your innate spell a force 30-70th split? Su Linger rolled her eyes. You lie down 7 times in 3 seconds. You're the worst in the whole house. Lu Ren, unconvinced, stood up and pointed at Li Yuan, him. He was brought in through connections by General Lu. Why am I the worst cook in the whole house? Su Linger glanced at Li Yuan and couldn't help but take a step back with apprehension. First level, 8th stage cultivation. I don't know what his attributes are, but his body is very powerful. As for the odds of winning, it's probably 30-70. In 3 seconds, I'd die 7 times. Damn it, are connections really this powerful these days? Su Linger couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan a couple more times before looking away and chuckling. You all know that in hero glory battles, you can be resurrected, right? Have you ever heard of the legendary tower destroying strategy, I still have zombies? With me on the team, we're guaranteed to get the highest score. Lu Ren gasped, his eyes widening in amazement. So impressive. Louis was stunned, and gasped, amazing. Li Yuan turned his head, glanced at it a couple more times, then looked away and continued watching the assessment. Tang Gao clicked his tongue and looked at the 2 brothers beside him. What do you 2 think? I think we can consider letting her join. Lu Ren gave a thumbs up. I'm a slacker, I'm going to latch onto a big shot, I think that's fine. The big shots are willing to carry me, what more could I ask for? Tang Gao looked at the proud girl who was holding her head high and standing with her hands on her hips like a little rooster, and stroked his chin. Not bad, just passable. Tang Gao chuckled and gave him a simple handshake. Okay, but I hope you can tone down your arrogance. As a person, you can be proud and self-reliant, but you can't look down on others because of it.
Su Linger is the epitome of someone who was riding high on success, looking down on everyone else, and believing herself to be the strongest among her peers. Of course, although he's a bit arrogant, he's still a decent person. She's a very competitive and interesting girl, and I hope she performs well in the upcoming assessment. Special mission triggered, confront the strongest. Content, achieve the highest score in the competition. Reward, add a clone and a unique talent. Future mission, Guardians of Winter. This task should be accepted and executed after the competition ends. Reward, exclusive divine artifact. Su Linger put her hands on her hips and smiled smugly. It doesn't matter, apart from you, no one here is my match. Tang Gao rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to the smug woman anymore, and sat down at the other end of the sofa to check the task. Lu Ren was devastated and was currently lying on the bed, groaning. He needed to lie down for at least 10 minutes after such a heavy blow. Seeing Tang Gao's attitude, Louis smiled at Su Linger, then decisively turned around and sat on the edge of the bed to tutor his older brother on the moves he had practiced the night before, so that his brother wouldn't suffer when he went on stage. The older brother is indeed the weak point in the team. Li Yuan was even less interested in Su Linger, he only cared about Tang Ji's orders, and if he was told to watch the assessment competition, he would watch it. Seeing that everyone in the room was ignoring her, Su Linger was not discouraged. She decisively walked to the side and began to practice her qi and blood circulation in a horse stance. Her eyes were particularly firm, and she was determined not to miss any opportunity to become stronger. I wasn't particularly interested in this competition at first, but I unexpectedly triggered a special mission. Adding a clone and a unique talent is a huge reward. The other one is a future mission, which is a mission that takes place in the future, but we don't know exactly when it will happen. The Guardians of Winter, it seems this is an important mission. Today is truly a lucky day, with two crucial tasks arriving at once. Tang Gao closed the system window, looked at the projected match, and casually asked, Li Yuan, how's it going? Then there's no need to watch it. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Tang Gao and the others to leave the stage. The 5 people left the lounge and went to the huge lawn in the center of the education building. They found their bed numbers and lay down. On the organizer's stage, the host held up the microphone and shouted, all candidates, please be prepared and do not resist applying for the illusionary realm. Soon, the power of the illusionary realm entered the area. Tang Gao lay on the bed, feeling a clear power of the illusionary realm. His body subconsciously resisted this external power, and 20% of his permanent resilience was triggered. A special secret realm has been detected. Do you require system assistance to access it? Whether. If we rely solely on the power of the illusionary realm to access this, it would probably be quite difficult. 20% resilience may seem like little, but it directly negates the biggest advantage of the illusionary realm. On the organizer's stage, General Liu sensed a peculiar fluctuation. He looked over and was speechless for a moment. This kid has illusion resistance? No, you're always cultivating at home. Where did you get such high illusion resistance? Upon hearing the general's words and glancing at the data displayed on the control panel, the host broke out in a cold sweat. General, this is affecting the access to the illusionary realm. What should we do? The audience and media present didn't pay much attention to this little incident, treating it as normal. Only a few people on the stage of the organizers knew that there had just been a problem with the connection to the entire illusionary realm, and they were all terrified. Well, I'll try my best to ensure that. Tang Gao's team was assigned to the red team. The 5 candidates from the blue team, looking at the intelligence reports that popped up in front of them, couldn't help but burst into curses. This is a match with an opponent of similar strength. This must be a match made with a father of similar strength. Damn it! Give me my money back. How am I supposed to play this game? This was a contestant who achieved excellent results in the martial arts test, and it was because of this that he knew how formidable Su Linger's strength was. The jungler looked calm. We should attack their weak points. Their mid laner, Lu Ren, is the weakest. We must focus on destroying the mid lane and finish the battle quickly. We can't let it drag on until they can buy their magic items, and then the gap will widen. While the blue team players were discussing tactics before the minion wave moved out, they heard a broadcast from the sky. When Tang Gao opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a spring that was ankle deep. Not far away was a huge crystal and 2 towers with teeth that were more than 6 meters tall. Looking further ahead, there were 3 paths, upper, middle, and lower. Each path led outward to a tall wall, and at the gap in each wall was a tall guardian tower. Su Linger shouted excitedly, "Ha! Highest score, here I come." After saying that, she dashed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the illusionary realm, each path will send out teams of illusionary soldiers to attack. Each examinee can earn money to buy magical artifacts by defeating soldiers, opposing examinees, and monsters.
Tang Gao shrugged, the suicide mission strategy is none of your business.
The turret has already solo killed Su Linger, the examinee, in the red lane.
Louis gasped, using your bare body to withstand it?
That's ruthless. I didn't have a very good impression of this girl before, I thought she was too arrogant.
Tang
Gao was too lazy to waste words, so he bought a short sword and stepped out of the spring. Let's finish this quickly, get the highest score and then leave. At this moment, the red lane's turret has lost 5% of its health. With a 9th level battle aura, 2 levels lower than his own, and the jungler coming to ambush him, winning the first point would be a piece of cake.
Lu Ren scoffed and held up a finger, "Come here."
Lan Zhonglu, the examinee, laughed in anger, strode forward, and gripped his short sword tightly. "You lowly nobody, you dare to provoke me?
You're asking for it.
If you don't play it safe and develop your strength cautiously, you'll be even more arrogant.
Today I'll show you what a real difference in strength looks like." The red team's hidden fox has already killed the blue team's mid lane examinee. Blue jungler survival. Blue jungler survival. Blue jungler survival. Damn.
Look at them, they came to gank mid lane right from the start. You miracle walker are still farming in the jungle. No one expected that the other side had such a dirty heart.
Lan Zhonglu opened the chat channel for everyone and couldn't help but curse, "You fucking live in the middle lane now? It really hurts. I admit I can't beat them.
Being ambushed like this from behind is driving me crazy."
The mid laner frantically tapped his own jungler's avatar. "Are you dead? Don't you know how to help me out?"
This time, they went a little further before Tang Gao stabbed them to death with a hidden sword. 2 black and white souls floated silently in the spring. On the battlefield, the most taboo enemy is one that is not only strong, but also has a lot of underhanded and dirty tricks.
Su Linger's head has become extremely worthless.
She keeps pounding on the defensive towers and does whatever she wants by controlling her corpse to fight after death. Throughout the entire process, Su Linger didn't fight anyone, focusing solely on attacking the defensive tower without wavering, shouting 80.
80. 80. Less than 12 minutes later, the blue team's base exploded. When Tang Gao finished the match and opened his eyes in bed, he was full of doubt. So easy? Are this year's test takers any good?
Su Linger grimaced as she climbed out of the bed, feeling sore all over. "I took all the damage by myself, so of course you guys had it easy."
Lu Ren grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the results. "Sister Su, you're amazing." Ha 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 ha.
Su Linger smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons after receiving the compliments. "You're not bad either, Xiaoran." After the match, everyone's relationship improved a lot.
Tang Gao looked around at the rookies still fiercely battling, and stretched his wrists. "Let's go to the lounge first.
I need to rest for a bit before I receive my prize." The most troublesome part of participating in an event is not the event itself, but receiving the prize.
Tang Gao gasped, "Holy crap! Mystic rank pet egg. You truly live up to your reputation, General Lu. You're really willing to spend a fortune." An uproar erupted on the organizer's stage, and a similar uproar followed from the audience.
Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Gao immediately stood up and ran towards the lounge, shouting, "I'm leaving first."
Tang Gao disliked noise and preferred quiet.
On the organizer's stage, the host stared in disbelief at the match that ended in the blink of an eye. "This is the fastest match I've ever seen." The illusionary realm was originally designed to let test takers experience the cruelty and hardship of war. With the addition of the resurrection mechanism, it is not uncommon for a battle to last for a whole day and night, and it is rare to be able to end a battle within 12 minutes. If this were on a battlefield, it would be called a blitzkrieg. General Lu glanced at the report and was speechless. Su Linger's heavenly spirit holy body is just too abnormal. She's taking advantage of this.
Resurrection mechanism. Tang Gao was already incredibly powerful, but Su Linger's arrival made the battle end very quickly.
If we sent a different batch of soldiers, the battle would probably be over in 8 minutes.
The host hesitated and asked, "General, who should we name in first place?"
Both of them have outstanding achievements, making them difficult to compare, and it would be hard to convince the public to choose either of them. It's clear that Su Linger put in all her effort to catch up with her grades, managing to bring them back to the same level.
"Yes, sir."
A series of hurried footsteps approached, and General Lu turned around to see his adjutant rushing by, quickly placing an urgent report in front of him.
General Lu frowned slightly, picked up the emergency report and read, "Something's happened to the northern defense line?" "Yes, General. A group of demons has apparently infiltrated the defenses.
Our men are pursuing them, but we haven't found any trace of them regrouping yet."
General Lu quickly glanced at the report, his expression turning serious. "Su family village? There's another village here?"
General Lu's face darkened. "You supervise the competition. I will personally suppress this group of demons."
"Yes, sir." In the lounge, Lu Ren and his younger brother Louis had already sneaked out to buy snacks and drinks for the celebration, while Su Linger declined, citing cultivation as her reason, intending to continue her studies and unwilling to give up any opportunity to surpass Tang Gao. As Su Linger cultivated her qi, she watched Tang Gao sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting his mind, his smile exceptionally sweet. "Well done. Just like that, being lazy. Watch me surpass you, you lazybones." Li Yuan silently took out his phone and quietly played a second-grade lesson, learning characters and simple math with the teacher on it.
During this period, he was tutored in basic compulsory education by the violent justice advocates and the uncles and aunts in the Protection Bureau. Li Yuan didn't understand why, but after learning that these things could make him a powerful cultivator, he began to study them seriously. Tang Gao closed his eyes and began to examine his haul.
Clone, God of Destruction. Exclusive talent. Super cooldown, greatly reduces the cooldown of magic skills used, based on strength level and related attributes. Magic resonance, each time an elemental rune is forged, it enhances the ability of the element it belongs to.
Note, elemental runes are divided into levels and effects, please check them yourself. Tang Gao's eyebrows twitched suddenly, and he almost jumped up from the sofa in excitement, but he managed to suppress his excitement when he remembered that Li Yuan and Su Linger were still in the room. As we all know, whether it's a battle or a based or magic-based attack, any move will have a period of stun and energy fluctuation after it's unleashed, requiring further adjustments. This is where the strength of the meridians and the purity of the energy are truly tested.
The super cool skill isn't just strong, it's incredibly strong, ridiculously strong.
Moreover, it has the ability to evolve infinitely, allowing the God of Destruction to evolve into many attributes, and sooner or later it will create an all-elemental God of Destruction.
And the magic resonance talent needs no further explanation. Isn't this just the legendary rune mage? Is this a reward of creating a clone?
This reward is clearly a magical artillery position capable of taking on 10,000 enemies at once. As for things like maximum mana, mana regeneration speed, and mana purity, these can be increased by simply stacking the evolution bar.
Moreover, although the God of Destruction doesn't currently have an invincible upper limit to mana, I do.
Upon seeing the clone, Tang Gao slightly changed his angle, closed his eyes to rest, so that Li Yuan and Su Linger could not see his face.
He
then secretly opened his eyes and began to chuckle wildly.
"No, this is too awesome, I have to chuckle to myself."
Li Yuan obediently watched the teacher's lecture on his phone, paying little attention to the outside world. After Tang Gao was pleased, he then clicked on the future mission, Guardian of Winter.
Quest name, Guardians of Winter.
Quest reward, exclusive divine weapon, Nio Sword. Tang Gao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately chose to accept the mission and enter the preparation space.
The preparation space is a space that opens up after you die during the mission.
Shujia village is a village with unique characteristics, or rather, like other places with military units, there are villages similar to Shujia village. The villages in these villages have a strong sense of military order. There are basically no petty thefts, everyone is a martial artist, and many are reserve soldiers. Unlike ordinary villages, Shujia village is a village that relies on the military system for its livelihood, and everything revolves around the army or military activities. These two soldiers were brothers, and their most famous saying was, "The enemy not only did not surrender, but dared to resist." Their most outstanding achievement was that the two of them, operating like special forces, inflicted devastating damage on the enemy's command structure in small units, and even captured thousands of demons and escorted them back.
Yes, after the two of them did so many shocking things, they also captured thousands of demons and escorted them back.
That is why Su family village became a thorn in the side of the demon race.
If the demon race were to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the defenses and pass through the local area, what would they most want to do?
It would undoubtedly be to massacre the Su family village, avenge their past humiliations, and avenge the blood feud of their predecessors.
Tang Gao was stunned, grabbing his head with both hands. Damn it! Life is unpredictable. The large intestine encloses the small intestine. Why would my future self interfere with the mission, only giving me 15 minutes? Is there some secret behind this? Besides,
you have to reveal your hand first. On the surface, all I can use are myself and my 3 clones. This is practically forcing me to cultivate into an invincible war god.
Would I give up on saving Shujia village? I will not give up. So, Tang Gao suddenly thought of something and suddenly understood why his future self had interfered. Tang Gao's expression was strange. Could it be that I'm supposed to fuse with the power of the Shadow Plan to create explosive combat power? That. A glint of light flashed in Tang Gao's eyes as he clenched his fist tightly. Screw you. What are you talking about the consequences of? No matter what happens, I will never abandon you to protect you. Charge. Kill them. Resisting the demon race is everyone's responsibility. Wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want, as long as I can complete this mission?
Tang Gao was initially very satisfied with this intervention, but after 7 or 8 cycles, the smile on his face disappeared. Tang Gao stood on the roof of the villa in Shujia village, looking at the roaring winter giant in the distance. He grabbed his head with both hands, looking frantic. Master, why do you always have to risk your life so quickly? Because Su family village was affiliated with the Legion and knew that the demon race hated this place, one of Su family generals, after being seriously injured and retired, refused to receive expensive and ineffective treatment and returned here to recuperate, becoming the village's guardian. The doctor warned him that if he didn't use his battle chi for the rest of his life, he would be fine, but once he did, the extra half of his life would be gone. That's the problem. Su Dong possesses extraordinary perception, especially of demons. This aged guardian was the first to discover the enemy. The first to sound the alarm, and the first to activate his talent to transform into a winter giant to attract the attention of the demon race and intercept them. The moment Su Dong discovered the demon race was the same moment Tang Gao arrived at the other end of the village. Every time Tang Gao rushed over, Su Dong had already used the last of his winter giant abilities. Tang Gao hadn't even had a chance to fully grasp how difficult it was to kill demons before he was shocked and driven mad by the Guardian's resolute determination. Even the righteous and violent advocate was speechless. There are only 3 difficulties now. The first option is to save this very responsible Guardian, but no solution has been found yet. The second one is to clear out the demon army. This is relatively easy to solve. Just have the God of Destruction cast a large-scale spell, or Your Excellency can cast the Flame of Punishment. The third one is, in the last minute, who will take the hit of that demon-slaying cannon? In the final minute of the 15-minute mark, in the distance, a demon army that had been lying in ambush would unleash a terrifying demon-slaying cannon to bombard the Winter Giants or Su family village. The first shot might hit the Winter Giant, the second shot will definitely hit Shujia village. If Su Dong is prevented from transforming into the Winter Giant, then these 2 shots will definitely bombard Su family village, wiping the entire village off the map. Shinnon, the alchemist, turned green instantly.
pointing at himself. Me? Are you sure? That single blast could have wiped out Shujia village, and you expect me to take the hit? Do you take me for Ben Borba, or Babo Urban? You'd be more likely to let the Venerable One handle it. At least he has soul absorption and the ability to fuse with the Shadow Clan to adjust his attributes. Should we let the Venerable One come up and fight? Can his physique withstand such a truthful statement? He's not the only one who's tried to survive. Do you think he'll ever make it? It was his first mission, and he hadn't even had time to significantly improve his cultivation level, so how could he dare to participate in such a terrifying mission? Tang Gao was on the verge of tears. I did think of a way, but it might only succeed once out of 10 times. The tyrannical righteous messenger laughed. It still has to be your majesty. What's the plan? The alchemist Shinnong breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he wasn't required to carry out the cannon fire, and hurriedly asked, Your Excellency, what's the plan? The novice destruction mage also showed a curious expression, looking forward to the real body's good solution. Tang Gao sighed helplessly. I will merge the power of all my clones in the Shadow Clan, and completely unleash the power of my Shadow King system. First, I will take hostages to prevent Su Dong from transforming into the Winter Giant, then unleash a powerful attack to eliminate the nearby demons, and then withstand 2 demon-slaying cannon attacks. As long as I display a sufficiently powerful demonic aura and am fast enough at taking hostages, I can make the Guardians wary. The violent justice messenger with a toothache, doing it this way will complete the mission, but what about the 3rd demon-slaying cannon attack? If I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty, the 3rd demon-slaying cannon attack was actually withstood by you from the future. The demon-slaying cannon fired a total of 3 times, and the mission time was limited to 15 minutes, not because my future self was intentionally making things difficult for me. Instead, this guardian, after transforming, may only have about 10 minutes left to live. Originally, my mission might have been normal, but in order to save the guardian Su Dong in the village, my future self is very likely to interfere with the mission, which would be a bit of a violation of the rules. The past self and the future self were on the same battlefield, withstanding the terrifying attack of the demon-slaying cannon. Tang Gao's eyes flickered. It seems that I have already decided the ending for the future. I must protect Su Dong, wipe out the nearby demons, and withstand 2 attacks from the demon-slaying cannon in order to create an ending that guarantees their survival. Otherwise, my future self would never click to submit the task. Only in this way can a perfect ending be achieved. The demon-slaying cannon is equivalent to a ranged bombardment attack by a 6th-tier magic-based cultivator. Withstanding 2 bombardments from 6th-tier magic practitioners isn't exactly difficult. All I can say is that this time, I have to do everything I can. Moreover, the demon race's ambush force in the distance launched a 3rd attack. It's clear that the demon race truly hates Su family village to the core. They've gone to such great lengths to wipe out the entire village. After thinking for a moment, Tang Gao directly slapped an evolution bar on each of the people present. We should share the good times and the bad times together. Demon Slayer Cannon Attack Resistance, level 0%. To reduce the difficulty of evolution, Tang Gao thoughtfully implemented precise evolution to prevent everyone from being exhausted. The ruthless champion of justice turned green. No, I'm going to? Seriously, I'm going to tank a cannon with my bare hands? Shinnong, the alchemist, couldn't manage a smile. Don't look so gloomy, I have to come too. On the very first day of its birth, it had to withstand the demon-slaying cannon with its bare body from the start, without even having time to develop. Family members, who would believe this if I told them? Tang Gao gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. Take it easy, we only need to stack this 1 evolution bar, the difficulty is already very low. Of course, being blown up by the demon-slaying cannon is a little tough. However, I believe that everyone, like me, can overcome this very slight discomfort, which can even be ignored. Brave Liangqing people and Liangqing people clones, charge. Ordinary people only find it noisy, but only when you get old do you realize how precious life is. Su Dong couldn't help but think of his half-accepted apprentice, who had video-called him last night, saying he was going to participate in some competition today to get a Shen-level pet egg. Thinking of the little girl, Su Dong's aged wrinkles softened, and his stern face became gentle. He had no children of his own, so his nephew's daughter was his own granddaughter. He truly lives up to his reputation as a descendant of the Su family,
at such a young age, he already possesses remarkable cultivation.
He will undoubtedly achieve even greater things than I have in the future.
Su Dong felt a warm feeling in his heart when he thought of the little girl's bright smile and her equally sunny future. I'm getting old, but being able to mentor the younger generation is a great joy in my old age.
Su Dong, take this order.
A heart-wrenching roar came from the other end of the phone. Su Dong, no matter the cost, protect Shujia village and get all the villagers evacuated.
This is a soldier's duty. All rescue efforts have been blocked. Hold on for half an hour. I'm coming right now. I'm coming right now. You hold on for me.
An explosion was heard, and the phone was abruptly disconnected, leaving only a dial tone. Su Dong put down his phone, his eyes sharp as if he had returned to the past. Within the limit of his vision, a vast expanse of demonic energy had appeared, and a well-prepared demon army was charging towards Su family village. Su Dong immediately sounded the alarm bell on the watchtower and shouted to boost morale, retreat the entire village.
High alert! Retreat the entire village. Knock 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 knock.
Loud and rapid chimes echoed throughout the village, and soon, a piercing alarm sounded over the village loudspeaker. Su Dong tore his clothes, revealing an emaciated body covered in scars, with a long, narrow centipede-like wound on his chest. His thin skin was devoid of vital energy, and his once profound battle chi was used to partially support his aged body and keep him alive in the world. Su Dong felt the last rays of sunlight he could experience in this world through his heart. Despite being an ice type, he couldn't resist the longing for the warmth of the peaceful sun. A terrifying demonic aura suddenly erupted from behind him, interrupting Su Dong's actions. He turned his head in astonishment and looked into the distance. They saw a shadowy giant, its body exuding a thick aura of darkness and possessing considerable cultivation. The giant, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, held a human figure whose features were indistinct.
The human figure in its hand seemed to be releasing a slight icy aura.
Su Dong's face paled in shock, his pupils dilated, and his heart ached terribly.
Linger. My Linger. Isn't Linger competing in Liancheng? How could they have been captured by the demonic path?
The demon race and the evil forces have joined forces to launch a sneak attack on our Su family village. Su Dong was about to explode in anger, but when he saw the figure thrown out by the other party, he knew that after his transformation, nothing would grow around him. So he had no choice but to suppress his transformation, open his arms, and catch the figure that was thrown at him.
Thump! Su Dong caught the figure, and upon closer inspection, discovered it was actually a little boy. His expression turned to astonishment. Who are you? Where is my little Linger? The god of destruction directly affixed a spirit-sealing talisman to Su Dong's dantian, forcibly suppressing his use of battle chi.
His hands moved rapidly, suppressing any application of battle chi that exceeded the standard limit, further preventing him from transforming into the winter giant. At the same time, a pitch-black dagger was plunged into Su Dong's thigh, which was immobilized due to the suppression of his battle chi.
Su Dong's face flushed red.
His movements were hampered by the suppression of his battle aura, and he cursed, "The demonic path lied to me.
The demonic path lied to me. The demonic path lied to me."
Battle aura was the source of his power to move, but now it was greatly suppressed, and he could hardly move his arm.
Su Dong was furious.
He had been hunting geese all his life, and now a goose had pecked his eye. Just as Su Dong was about to resist, he discovered that the pill in his mouth was actually a high-quality health-preserving pill. He was then carried on the back of the boy and jumped off the watchtower. The god of destruction landed on the ground, and Wei pulled the black-skinned dagger from his thigh. He then took out several bottles from his robes and handed them to Su Dong on his back. "Eat up. Eat these. If the Venerable One can't defeat us later, we'll need you to protect everyone." This was meant to appease the stubborn guardian, lest he recklessly decide to fight the demon race. Su Dong was stunned when he saw the several bottles of grade 3 pills stuffed into his arms. He clutched the pill bottles tightly in his hand and looked back to see that the shadowy giant demon had already flown over the watchtower, golden flames of righteous punishment burning on his arm, roaring as he charged toward the demon army. Su Dong was bewildered. To be honest, he didn't quite understand what was going on. Things were happening too fast, and there was too much information. He himself was a little confused.
Or am I just getting old? Are modern warfare tactics really this complicated? Is this a spy within a spy? Or a spy within a spy within a spy?
There are too many nesting dolls, it's a bit hard to sort them out at once.
How did this demonic path suddenly become our help? Ah, no, this is the righteous path disguised as the demonic path? This cycle of action plan is the one that Tang Gao
and his clones have tested and found to be the most effective. Guardian Su Dong is Su Linger's master and also her grandfather.
He values Su Linger the most.
But this trick only works for a short while. The tough guardian will only pause for a moment because of his surprise, and then he will transform into the winter giant in a fit of rage. To be honest, this guardian of winter is truly brave and magnanimous. Tang Gao had tried to approach him as a student or as the hidden fox general, but he would only laugh and shout, "With my blood, I will protect your future." Then they charged desperately towards the demon army.
Tang Gao was furious and extremely frustrated.
He couldn't understand who had given this stubborn old man the order to go and die.
Are you out of your mind? Am I not a strong ally? Why are you trying to die?
After numerous attempts, this was the most effective procrastination strategy that Tang Gao had figured out.
Tang Gao couldn't help but turn around and glance back.
He saw the god of destruction carrying the stubborn old man and running away for his life, and only then did he feel relieved. To be honest, it's such a pity that such a passionate and interesting old man died like this.
Tang Gao turned his head and looked at the more than 100 elite demon troops 100 meters away.
He couldn't help but reveal a deep-seated hatred in his eyes. Beasts,
prepare to die.
When humans encounter demon forces, there is absolutely no need to incite their fighting spirit. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. Several generations of people in Liangcheng were wiped out by the demon race. A blood feud runs deep. If we see each other, we must kill. The thought of this made Tang Gao's anger rise uncontrollably, and the golden flames of punishment burning on his arms became even more ferocious. The demon elites came to a complete halt, looking utterly bewildered.
Demonic cultivator. Why are you attacking us? Get out of the way, you demonic cultivator, or we won't be polite. Get out of my way. Or I'll kill you too.
Those who are bloodthirsty will have their attributes doubled.
Soul absorption enhances power across all attributes. To seize and plunder the enemy's power and convert it into one's own.
A percentage-based attribute boost for the ruthless righteous warrior. While the elite demons were busy setting up defensive formations, they also tried to shake the demon cultivator's resolve once more, and their faces suddenly turned deathly pale.
Power. My power is waning. It's a trap. We've fallen into the demonic cultivator's trap.
The defensive formation that should have been successfully assembled became shaky and did not take effect immediately.
Boom!
A terrifying wave of golden flames swept over them, instantly shattering the crumbling defensive array into fragments. It engulfed and submerged over 100 elite demon warriors, turning them into clumps of withered bones, frozen in fear and trembling.
Tang Gao had no time to rest.
He immediately converted all his blessings into defensive attributes, took out a precious second-tier high-grade shield magic weapon from his spatial backpack, held it in front of him, and let out an indomitable roar.
Demon! Kill me if you dare! Boom!
The jet-black beam of light from the demon-slaying cannon instantly arrived in front of him, blasting the large shield into pieces.
Countless fragments pierced into Tang Gao's massive black shadow body, blood splattering everywhere.
The power of the demon-slaying cannon was poured onto Tang Gao's body, pressing down on his chest and causing him to retreat continuously. His legs plowed the ground like a plow, carving 2 deep furrows in the earth. In just a few breaths, Tang Gao's chest was blown to pieces. But there was a second shelling. Tang Gao further enhanced his defensive attributes, took out a large shield and held it in front of him, and angrily cursed in the direction from which the demon-slaying cannon was fired. You bastards, if you have the guts, come and kill your human grandfather. Don't ask Tang Gao how he knew, he found out after his head was blown off several times by the enhanced demon-slaying cannon.
See, isn't it very easy to find out how to do this? Tang Gao was completely powerless. He fell backward onto the ground, his chest wide open. He lay on the grass, looking up at the graves floating in the sky. He wondered if the ancestors in those graves had foreseen that he would face another flying tribulation 200 years later. Leave it to me. One is a ruthless messenger of justice clad in jet black armor. One is Shinon, the alchemist, who wears an alchemist's robe. One is a destruction god dressed in Taoist robes. The handsome young man reached out and grasped Tang Gao's tired hand, giving it a gentle pat to indicate that the relay was complete. Tang Gao smiled, chose to submit his score, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The third shot is now in your hands, my future self. Even if I risked my life and gave everything, I could only withstand it twice. The third attempt was incredibly difficult. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Unless one is willing to be trapped here for 2 or 3 years just to hone the resistance to the demon-slaying cannon. The cost-effectiveness was too low, so Tang Gao had no choice but to give up. Quest reward, exclusive, Nio Sword. The Benevolent King's Sword, a sword of benevolence and righteousness, indestructible, with mysterious power. The stronger the master, the stronger the sword. Tang Gao suddenly opened his eyes, not even bothering to check the reward, and jumped up from the sofa, running wildly towards the door. Tang Gao believed in his own judgment. Su Linger happened to be standing by the door when she saw Tang Gao suddenly rushing towards her. She was surprised and couldn't help but back away. What do you want to do? Tang Gao immediately shouted, make way. Su family village is under attack. Su Linger was startled and quickly stepped aside, then her eyes widened suddenly. Where? Tang Gao had already smashed down the door and disappeared down the corridor, his voice carrying far away, Su family village. Su Linger was terrified and turned to run, desperately using her magic to accelerate. Dad. Mom. Li Yuan had just turned his head when he saw that the two people had disappeared without a trace, especially the eldest brother, who had already run away. Li Yuan's eyelids twitched violently. He immediately put away his phone and ran out. He saw Su Linger's departing figure and immediately sprinted forward. Tang Gao originally wanted to steal a vehicle from the Guardian Bureau, but considering the treacherous road conditions and the fact that his future self emphasized reckless speeding, he had no choice but to desperately increase his speed. The speed increased rapidly, even breaking the sound barrier. Tang Gao was overjoyed when he saw the system's indicator arrow appear in his field of vision, and he immediately ran in the direction of the arrow. With the directional arrows, Tang Gao's travel efficiency increased significantly. Tang Gao leaped up and shouted his name, I am the Hidden Fox General. Su family village has been attacked, quickly lead me on my way. Upon hearing that it was an emergency, the traffic police officer immediately floored the accelerator and accelerated to the maximum speed. Tang Gao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the directional arrow land steadily on the car, but soon he saw the directional arrow start to move, pointing in another direction, with a text description attached. Along the way, Tang Gao followed instructions and ran at breakneck speed, even compressing the power of the Shadow Clan into his muscles to strengthen his body, moving forward at a speed close to low altitude, further compressing the time. Tang Gao didn't have time to check on his senior brother Lu's condition. Following the arrow, he slightly detoured around the obstacle and sped up his run. Persistence pays off. Under the terrifying blessing, Tang Gao finally saw the figure of himself who had fallen while bravely withstanding the demon-slaying cannon in the past. Boom boom boom. Tang Gao leaped wildly, jumping hundreds of meters horizontally, and landed in front of his past self. Tang Gao clapped his hand triumphantly and instructed, remember to run like crazy when you get back, that's how you seize the future. If it were just a matter of running the whole thing once, Tang Gao would feel miserable. But when I ran over and saw the bewildered and surprised look on my past self's face, I felt incredibly happy. Tang Gao looked towards the distant hills, where a terrifying light was gathering strength. In the instance world, in order to protect Sudong, I must send the Destruction Mage to carry out the mission. Now, I have an extra layer of resistance from the Demon Slayer Cannon Tier 2, Level 10, and I also have the blessing of the Benevolent King Sword. I refuse to believe I can't withstand your third shot. The third demon-slaying cannon shot arrived as scheduled, and the terrifying jet black beam of light instantly engulfed Tang Gao.
Tang Gao's shield shattered after only a moment, forcing him to hold the runwang sword horizontally in front of him and pour his continuous magical power into it to create a protective shield.
Tang Gao roared furiously, "Ah!"
Tang Gao was pushed backward inch by the terrifying impact of the demon-slaying cannon. But gradually, the power of the demon-slaying cannon began to weaken, and the terrifying, thick, pitch-black beam of light was reduced to a thin stream. Tang Gao swung the runwang sword, cleaving the thin, dark pillar of light in front of him. His upper body clothes were worn away, revealing his perfect physique. He kept spitting out the shield fragments from his wounds, and flesh buds began to grow rapidly and heal.
Tang Gao pointed his middle finger at the hill and yelled, "Damn it! Garbage demon-slaying cannon!"
The wild boar demon king took a step forward, his figure teleporting hundreds of meters like a ghost, then flashing halfway through his journey, appearing in front of Tang Gao in the blink of an eye. The wild boar demon king had two sharp, upward-pointing tusks around its mouth, and a contemptuous, smug smile appeared in its huge eyes. "Second tier? Second tier that you're barely holding on with a secret technique? You dare to be arrogant?" Tang Gao was slightly surprised. "What, second tier? After I merged with my clone, wasn't my cultivation level at the early stage of the 4th rank? If I were truly at the 2nd level of cultivation, how could I possibly withstand the attack of the demon-slaying cannon?" The smile on the wild boar demon king's face froze slightly. "You're not a 2nd-tier monster?" Tang Gao unleashed his brute force, emanating a terrifying predator-like aura. He tilted his head slightly, asking curiously, "What are you talking about, pray? Having endured so much hardship, if I can't even achieve invincibility among those of the same level, wouldn't I be utterly useless?" The wild boar demon king turned and ran, desperately unleashing his magic power, deeply regretting that he had been too confident in the power of the demon-slaying cannon and had underestimated the strength of his enemy. These days, human cultivators are too cunning. A 4th-order cultivator can disguise himself as a 2nd-order cultivator and just lure people in. I actually fell for it. Why do you look so young? Killing a demon king of the same level is not difficult for Tang Gao. He drew his sword, then sheathed it, watching as the wild boar demon king was cleaved in two, leaving a crack in the earth. Simple, clean, and efficient. Tang Gao breathed a long sigh of relief, released the fusion state, and circulated his cultivation technique to relieve the pressure on his body. Of course, this doesn't affect Tang Gao's ability to instantly kill 4th-tier noobs. Tang Gao stood in front of the crack, sat down directly on the ground, and used his magic to cleanse his mind and body and relieve the pressure. This is really exciting. A moment later, a gust of wind swept in. Tang Gao waved his hand, creating a barrier to block the shockwaves. Lu Jiangmo rushed out, smashing through Tang Gao's barrier. He grabbed Tang Gao's shoulders, checked him over, and shook him violently. "Are you all right? Have you gone mad? What are you doing here?" Tang Gao felt nauseous from being shaken around and frantically slapped Lu Jiangmo's hand away. "Let go. Let go. I'm fine. You pig. I'm going to throw up from all this shaking." Lu Jiangmo turned his head and glanced at it, his eyebrows twitching violently. "You killed him?" Tang Gao calmly nodded. "Yes, I killed him. You must be the reincarnation of a powerful father. The magical artifact capable of inflicting this wound must be of heaven or earth rank. This kid is growing too fast. We can't let the outside world pay attention to him too early. We have to give him enough time to grow." Tang Gao waved his hand dismissively. "Anything is fine, just give me the exact amount I owe you." Lu Jiangmo was both amused and exasperated. "All right, I'll go hunt down those demons first. If you run into trouble, remember to call your master for help." Tang Gao suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his face turned pale in an instant. Lu Jiangmo tensed up and hurriedly grabbed his wrist, channeling his magic power to check his body. "What's wrong?" "You're all right, what happened? How could I have forgotten my omnipotent master?" Lu Jiangmo was both amused and exasperated, and then he roughly understood what was going on. All right, you'll learn from your mistakes." "Okay, I'm going to get busy now, you can play by yourself." To my utter surprise, my junior brother, who is usually so meticulous, would make such a basic mistake in this kind of matter. That's hilarious.
I have to tell Master about this later. Tang Gao stood there, looking miserable. How could he have forgotten about this? He had run around like a fool for so long. Why didn't my future self remind me of this trick? That's all right then. You've dug your own grave, haven't you? Where's my grandpa? Where's my grandpa?
Su Linger drove up at breakneck speed, while Li Yuan sat in the back, gripping the driver's seat, his face pale. Upon seeing Tang Gao, Su Linger slammed on the brakes, jumped out of the car, and ran over. Seeing that Tang Gao was unharmed and then noticing the boar demon king's corpse not far away, her expression softened slightly. Brother Tang.
Are you all right?
After seeing Tang Gao rush over after learning about the attack on Su family village, Su Linger willingly started calling him Brother Tang.
Tang Gao smiled and waved his hand. I'm fine, I'm just resting. Shujia village is fine now. General Lu just came by, did you see him?
Tang Gao stood up, patted the dirt off his backside, and laughed. It's all right, the village is fine, everything is fine.
Su Linger's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a bright smile returned to her face. She leaned over and helped Tang Gao up, saying, Thank you, Brother Tang. You've worked so hard. Come on, get in the car, I'll take you home. Tang Gao smiled and let Su Linger support him. Okay.
As Su Linger supported Tang Gao, the smile on her face suddenly froze.
Only when she got close could she feel the regular fluctuations of battle aura emanating from Tang Gao.
Su Linger released Tang Gao, touched her head, then leaned forward and reached out to grab Tang Gao's arm to feel it. It was confirmed that Tang Gao was cultivating, moving around while cultivating.
Question marks popped up all over Su Linger's head as she stared at Tang Gao in shock and disbelief. Tang Gao was full of questions. Why did you let go of my hand while I was helping you up? I saved your village, why aren't you helping me back?
Su Linger grabbed her head with both hands and shouted in disbelief, How can you cultivate while walking?
Tang Gao rolled his eyes. What's wrong? Is it illegal? Shouldn't cultivation involve quiet meditation or focused exercise?
How can you multitask and do such delicate work?
You lunatic, are you practicing cultivation 24 hours a day? Tang Gao shrugged, I can multitask. Do you want to learn? If you do, I'll teach you.
Of course, this move requires a high level of mental strength. Only the most outstanding geniuses and the best among the magic users are qualified to cultivate this terrifying ability.
I can't learn it, I can't learn it. Tang is a terrifying monster. Hateful. I considered a million possibilities. I never imagined that I would lose in terms of diligence. Tang Gao rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to her shock, and instead looked at the wild boar demon king in the distance. Will anyone come and deal with those corpses? That saves me the trouble of running around myself. That's fine too.
Su Linger continued to support Tang Gao, muttering, all right, hero, you've worked hard. Let's go, we still need to go back to receive our awards.
Tang Gao shrugged, a Xian rank pet egg? It's nothing special.
The biggest benefit of this pet egg is simply to increase my apparent strength. It had very limited impact on my fundamental development.
Okay, that's fine, alright, let's go.
Back at the arena, Tang Gao and Su Linger were invited to the stage to receive their pet eggs, and a grand celebration ceremony was held. According to the rules, the event should be held only after the special exam is completely over. The latter ignored the bombardment of the defensive towers and relentlessly demolished them, forcing the opposing team to end the battle in about 10 minutes. Tang Gao returned home, and Lu Rin and the others rushed over.
Tang Gao had no choice but to invite them in.
Tang Gao sat on the sofa holding his pet egg and directed Lu Rin, don't be shy, make yourselves at home. Xiaorun, go and pour a glass of water for the team members. Lu Rin skillfully found cups and a thermos to brew green tea for everyone, quenching their thirst in the hot summer.
Tang Gao opened the system list, checked the attributes of the Runwang sword, and casually asked, are there any precautions? Nio sword. Property.
Sword of benevolence and righteousness, its power increases with the user's benevolence and righteousness value. Indestructible, this weapon cannot be destroyed by conventional methods. Mysterious power, it can withstand the blessing of any force. Stronger user, stronger sword, the stronger the user, the stronger the sword. The Nio sword has only 4 simple attributes, without any other enhancements.
The first point can be largely ignored. Tang Gao's own righteousness value is not very high.
If this sword were given to a violent righteous messenger, he would actually receive a huge boost. Otherwise, Tang Gao would have to change his weapon every month, which would be a real hassle. The third point is that its power is mysterious and profound, which is great. I can use the power of the Shadow King system with complete peace of mind, including the power of the Shadow Clan, which can share a large part of the fusion pressure.
The last point is the most crucial one.
The stronger you are, the stronger the benevolent king's sword becomes. One can use a sword until old age. The only thing to be careful about is whether you choose a master-servant contract, a master-pet contract, an equal contract, or something else. That's up to you. Tang Gao put the pet egg on the table and shoved Su Linger aside, saying, "Move aside, I'll form the contract first." Su Linger moved aside with dissatisfaction, muttering, "This sofa is so big, and all it does is squeeze me."
Ugh, big. But Tang Gao forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and dripped it onto the surface, then cast the master pet contract.
A flash of light appeared on the pet egg, followed by silence.
Tang Gao turned to look at Su Linger, a question mark appearing above his head. Tang Gao ignored this scoundrel and looked at the others. Tang Gao smiled and nodded, "That's good, that way we can get together more often."
Lu Ren, who had just finished releasing the pet eggs, came out and called out unhappily, "Brother Tang.
Where's me? Have you forgotten about me?" Tang Gao was finally satisfied, "That's more like it.
If I didn't protect you, it's hard to say whether your academic test score would have improved."
Su Linger looked around the house with curiosity. "Auntie is so thoughtful, she even grows so many flowers. Your mother must be a very kind person."
Tang Gao glanced at her, surprised that beneath her bold exterior lay such a delicate heart. "Alright, you guys have fun, I'm going to study."
"Xiaoran, you keep an eye on everyone for me." Tang Gao got up and went back to his bedroom.
He sat down at his computer, opened the study folder, and began reading and previewing the material he would be studying for university.
Lu Ren shrugged, "Everyone, take it easy. That's just how Brother Tang is. Okay, come on, I'll show you how to play games."
They exchanged glances, feeling that it was only natural for this kind of thing to happen to Brother Tang. To be honest, if Tang Gu had played with them and still achieved such incredible results, they would be questioning their existence.
Lu Ren scratched his head, "Okay, Sister Su." Li Yuan silently took out his phone, opened the 3rd grade course, and began to study. Lu Ren was utterly speechless. Damn it, what a bunch of rolling kings.
Lu Ren sighed as he looked at the closed bedroom door, and had no choice but to leave alone to go home and play with General Foam.
4-star mission.
Great, looks like we'll have plenty of fun this month.
Here's a report on the results. Yesterday's reading earnings were 37, but the gift income exceeded 100. Everyone was really supportive. Don't forget to support us with your donations. 4-star mission, Demon Clan Infiltration.
Mission objective: the demon race has learned of a secret and has begun infiltrating the northern defenses in an attempt to create chaos within the human realm.
Mission reward, killing talent demon race nemesis. What exactly did these guys find out that they do something so big?
Of course, this is not to say that we look down on the demon race, but that only the demon race is capable of doing this. For the reasons mentioned above, Xia Kingdom's current infiltration of the demon race is like returning to one's maternal home. Of course, the infiltration of the demon race into the Xia Kingdom was also the same. Everyone was in the same boat. Simply because both sides suffered heavy casualties, and there were too many empty territories within their own borders, they simply didn't have the time to invade others.
What secret could possibly be so intriguing to them?
Tang Gao muttered to himself for a moment, then opened the 4-star mission and selected to accept the side quest. 4-star side quest, Demon Infiltration, capture the vampires in Liancheng and learn about the demons' movements from them.
Alright, let's begin the mission, Violent Justice, Combine. Liancheng, at the entrance of a luxurious nightclub.
Tang Gao was using the clone of the Violent Righteous Messenger, and at this moment he was dressed as a casual young man, wearing slippers.
Tang Gao stood at the entrance of the luxurious nightclub, wearing sunglasses, and looked up at the neon signboard.
It turned out that it was written by a calligrapher, and it was clear that the calligrapher had some skill in it.
It's a pity it was used in the wrong place. It was written for a place like this.
Sir, you need a referral from a gold card holder to get
in here. Do you have a gold card holder as a guarantor?
The bodyguard in black at the door spoke very politely. He was the first hurdle in the approval process.
Roll. Smack.
The bodyguard in black not only received a curse, but was also slapped across the face.
Tang Gao was utterly speechless. Is it too late for me to curse you now?
The bodyguard in black shook his head. It's definitely too late.
Besides, I've never seen you before. The clothes you're wearing all over cost less than 300 yuan. How could you possibly be a customer of our nightclub?
The bags that beautiful woman was carrying just now were Hermes bags that cost at least 100,000 yuan. Tang Gao walked up to the bodyguard in black, brandished his fist, and smiled. I'll give you a punch.
If you can take it, I'll spare your life. How about it? Bang!
Tang Gao nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Your strength is not bad, but your perception is a bit lacking.
Tang Gao looked at them with a half-smile, releasing a hint of murderous intent. Don't move, or I'll kill you all.
Tang Gao snapped his fingers, and Long Yu's soul emerged from the shadows beside him.
Keep an eye on them. Anyone who makes a move is killed.
Long Yu's soul was solidified, making him look no different from an ordinary person.
He could only respectfully obey. Yes, Your Majesty.
After all, he was a fourth-level cultivator, so disguising himself as an ordinary person was a piece of cake. With a combat strength of 4th rank, he is strong enough to be a guardian who can suppress a town. If they were in the demon race, they would be kings of their own right.
Lang Yu is more than capable of being a watchdog.
The nightclub was very stylish, the decor looked expensive, and the floor was so shiny you could see the seams of Tang Gao's trousers. When Tang Gao walked in, he saw 4 beautiful receptionists joking around. They were clearly taken aback when they saw him, but immediately put on their most natural and gentle smiles and walked over.
Young man, what activity would you like to participate in? You're so handsome, let me play with you.
The beautiful receptionist knows all the regular customers, but this young man looks like a newbie.
This is a gold mine, so I have to focus on digging. Maybe even a little bit that slips through someone's fingers will be enough for me to live on for the rest of my life. Tang Gao chuckled. Where is the boss? I'd like to talk to him about a collaboration.
The 4 beautiful receptionists exchanged glances, unsure of what to do.
How about we contact the supervisor? Tang Gao nodded. Okay, give it a shout.
Those who can step through this door are naturally people with family wealth or connections.
To be able to become a supervisor, one must have a keen eye for talent. Bang! Centered on the point, a terrifying spiderweb-like crack quickly spread across the entire wall, shattering many of the angel reliefs on it.
At such a young age, he shattered an expensive and sturdy relief wall with a single finger. This is not a family or organization that I can afford to offend.
Strength is the best proof. The supervisor turned and ran, but his legs gave way and he stumbled. He quickly got up and ran towards the elevator.
They were terrified that if they ran too late, they'd lose their heads.
Tang Gao looked away, a hint of surprise in his eyes behind his sunglasses. So far, I haven't seen a single vampire. Why did the system send me here? I didn't sense much demonic energy here. The nightclub owner soon came over with a beaming smile and a confident stride.
Boss Chui glanced discreetly at the shattered relief wall, getting a general idea of the situation and knowing how to treat the customer before him.
Where did these vampires hide?
Boss Chui's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned to the 4 beautiful female receptionists beside him, filled with murderous intent. The manager who had accompanied them changed his expression and hurriedly threw 4 darts, which hit the 4 beautiful receptionists on the forehead, sending them to eternal sleep. Chui Linjie, the nightclub owner, is also an elite vampire servant of the Torailan family, responsible for establishing a foothold in Liangchang and collecting human resources and related intelligence for the vampire clan. Also, your disguise skills are quite good, I didn't even recognize you as a vampire. The mere mention of the word vampire is enough to easily identify someone through bloodline techniques, coupled with their terrifying cultivation level.
It's definitely the young master sent by our superiors.
However, Cui Lingjie still wanted to know who had sent this person. Liangchang had been in turmoil lately, and sending someone over at this time was not a wise move.
Tang Gao chuckled, I'm giving you two choices now. The first option is that I punch you, and then you kneel here and report information to me. The second option is for you to kneel down now and report the intelligence to me. I'm not used to you standing there talking to me like this.
Cui Lingjie immediately smiled and obediently knelt down.
It was the taste of those extremely arrogant high-ranking vampire servants.
That's right, they liked this way of speaking.
Young master, what do you want to know? Tang Gao nodded, indicating that he understood. Is there any way to identify it?
Cui Lingjie's fawning smile suddenly froze. You're not a vampire?
No, it's not.
Cui Lingjie flew into a rage and attacked directly. If you're not a vampire, what are you pretending for?
Smack!
A golden flame of punishment burned slowly, floating above Cui Lingjie's head, ready to fall at any moment. Tang Gao seemed to be deep in thought, then snapped his fingers, separating the violent messenger of justice.
The ruthless champion of justice stood beside Cui Lingjie, blaring at her. What? You want me to do the work?
Go and identify it, gather information, and then I'll reset it to get a perfect speedrun rating. With a ball of golden flames of punishment floating above his head, Cui Lingjie followed the violent messenger of justice with a fawning smile and a bent back. Yes, I'll be right there. It's clear that Cui Lingjie became much gentler and more talkative after being illuminated by an open flame.
Who are you? Get out of here. Boom. Bang. Crash. Sir, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Cui Lingjie followed humbly behind the violent righteous messenger, not daring to relax for a moment, and providing smiling service throughout. A strong smell of blood wafted over. The ruthless righteous messenger flicked the blood off his hands in annoyance. These three and Cui Lingjie know the information.
Your Excellency, you can ask them. Bang. After listening, Tang Gao frowned. Then do you know why the demon race made their move?
The demon race is about to make quite a stir. What I know is just the appetizer. The two vampires exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with fear, unsure whether to speak. The demon race has learned a secret about the human race's high command.
They see this as a perfect opportunity to invade.
And so they have begun this act of revenge.
They're not just going to attack Liangchang.
They've mobilized all their spy networks within the Xia kingdom to take this opportunity to strike at all human forces and prevent humanity from returning to its peak.
Bang! Bang! Blood splattered all over Tang Gao. Tang Gao casually stroked his chin and looked at Cui Lingjie. Then what is your value?
Cui Lingjie was almost in tears. She knelt on the ground and took out the black card from her pocket. We have close cooperation with the Clover Group. I have their cooperation channels.
Young master, I'm a chicken that lays gold. You can't kill me. Tang Gao looked at him in surprise, not expecting to hear a familiar name here. Wasn't Clover Group kicked out?
Cui Lingjie hurriedly shook her head. No, those who were driven away were the
ones in the open.
The Clover Group in Xinjiang is still there and will continue to produce some happiness-inducing drugs to supply them. Tang Gao clicked his tongue. All right, it seems I won't be too bored after I get to Xinjiang.
The tyrannical messenger of justice pressed his hand on Cui Lingjie's head and looked at the real body.
After we reset and get a perfect rating, we'll go and slaughter all those guys in Liangchang.
Yes, ma'am.
The reset erased the memories of ordinary people, preserved some memories of hostile cultivators, and erased their memories of them. If someone were to interrogate him, they would most likely only learn of his memory of 5 stick figures committing mass murder. Tang Gao's third task was to visit a villa complex, the residence of an official in Liangchang.
Tang Gao was sitting on the sofa.
The violent righteous messenger was playing with the bloodthirsty blade, the Shenong alchemist was holding a ball of fire pony in his hand, and the destruction god had bolts of lightning leaping between his hands.
I've already called the police. Let me tell you, once General Liu arrives, you're finished.
The fat civil official's chest heaved with rage, his eyes filled with bloodlust and hatred, and he still clutched his phone in his hand. The portly civil official watched silently as Tang Gao's cell phone rang.
Tang Gao took out his phone and casually answered, "Hello?" The phone in the fat civil official's hand emitted Tang Gao's voice. The police were alerted to the soldiers, and the murderer on the other end answered. The fat civil official knelt down with a thud, his face pale. "I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, General." Boom! The roof was blown through, and Lu Jiangwo flew in like a bolt of lightning. His eyes swept across the room and he saw the people present. He was somewhat surprised to see Tang Gao sitting on the sofa. "Ha! Xiao Gao, what are you doing here?" Lu Jiangwo glanced at the fat civil official kneeling on the ground, his face instantly turning as white as paper, slightly surprised, but still replied, "I know, what's wrong?" Lu Jiangwo chuckled, "You're really ruthless, kid. You wiped out 2 demon strongholds in one night. You should have left a few, otherwise it won't be good for me to give the demons false information later." Tang Gao was too lazy to say much, and directly had the violent righteous messenger take out the intelligence documents and place them in front of his senior brother. "Senior brother, which of these strongholds do you know about?" Lu Jiangwo picked it up and glanced at it. "About 70 to 80%, what for?" Tang Gao's eyes changed slightly. "So, you know about the demon race, and you also know why the demon race suddenly launched a large-scale invasion of our territory?" Lu Jiangwo casually slapped the fat civil servant to death, put down the documents, and frowned slightly. "I know, I didn't want to tell you, but seeing that you're quite capable and have powerful backers, I'll tell you anyway. Of my country's 5 emperors, 4 are nearing the end of their lives, and one of them was recently assassinated and seriously injured. Things will be a bit turbulent during this period, so be careful." Tang Gao chuckled. "Senior brother, look to the left." Whoosh! "Senior brother, unfold it and take a look." Lu Jiangwo carefully sensed the danger and opened his palm. Bang! The hidden weapon exploded instantly, and an extremely foul stench assaulted the senses. Lu Jiangwo felt nauseous and quickly covered his nose and backed away, saying, "Aren't you being ridiculous?" Tang Gao took a picture of his disheveled appearance with satisfaction, then turned off his phone. "All right, senior brother, I will erase your memory, don't worry." Lu Jiangwo looked bewildered. "What do you mean by erasing memories?" Tang Gao sat down on the sofa in the living room. The fat civil official was sitting opposite him, looking surprised. "Who are you?" Tang Gao stroked his chin. "I have to say, this trick is truly an invincible skill for deceiving intelligence. The human emperor, a supreme powerhouse at the 10th rank, is the foundation upon which the Xia kingdom has been able to stand firm, and each of them can influence the fate of the Xia kingdom. No wonder the demon race is taking this opportunity to invade and cause trouble. Of course, from a broader perspective, the demon race only wanted to annoy the Xia kingdom, not to overturn the table. The Xia kingdom has only just recovered, and overturning the table would only cause huge casualties, allowing other countries to reap the benefits." Tang Gao glanced at the fat civil official and snapped his fingers. Although General Lu Jiangwo came from a military background, he had no shortage of experience in espionage. The tyrannical righteous messenger laughed. "To wipe out the demon race's infiltration of the northern military forces in one night, Your Majesty, this is a great achievement. Of course, if such a thing truly exists, then the violent justice is yours to handle." The ruthless champion of justice shrugged, indicating that he understood. "Let's go. Tonight, let's give the demon race a little shock and show them what it means for the human race to be invincible." The ruthless righteous warrior drew his bloodthirsty blade and laughed. "As you command." The alchemist Chinong toyed with the flaming longsword, his smile gentle. "We should have great compassion and save the ignorant demon race from their suffering." The god of destruction chuckled. "I've practiced for tens of thousands of times in the cycle of reincarnation, just to unleash my divine power. I feel uncomfortable if I don't show off a little. Please give me a gift, my lords." On the edge of Liangqing's defense line, in the Tianxia forest, a group of demons arrived at the designated meeting point. The 4th-tier Fox Demon King leading the group counted their numbers, his expression slightly relaxed. "Good, it seems the infiltration was very successful and there weren't too many losses. This time, we gathered over 1,000 demons. Although we suffered some losses, it was all worthwhile."
Humans probably never expected that the demon race would expend so much effort and launch such a large-scale operation during a period of peaceful recuperation. This was a perfectly planned operation, and it's highly likely that it will shake up the progress of the human race and achieve the desired effect for the demon race. Fox King, the Boar King, did not bring his team as planned. Right now, that guy has probably already been cleaved in two and dismembered by the human race. The fact that the Boar King brought out the demon-slaying cannon largely represents the attitude of the Boar tribe. This time, regardless of whether the wild Boar King can return, Sioux family village must be wiped out in blood. Only by surviving can one have the right to plan for the future. Dead monsters have no future. The lieutenant twitched his nose, slightly surprised, and turned his head. Are there humans here? The Fox King's expression changed slightly. His eyes swept across the surroundings, but he did not detect the presence of the human army. His tone immediately became tough. How dare a mere human stand arrogantly in front of me, the Fox King? A path to death. Tang Gao chuckled and snapped his fingers. Is this all the demons here? No other demons? To be honest, if this is all you've got, you dare to think you can shake the foundations of the human race? Of course, this statement was just a sarcastic remark. More than 1,000 demons with cultivation levels would be a terrifying force no matter where they were placed. Letting any one of these monsters escape could potentially cause devastating damage to mortals. Tactically, they should be looked down upon, but strategically, they should be taken seriously. Tang Gao made this distinction very clearly. The Fox King laughed loudly. Arrogant fool. You, a mere second-tier cultivator, dare to stand before my entire army? I'm starting to admire your stupidity. The surrounding monsters burst into laughter. Laughable. This second-tier demon dares to spout nonsense in front of so many of us demons. He's hopelessly stupid. I wonder what he's carrying on his shoulder, a chamber pot. Ha 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 ha. What gave him courage? The human race's military song? The monsters laughed heartily, mocking the arrogant human cultivator to the extreme. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat tense, became lively with the arrival of this human clown cultivator. Tang Gao laughed. You're surrounded, and you can still laugh? The Fox King looked around and laughed until his stomach hurt. Where is anyone? You must have glaucoma and presbyopia. How come I don't see a single person? The monsters burst into laughter, laughing so hard they almost fell over, and the forest was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. The ruthless righteous messenger emerged from the shadows, wielding a weapon of punishment burning with golden flames, and smiled smugly. Your Excellency, I told you long ago that I spent a lot of time preparing for this 4-star mission. How could an ordinary 4th-tier character possibly see through my disguise skills? Tang Gao gave a thumbs up. That's really awesome. So, is everything set up? The god of destruction descended from the sky, his body crackling with lightning, his eyes turning deep blue, with flashes of hopeful lightning occasionally flickering around them, radiating a terrifying aura. The grass beneath his feet was electrocuted into black ash. A lightning formation has also been set up in the sky, which can assist the might of heaven in exorcising demons. The Fox King sensed something was wrong and hurriedly activated his innate magic. His face turned ashen, and he shouted, Retreat! From the shadows all around, countless dark lifeforms were watching them intently. The Shadow Clan had long been eager for battle, and now that they had received the divine grace of the Overlord, they were ready to fight for the Overlord's will. Tang Gao snapped his fingers and laughed. Kill! A single word cost the lives of over 1,000 elite demon warriors. A single word can cost 1,000 lives. What an extravagant thing! At this moment, no monster would be foolish enough to charge at Tang Gao, who was right in front of them. At this moment, regardless of east, west, south, or north, we can only choose one direction to charge. Survival is the only priority. Endless Shadow Clan warriors surged out of the shadows, roaring as they charged toward the monsters, brandishing deadly dark weapons they had forged. Countless bolts of deep blue lightning, carrying the might of heaven, descended from the sky, indiscriminately striking the forest and instantly igniting a raging inferno that engulfed everyone. In some shadowy corners of the forest, emerald green arrays began to light up, releasing suffocating green poisonous gas. As the fire spread wildly, it engulfed everyone in its gas. The tyrannical righteous messenger looked at the venerable one who could mobilize a massive army with a single word, at the destruction god who could unleash thousands of thunderbolts with a wave of his hand, and then at the Shinong alchemist who could plunge an entire forest into a sea of poisonous gas with a snap of his fingers and a gentle smile. Then look at the weapon of punishment wrapped in golden flames in his hand.
The violent messengers of justice charged forward, cursing and swearing, brandishing their weapons of punishment.
As the only boy in the entire arena without any area of effect attacks, he was feeling the worst right now. Tang Gao touched the corner of his mouth, looked at the emerald-green poisonous blood corroding his skin, was speechless for a moment, and looked at Shinong alchemist. Did you forget to give me the
antidote? The most potent poison is so potent that even its creators didn't know how to formulate the antidote.
They were so focused on putting on a show that they forgot about cleaning up the mess. Tang Gao sighed helplessly, cast a poison-resistant spell on himself and his allies present, and collapsed to the ground, dying instantly.
Damn it, how did I end up with such a bunch of lousy clones? Task, restart.
The violent righteous messenger bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. As it turns out, Shinnon, the alchemist, was indeed very skilled.
Hey buddy, don't forget to give me this free gift of supporting the cause. Thousands of followers, sob, if each person clicks, that's a few hundred yuan.
Tang Gao had experienced more than 10,000 deaths, but he never imagined that he would die from the poison of his clone. It was the kind of mixed poison gas that was specially mass-produced to enhance its effects.
Are you fucking toxic? You released something so dangerous without even providing the brothers with an antidote. Even if you just provide a gas mask, I'd accept it. But
Tang Gao, utterly speechless, led a group of people to keep resetting, just to increase their poison resistance. Once activated, that formation is incredibly powerful, indiscriminately slaughtering both friend and foe. The third ridiculous point is that the wildfires caused by these spells and formations resulted in considerable casualties among the Shadow Clan. This forced the Shadow Clan to adapt to poison, lightning, and fire magic, lest they be wiped out by their own superiors in one fell swoop.
After countless resets, Tang Gao had given up on talking to these idiots.
The Fox King stared in terror at the enemy standing before him, enveloped in lightning, poisonous gas, and flames. The endless lightning struck not only their own kind, but also these few humans. The Fox King cried out in anguish, dying with tears of blood, "Heaven is going to destroy me." Clearly, it's too late to mend the fence after the sheep are lost.
Shinnon, the alchemist, was so ashamed that he dared not speak.
In order to show off, he used all his life's work to create a superb poison array, forgetting to develop an antidote before putting it to use.
Now everyone is forced to adapt to the poison gas.
Tang Gao didn't want to say anything more, and watched speechlessly as the Shadow Clan charged through the overlapping seas of thunder, poison gas, and flames.
Fight for the Dominator. Fight for my god.
The Shadow God is the best in the world.
Tang Gao was so angry that he didn't want to speak anymore.
He stood in the sea of poisonous fire with a dark face, and was occasionally struck by lightning. Of course, from other people's perspective, I must look incredibly cool. But what normal cultivator would do something like this?
Are you out of your mind and deserve to be struck by lightning?
Meanwhile, their own troops had no time to react, no time to communicate, and no opportunity to develop any adaptability.
Only endless torment. We are an infiltration unit, they can't possibly tell us anything more crucial.
This thing is too valuable, it's not suitable to give it to my parents.
It might bring trouble.
But it would be perfect as a gift for Lu Ren's mother. The Fox King gave a bitter laugh, only to see a sword light strike, and the world before him turned pitch black. The ruthless righteous messenger muttered as he peeled off the skin, "If we reset it a few more times, we can get more valuable materials, right?
A 4th-tier demon king.
We could walk our shoes until they were worn out and still not find such a rare find."
Tang Gao opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but shout, "Holy crap! That makes sense. These materials are so valuable, once we get to Qingcheng, won't they all be turned into money?"
Indeed, clones are quite useful, they're not just for tricking yourself. After Tang Gao finished peeling off the Fox King's skin, he decisively chose to reset and erase the Fox King's memories. If this happened in Lianchang,
Tang Gao would be able to declare himself king, provided he doesn't offend the official Liancheng organization.
That night, Tang Gao did only one thing: leading the Shadow Clan army and his 3 clones, he wiped out all the Demon Clan's infiltration forces. That night, the Liancheng military faction frequently sent telegrams to their superiors, recounting the astonishing scenes they had observed.
When it's all over,
Tang Gao returned to his bedroom, looked at the 3 clones standing in front of him, and couldn't help but wave his hand to dispel the shielding array, then immediately began to curse. "I usually think you're quite smart, how could you do something so stupid tonight? Using the brothers as test subjects, huh?" The alchemist Shinon looked ashamed and dared not utter a word, looking down at his feet. "Well, tonight's operation went so unexpectedly, forcing everyone to start over so many times, I deserve the most credit.
Especially since he tried to concoct the antidote all night but still couldn't." The god of destruction grinned broadly, watching the spectacle unfold. "I'm not the second oldest, so I couldn't make amends."
The violent righteous messenger clutched his stomach and laughed heartily until his stomach hurt. He felt extremely happy watching his second and third brothers being scolded.
"What are you laughing at? You're the most useless one tonight." Tang Gao glared at him, "Then why don't you fix some area of effect attacks? Is your revolution bar just for show?"
The violent righteous man was so angry he was speechless, and simply crossed his arms and turned his head away.
"You've already put it this way, what else can I say?" Shinon, the alchemist, and the god of destruction laughed like pigs. Tang Gao glared at him, "What are you laughing at? Tonight, everyone take on 3-star missions, finish them before you go to rest." Now, the violent champion of justice laughed. Shinon, the alchemist, and the god of destruction were no longer laughing.
Among those present, the one who completed the 3-star mission the fastest was undoubtedly the invincible, tyrannical messenger of justice. Shinon the alchemist and the god of destruction ultimately suffer losses here. Completing the 3-star mission will be quite a difficult task for them.
"What are you laughing at? You're taking a 4-star rating." Tang Gao was furious.
A 4-star mission had been ruined by a clone like this. He was utterly speechless at the talent of these people.
"My darlings, I'm asking you to do my love-fueled work for free, and you won't even do it for free?
That's so disrespectful."
Sobs.
Lu Jiangwo even tried to use the soul-searching technique to capture the souls of the demon race to understand the situation, but the result was that the empty battlefield was filled only with a thick smell of blood, and there was not a single demon race soul. Lu Jiangwo stood on the battlefield, his eyes slightly dazed, completely unaware of what was happening.
"No, even Zhou Bapi wouldn't be this ruthless. You're a spirit, and you won't even leave us a single drop of your essence blood?"
A subordinate's voice came through the earpiece. "General, the demon infiltration force has been completely wiped out by a mysterious force.
We can only recall a portion of the scene. Would you like to see it?" Lu Jiangwo returned to his office, where Lu Shoshan was already watching the recorded footage with the intelligence officers. Lu Shoshan's face was blank. "No, are you sure this is a scene that has been replayed?"
Lu Jiangwo frowned, coughed lightly, and indicated that he had returned. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Shoshan turned around and saw his senior brother had returned. He speechlessly stepped aside, saying, "General, you can see for yourself."
"I can't analyze anything."
Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, looking at the images playing on a loop-on.
The table, his bewilderment deepening. "How can this be even worse than my communication spell?"
Lu Shoshan clicked his tongue. "No, General, at least this can be restored normally. Apart from that venerable one, no one can restore yours."
Lu Jiangwo turned around, glared at his junior brother, and then signaled to the intelligence officer that they could leave. The intelligence officer saluted and left the office.
Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, closing the door, and the shielding array inside the room activated on its own.
Lu Jiangwo stared at the screen speechlessly. "These stick figures all over the ground, isn't this powerful being going too far? Is he really attacking our faces like this? The screen is filled with stick figures, no matter what angle you switch to, all you see are stick figures."
Lu Shoshan clicked his tongue twice, then placed his hands on the table to examine the encryption closely. "You know what, this encryption method is quite peculiar.
I even tried it before you came, and it only enhanced the image quality. I couldn't crack any of these stick figures.
If it weren't for his stable and strong lifeline, Lu Jiangwo would have wanted to replace him with some unlucky guy to guard Liangchang.
Lu Shoshan shrugged, take it easy.
The powerful ones are indeed a bit cruel, but they are generally on the side of our human race.
Let's just turn a blind eye. What law was violated? What? To interrogate me? What rank are you? How dare you speak to such a powerful being like that? Lu Shoshan asked in surprise, isn't it the Clover Group? Lu Jiangwo glanced at him sideways, wasn't Clover Group kicked out? Lu Shoshan countered, isn't Qingcheng still there? Lu Shoshan blinked, isn't Tangao about to go to Qingcheng?
Those with great power have long lifespans and will not rush things, they will proceed slowly and steadily. It was my own haste that caused me to lose my calm judgment.
It's not that I look down on Clover Group. However, once time has passed, the difficulty of reviewing and clarifying some things increases dramatically with the accumulation of time. On-site investigations yielded no concrete evidence. Once this month is over, and with the Bureau of Protection showing favoritism, it's clear that the Clover Group is in big trouble.
General, the intelligence on the nightclub murder case has been delivered.
Please take a look.
The senior investigator knocked on the door, came in, and placed the intelligence on the table.
Lu Jiangwo picked it up and glanced at it, then laughed out loud. 5 stick figures destroyed the vampire clan's hideout and also discovered that this vampire clan had business ties and secret exchanges of interests with the Clover Group. In the past, Lu Jiangwo would have started to worry about how to hold those responsible accountable. Now, Lu Jiangwo can laugh so hard he makes pig noises.
Based on the profiler's psychological profile of this powerful figure, it can be basically confirmed that this powerful figure has some problems that cannot be ignored, and even flaws such as contempt for the law that he himself does not want to accept. However, there is one point that Lu Jiangwo highly approves of and appreciates. This powerful being was extremely righteous and hated anything that harmed the human race. No wonder the demon race suffered tonight.
Isn't this like kicking someone into a fire pit? Clover Group is in trouble. The powerful being should have taken things slowly and manipulated you gradually.
Now it's time to unleash a fierce fire.
Upon hearing this, Lu Shoshan took the intelligence report and burst into laughter. Tangao sat in his bedroom, setting up a shielding array, and watched Shinon, the alchemist. Listen to yourself, are you even speaking human language? Tangao hesitated and asked, is it that difficult? Shinon, the alchemist, widened his eyes, isn't this difficult? Tangao chuckled and patted his clone on the shoulder, you don't need to eat or drink.
All you need to do is improve the pill formulas day and night, and technically crush the Clover Group.
The requirements aren't high.
Just make sure the technical cost of each pill formula is 1% lower than theirs and the effect is 1% higher.
That's all you need to do. Shinon, the alchemist, gasped, is this some kind of technical problem? The Clover Group broke the neck of our tyrannical justice, you think I don't know that? Do you want me to be assassinated several times a day from now on?
Now, our intelligence advantage is waning.
Who will protect us then? Does that mean I'll get my head smashed every day? Tangao coughed lightly, see, can't I revive you?
Tangao pursed his lips and had no choice but to abandon the suggestion, keep the action plan, then you can take on more missions related to the Clover Group in the future, try your best to weaken their strength, weaken them from all aspects, do as much as you can. Shinon, the alchemist, was utterly speechless. Starting tomorrow, I will teach the Shadow Clan how to refine pills.
If I were to do it all by myself, you'd probably work me to death. That makes sense. It's up to you.
Just make sure everything is ready before I go to Qingcheng.
Shinon, the alchemist, sighed helplessly, very well, truly, a single superior being can crush an avatar. I'm asking for a gift.
Tangao watched as the sticky little tiger hatched and began to nibble on the eggshell. A question mark slowly floated above Tangao's head.
Could this little guy's father or mother be a turtle?
Tangao was completely baffled, so he picked up the little tiger and threw it to the shadowy clan member who emerged from the shadows. Remember to ask the artificial intelligence or Shinon alchemist to take good care of this little guy. The Shadow Clan took the tiger cub and led it into the shadow world.
Tang Gao looked at the empty room and felt uneasy.
Tang Gao came to the living room, sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and watched the local news. Local news outlets are giving extensive coverage to last night's events, even relegating the special examination to the back of the news. After watching the whole thing, Tang Gao seemed to be deep in thought. It was actually a full-scale infiltration. These are the ones that have been exposed publicly. There are probably many more that haven't been exposed in private.
This isn't to belittle their own intelligence network, but rather because the demon race couldn't possibly achieve full infiltration with just a few tricks. However, since the great battle has not yet begun, some of the arrangements have not been activated. Those who are lucky enough to have a powerful and intelligent general like Lu Jiangwo in charge, can keep everything under control. Those less fortunate may not have such good fortune in some towns, and can only be passively infiltrated without even knowing where the problem lies. As the core city of Shanzhou, Qingcheng has a large population and a complex web of power dynamics, so it will likely face even more and more infiltration challenges. Tang Gao felt a slight pang of regret, sensing the difficulty involved. The 5 emperors are currently in grave danger. There won't be any problems in the short term, but if this drags on, the situation will become increasingly serious and difficult to control. The Xia state urgently needed strong successors to take over its responsibilities. Many of them may not have any descendants. Faced with this situation, I could only protect myself. I had the will to turn the tide, but I also fully felt how difficult it was. Forget it, let's deal with the Clover Group first, then we can figure out how to solve other problems. Tang Gao turned off the television and began to meditate with his eyes closed to improve his cultivation. Time will pass quickly. Lu Jiangwo, dressed in casual clothes, nodded, yes, because Master wants to take you to have your fortune told to predict your future and bring you good luck. It's true that I want to get a good omen, but it's also true that I want to see just how deep your waters really are. Tang Gao didn't care. With the system protecting him, he had never had any problems with divination. Tang Gao was completely bewildered. No, why didn't you tell me earlier that I would die? Tang Gao's eyes widened. No, senior brother, you're going too. I get the feeling you're going to see a play. What on earth are you and your apprentice doing? Are you trying to trap me? Lu Jiangwo rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone gets this treatment? It's just that the situation has become tense lately. I, a 6th-level general, am personally escorting you little greenhorns. Shouldn't you be moved and kowtow to me a few times? Lu Jiangwo weighed the invitation in his hand, his expression turning slightly serious. I'm really not joking. The situation is genuinely tense, and I only have these few days free to escort you all to Qingcheng. Of course, taking the opportunity to watch the show is also a valid reason, and there's no conflict between the two. Tang Gao was utterly speechless and had no choice but to take the invitation back. You? Who else is there? Tang Gao had no choice but to accept the invitation, saying helplessly, all right, what time is the meeting? I need to go say goodbye to my parents. Time is too tight, I haven't even had a proper meal with them yet. Lu Jiangwo clicked his tongue. Yes, even you feel it's tense, so the enemy feels it's even more tense. Go quickly. The venerable one's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah, little Karami, I've finally caught your chance. Bring him over here quickly, I want to do some calculations myself and see who this amazing person is standing behind him. Lu Jiangwo chuckled, oh wow, your apprentice will take him there right away. Tang Gao bid farewell to his parents and got into General Lu Jiangwo's extended limousine. As soon as he entered, he saw familiar faces. Lu Ren was sitting in his seat with a frustrated expression, extremely depressed. Tang Gao asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy to be away from your parents' control? A dog's head slowly peeked out from behind Lu Ren's seat, and General Feng gave Tang Gao a kind smile, as if he were a senior looking at a junior. Tang Gao laughed. General Feng has been sent to keep an eye on you? Lu Ren burst into tears, pulled a touchscreen phone from his pocket, and handed it to General Feng. Brother Tang, look for yourself. They're not even human. General Feng took the phone with one of his front paws, nimbly tapped the screen with 2 fingers, and then clicked to read the text aloud. Yes, I was ordered to come and accompany these 2 children in order to take care of them.
General Feng was educated, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the second level of cultivation, and naturally, he could type as well. Lu Ren's parents can no longer control him, but General Feng's status is similar to his parents, so disciplining this kid is really not a problem. Lu Ren dared to talk back to his father, but he wouldn't dare to talk back to General Feng. After all, no matter how ruthless a father is, he will at least hold back a little because the son is his own. General Feng is different, he's only at the second level of cultivation, so there's no need to hold back when you attack. Just kick him as hard as you can. Okay. I need a free gift, please click a few times for me, sweetie. General Lu personally drove his special car, accompanied by an escort team, to pick up the geniuses who were going to Qingqing one by one.
Tang Gao sensed something was off. Senior brother, what's wrong? Tang Gao's lips twitched slightly. No, we've already figured it out, and we still have to go?
Tang Gao understood, his senior brother was just showing off.
It is indeed much easier to predict the fate
of oneself than to predict the fate of a great general. Lu Jiangwo reassured them, don't worry, with me personally overseeing things this time, even if the demon race wants to cause trouble, they'll have to think twice about whether they have the ability to bring me down as a 6th-tier warrior. Lu Jiangwo shrugged, in the past, there have been no geniuses pre-selected by the Venerable Ones.
Understood.
The few people in the carriage looked at each other.
Lu Ren took out a deck of cards from his backpack and waved it around. Hey, we're just killing time anyway, how about we play cards?
Tang Gao was speechless for a moment. How come you're good at everything from eating and drinking to having fun, but you're completely clueless about cultivation and literature?
Lu Ren looked at Tang Gao with longing eyes.
Tang Gao turned his head, looked ahead, and began to communicate with the Shadow Clan to learn about the latest intelligence. Recently, the progress of this 4-star mission involving the demon race's infiltration has been relatively slow. The infiltration of the demon race is not one-sided, but all-encompassing, from military to espionage, from espionage to corrupt officials, and from corrupt officials to street vendors, etc. Tang Gao simply ordered the violent justice messenger and the destruction god to lead the Shadow Clan to strike at the demon clan's forces in the Liangqing area or the northern defense line one by one, gradually advancing the mission. The situation in Liangqing was gradually improving, which gave Lu Jiangwo more free time to personally lead the geniuses to Qingqing. However, the limitation of this task is not a progress bar limitation, but a time limitation. Clearly, the final test is how far you can go before time runs out. A glint of light flashed in Tang Gao's eyes, and he gave the order. The Shadow Clan is besieging and annihilating the demon enemies within a 20-kilometer radius of me.
Venerable One, what are you worried about?
Neza sat on his lotus throne, resting his chin on his hand, and sighed, a bloody calamity is coming. There are strong signs of bloodshed in the north, which may indicate that war is about to break out.
The burly general chuckled twice. Isn't it normal for war to break out?
It's only a matter of time before war breaks out between us and the demon race.
Neza looked at him. What, you want to fight?
The general smiled and pointed to the medal on his chest. I heard that someone is planning to ambush the genius of Liangqing.
Are you aware of this?
Neza nodded. I know, I've already divined for Xiao Lu, he's safe and sound.
Neza smiled and turned his head slightly. Oh? What did they tell you? Your Excellency, they have temporarily blocked our divination of the heavens in this matter, intending to bury Lu Jiangwo completely in this wilderness. Neza's smile vanished. Why are you only telling me now?
Neza rose angrily, summoning his three-pointed spear. Just as he was about to deliver a severe blow to this grandson, his eyes suddenly fell upon the military base outside Qingqing. There was none of the familiar aura of high-level cultivators present.
Where are your men? If we're going to put on a show, let's do it for real. I'd like to see whether these demonic forces dare to fight to the death, or whether our people dare to slaughter their entire rear. The person I was just chatting with was a very real clone of myself. The auras in the camp were all illusions, fabricated and illusory. A bunch of warmongers.
No wonder I foresaw that bloodshed was imminent. It would be strange if there wasn't bloodshed here.
Neza couldn't care less about cursing at this moment, knowing that these bastards probably included their own lives in their plans.
There's no point in talking to a dead person like that. Neza immediately summoned his 3 heads and 6 arms, using magic to contact his beloved disciple, Lu Jiangwo. Get out of the convoy immediately.
They're coming for you. After giving the notification, Neza didn't bother to disturb anyone else.
He immediately set off at breakneck speed, using the Lotus magic array to rush towards his beloved disciple's location.
It feels terrible to be manipulated like this.
This war is best resolved quickly, rather than dragging on in a protracted stalemate.
If this continues for too long, the war between the Xia Kingdom and the Demon Kingdom will surely reignite. At that point, it will be virtually impossible to return to a state of peace. My darlings, here's a gift. Love you all.
Lu Jiangwo's face turned green when he saw the message his master had sent him. He had just assured Xiao Gao that this was a sure thing, and that with him there would be no problem. Good grief, he turned around and told me that I was the source of danger and that I should get lost and not bring danger to the children.
Tang Gao silently looked at General Lu Jiangwo and asked seriously, General, what kind of setup would be used to kill you?
Lu Jiangwo's face turned green. This time, there are 3 Demon Kingdom armies heading south, and among them, there are 3 6th-level demon generals. Without a doubt, these 3 are the surprise of this trip south.
A surprise prepared for me.
Lu Jiangwo was speechless for a moment, then reached out and flicked the silly child. You are naturally safe and sound.
Master is on his way. They dare not face an 8th-level expert directly. Lu Ren's eyes widened. Uncle, how can you be so confident? What if they're willing to risk their lives and want to replace us? How dare you? You think you're so great? You're not worth people going to such lengths for.
As soon as he finished speaking, a blurry red phantom appeared inside the car. These guys have blinded me to the truth, preventing me from finding you directly.
Lu Jiangwo, you need to get out first so I can find the children. Lu Jiangwo's expression was solemn. All right, I'll leave now. Master, where are you? Lu Jiangwo patted Tang Gao on the shoulder. After I leave, remember to use the Imperial Edict to help the teacher locate you. Tang Gao nodded earnestly. Senior brother, you can go without worry. I will contact the teacher.
Lu Jiangwo smiled, opened the door and got out of the car, then drove off into the wind and headed north.
Tang Gao didn't hesitate and immediately began reciting Neza's edict. Neza's decree, teacher, I'm here. Please locate me quickly.
Less than 3 seconds later, a clear and loud voice, accompanied by a powerful magical resonance, rang out inside the car.
You continue on your way. I'm above you.
I want to see if that little Karami dares to cause trouble right under my nose.
Tang Gao frowned slightly and looked north. Teacher, is senior brother Lu alright? Neza's gloating laughter rang out. He'll definitely be fine for a while, and he'll be even finer in the long run, but I don't know if he'll lose an arm or a leg after this fight. Although I was very unhappy with those who advocated for war, their strategies were indeed very effective. After a while, these guys sensed the distress signal in the bloodline power, and they didn't have time to beat up Xiao Lu anymore. Hilarious. You dare to steal our defenses?
We'll scatter your parents' ashes to the wind. Tang Gao and his companions in the car looked at each other, not understanding the true meaning behind it. After the convoy had been traveling for a while, the Venerable One's loud voice, amplified by magic, rang out inside the carriage.
Don't panic later.
There's a 100-strong demon clan squad lying in ambush ahead. You can get out of the car and practice your skills. I'll protect you from the shadows.
Don't worry, nothing will happen. Tang Gao couldn't help but frown. Teacher, why do you have to turn the volume up so loud, and why is it a bit distorted? To be honest, the vibration was so loud it hurt my ears. The convoy consisted of 7 cars in total.
Apart from the most important car for the general, the other 6 cars carried elite soldiers.
However, due to Neza's orders, the elite warriors did not prevent Tang Gao and the others from getting off the vehicle and joining the battle.
Instructor Zhang took a rocket launcher from the trunk of a car and slung it over his shoulder. He then handed out a batch of firearms and several grenades to Tang Gao and the others.
Initially, it's just a matter of firepower, nothing fancy.
Just throw the grenade hard onto the opposite hillside to suppress their firepower.
Boom! Boom!
With their side having the upper hand, the 100-strong demon team only had time to realize something was wrong before they looked up and saw a barrage of cannonballs flying towards them. As it turns out, all three tiers are equal in the face of overwhelming firepower. Of course, it's not absolutely equal either. Third-tier monsters often take 2 extra cannonballs as a sign of respect. Tang Gao was all ready to show off his skills, but found that there was nothing for him to do. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, and they are handled very quickly. If there are cannons, use cannons; if there are guns, use guns; if there are grenades, use grenades. Lower-level demons are no different from any other race when faced with weapons. Bang! 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 The specially made ammunition exploded into the crater, and the terrifying killing intent completely dissipated. Logically speaking, this is quite reasonable. But it was definitely not what I expected. Tang Gao's lips twitched slightly as he finally realized why his fighting style sometimes felt off. What normal person would rely on physical reflexes to dodge bullets and artillery shells when facing suppressive fire? Tang Xiaodo, who was used to close-quarters combat, was furious. Relentlessly seeking gifts, for the birds' lives, for the birds' happiness. Faced with the overwhelming firepower of justice, the demon team had no time to demonstrate their strength. Losing the initiative on the battlefield is a major taboo. Instructor Zhang left a few survivors for these geniuses to practice on. Tang Gao casually snapped the neck of the wolf demon in front of him, indicating that it was no problem at all and not even an appetizer. Lu Ren fought back and forth, squealing excitedly. Occasionally, he was scratched by the monkey demon opposite him, but it was nothing serious. Su Linger rolled her eyes at Lu Ren's appearance, picked up her rifle, and blew the snake demon's head off. So stupid. The standard answer has already been stated as firepower suppression, so why are you still talking about melee combat? This is what a bad student looks like. They won't even copy the answer when it's right in front of them. Louis followed suit, firing his gun and instantly killing the monster opposite him. He looked tense, as it was the first time in his life he had killed a monster. This kind of difficulty is as easy as drinking water for me, and even easier for Brother Tang. As for Su Linger's performance, there were no surprises. Su Linger was born in a small town affiliated with the military, so it was normal for her to go out with the army to kill monsters. She was someone who had seen local wars. After observing everyone's performance, Instructor Zhang clapped his hands with a smile. All right, get in the car, let's continue our journey. Tang Gao glanced at the wolf demon's corpse on the ground, and then privately inquired with the Shadow Clan. He learned that his senior brother Lu Jiangwo had been successfully surrounded by 3 powerful demons of the same level, and there were no other demon clans lying in ambush nearby. As for how many teams were there before, that's unknown. With Neza's protection, the group quickened their pace and traveled smoothly without encountering any further danger. The car entered Qingcheng and drove to the entrance of the Guardian Bureau within the city. Tang Gao got out of the car. From the sky came the somewhat distorted voice of Venerable Neza. Alright, you guys stay here for now, I'll go rescue Lu Jiangwo. Tang Gao frowned and asked, Instructor Zhang, why did only one Venerable go to provide support? Where are the other Venerables? Are they all staying in the city watching the show? Instructor Zhang kept his eyes down, saying, there aren't many venerable ones who just loaf around all day and don't do anything productive. Or rather, there are many venerable ones who just drift through life, but in the entire Qingcheng, there's really only one who drifts through life and doesn't do anything serious. Tang Gao randomly grabbed a passing guardian who had glanced at him curiously and asked, who is the most idle venerable of Qingcheng? The guardian gave him a strange look. Just arrived from out of town? Neza is the most lazy one in Qingcheng. Tang Gao released him, utterly speechless, having developed a very profound, one-sided, and stereotypical understanding of his master. I apologize, I misunderstood the other venerable ones. Good. The group entered the Guardian Bureau and soon received a message from Pinyin, after which they were taken to a hotel. After making the arrangements, Instructor Zhang left a few elite guards to protect them before hurriedly departing to assist the local security bureau in carrying out some temporary tasks. The matter concerning the demon race has already had some impact in Qingcheng, and the Guardian Bureau needs to intervene to suppress a group of evil spirits to stabilize the situation.
Tang Gao was in the room pondering whether to take on a few tasks to relieve everyone's stress when he heard Lu Jiangwo's voice.
Knock knock, kid, open the door quickly. Tang Gao's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly went forward to open the door, where he saw his senior brother Lu Jiangwo standing at the door with one hand tied to his body and hanging in front of him, smiling broadly.
Senior brother, welcome back safely.
You know what, the Demon Kingdom hasn't been peaceful all these years for nothing. They've prepared such a big surprise for me.
Tang Gao hurriedly closed the door, speechless. Is this something you can just say to outsiders?
Lu Jiangwo smiled, then his expression turned slightly somber. This time, both Liangcheng and Qingcheng performed well, thanks to the early warning from the stickman expert.
We have been making preparations for prevention.
But other places probably weren't as lucky as us, they suffered some losses. Later, I'll take you to see your master, and he'll have your future line calculated and perform a blessing ceremony for you. After a period of turmoil, the situation returned to calm.
However, this is temporary.
The Demon Kingdom wouldn't do this only once, nor would it just want some simple destructive effects. Faced with this dire situation, Lu Jiangwo dared not keep Tang Gao by his side and had to hand him over to his master. Only by having their master by their side can this promising talent be protected 24/7.
Tang Gao was slightly surprised. So fast? I don't need to prepare any apprenticeship gifts? Lu Jiangwo's slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he smiled. It's fine to add it later. Master isn't someone who likes rules. Just be natural and get along with him. Alright, would you like to change your clothes? I'll take you to see Master.
Tang Gao shook his head.
No need, this is fine. Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily. Yes, I don't recognize it. I might have to ask someone for directions when I get there.
I left home young and returned old, laughing and asking the guest where he came from.
Lu Jiangwo's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he couldn't help but recall his experiences at school during his youth.
At that time, I liked a girl, but we eventually broke up because of the difference in our social status and life choices.
I wonder how she's doing now.
Whether she's still happy.
Ugh, it's so hot. Everyone's clamoring for a gift.